the era of co-governance by demons and malevolent cults. In high school, you could have ascended to the lofty heights of a great scholar, while the world offered its incense and prayers in tribute to your name. Yet you turned away and immersed yourself in the demon suppression division, with a mortality rate soared to an astonishing 9.999. Everyone mocks you as a fool, yet only you are aware. Once you embrace the pursuit of fame, you can only rely on yourself. Only by devouring all beings through the path of demons and spirits can you hope for survival. At this moment, Lord Tian wore an expression of disbelief. Captain Zhao, are you suggesting that he should perform? How could he possibly enter the demon suppression division with just a show? I have never encountered such a formidable display of skill. Even if it is merely a performance, I still desire it. Zhao Tao is displeased with others questioning his judgment, particularly when it comes from an ordinary individual, and cannot help but scoff and reprimand. The bystanders, upon witnessing Zhao Tao's fury, were instantly rendered as silent as cicadas in winter. Yet you find yourself lost in contemplation. If you were an ordinary person, it would be quite feasible. After all, joining the demon subduing division grants one an official status. In due course, you could effortlessly leverage this identity to investigate the matter of your achievements being usurped. The issue lies in the fact that, while you appear outwardly normal, all your methods are intertwined with malevolent forces. Should you find yourself in the demon suppression division, even the slightest action would reveal your true nature. Thus, you instinctively feel compelled to refuse. Is a mortality rate in our demon suppression division particularly high? How strict are the regulations? What if one of our own inadvertently engages in battle with the malevolent beings? Tian Weishua let out a soft sigh within her heart. Indeed, your aim is still to join the demon-slaying division. Why must you persist in following in her footsteps? Upon hearing Zhao Tao's words, a smile graced his face. The casualty rate is not insignificant. After all, it is a battle against malevolent creatures. However, rest assured, should you engage in combat with these fiends, the authorities will undoubtedly provide your family with generous compensation. Compensation matters little. The malevolent intentions are ruthless, and the methods are deviously varied. While our people are outside, will there be an investigation from above? Upon hearing these words, Zhao Tao exhibited a profound hesitation. The lives of our people have been taken surely. There must be consequences. However, as you rightly pointed out, the malevolent methods employed are exceedingly intricate, rendering it arduous to ascertain the truth. Thus, within the demon suppression division, many colleagues remain in a state of uncertainty. Rest assured, our treatment is indeed exceptional. We are entitled to a monthly bath, and there are also provisions for additional allowances. The remuneration is quite generous. However, before Zhao Tao could finish his statement, you, suppressing your excitement, boldly declared your intentions. I hereby pledge to join the demon subduing department, for I have long harbored disdain for those malevolent creatures. Allow me to cleanse the world of their presence, restoring the heavens to their pristine glory. Esteemed colleagues, I humbly request your support in my future endeavors. The members of the Demon Suppression Division all wore expressions of confusion. Zhao Tao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. You still need to pass the assessment. I am merely a captain, not a lieutenant, and I lack the authority to grant you direct entry into the Demon Suppression Division. It matters not. Even if I cannot join the Demon Suppression Division, you shall always be my brothers. In this life, my heart is oriented towards the light, willing to sacrifice myself for justice and support those in need. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the members of the Demon Suppression Division gleamed with excitement. What a splendid declaration. In this lifetime, my heart is steadfast towards the light. Is this not a reflection of their own aspirations? With unwavering determination, they vanquish the evil spirits, even at the cost of their own lives, resolutely striving to prop up the heavens as they teeter and to quell the raging torrents of the earth. As Zhao Tao emerged solely for the purpose of meeting Tian Weishua, he had not arranged for any surplus horses. He gazed at you, inquiring whom you would prefer to share a mount with. You cast a glance at Tian Weishua, who would willingly ride alongside a foul man. It is far more exhilarating to gallop alongside a beautiful woman. The disdain in your eyes is unmistakable. Upon witnessing this, you chuckled lightly. I wish to accompany Tian Weishua. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tao readily nodded. Excellent. You shall ride alongside old Liu. With that, Zhao Tao flicked the reins and galloped away. Tian Wei and the others quickly followed suit. There stands an elderly figure, with a visage that betrays the passage of time, his teeth a dismal shade of yellow. As he speaks, a faint odor lingers in the air. "Come, brothers," he urges. "If we delay any longer, we shall find ourselves unable to return to the city before nightfall." On horseback, old Lu chuckled and spoke to you behind him. "I say, brother, you are truly brave. You dare to set your sights on the beloved disciple of the school commander." You offered a perfunctory smile. "Speaking of which, do you two share any other connections? Previously, for your sake, that Miss Tian nearly devoured our captain. Although old Lu is advanced in years, his curiosity remains undiminished. Upon hearing this, you are reluctant to address the matter. Instead, you deftly shift the conversation. Brother, if I were to join the demon subduing department, what would that entail?" Old Lu exhibits a certain discernment, refraining from further inquiries. "It is indeed inevitable. In our Ping'an County's Demon Suppression Division, there exist 3 ranks: the 9 warriors, the team leader, and the school lieutenant. The school lieutenant holds the highest position, being none other than Miss Tian's master. As for the true 9th rank, it has already attained the liquid spirit stage, whereas the team leader must be at least at the chi gathering stage. The 9 warriors are required to be at least at the body refinement stage. Given your true 9th rank, there is certainly no issue. However, I am quite curious, me brother, you have reached the consummate level 7 in body refinement." Upon hearing these words, you did not maintain confidentiality. 8th layer of body refinement. Old Lu inhaled sharply, a deeper sincerity and warmth gracing his smile. The fact that someone at the 8th level of body refinement could contend with a captain at the 3rd level of energy gathering was indeed extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, old Lu subtly shifted forward, offering you more the soft part of the saddle. "As for my journey to the Demon Suppression Division, one can either select a team to join or be assigned to one. However, choosing your own team is also an option. Once you pass the 7th assessment, should you perform admirably, your preferences may be respected. Rest assured, while the assessment may pose certain dangers, there will always be skilled individuals standing guard. In my view, your success is virtually guaranteed." In less than half a day, I returned to the county town. The safety of the county town far surpasses that of the countryside by at least 7-fold. Here, there exists a Confucian temple, presided over by the teachings of Confucianism. The county magistrate of Ping'an, a 7th rank official, in conjunction with the ever-burning incense of the temple, is sufficient to deter any malevolent spirits from entering this town. However, beneath the county lie 50 townships, housing thousands of villages, both large and small. These villages are beyond the protection of the county magistrate, thus necessitating the cooperation of the Demon Suppression Department. This is also the reason why many aspire to become civil officials. In a county town, one can exert considerable influence, and regardless of the efforts of the Demon Suppression Department, none can match the renowned stature of a county magistrate. You and Tian Weishue were brought to the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Division, a vast estate. The towering walls of the compound extended along the entire street, and above the grand entrance, a black plaque displayed the 3 golden characters Demon Suppression Division in bold relief. The 3 characters of Xing are inscribed with remarkable profundity, akin to iron paintings and silver hooks. Their appearance exudes a formidable aura, so powerful that even those unfamiliar with the art of swordsmanship can discern the exceptional mastery of the one who penned these characters. Old Lu, you all proceed to submit the task tokens. Mu Gu and Tian Weishue accompany me to meet the school officer. The trio traversed through a series of quaint courtyards, arriving at a spacious courtyard deep within the Demon Suppression Division. On the way to the study, Zhao Tao cautioned you. "You are someone I brought without permission. Whether you can stay depends on the commander's disposition. Therefore, you must conduct yourself well. Also, the commander favors those who are assertive and flamboyant." Soon, a steady voice resonated within the study. "Please come in." You adjusted your eyebrows, instinctively twitching your nose. The pungent scent of snow permeated the air, yet it was evident that this aroma was far from fresh. Clearly, it was not the result of a recent hunt. It must be that this officer had claimed the lives of countless beings, leaving the icy scent lingering for years. Indeed, a formidable individual. The military officer stands behind the desk, a robust figure of imposing stature. Though he sports a tuft of gray hair, it does not betray the slightest hint of age. When he fixes his gaze upon you, an aura of frost and ferocity envelopes the air, evoking an undeniable sense of formidable strength. "Who are you, uncle?" Zhao Tao was about to respond when he was interrupted by Zhao Chuanfu. "He is someone I know from." Chapter 14. How are you ensnaring me? Who among us is truly malevolent? The courtyard where the malevolent beings were imprisoned lay adjacent. Unlike the wooden doors of other courtyards, this one was fortified with 2 iron gates. Adorning the gates were images of door gods clad in golden armor, brandishing silver spears, exuding an extraordinary aura. Their eyes, seemingly animated, fixated on Lin Ming and his companions, scrutinizing their identities. Sun Xingyan stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the 2 deities. "A trainee warrior has arrived for the assessment. I humbly request the esteemed guardians to grant us passage." The door gods remained silent, yet the iron gates creaked open, revealing a narrow opening sufficient for a single person to enter. Sun Xingyan turned back to Lin Ming, stating, "Though we could stand guard at the entrance to prevent any mishaps, there may be times when assistance cannot be rendered. You now possess one final opportunity to reconsider. Ponder it carefully. It's nothing more than sacrificing oneself for righteousness." Lin Ming replied with remarkable composure. This declaration shifted the perceptions of those around him. After all, facing life and death with such tranquility was not a feat achievable by the average individual. The captain of the 6th team, a man of integrity, could not bear to witness such a promising talent face demise. Thus he retreated to the neighboring courtyard. He intended to wait for the outcome before returning, sparing himself from the emotional burden of witnessing it firsthand. Lin Ming strode confidently toward the gap in the gates and slipped inside. As he crossed the threshold, the gates slammed shut behind him with a resounding bang. There were no bolts to secure the door, yet it closed with a precision that bespoke the divine influence of the door gods. Upon the gate's closure, the temperature within the courtyard plummeted by several degrees, as if winter had suddenly descended. Lin Ming's vital energy surged within him, causing his skin to flush and his body temperature to rise. A natural defense against the encroaching chill. He surveyed the courtyard, noting its modest size, dominated by a single structure with 1 door and 2 windows, directly facing the iron gates. The windows resembled the malevolent eyes of a terrifying demon, fixated intently on Lin Ming. The door appeared as a gaping maw, inviting him to enter and meet his fate. As Lin Ming gazed at the ominous structure, he felt a throbbing in his brow, a sign that the blood-red eye within him sensed the presence of malevolence, eager to spring forth and guide the adversary to the other side. Fearing that someone might be covertly observing his assessment, he refrained from allowing the blood-red eye to manifest, striving to suppress it. Yet he noticed its movements becoming increasingly vigorous, hinting at an inability to remain subdued. This resulted in a faint, pulsating red line appearing on his forehead, rendering his efforts to furrow his brow in concentration futile. Curse this unruly entity, Lin Ming thought grimly, choosing to disregard it and advancing toward the structure. The sooner he dealt with the malevolent presence, the more subdued the blood-red eye would become. However, a solution needed to be found for the future, otherwise it would continue to surface at inconvenient moments, thwarting his attempts to exploit the resources of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Upon entering the building, Lin Ming experienced a sudden shift. The world around him transformed. What appeared as darkness from outside now revealed a ghastly sight: corpses scattered across the floor, remnants of various malevolent entities, all seemingly brimming with the essence of life. They were all alive yet utterly still, gazing at Lin Ming with an enigmatic smile, as if awaiting his consumption. The sensation bore an uncanny resemblance to the human banquet from Lin Ming's past life memories. A mirage? Lin Ming recalled that the enchanting figures had mentioned their adeptness at crafting illusions. To counter such illusions, one could employ 2 methods. Either unleash one's vital energy in a fervent assault to repel the malevolent forces, or steadfastly confront them with unwavering resolve. However, the capabilities of these sinister illusions extended beyond mere visual manipulation. They subtly intertwined with one's essence, gradually cloaking one's thoughts and beguiling the senses, leading one to forget their purpose and succumbed to the belief in this fabricated reality. In simpler terms, it was a descent into madness. Once fully ensnared in the illusion, the malevolent entity would seize control of one's body, imprisoning the essence and transforming the individual into a mere puppet under its dominion. At that moment, Lin Ming beheld the tantalizing temptations before him, and a faint whisper echoed within his mind. Consume it. Consume it. This voice grew ever louder, amplifying his avarice. He found himself increasingly convinced of the reality before him, to the point that he struggled to maintain control over his own body. Despite possessing formidable vitality and strength, even an adept at the 8th level of body refinement could scarcely withstand a formidable malevolent entity, freshly captured and brimming with resentment. Yet, Lin Ming had an advantage. As he grappled with his waning control, a crimson thread unfurled from the center of his brow, abruptly unveiling a singular, scarlet vertical eye. A sanguine radiance cascaded forth, shattering the illusion in an instant. The essence of the enchanting figure, intimately linked to the illusion, experienced a violent backlash, emitting a piercing wail of anguish. With the illusion dispelled, Lin Ming regained mastery over his body. He furrowed his brow and closed the vertical eye, which throbbed violently, as if cursing Lin Ming for his betrayal, condemning his ungratefulness. Disregarding it, Lin Ming, now free from the illusion's grasp, beheld a strikingly beautiful visage before him, which left him profoundly shaken. It was a countenance of unparalleled beauty, exuding the innocence of youth, the allure of maturity, the regality of an empress, and the abandon of a courtesan, igniting an uncontrollable longing and admiration within any beholder. Especially captivating were her enchanting, soulful eyes, which seemed to draw in even the most resolute hearts. Whereas the previous illusion had allowed for a flicker of resistance, the sight of this divine beauty was utterly disarming. Frankly, with such a face, any flaw in this woman could easily be overlooked. Even if her visage floated unattached in the air, devoid of a body, limbs, or even a neck, it would still be irresistibly captivating. After all, as long as she had lips, it sufficed. The enchanting figure, noticing Lin Ming's gaze, wore an expression of playful reproach, her crimson lips parting slightly. "Husband, you hurt me just now. Do be gentle next time." As she spoke, that extraordinarily beautiful visage floated closer, leaning in towards Lin Ming, presenting her cherry lips, which gently brushed against his own. Lin Ming could only perceive one sensation. It was utterly exquisite. During the kiss, the enchanting figure drew nearer to him. First, their lips touched, then their noses, and finally, their cheeks pressed together. Just as their faces seemed on the verge of merging, a glint of mockery flashed at her eyes. "Oh, pitiful human, once I seize your body, I shall merge with you and drain your essence." However, before her thoughts could fully crystallize, Lin Ming suddenly inhaled forcefully. The beautiful figure felt the essence within her being stirred, rushing towards Lin Ming's mouth in torrents. "No, wait, what is happening? My essence, my soul, why are you siphoning my power? Who exactly is the true malevolent being here?" Chapter 15. Can you absorb more than me? Are you also from the brothel? The beautiful figure, known as Merenmian, was filled with shock and fury, not anticipating that Lin Ming possessed such an unusual ability. However, even if he did have this power, it was of no consequence. Not only was she a malevolent spirit, but she was also a woman. Could he truly surpass her in the art of absorption? Reluctantly, Merenmian exerted herself, attempting to reclaim the essence that Lin Ming had seized. Yet, to her dismay, she discovered that she was genuinely unable to outmatch him. Could it be that he too hailed from a brothel? Lin Ming voraciously devoured the essence of the malevolent spirit, marking his inaugural experience in such consumption. Strangely, he did not perceive an increase in his vitality. Instead, his mind felt increasingly lucid, his eyes growing ever brighter as the world around him became clearer. It was as if he had been viewing reality through a fog glass, and now that glass was being gradually polished, allowing him to see with greater clarity. According to the texts, this must indicate an enhancement of his primordial spirit. It became evident that the essence of demons and humans was utilized to replenish vitality and true energy, while the essence of malevolent spirits served to fortify the primordial spirit. Simultaneously, Lin Ming noticed that the pulsing of the blood-red vertical eye on his forehead had diminished somewhat. More precisely, he could now suppress its pulsation, rendering it less conspicuous. It appeared that to control this entity, one's primordial spirit needed to be sufficiently powerful. With this newfound understanding, Lin Ming embraced Meremian with fervor, intent on consuming her entirely. Naturally, Meremian was engulfed by fear, struggling and screaming relentlessly, ultimately resorting to tearing at her own face in a desperate bid to escape Lin Ming's grasp. With only half of her visage intact, Meremian managed to break free from Lin Ming's control, retreating to a corner to gaze at him. Who are you? A walking embodiment of great malevolence. Demons and malevolent spirits sought to gain the devotion of humans. Yet to receive such worship, they must first proclaim their names and assist humanity. Unfortunately, most demons bore fearsome appearances that instilled terror. Consequently, many of them enlisted representatives, known as walkers, to facilitate communication with humans. These representatives would execute tasks and relay commands on behalf of the demons, patrolling territories and their followers, thus referred to as walkers. Those who assisted the demons naturally reaped benefits, such as acquiring some of the demon's power. The abilities that Lin Ming exhibited, whether through the blood-red vertical eye or the consumption of malevolent essence, did not resemble those of an ordinary person. It was entirely reasonable for Meremian to question him. Enough of this banter. Obediently surrender your essence. Lin Ming bellowed, lunging forward. Meremian shrieked in terror and fled. She dashed out of the room and arrived at the iron gate, frantically pounding against it. Help! Let me out! Did you not say you capture me to test my strength? Is this truly your method of assessment? Suddenly, brilliant golden light erupted from the gate, forcefully propelling Meremian away. The gatekeeper spirits barred her escape. Lacking the reasoning of ordinary beings, they only knew that Meremian's approach to the gate was an attempt to flee. Naturally, they could not fathom that someone would wish to consume her. Unable to escape through the iron gate, Meremian turned to see Lin Ming charging toward her with ferocity. And in her panic, she soared into the air. In the air, the power of the guardian spirits was at work, an invisible force that compelled her back, landing her right before Lin Ming. Why you? Don't come any closer. The beautiful visage recoiled in terror. Lin Ming sneered, scream all you want. No one will come to your aid. Just submit to me willingly. The words echoed in her mind, familiar from the brothel. Yet never had she felt such dread as she did today. In the past, she had always sought the essence of her clients. But today, she was to surrender her own essence. She was unwilling. She did not wish to perish. I beg you, spare me. I will do anything. The beautiful visage pleaded desperately. What can you possibly do in your state? Lin Ming observed half of her face. She quickly retorted, though I lack a body, I still possess a mouth. Spitame. It's already leaking. Lin Ming's third eye opened wide, crimson light cascading forth, instantly binding the beautiful visage, rendering her immobile. She struggled fiercely to summon her strength and resistance, but to no avail. The red light slowly siphoned away her power, a process known as guiding one's essence to the other shore. Damn it, stealing business? Lin Ming's expression turned icy as he stepped forward, grasping the beautiful visage and beginning to devour her power. The red light, unable to restrain Lin Ming, merely accelerated the guidance process. Thus, the beautiful visage was torn asunder, crying out in agony, why not both come at me together, one in front and one behind? With a horrific sound, she was brutally ripped in two. Once already possessing but half a face, she was now reduced to a quarter, ultimately consumed amidst her wails. Lin Ming absorbed 2/3 of the malevolent power, feeling invigorated and full of energy. He wished to test the strength of his primordial spirit, but lacked the means to do so, as one must at least reach the spiritual liquid stage to utilize it. Lin Ming could only attempt this with the aid of his third eye. He focused his thoughts, silently commanding it to close. With a single command, the eye obediently shut. Open. With a swish, the blood-red eye opened once more, casting its crimson glow. Witnessing its obedient demeanor, far more compliant than before, Lin Ming felt satisfied. He would no longer have to worry about this entity revealing his identity at any moment. Moreover, he discovered that the range of the red light seemed to have expanded. Indeed, The control exerted by the blood red eye was related to the strength of his primordial spirit. In simple terms, the larger the heart, the greater the stage. Once he finished managing the blood red eye, Lin Ming looked down contentedly at the dropped items from the beautiful visage. Illusion blue, alter ego purple, essence devouring purple, 18 techniques of the bed female version green, intense grievance green. 5 items in total, though 2 were green. None sparked the desire to choose them. As for the other 3, Lin Ming unhesitatingly selected illusion. He is immensely fond of this ability as a weapon in battle. It is undoubtedly a formidable tool of destruction. This time, he had prepared himself, anticipating the illusionary tactics, thus avoiding falling into their trap. If employed to deceive others while they remain completely unaware, its effectiveness would be unparalleled. Lin Ming immediately absorbed the attributes and then reviewed the ones he currently possessed. Host, Lin Ming. Realm, Body Refinement Level 8. Martial Arts, 5 Divine Nurturing Techniques, Divine. Divine Power, Corrosive Technique, Blue. Attributes, Innate Demon, Purple 2-5, Guiding Spirit Child, Red. Incense Blessing, Blue. Illusion Technique, Blue. Overall, it was quite satisfactory. Lin Ming contentedly stowed away the luminous screen and approached the iron door, knocking vigorously. Let me out. The previous voice of the beautiful face had been obstructed by the guardian of the door, preventing it from reaching outside. However, now Lin Ming's voice was that of a living man, vibrant and full of vitality, and the guardian did not impede him. Sun Xingnian, who had been waiting outside, immediately moved to open the door upon hearing the noise. Captain Wu silently calculated the time and then glanced at Zhao Tao with a smirk. That was merely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, wasn't it? Coming out so quickly surely means he has suffered greatly at the hands of the beautiful face. Do you suppose he's missing an arm or a leg? Zhao Tao's heart tightened as he fixed his gaze on the iron door. Sun Xingnian and Captain Wu shared the same thoughts. Believing that Lin Ming could not have dealt with the beautiful face so swiftly and must have encountered misfortune. With a sigh, Sun Xingnian opened the door. I told you before I wouldn't let you in. Now you realize the trouble. Huh? You're unscathed? Chapter 16. Misunderstandings, the Captain's Siege, and the Power of Illusions. It was not surprising to these individuals that Lin Ming managed to escape. However, the fact that he emerged unscathed, with not a single tear in his attire, astonished them greatly. Sun Xingnian's eyes widened as he scrutinized Lin Ming, attempting to discern whether he was merely feigning composure while harboring fear. Zhao Tao observed Lin Ming with a mix of astonishment and excitement, repeatedly thumping his thigh. I told you, you're capable, absolutely capable. Lin Ming, somewhat dissatisfied, remarked, Are there no further tests? I believe that to gain entry into such a prestigious organization as the Demon Suppression Division, I should be assessed at least 10 or 8 times, and each time should involve a malevolent spirit or a formidable monster. Zhao Tao retorted with annoyance. Are you serious? Is one assessment not sufficient? I find it inadequate. Without enduring 10 or 8 trials, how can I truly prove my strength? Lin Ming expressed his fervent desire. However, this heartfelt suggestion was misconstrued as boasting. To Zhao Tao, it seemed that Lin Ming merely wished to flaunt his swift escape and demonstrate his considerable abilities. Captain Wu, however, held a different perspective. After scrutinizing Lin Ming from head to toe, he queried, Did you never actually enter that room and confront the malevolent spirit? Or were you immediately subdued and possessed upon entry? Many malevolent spirits possess the ability to inhabit human vessels and can masquerade as ordinary individuals. Coincidentally, the beautiful face spirit possessed such capabilities, which led Captain Wu to harbor doubts. Sun Xingnian's eyes flickered as he hastily entered the courtyard for inspection. Meanwhile, Zhao Tao was eager for Lin Ming to prove his worth against his uncle, promptly countering, You've undergone the assessment yourself. You should understand that even without entering the room, the malevolent spirit will actively emerge to attack you. Thus, evasion is impossible. The notion that Lin Ming was possessed is utterly laughable. I say, Old Wu, are you envious? Envious that this lad surpasses you? I recall you were so frightened during your assessment that you wet yourself, right? Ha ha ha. Captain Wu's composure faltered as he seethed. Old Jiao, can you kindly keep your mouth shut? Zhao Tao, wearing a mocking grin, responded, Oh, are you flustered now? Captain Wu, Unable to swallow his indignation and seeking to retaliate yet finding no grounds, redirected his focus to Lin Ming. Old Geo, do not get too smug. This lad possesses certain skills, but to achieve longevity in the Demon Suppression Division, mere cleverness is insufficient. True prowess is required. And what constitutes true prowess? Wedding oneself in fear of a malevolent spirit? Zhao Tao scoffed. Can't you say something else? After all these years of brotherhood, are you willing to forsake it? Captain Wu exclaimed in exasperation. Do not be upset, of course. Brotherhood matters. Zhao Tao conceded, realizing his remarks may have been excessive. After a moment's contemplation, he added earnestly, Yet, I still find that mentioning your mishap brings me great amusement. Ha 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 ha. Captain Wu ground his teeth in frustration, yet he could do nothing to Zhao Tao. With a resentful glare, he turned his attention to Lin Ming. Is watching this spectacle amusing to you, lad? Lin Ming, with an innocent expression, replied, Why are you taking your anger out on me? I did not mention your unfortunate incident. The fifth captain was seething with rage, nearly on the verge of bloodshed. He felt an overwhelming urge to curse and unleash his fury, particularly towards these two despicable individuals. However, recognizing his current disadvantage, he opted for a strategic retreat, turning to leave. Yet, just as he had taken a couple of steps, Sun Xingyan suddenly dashed out from the courtyard, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Ming. Seize this brat. The beautiful visage has vanished, likely having taken refuge in his body. What? Zhao Tao and the fifth captain were taken aback. But soon, a sinister smile crept across the fifth captain's face. You were quite arrogant just now, weren't you? Mocking me for soiling my trousers? Now, let me show you who truly has reason to fear. Zhao Tao was equally astonished by Sun Xingyan's words. He had not anticipated that the beautiful visage had genuinely disappeared. Could it be that it had indeed latched on a Lin Ming in an attempt to escape? Before he could ponder further, he witnessed the fifth captain making a move against Lin Ming. True to his rank as the captain of the Demon Suppression Division, he had mastered the wind step technique to an extraordinary degree. With just a single step, he seemed to glide through the air, covering a distance of 7 or 8 meters in an instant, arriving before Lin Ming. Zhao Tao, alarmed, shouted desperately, Old Five, don't be rash. This kid is far more powerful than he appears. Nonsense. No one is stronger than me at the gathering chi stage. The fifth captain bellowed in fury, Heavenly Calamity Fist. This punch was infused with years of the fifth captain's accumulated prowess, the malevolent energy coiling around a testament to countless defeated fiends, capable of suppressing vitality and unsettling the mind. Lin Ming sensed the immense pressure of the fist, akin to a mountain crashing down, and his expression turned grave. Though they had yet to make contact, he was certain this adversary surpassed Zhao Tao in strength. Previously, he had barely managed to hold his ground against Zhao Tao by risking his life. Now, in a fair confrontation, he was no match for this captain of the gathering chi stage. However, after absorbing the beautiful visage, Lin Ming's spiritual essence had been enhanced, significantly improving his reflexes. This made the fifth captain's fist appear agonizingly slow, reminiscent of an elderly man delivering a strike. Though the movement was sluggish, Lin Ming was acutely aware that the power contained within was beyond his capacity to withstand. After all, he was but at the 8th level of body refinement, and no matter how vigorous his blood was, it could not compare to true chi. Thus, relying solely on his exceptionally fast reflexes, he dodged the punch and retaliated with a strike aimed at the fifth captain's ribs. To the fifth captain, Lin Ming's movements resembled that of an elusive specter, evading capture, prompting a drastic change in his countenance. He had claimed not to be possessed. Monster, I can tell at a glance that you are not human. With a scream, the fifth captain was sent flying sideways, crashing heavily to the ground, cradling his ribs in pain. In an attempt to alleviate his discomfort, he hunched over, only to inadvertently press on his injury, resulting in a spray of blood. Bowing his head, the crimson liquid stained his trousers. However, the fifth captain had no time to dwell on this. Terror washed over him as he gazed at Lin Ming. What kind of monster are you? Sun Xingyan had stealthily approached from behind, wielding a blade aimed at Lin Ming's skull. It was none other than the gluttonous wolf blade technique. This technique, crafted by the master of the Demon Suppression Division, possessed unparalleled might. Subsequently, through the relentless refinement by numerous martial arts masters, the technique became both swift and ferocious, akin to a cunning and rapid wolf in its execution. It is undoubtedly a martial art that every member of the Demon Suppression Division must master. Sun Xingyan, having trained aspiring warriors for many years, had honed this blade technique to perfection. At this moment, as the blade sliced downward, the sound of the air being cleaved was sharp and piercing, reverberating painfully against the eardrums, leaving Lin Ming momentarily disoriented and diminishing his combat prowess by a third. Truly, as the chief instructor, his prowess was formidable. With Lin Ming's current spirit reaction speed, he found himself unable to evade the strike entirely, seemingly left with no choice but to endure the blow. The outcome of such endurance was undoubtedly fatal. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Ming employed an illusion. In Sun Xingyan's eyes, Lin Ming abruptly darted to the left, his movement distorted in a manner that defied logic, executed with a swiftness uncharacteristic of his realm. Under normal circumstances, Sun Xingyan would have discerned the anomaly. However, consumed by the belief that Lin Ming had been possessed, he deemed this display of ability justifiable. Fueling his rage as he perceived this individual had finally revealed his true form. Sun Xingyan harbored disdain for Lin Ming. Yet even upon believing he had been slain by a malevolent force, his murderous intent surged. With a swift motion, the demon-slaying blade redirected, striking heavily towards the fleeing illusion of Lin Ming, only to cleave through emptiness. Alarmed, he realized this is an illusion, but when had it manifested? A sense of dread enveloped Sun Xingyan as he found himself utterly unaware of when he had fallen prey to this trickery. Chapter 17. Proving Innocence. The boss is snatching people. Sun Xingyan reacted with remarkable swiftness, retreating immediately upon missing his strike, wary of a potential counterattack from Lin Ming. Concurrently, he bellowed at Zhao Tao, "Stop dawdling. Grab the talisman. Call for help." Zhao Tao glanced at the injured Lao Wu and then at Sun Xingyan, struggling to comprehend how the individual he had chosen had succumbed to the control of an evil entity. Yet, after much contemplation, he ultimately opted for the familiar ally over the unfamiliar Lin Ming, hastily retrieving a candlestick. The candlestick was an unadorned iron piece, entirely black, with a simplistic design devoid of embellishment. Within the candle holder lay a layer of murky grease, viscous and reminiscent of corpse oil, emitting a faintly foul odor. The wick, as fine as a strand of hair, was presently ignited, casting a dim yellow glow that felt neither warm nor comforting, but rather imbued with a chilling, ghostly aura. Standing nearby, Lin Ming felt as if he were confronting a malevolent spirit, a shiver coursing through him, as if he were being frozen in place. Before the candlestick, the blood-red vertical eye on his forehead fluttered slightly, yet remained within controllable bounds, unlike before when it had erupted uncontrollably. Now, it merely served to remind Lin Ming that the oil lamp contained malevolent power. Lin Ming recalled having read about this in a book. In the face of evil entities, many warriors found themselves overmatched. Thus, to better combat these forces, some would harness evil spirits and fashion them into talismans, using evil against evil. Crucially, upon Zhao Tao producing the oil lamp, Lin Ming's illusionary powers were immediately rendered ineffective. Through the attributes panel, he noted that his illusion entry had turned gray, signifying that this ability could no longer be activated. With the illusion's effects dissipated, Sun Xingyan's aura firmly locked onto Lin Ming, preparing for his next assault. Noticing the vigilant demeanor of the three individuals, Lin Ming quickly raised both hands. "Stop. Please do not strike. I am not under the control of an evil spirit. Rather, I have mastered it." Sun Xingyan scoffed. No surprise, being a spirit, it excels in deception. Lin Ming felt an urge to curse. "When I was deceiving you before, you all believed it without question. Now that I speak the truth, none of you trust me?" Zhao Tao, though somewhat inclined to believe him, remained cautious. "You claim to have control over the evil spirit. Where is your proof?" Lin Ming replied, somewhat exasperated, "I am no expert on evil spirits. What proof can I provide? Suggest a method, and I shall demonstrate." "Very well," Zhao Tao proposed. "Touch the guardian deity's portrait. If there is no reaction, it will prove your innocence." This guardian deity, crafted by Confucian scholars, embodied the ancestral power of the Tianwu dynasty and held a strong aversion to evil spirits. Should an evil entity indeed approach, it would provoke a response. Lin Ming looked at Sun Xingyan, observing his agreement to this test, and promptly approached the guardian deity, lightly touching the jade feet of the two golden-armored deities. As Lin Ming engaged in his endeavor, he deliberately harnessed the power of incense. This was primarily due to his uncertainty regarding whether his innate demonic attributes would provoke a backlash from the guardian deity. Indeed, once enveloped in the incense's energy, the golden armored guardian displayed no reaction to Lin Ming's touch. However, it would be inaccurate to claim there was no response. The guardian cast a disdainful glance at Lin Ming before falling silent. This was sufficient to suggest that Lin Ming might be peculiar, yet assuredly not malevolent. Zhao Tao breathed a sigh of relief. The Confucian methods had proven effective, so what was there to fear? Sun Xingyan was somewhat taken aback, not entirely convinced, and continued to scrutinize Lin Ming. Although the beautiful countenance is merely a specter-grade malevolence, having just been captured and infused with heightened resentment, its strength has escalated to that of a vengeful spirit. Even someone in the gathering chi stage must tread cautiously. What gives you the confidence to control it alone? Lin Ming pondered for a moment. Perhaps it is due to my considerable strength. Ha, you possess strength? Sun Xingyan scoffed. You think you can surpass Captain Wu? Upon turning, Sun Xingyan noticed Captain Wu on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth and trousers, his expression faltering slightly. He redirected his argument. All right, let us set Captain Wu aside for the moment. Can you truly surpass Captain Zhao? Before Lin Ming could respond, Zhao Tao quietly interjected, He can. Nonsense. I refuse to believe it. Sun Xingyan retorted angrily. Zhao Tao felt wronged. I have previously sparred with him. We nearly met our demise together. Moreover, I'm not even a match for Captain Wu. If he has been defeated, what fault lies with Lin Ming? Sun Xingyan's expression darkened, his heart heavy with doubt. Yet, he quickly sought a counterargument. Very well. Even if you're indeed stronger than the captain, the beautiful countenance was captured through the combined efforts of two captains. Can you truly handle it alone? At that moment, the sixth captain, having heard the commotion, emerged from the adjacent courtyard. A man of integrity, he would not lie. Actually, my primary purpose for venturing out was a funded excursion. The main efforts were exerted by Captain Wu himself, so he is not necessarily stronger than the two of us. Merely stronger than Captain Wu. Cough, sputter. Captain Wu, seated on the ground, coughed up another mouthful of blood, as though his injuries had worsened. His gaze filled with resentment. Thus, only in the realm of Captain Wu's suffering was consensus reached. Sun Xingyan was left speechless, gazing at Lin Ming with a blend of skepticism and curiosity. Are you truly that formidable? Could you perhaps recount how you subdued the beautiful countenance? What is there that I cannot share? Lin Ming shrugged and began his narrative. He recounted the experience of confronting an illusion upon entering the room, clarifying that he had been adequately prepared and was not deceived. The subsequent details were a mix of truth and embellishment. He refrained from mentioning that the beautiful countenance had been controlled by his radiant energy. Instead, he stated that the entity had initially seduced him, approaching for a kiss and drawing from him, prompting him to retaliate with his own absorption. As he continued to draw in the entity, it inexplicably became integrated within his being, and he acquired a peculiar aptitude for illusion. The three bystanders listened with expressions of utter astonishment. The earlier segments appeared rather mundane. Discerning an illusion was hardly remarkable. However, you actually drained malevolence? Sun Xingyan could not restrain himself. Lin Ming, what was your previous occupation? The honest captain of the sixth team pondered for a moment before confirming. So, you have prior experience in the brothel industry? No, perhaps it is merely a gift. Lin Ming replied, a scowl on his face. I possess an innate vigor, and coupled with my extensive study of virtuous texts, my heart is filled with righteousness. Thus, the alluring beauty cannot withstand my overwhelming aura of integrity. Sun Xingyan waved his hand dismissively. If you prefer not to speak, that is entirely your choice. Everyone harbors secrets, which I can understand. There is no need for boastfulness. However, I must conduct a further examination of you. Fear not, I shall not cause you harm. With that, he stepped forward, placing his hand around Lin Ming's face to explore. The method employed by the enchanting beauty to control individuals was rather straightforward, to replace the target's face with their own. Yet, due to insufficient strength, there would invariably be some seams left behind. As Sun Xingyan meticulously searched, He found no seams, and even as his vital energy coursed through Lin Ming's body, he detected no abnormalities. Instead, he sensed a remarkable vitality, one that surpassed many practitioners at the gathering chi stage by a considerable margin. At this revelation, Sun Xingyan was thoroughly convinced of Lin Ming's extraordinary claims. Although astonishment filled his heart, a gentle expression graced his features. Brother Lin Ming, I must apologize for my previous behavior. I tend to be rather cautious, which may have led to my rudeness. Please do not take offense. Would you be interested in joining my training academy to instruct the warriors there? Hearing that Sun Xingyan's examination yielded no issues brought great joy to Zhao Tao. But the subsequent proposal left him feeling uneasy. Goodness, is he now trying to poach talent? P.S. Classification of malevolent spirits. Ghosts, vengeful spirits, evil spirits, calamities, and nation destroyers. Chapter 18. Uncle, you may find it hard to believe, but he was slain by a malevolent spirit. Master Sun, is it not inappropriate for you to usurp my disciple? Are you not fearful that Brother Lin might attract a great evil to our training academy? Zhao Tao scoffed. Indeed, Sun Xingyan had just proclaimed Lin Ming to be a malevolent spirit and intended to eliminate him, yet now sought to recruit him. Anyone with a modicum of pride would feel embarrassed. However, Sun Xingyan was unashamed. He had no sense of decorum. Do not heed his words, Lin Ming. You have witnessed Zhao Tao's abilities. He pales in comparison to Captain Wu. Thus, aligning with me is undoubtedly your best choice. I am well versed in numerous martial arts and can impart them to you, ensuring your strength will flourish. Moreover, I am the chief instructor of the training academy. Serving under me guarantees safety, and the remuneration is quite generous. Sun Xingyan wore a benign smile, entirely devoid of the ferocity he displayed moments ago. Zhao Tao's expression darkened. What sort of nonsense was this? Captain Wu, struggling to rise, understood the situation clearly and even personally recognized Lin Ming as a rare talent. He extended an invitation. Join my 5th team. I will treat you as my own brother, and one day, the position of captain will be yours with excellent benefits. Zhao Tao's countenance darkened once more. Captain Liu, known for his honesty, would never engage in such recruitment tactics. Scratching his head, he tentatively suggested, "How about you join our team? I could introduce you to my sister. She's quite lovely." Zhao Tao could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "You three, get lost. Earlier, when I brought people here, each of you looked down on me, and now you wish to woo him over." He then turned to Lin Ming, saying, "Do not trust them. Join my team, and I will make you the vice captain. There is plenty of wealth and women. My aunt is the commander of the provincial city, and I can arrange for her to find you a noble woman as a bride." Observing the fervent and eager expressions of the three, Lin Ming quickly clarified, "In truth, I have little interest in wealth, nor do I desire women." Captain Liu paused, contemplating before saying, "Well, I do have a brother. He is decent-looking as well. Perhaps you might consider? I came to the Demon Suppression Division for 3 purposes: to slay demons, uphold righteousness, and protect all living beings. Therefore, I implore you to grant me the position with the highest casualty rate." Lin Ming gazed earnestly at the 3 before him. The trio stared back at Lin Ming in shock. Captain Wu even forgot to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. They had encountered many boastful individuals, yet none compared to Lin Ming's audacity. However, seeing Lin Ming's serious demeanor, it did not appear to be mere bravado aimed at winning their favor. Zhao Tao was now somewhat uncertain. "Lin Ming, are you serious? Do not speak carelessly. The Demon Suppression Division truly faces perilous factions." "Such as?" Lin Ming inquired. His spirits lifted with anticipation. Observing his genuine interest, Zhao Tao hesitated to respond. It was Captain Liu who, in his straightforward manner, explained. The Demon Suppression Division is divided into 5 branches: the Apprentice Warrior Academy, the Civil Service Academy, the Demon Suppression Academy, the Demon Suppression Prison, and the Cannon Fodder Academy. Among the most perilous entities is the Cannon Fodder Academy. Whenever malevolent creatures surface in a particular locale, it is customary to dispatch them for preliminary reconnaissance, assessing the adversary's strength. Consequently, this academy typically comprises individuals who have committed grave offenses and seek redemption, or those lacking the qualifications to join the Demon Suppression Division but yearning to participate. Given your prowess, I must candidly assert that joining the Cannon Fodder Academy would be somewhat of a squander. The Demon Suppression Academy would be far more fitting, particularly as a member of one of our smaller teams. Upon hearing the origin of the Cannon Fodder Academy, Lin Ming shook his head vehemently. I have no desire to go there. Are there any particularly hazardous teams within the Demon Suppression Academy? Ones with a consistently high casualty rate during missions? At this, the three captains fell silent, unwilling to permit Lin Ming to join another team. Instructor Sun, with a grave tone, replied, that would be Team 10. The captain of Team 10 is known as the Desperate Warrior. When confronted with malevolent entities, he fights with reckless abandon. Although the casualties are considerable, the results are always remarkable, leaving the junior officers with grievances they dare not voice. Lin Ming's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Then that shall be the team for me. The prospect of Team 10 seemed like a veritable dreamland for him. He felt that, after merely 2 missions with them, even without obtaining any essence, he could soar simply by relying on his attributes. The 4 individuals nearby collectively sighed, recognizing the naivety of the newcomer, who had just arrived at the Demon Suppression Division, still clinging to the illusion of saving the world. No worries. After enduring a few beatings from malevolent beings, he will come to understand. Zhao Tao, unable to bear the thought of Lin Ming joining Team 10 and facing certain doom, immediately suggested, whichever team you choose is beyond our authority. First, go seek my uncle. Lin Ming acquiesced. The other 3 did not impede him, merely watching with regret as he departed. Once the 2 had distanced themselves, the captain of Team 6 glanced at the blood at the corner of the mouth of Team 5's captain and then at his trousers, feeling a twinge of disdain. Did Lin Ming frighten you into bleeding? That was due to being beaten, mind you. Team 5's captain retorted indignantly. You were beaten to the point of bleeding by Lin Ming? Team 6 captain expressed further disdain. Team 5's captain fell silent. Sun Xingyan surveyed the vacant courtyard behind him, then turned to the 2 with a congenial expression. Gentlemen, have you considered taking a business trip? The malevolent entities required for the assessment are no longer present. Huh, I'm bleeding. I can't go. Team 5's captain exclaimed, reveling in the situation. Old 6, it's your turn now. Well, do take care of yourself. Team 6 captain patted his good friend on the shoulder before leaving. Observing his sympathetic tone and retreating figure, Team 5's captain momentarily froze and then exclaimed in a panic. Wait, you can't possibly believe that. I was merely jesting. Don't let that spread. The voice of Team 6 captain echoed back. Rest assured, I am quite discreet. In the courtyard of the junior officers, Zhao Tao returned with Lin Ming, brimming with excitement. The moment for his favorite act of face-slapping was imminent. He was eager to witness how his uncle would manage to effortlessly subdue a malevolent entity in front of someone he held in contempt. Lin Ming, however, regarded Zhao Tao with curiosity, perplexed by the abysmal state of their familial relations that fueled such enthusiasm for embarrassing his uncle. The 2 arrived outside the study. Upon hearing a sound from within, Zhao Tao confidently pushed the door open and announced, Esteemed Captain, I have come to deliver momentous news. Captain Zhao Chuanfu, noticing the return of Zhao Tao, impatiently inquired, What brings you here again? Did you fail the assessment? Tian Weishue was still present. She cast a glance at the unscathed Lin Ming and remarked coolly, Captain, the malevolent spirit used in the prior assessment has been vanquished by me. Oh, right. I had forgotten about that matter. Zhao Chuanfu replied with a gentle smile directed at Tian Weishue. However, his demeanor shifted back to annoyance as he turned to Zhao Tao. I recall that Teams 5 and 6 jointly requested to capture the new malevolent spirit. That spirit, having recently been apprehended, is still filled with resentment. We need to wait 2 months before the assessment, correct? So arrange for him to enter the training academy. Is this trivial matter truly so difficult that I must reiterate it? Zhao Tao, brimming with pride, declared, the training academy? What is there to learn? Once I reveal his achievements, you'll be astounded. This lad, the gallant Lin Ming whom I brought, single-handedly eliminated the newly arrived malevolent spirit. Now, tell me, are you impressed? Chapter 19. The astonishing officer what? Zhao Chuanfu furrowed his brow as he gazed at Lin Ming. He had previously observed Lin Ming and noted that his vitality was quite robust, indicating that he had not only devoted himself to his studies over the years, but also engaged in rigorous physical training. However, To assert that Lin Ming could vanquish a malevolent spirit, especially one that had just been captured and was overflowing with resentment, was utterly implausible to Zhao Chuanfu. He cast a cold glance at Zhao Tao. Why didn't you allow me to witness the test firsthand? Zhao Tao felt a pang of guilt. He was reluctant to admit that he, too, had initially doubted Lin Ming's capabilities. He hastily diverted the conversation. I actually intended to call you over. But he was just too swift, and before I could react, it was all over. Zhao Chuanfu's skepticism deepened as he replied indifferently. If I recall correctly, that malevolent spirit was a ghostly beauty, recently captured, and her resentment must have propelled her beyond the threshold of a vengeful spirit, correct? Indeed, doesn't that only further illustrate this lad's prowess? He must at least be of captain rank, Zhao Tao asserted with conviction. Zhao Chuanfu chuckled derisively. Do you truly believe such nonsense? Swear, do you believe it? Beside them, Tian Weishua was still enveloped in astonishment that Lin Ming had passed the assessment. Upon hearing Zhao Chuanfu's inquiry, she instinctively replied, I don't believe it. Yet, immediately regretted her words, fearing they might wound Lin Ming's fragile spirit. A flicker of panic crossed Tian Weishua's face, and she hurriedly attempted to clarify to Lin Ming, it's not that I don't believe in you. I just feel she faltered, unable to elaborate, for she recognized the futility of her defense and perceived Lin Ming's indifferent demeanor. Logically, this should have been a fortuitous event, as Lin Ming's apparent indifference to her belief or disbelief indicated that her words had not affected him. Nevertheless, a sense of emptiness suddenly enveloped Tian Weishua, akin to the loss of something precious. Her heart constricted with an inexplicable sorrow. The thought emerging unbidden, brother no longer wants me. This notion seized her heart, birthing an indescribable sense of loss and anguish. Tian Weishua fervently reminded herself that this was a positive development, a monumental blessing. She harbored no feelings for Lin Ming, and he no longer pursued her. Neither owed the other anything. She ought to rejoice and pursue her dreams with renewed vigor and lightness. Yet, the more she gazed upon Lin Ming's serene face, the more her heart ached, compelling her to employ her cultivation technique to maintain her composure. Her technique, known as the Jade Clarity Ascension Method, promised to purify one's body and mind to a state of flawless clarity, free from distractions, facilitating unparalleled cultivation speed. Even in an era surrounded by formidable powers and countless prodigies, this technique was considered supreme. In her past life, Tian Weishua had consistently practiced this method, relying upon it to swiftly regain her composure and devise strategies amidst peril and difficulty. Yet now it faltered. This esteemed technique could not restore her tranquility, and she felt tears welling unbidden in her eyes. How could this be? Tian Weishua was bewildered and increasingly distressed, grappling with the realization that she had devolved into a state of turmoil over a man. One should not aspire to the grand path or seek divinity, should they? It must surely be the memories from those early years of life that bind me, undoubtedly so. I must find a way to resolve the lingering memories of my attachment to Lin Ming. Only then can I fully return to my former pure and pristine self. How shall I confront this? I shall surpass him, far exceed him, rendering him a mere ant beneath my feet. Deities do not concern themselves with a single ant. Thus, as long as I remain elevated, an insurmountable mountain for Lin Ming, I shall be able to relinquish these emotions entirely. Furthermore, I suspect my emotional entanglement is due to my proximity to Lin Ming. Once I grow stronger and distance myself from him, time will surely fade his existence from my memory. Tian Weishua forcibly steadied her mind. Only then did she notice the three individuals beside her gazing intently. Lin Ming wore a look of confusion, while Zhao Chuanfu and his nephew displayed expressions of utter bewilderment. Ahem, I am fine, she hastily explained, her words lacking conviction. Lin Ming shrugged, uninterested in the matter. This sight pierced Tian Weishua's heart anew. I must surpass him, I must. However, the elevation she sought would not belittle Lin Ming. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, she modified her statement. Captain, I believe whether this matter is true or not can be discerned by simply witnessing it. Why engage in speculation here? Zhao Tao nodded vigorously. Indeed, seeing it for ourselves will reveal the truth. Zhao Chuanfu remained silent, casting a skeptical glance at Lin Ming. Then at Tian Weishua. Lin Ming, observing the mischievous glint in his apprentice's eyes, keenly sensed that something was amiss between the two. This will not do. I must investigate further. Tian Weishue has a promising future ahead, if she were to marry early in a small county and settle into domesticity. That would be an utter waste of her potential. I shall first ascertain whether Lin Ming possesses true capability. If he does, I shall advise him against hindering Tian Weishue. If he lacks merit, then I shall decisively sever their ties. Just as Zhao Chuanfu was about to take action, a bumbling voice emanated from outside. Captain, I, Chun Dong, have urgent matters to report. Come in, Liu. Zhao Chuanfu gestured for the others to step aside, then turned to the earnest crew-cut man who entered. What is the matter? The malevolent entity designated for assessment in the training academy has. Oh, it was eliminated by Lin Ming. The captain of the 6th squad indicated Lin Ming beside him. Thus, I have come to request a new task ordered to capture another malevolent entity. Zhao Chuanfu's expression shifted to one of surprise. If it were Zhao Tao, he might not have believed it, for that young man seemed steady but was quite cunning. Yet, the 6th squad leader, Chen Dong, was renowned for his sincerity and never spoke falsehoods. Did Lin Ming truly slay the malevolent entity? Did you witness it with your own eyes? Zhao Chuanfu inquired urgently. I only saw him enter the assessment hall. We cannot casually enter, so it cannot be deemed as having seen it with my own eyes. But what reason would there be to lie about such a matter? Who would wish to recruit an ineffectual person into the ranks? The 6th squad leader regarded Zhao Chuanfu with confusion, uncertain of the captain's unusual demeanor today. Indeed, he is as straightforward as they come, speaking without a hint of circumlocution, leaving Zhao Chuanfu momentarily speechless. It is true. This is the Demon Suppression Division, and Lin Ming's presence here signifies his role at the forefront, not a sojourn of leisure, who with a full belly would deliberately fabricate tales to find themselves in such a perilous environment. Instantly, Zhao Chuanfu believed him. His attitude towards Lin Ming shifted, and he marveled. I had no idea you possessed such capabilities. In that case, I need not inspect the site myself. Bring forth some tea. We have much to discuss. Captain, will you still be giving me the task token? The straightforward one interrupted, scratching his head. Zhao Chuanfu smacked his forehead and promptly produced the task token, just as he was about to hand it over when a realization struck him. Wait a moment, wasn't this matter assigned to the 5th squad? Why has their captain not arrived, allowing you to come instead? The straightforward one hesitated, recalling his prior promise to Old 5 not to disclose anything. But recognizing the necessity of honesty in response to the captain's inquiry, he replied candidly, the 5th squad captain, due to a misunderstanding that Lin Ming had been possessed by a beautiful visage, engaged him in combat, only to be severely defeated and rendered unable to undertake any task for the time being. Hence I was sent in his stead. Zhao Chuanfu. 2 maidservants who had just entered with tea stood frozen in the doorway, equally bewildered. What do we just hear? This matter seems inappropriate for us to overhear. Does it not? Should we step outside to avoid any suspicion? Chapter 20. Let us become his mountain. Zhao Quanfeng clearly disregarded Captain Wu's face and earnestly fixed his gaze upon Tai Hanin's, inquiring, Are you certain? Did you witness it with your own eyes? Regardless, Old Wu's blood-stained trousers were not the result of mere urination, but rather something more serious. The subordinate leaned towards the latter explanation. Does the esteemed officer have any other conjectures? Curiosity piqued. Tai Hanin's began to delve into the discussion. The maid at the door was becoming increasingly flustered, trembling as she hastily set down her teacup and prepared to leave. Zhao Quanfeng, disinterested in discussing such base matters, reluctantly tossed the mission token over. Old Liu, you may step outside. Yes. Tai Hanin's hesitated briefly, clutching the mission token as he moved towards the door. Just as he reached the threshold, he turned back to say, Officer, I promised Old Wu I would not let this matter spread. You must not speak of it outside. The officer had little patience for such trivialities and merely waved his hand dismissively. The 2 maids, having overheard, quickened their pace even further. In their haste, they nearly collided with the matron in charge, inciting a fierce reprimand from her. The 2 girls hurriedly recounted what they had just witnessed, expressing their own fright. The matron, incredulous, responded, Surely not. I thought Captain Wu was quite formidable, a rather proud individual. How could he have been so thoroughly bested? Are you fabricating tales? One maid quickly defended. Even if we were to lie, we wouldn't dare to concoct stories about a captain. Besides, Captain Liu has explicitly stated that this matter must not be divulged. Thus it must indeed be true. The matroness expression tightened as she cautioned. You two must absolutely not let this information escape. Rest assured, we shall keep it to ourselves. The two maids assured her with fervent nods. Very well, off you go, the matron urged, dismissing them to attend to her own gathering. Her companions were all stewards of affluent families, each one adorned in gold and silver, exuding an air of opulence. The demon suppression office offered little in the way of profit, and the matron often found herself the target of her sister's teasing, who claimed she was truly loyal to the office. In defiance, she retorted, "What does your meager profit amount to? I frequently encounter confidential matters at the demon suppression office. You are aware of Captain Wu, right? That imposing figure, today reduced to a state of blood and urine." In the study, Zhao Quanfeng had just listened to Lin Ming recount the encounter with the beauty of the enchantment, his face alight with astonishment. This young man was impressive. With only the 8th level of body refinement, he had slain the beauty and even acquired her illusionary powers. While it was not impossible to vanquish a malevolent spirit and gain its abilities, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Over the years, Zhao Quanfeng had scarcely heard of such feats. To think that he had such an individual among his ranks reshaped his perception of Lin Ming entirely. Moreover, the more he observed Lin Ming, the more he felt inclined to consider him as a potential disciple. Hadn't he Shui or just exchanged a glance filled with unspoken sentiments with this young man? Perhaps this could indeed be a fine match. Should they unite in marriage, it would represent a formidable alliance. And should they bear children, those offspring would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Zhao Chuanfu felt increasingly exhilarated, his gaze towards Lin Ming becoming ever more benevolent, his tone unprecedentedly gentle. Young man, you possess remarkable potential. Joining the demon suppression department is indeed a discerning choice. Zhao Tao, witnessing his uncle's transformation, swelled with pride. Oh, who was it that looked down on him before? Thought I brought a mere trifle to deceive you. Gout. Zhao Chuanfu regarded his nephew with an impassive expression. Zhao Tao's face stiffened, wishing to retort, but upon seeing his uncle roll up his sleeves, his fury condensed into 3 words. Fine, I'll go. Once he departed, Zhao Chuanfu once again looked kindly at Lin Ming. Now that the bothersome presence has vacated, let us discuss your matters. Have you decided which team you wish to join? Zhao Tao undoubtedly sought to recruit you. Despite his seemingly lackluster demeanor, he is indeed commendable towards his teammates. If you consider him, it could grant him a greater chance of survival and expedite his promotion. Though he spoke harshly, he was inwardly partial, hoping to arrange talent for Zhao Tao. Lin Ming shook his head. I will not join Team 9. Zhao Chuanfu's eyes flickered before he responded. You aspire to form your own team? That is rather improbable, as the team allocations have been decreed by His Majesty and remain unchanged for many years. I do not wish to form my own team. I want to join Team 10. Lin Ming interjected hastily. That is out of the question. Zhao Chuanfu firmly rejected, his expression darkening. Did Zhao Tao not inform you of the circumstances surrounding Team 10? Lin Ming nodded. He did mention it. The casualty rate is high. Hence they certainly require personnel, and my joining would be timely. Would it not? But it is exceedingly perilous there. Zhao Chuanfu warned sternly. Where is it not dangerous when malevolent forces abound? If we are to retreat and evade danger, I might as well serve as a hound for the wicked. It is precisely because I am too resolute to bend that I have come to the demon suppression department. Lin Ming's demeanor became solemn, his words leaving Zhao Chuanfu expressionless. Having fought and endured for many years, his resolve was unyielding, not swayed by mere words. Zhao Chuanfu aimed to probe Lin Ming further, stating seriously, do not blame me for failing to warn you. Team 10 invariably suffers losses on missions. It is possible that on your next outing, you may not return. Moreover, once you join a team, unless promoted, it is utterly impossible to transfer you to another team. So, do you still wish to proceed to Team 10? Indeed, Lin Ming affirmed resolutely. For the sake of my skills and the essence of life, I am willing to fight. Zhao Chuanfu regarded Lin Ming and suddenly smiled. You are a genius. I can grant you a special concession. If within 3 months you wish to transfer from Team 10, feel free to seek my approval, and I shall acquiesce. However, this window is strictly 3 months. Beyond that, I will no longer entertain your requests. No problem. Lin Ming replied with a smile. Zhao Chuanfu promptly penned an official document, handing it to Lin Ming to report to Team 10. As Lin Ming exited with the document, Zhao Chuanfu turned to the contemplative Tian Weishue. Swear, what occupies your thoughts? Huh? Oh, I was pondering how to swiftly grow stronger. Indeed, the 10th squad is perilous and frequently embarks on missions, is it not? I, too, aspire to join the 10th squad. Tian Weishue intends to surpass Lin Ming within the 10th squad, aiming to ascend to the position of captain at an accelerated pace, ultimately becoming a commander of demon suppression. This way, she believes she can thoroughly liberate herself from the peculiar emotions she harbors for Lin Ming. Though it may seem cruel to tread upon Lin Ming's ambitions, preventing him from rising, she understands that in her pursuit of greatness, sacrifices must be made. Zhao Chuanfu shook his head. You cannot join the 10th squad. My consent for Lin Ming's involvement stems from my uncertainty regarding his true potential. Allowing him some leeway for mischief is acceptable. At worst, I can arrange for someone to discreetly safeguard him. However, you're different. Your talent is evident, and I cannot permit you to take such risks. During this time, you must train diligently with the first squad, striving to accumulate 500 military merits within a month to become their captain. Only once you attain that position can I strategize your future endeavors. Furthermore, the first squad holds significant prestige within each demon suppression office, and it should satiate your ambition to become stronger. Wun Tiet? Tian Weishue's fervent desire for strength did not escape Zhao Chuanfu's keen perception. He even recognized that her aspirations extended beyond the confines of Pingan County, never content to remain a mere captain. After all, since becoming his apprentice, she had scarcely called him master. However, Zhao Chuanfu dismissed this, acknowledging that geniuses often possess a certain pride. Upon hearing Zhao Chuanfu's words, Tian Weishue fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, joining the first squad was the wisest choice, propelling her more swiftly toward her dreams. Moreover, excelling in such a talented environment would equate to surpassing Lin Ming. Yes, she would start by securing the captaincy of the first squad, becoming a towering peak above Lin Ming. Chapter 21. Writing a will upon joining the team? Lin Ming was entirely oblivious to Tian Weishue's thoughts. He was indifferent to speculation and concern. At present, his sole ambition was to acquire resources and grow stronger. Clutching Zhao Chuanfu's official document, he made his way to the courtyard designated for Team 10. Each of the 10 teams had their own exclusive courtyard. As he walked, he observed the courtyards of other official warriors. Some were desolate, presumably vacated for missions, while others were bustling with teams diligently practicing, their fervor palpable. Expecting Team 10's courtyard to resemble the others, Lin Ming was taken aback upon entering. He discovered several warriors lounging in the sun, some even dozing off. No one was practicing, and they appeared utterly indifferent to his arrival, exuding a demeanor of tranquility as if in retirement. Almost convinced he had entered the wrong place, Lin Ming glanced again at the sign at the entrance to confirm he was indeed in the right courtyard. He approached a youth reclining on a chaise lounge and inquired, "Brother, this is the courtyard of Team 10, correct? Where's our captain?" "The captain?" The youth jolted awake, staring at Lin Ming. "Here to deliver a mission?" "No, I'm here to report," Lin Ming replied, waving the document in his hand. Upon hearing this, the other sunbathing warriors turned their attention toward him. The youth first sighed in relief and then scrutinized Lin Ming with a hint of pity, asking, "Did you offend someone? How else would you end up assigned to our team?" "No, I applied voluntarily," Lin Ming clarified. "Come off it. What are you pretending for?" The youth scoffed. "Who doesn't know the reputation of Team 10? No one would willingly come here. We're all misfits sent here. What else with your pretentiousness? Don't worry, brother. Now that you're here, we're comrades in misfortune. When you meet your end, we will ensure your family is informed." He then called out, "Hey, Lao Su, bring a piece of paper." From a room on the eastern side of the courtyard, a middle-aged man, deeply engrossed in his writing, looked up with a solemn expression. Upon hearing the request, he casually tore off a piece of rice paper and tossed it over. The paper was exceedingly soft and light, typically difficult to throw far. Yet, with a casual flick, it flew through the air like a dart. When Lin Ming caught it, he felt no force behind it. Such control over power was beyond the capabilities of an average warrior in the body refinement stage. Impressive, Lin Ming marveled, then shook the paper in his hand, asking, "But what does this signify? Forged in the crucible of blood and battle, what do you expect?" The youth replied, "That paper is for you to write your will. You'd best do it quickly while the captain is away. Otherwise, when he returns, you may not have time to finish. If you perish in battle, your family wouldn't even know where to find your meager savings. How tragic would that be?" With that, the youth reclined once more, closing his eyes for rest. The others shared a similar attitude, showing little interest in who Lin Ming was. After all, today he arrived, and tomorrow he might perish, with newcomers arriving the day after. Who could possibly remember so many names? The individuals in this gathering were acquainted with one another from their time at the Apprentice Titan Academy. Additionally, having survived numerous harrowing encounters, their familiarity deepened. As for Lin Ming, a novice reluctant to divulge the reason for his presence here, he might very well meet his demise by tomorrow, and thus they were disinclined to invest time in further interactions. Lin Ming glanced at the others, then at the piece of rice paper in his hands, shaking his head as he settled on the side, awaiting the return of the captain. During this interlude, he took stock of the personnel within Team 10. In Pingan City, there were a total of 10 squads, each comprising 10 official titans and 1 captain. This indicated that a fully staffed squad should consist of 11 members. However, within this courtyard, Lin Ming noted that, including himself and the absent captain, there were merely 6 individuals present. Was it due to the excessive casualties Team 10 had suffered, leading to a reluctance to join, thus resulting in a chronic understaffing? While Lin Ming pondered this, a middle-aged man clad in a dark robe and sporting gray hair entered the courtyard, brandishing a mission board. "Wake up! We have a mission!" The gray-haired man bellowed. All present in the courtyard jolted upright, their gazes fixated on the mission board, involuntarily betraying expressions of trepidation. The youth who had previously conversed with Lin Ming spoke with a quivering voice tinged with desperation. "Captain, we just completed a mission yesterday. Could we perhaps rest a while?" "Rest? You'll have plenty of time to rest once you're dead," the gray-haired man retorted coldly. The youth, already aware of the outcome, sighed in resignation and refrained from further protest. The other team members bore solemn or despondent expressions, clearly gripped by an overwhelming dread of undertaking another mission. Observing their demeanor, the gray-haired man grew somewhat irate. "Enough. Stop acting like you've lost your fathers. This mission isn't perilous. It's merely an investigation." However, his words did little to alleviate the tension among the team. What difference did it make? Was investigation free of danger? Previously, while returning from mission, they had encountered a merchant convoy that seemed somewhat off, and upon a moment's scrutiny, a conflict erupted, resulting in the loss of 3 team members, including one at the peak of physical cultivation. The gray-haired man, seeing that he could not rouse their fighting spirit, turned his attention to Lin Ming. "Who are you?" "Lin Ming, the newcomer reporting for duty," Lin Ming replied, extending the official document in his hand. The gray-haired man, however, did not take it, sneering, "So, you're the one who actively requested a transfer to join us?" At this revelation, the despondent youths exchanged incredulous glances with Lin Ming. Wait, this fellow wasn't just posturing earlier. He genuinely requested to come here? Did he not know the peril that awaited in Team 10? The gray-haired man scrutinized Lin Ming coldly. "You must be aware of the high casualty rate in Team 10, correct?" "Indeed, but I embrace it willingly," Lin Ming affirmed with a resolute nod, filled with anticipation. Well, well. The other team members regarded Lin Ming with astonishment, as he did not appear to be of unsound mind. While some individuals inwardly mocked and teased, they nonetheless held a modicum of respect for Lin Ming's audacity in taking the initiative to transfer to Team 10, deeming him at least courageous. One young man even draped an arm around Lin Ming's shoulders, giving a thumbs up with a grin, proclaiming, "Brother, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Lu. I hereby declare you the most courageous man in this courtyard." However, the gray-haired man scoffed at this, turning to Lin Ming and saying, "The lieutenant has cautioned me about you. stating that you possess remarkable talent and instructed me to safeguard this precious seed. For this reason, I have been assigned a mere investigative task. Nevertheless, I must remind you that regardless of your relationship with the lieutenant or your background, here you hold but one identity, that of a Team 10 member. I may permit you to seek glory here, but if you aspire to rise by stepping on our backs, you must first contribute and exhibit a relentless spirit. At the very least, I shall not make a concerted effort to protect you. If you do not strive for yourself, your demise will be in vain. Do you understand? Lin Ming sensed a hint of animosity from the gray-haired man, leaving him utterly perplexed, who suggested that his transfer was for indulgence and glory. He merely sought to assist in collecting the fallen. The other team members regarded Lin Ming with dawning realization. No wonder he dared to join Team 10. It appeared he sought to bask in the limelight, even having the lieutenant personally instruct the captain to safeguard him. This was far from being the most courageous man. He was evidently the one with the greatest connections. Wang Lu, the youth, momentarily froze, releasing his grip on Lin Ming's shoulders, a self-deprecating smile adorning his face. He felt unworthy to befriend this so-called young master. Chapter 22. Do you look down on me? Then let's fight. Unfazed by the skepticism and disdain of others, Lin Ming paid little heed to their doubts. Fang Jinsong, however, offered him no time to ponder. He hastily unleashed his thoughts, instructing everyone to gather their belongings before setting off. Lin Ming, feeling helpless, turned to Fang Jinsong and said, "Captain, I've just arrived, and I'm not yet acquainted with where to procure weapons and badges. Why should that concern me? Must you consult me for everything? Do you expect me to spoon-feed you?" Fang Jinsong replied with a cold gaze directed at Lin Ming. The other team members showed no inclination to intercede. They swiftly packed their combat gear instead. But Lin Ming could not suppress his anger. He retorted, "Damn it. I've barely been in the Demon Suppression Division for half a day. How the hell would I know where to find those things?" The team members froze momentarily, glancing at Lin Ming in disbelief. Truly, he must have some powerful backing. He was audacious. Alas, this brother had chosen the wrong moment and the wrong person to flaunt his bravado. Everyone knew that the captain of the 10th Division was renowned for his fearlessness, having even confronted the son of the county magistrate. No matter how formidable Lin Ming's background was, could it surpass that of the magistrate? After being confronted by Lin Ming, Fang Jinsong narrowed his eyes, fury boiling within as he fixed his gaze on Lin Ming. "You have quite the nerve, believing that the school officer will always shield you. Protect you? If you could present any evidence linking me to the school officer, I will gladly leave the Demon Suppression Division on the spot." Lin Ming scoffed. Fang Jinsong chuckled darkly. "So you are threatening me, claiming your connections are superior to those of the school officer?" Lin Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the prejudices within people's hearts were like an immovable mountain. Thus, he decided to confront it. Lin Ming rolled up his sleeves and casually stated, "Aren't you curious about my background? Do you see these fists? They're my answer." A smirk of derision crossed Fang Jinsong's face. "Very well, I believe you. I hope you can demonstrate the strength of those fists when faced with the unknown. Why wait for the unknown? Let us settle it now. Come on. If I don't make you regret it today, then consider yourself fortunate." Lin Ming had no taste for swallowing his pride, nor did he enjoy the clutch of enduring humiliation only to rise and retaliate in a grand finale. He desired satisfaction, relentless, unyielding satisfaction. The surrounding team members were astounded. How had the atmosphere shifted so abruptly to one of impending violence? Fang Jinsong, too, was taken aback. "You dare to challenge me? Hasn't that person behind you informed you of my capabilities?" Lin Ming cupped his fists to his ears, feigning listening intently, then nodded repeatedly. "Oh, I hear it now. You're considered quite pathetic, right?" He then turned to Fang Jinsong, shaking his fists. "As for my background, it says you're a fool." Fang Jinsong's expression gradually turned icy, his eyes devoid of emotion as they bore into Lin Ming. With a swift motion, he tossed the mission card to Wang Lu, who stood a short distance away. Then, with a voice cold enough to send shivers down one's spine, Fang Jinsong slowly declared, "In truth, I have extended certain privileges to you, for I have little tolerance for insubordination among my team. Every newcomer I encounter receives a thorough lesson to understand who holds authority, ensuring they comply with my directives. Yet, I have refrained from doing so with you. Now, considering your connection to the school officer, I believe it is time to revoke this leniency. You shall soon learn that joining the 10th squad means adhering to my rules, for here, my regulations are paramount. You appear somewhat unfamiliar with weapons such as swords and daggers. For the sake of fairness, I shall not employ them either, nor will I utilize my inner energy. We shall engage purely in physical confrontation. I am eager to see how many punches you can withstand. As he spoke, Fong Jinsong advanced towards Lin Ming, shedding his cloak, sword, and even his soft armor. By the time he stood before Lin Ming, he was as unarmed and defenseless as Lin Ming himself, save for the style of his garments. Without hesitation, he launched a fierce punch. The force of Fong Jinsong's blow was tremendous, even before his fist reached its target. The gust of wind it generated sent Lin Ming's hair flying wildly, as if a freight train were hurtling towards him. Boom! The punch landed squarely on Lin Ming's face but passed right through it. Fong Jinsong's confidence waned, his pupils constricting in shock. An illusion, a supernatural skill, an evil spirit, or perhaps a magical artifact. Regardless of its nature, it caught Fong Jinsong completely off guard. He scanned the surroundings warily, desperately seeking Lin Ming's whereabouts. Yet he could not discern his position. Typically, most low-level illusions could be dispelled with a surge of vital energy. Yet now his internal energy surged without yielding any results. In truth, had he chosen to employ his true energy, he could have easily shattered the illusion and located Lin Ming. However, to do so would mean conceding defeat, and thus he refrained. Utilizing the cover of the illusion, Lin Ming had stealthily maneuvered behind Fong Jinsong, delivering a punch aimed at the back of his neck. Just as he struck, a sinister smile crept upon Fong Jinsong's lips. The fool has fallen into my trap. Though he was genuinely unable to pierce the illusion or locate Lin Ming, it did not imply a lack of alternative strategies. His feigned tension was merely a ploy to bait Lin Ming into attacking. As Lin Ming made his move, the gust of wind alerted Fong Jinsong, who swiftly pivoted and seized Lin Ming's wrist, sneering, "It appears you possess a magical artifact capable of creating illusions. Alas, you lack the skill to wield it effectively. And for one of my experience, it holds no power. I can easily, Fong Jinsong let out a sudden, anguished cry as he collapsed to the ground, a large footprint mysteriously appearing on his back. Meanwhile, Lin Ming had vanished from his grasp. "Fool, who told you this was an illusion?" Lin Ming's voice echoed, and his form gradually reemerged. "Surviving countless battles, with your caliber, I begin to suspect you might be a spy for the malevolent forces, deliberately sent to undermine the strength of the Demon Suppression Division." Fong Jinsong felt the uncontrollable flow of vital energy within him, alleviating the excruciating pain in his back. In disbelief, he rose to gaze at Lin Ming and exclaimed, "How could this be? It is not an illusion. Could it be an illusionary art? Only beings of exceptional caliber possess such abilities. How could you have it? Who exactly are you?" Lin Ming calmly replied, "I am your father." The other team members marveled at Lin Ming's audacity, yet simultaneously felt a delightful thrill. They had long yearned to deliver a scathing kick to their captain and unleash their frustrations upon him. Damn it, if you seek advancement and wish to serve the nation, then strive in the ranks of cannon fodder by yourself. Why drag us into peril? Regrettably, due to their lack of strength, these team members had never dared to enact their desires. Now, facing Lin Ming, who was helping them realize their dreams, they felt a surge of gratitude and quietly gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Fong Jinsong observed this scene with a darkened expression, instinctively wanting to curse. However, upon glancing at Lin Ming and feeling the lingering pain in his back, he swallowed his wrath and gritted his teeth, saying, "This time, consider it your victory. Wang Lu, take him to the storeroom to retrieve supplies, and then gather at the entrance." He continued, "We are heading to Hahua village to investigate the death of Li Jiren. This is not a perilous mission, so do not all wear expressions as if death is imminent." Just as Lin Ming was about to follow to the storeroom, he halted in his tracks. What on earth is going on? Chapter 23. Departing the city at night to investigate the case of Scholar Li. How did it fall upon the 10th squad to investigate the demise of Scholar Li? Am I to examine my own affairs? Nonetheless, Lin Ming did not exhibit any overt signs of distress as he swiftly departed. Wang Lu, accompanying Lin Ming towards the storeroom, could no longer contain his enthusiasm and raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Brother, you truly are remarkable. Each of us faced a beating upon joining the 10th squad. Yet you are the first to kick the captain." Yet, Lin Ming regarded this as a trivial accomplishment. His mind lingered on another pressing matter, prompting him to cautiously inquire after a brief moment of hesitation, has the 10th squad ever experienced total annihilation? Indeed, far too often, Wang Li's excitement dissipated, replaced by a bitter expression. Since our captain took command of the 10th squad, no member has survived beyond 3 months. In the past 3 years, we've faced complete obliteration approximately 5 times. Yet, our captain has consistently thrived. Lin Ming suddenly raised his head, scrutinizing Wang Lu. Wang Lu, wearing a knowing smile, replied, "Suspecting the captain? Fear not. The higher-ups are more perceptive than you might assume. They have employed various methods to evaluate the captain and have found no discrepancies. Furthermore, with every significant casualty, the captain has also secured substantial victories, bringing back formidable entities. To speak of the matter plainly, at least a third of the malevolent beings within the demon suppression prison of Ping'an County were captured and confined by the captain, proving invaluable to the demon suppression division." Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Fang Jinsong posed no threat, he felt assured. He believed that being associated with Fang Jinsong would guarantee him ample rewards, a steady source of sustenance. Should Fang Jinsong prove problematic, it would indeed spell great trouble. With his mind somewhat settled, he recalled another reason for his entry into the city and, in a more composed tone, asked, "By the way, do you know who in the Demon Suppression Division has a close relationship with Master Qin?" The scholars of Confucianism could handle the matter of seizing fame themselves. However, Lin Ming could not forget the encounter he had upon awakening the following day, when he was confronted by the yellow weasel, clearly a deliberate attempt to eliminate him. Had it not been for Tian Weishue's timely return, he would have met his end. The responsibility of the Demon Suppression Division is to oversee the world's malevolence. And the Yellow King, overseeing 3 villages of demonic creatures, is certainly under their watchful eye. Should the Confucians attempt to incite the Yellow King against him, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Demon Suppression Division. Thus, collaboration with the Demon Suppression Division is utterly inconceivable. Wang Lu, having served as a trainee enforcer in the Demon Suppression Division for quite some time, pondered the matter thoughtfully. Master Qin was once the county magistrate, and after resigning, he established an academy, nurturing numerous talents. In Ping'an County, he enjoys considerable prominence. Although our Demon Suppression Division holds a lofty position, we must also curry favor with such eminent Confucian and Taoist figures. No one dares to have a contentious relationship with him. However, if you seek someone particularly close to Master Qin, regarded as both friend and confidant, it seems there is but one, our immediate superior, Captain Zhao Quanfeng. Lin Ming fell into contemplative silence. Goodness, before the investigation even begins, it has already led to the head supervisor? Wang Lu inquired with curiosity. "Brother, why do you ask? Are you hoping to connect with Master Qin?" As the most esteemed figure in Ping'an County, Wang Lu could hardly fathom that Lin Ming sought an opportunity to interrogate Master Qin. He merely assumed Lin Ming wished to curry favor with him. Lin Ming nodded nonchalantly. "Of course, it would be splendid if Master Qin could illustrate a few divine generals for me." Wang Lu rolled his eyes, initially about to express disbelief at Lin Ming's fanciful expectations, but reconsidering, he acknowledged Lin Ming's extraordinary background. Perhaps this endeavor was indeed plausible, and he felt a pang of envy. Lin Ming refrained from elaborating further and swiftly proceeded to the storeroom to collect his belongings. Clad in protective soft armor, he made his way towards the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division. Along the way, he encountered Zhao Tao. Noticing Lin Ming's hurried departure, Zhao Tao queried, "Where are you off to?" "Team 10 is on a mission," Lin Ming replied succinctly as he continued on his path. Zhao Tao stood bewildered, grappling with disbelief, even questioning whether his uncle had succumbed to senility. Such talent, and rather than keeping him, he was dispatched to Team 10? Would it not be more efficient to simply eliminate him? In Zhao Tao's perspective, although Lin Ming had expressed a desire to join Team 10, He wondered why his uncle would introduce Lin Ming to Zhao Chuanfu, a school officer who could forcibly assign Lin Ming to Team 9 or any other team. Clearly, his uncle was envious of talent, fearing Lin Ming would overshadow his prized disciple, thus acquiescing to Lin Ming's absurd request. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became. Zhao Tao vowed to confront his uncle decisively. He hastily returned to his residence, seized pen and paper, and began to compose a letter. Dear Aunt, your nephew Zhao Tao has been thinking of you and hopes you are well. Are you happy? Are you eating well? Unbeknownst to Lin Ming, Zhao Tao was penning a letter to denounce Zhao Chuanfu. Upon reaching the entrance, Fang Jinsong and 3 other team members were already mounted and awaiting their arrival. Wang Lu swiftly mounted his horse as well. Lin Ming felt a twinge of awkwardness in both his past and present lives. He had only ridden a horse once, during his entry into the city with old Lu. Now, tasked with riding alone, he felt a surge of anxiety, struggling even with the stirrups. The onlookers observed his clumsy attempts to mount the steed, finding the scene somewhat absurd. What happened to that spirited kick you delivered to the captain? Even Captain Fang Jinsong could not help but ask, Lin Ming, do you not know how to ride? Indeed, Lin Ming admitted without shame. Ultimately, he managed to clamber onto the horse, his legs clenching tightly around the beast's midsection, rendering it nearly breathless. Wang Lu, witnessing the horse's distress, kindly imparted some riding tips to Lin Ming. After enhancing his spiritual essence, Lin Ming's capacity to learn was significantly improved, and he quickly grasped the technique to stay mounted without falling. Once he precariously mastered riding, Fang Jinsong cracked the whip. Let us depart. The other team members followed closely behind. The sound of hooves echoed as the war horses galloped towards the county gate, the rhythmic thud resonating with clarity upon the formidable steeds. The members of the team were adorned in dark robes, each wielding a 3-foot-long blade at their waists, while blood-red capes billowed dramatically behind them, evoking an extraordinary allure that drew envious glances from countless men. After all, to traverse the world with a sword and to gallop into battle upon a steed is a dream cherished by all men. However, their astonishment was palpable when they caught sight of a dashing young man, somewhat awkwardly mounted at the rear of the procession. Who is this fellow? Lin Ming paid no heed to the perplexed, even mocking gazes of the passers-by, focusing solely on mastering the art of horseback riding. After traveling 30 miles beyond the city, he finally became adept at all necessary techniques, enabling him to ride alongside the group without straying too far behind. It was at this moment that Lin Ming became aware of the surrounding inky darkness. Is it not the dead of night? This reckless team, venturing out under the cover of darkness to undertake an investigation, particularly one concerning the deceased, was it any wonder their casualty rate was so alarmingly high? Speaking of the dead, the matter concerning Li must be meticulously concealed for all eternity. Chapter 24. Is there truly a malevolent spirit? Outside the city at night, the desolate landscape was devoid of human presence. The pale moonlight barely illuminated the distant, undulating mountains and the eerie flickers of light that occasionally pierced through the woods. Some of these lights glimmered with an unsettling green hue, reminiscent of will-o'-the-wisps, while others shone a bloody red, blinking as if some terrifying entity were observing the world with unblinking eyes. The members of the 10th team were visibly tense, riding their horses with heads bowed, reluctant to glance around them. Even their leader, Fang Jinsong, was not exempt from this anxiety. After all, it was widely acknowledged that this was the safest course of action during the night. Nonetheless, Lin Ming understood that this method would only serve to avoid provoking malevolent spirits. If a spirit had set its sights on them, evasion would be futile. Thus, he remained vigilant, quietly scanning the surroundings, prepared to detect any trouble at the earliest opportunity. Whether by fortune or misfortune, Lin Ming and his companions managed to reach Hua village without encountering a single malevolent spirit along the way. As they dismounted upon entering the village, Fang Jinsong, seemingly scorched by an unseen flame, hastily retrieved a piece of yellow paper from his robe. It was a talisman, and the moment it was produced, it spontaneously ignited, rapidly reducing to ashes that scattered upon the ground. The members of the 10th team exchanged glances, their expressions darkening considerably. Fang Jinsong's demeanor grew more serious. The talisman has been consumed, indicating the presence of malevolent spirits in the village. Exercise caution. Lin Ming gazed at the ashes of the talisman, a sudden realization dawning upon him. No wonder Fang Jinsong had dared to venture out at night. He had brought a protective talisman. Such talismans were typically crafted by Confucian scholars using the power of incense, possessing a variety of special effects: protection, attack, exorcism, and even healing properties in some cases. Lin Ming was also capable of crafting these artifacts, having learned the technique from the sacred texts he had studied, which were even assessed during the provincial examinations. However, for scholars, talismans were often deemed the least effective means of defense. They could summon celestial warriors through their spoken words rather than relying on talismans. While Lin Ming contemplated the talisman, the expressions of the other members of the 10th team had already soured considerably. Damn it, I knew this mission wouldn't be as simple as mere reconnaissance. The talisman had remained intact throughout their journey, only to be incinerated upon entering Hahua village. This clearly indicated the presence of a formidable, malevolent spirit within the village. If Li Jiren had also fallen victim to this spirit, the situation would be even more dire. A spirit capable of vanquishing a scholar was certainly beyond the means of mere physical warriors in the refining stage. Wang Lu, trembling with trepidation, urged Captain, "Should we call for reinforcements?" "Agreed," Fang Jinsong replied, surprising Lin Ming. He had expected Fang Jinsong to be the obstinate type, unwilling to concede defeat even in the face of danger. Yet, upon sensing the threat, this man was willing to take the prudent step of seeking assistance. Wang Li's method of summoning aid was straightforward. The paper crane, a communication invention of the Confucian school. Every team from the Demon Suppression Division carried 2 or 3 paper cranes on their missions, intended for relaying messages or requesting help. Watching the paper crane take flight into the night sky, Wang Lu felt a slight sense of relief wash over him. Fang Jinsong promptly suggested, "Let us advance to the village and assess the situation within. I wish to glean some information before reinforcements arrive." The members of Team 10, well acquainted with their leader's temperament, refrained from further discussion and followed Fang Jinsong as they stealthily made their way into the village. Lin Ming trailed closely behind, cautiously navigating the narrow paths of Hahua village. The group remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. In a dimly lit village, the moonlight served as their only guide, barely illuminating the path ahead. The houses loomed around them, resembling colossal beasts lurking in the shadows. Trees swayed menacingly in the wind, their branches clawing at the darkness, accompanied by a rustling sound that heightened their unease. The palpable presence of an unknown malevolence, coupled with the oppressive atmosphere, rendered the members of Team 10 increasingly anxious. Even the slightest disturbance would evoke a strong response from them. Leading the way, Fang Jinsong exhibited a sense of responsibility as he cautiously advanced with the group. Soon, they reached the village's center, finding no signs of anything amiss. Fang Jinsong furrowed his brow and whispered, "Everyone, disperse and investigate the villagers' homes for any anomalies. Report back to me, and if anything seems off, flee immediately or call for assistance." Wang Lu and the others promptly scattered, proceeding with caution toward the villagers' abodes. Lin Ming, too, made his way to a nearby thatched cottage. In contrast to his companion's vigilance, he exhibited a boldness, peering through the window of the cottage. It was summer, and to enjoy the cool air, the family had not hung grass curtains or used wooden boards to cover the windows. Inside, he observed 2 individuals soundly asleep, a man and a woman. The man was unclothed, while the woman wore only a bodice and undergarments, revealing ample sun-kissed skin. There appeared to be nothing unusual about them, and even when Lin Ming discreetly employed his heightened senses, he detected no issues. He turned to report back to Fang Jinsong, and gradually, the others returned, having found no discrepancies. Fang Jinsong's brow creased slightly in perplexity. "Strange," he murmured, "as soon as we entered the village, the protective talisman was destroyed, indicating the presence of a formidable malevolence. Why has it not targeted the villagers? Perhaps the malevolence is solely residing within Li Jiren's household, seeking to usurp its domain?" Wang Lu speculated. Lin Ming cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing silence. There was no way the Li family could harbor any malevolence. Not only had he detected no trace of it during his previous infiltration of their home, but the household of the scholar was also steeped in the remnants of incense, making it implausible for any malevolent entity to dare seize its stronghold, even in the wake of the scholar's demise. Regardless, we must investigate, Fang Jinsong insisted, leading the group toward Li Jiren's residence. The estate was expansive, easily identifiable even on their first visit. As they approached the entrance, an unmistakable chill enveloped them. It became evident that a formidable malevolence was indeed concealed within the Li household. The tension among the group intensified, yet Lin Ming felt a sense of astonishment. How could this be possible? Just then, upon reaching the threshold of the Li residence, Fang Jinsong suddenly turned to Lin Ming and said, "Do you not yearn to prove that you are not merely a bystander? Go inside and investigate." Wang Lu and others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy towards Lin Ming. Yet, no one spoke on his behalf. After all, someone had to venture inside to investigate. As the saying goes, if a friend perishes, a Taoist must not perish with him. Little did they realize that Lin Ming harbored a sense of joy within. He was curious about the source of the malevolent presence plaguing the Li family. And had he been aware of the implications of his own actions, it would have posed a significant dilemma. To have the opportunity to explore the matter firsthand was indeed fortuitous. "All right, await my signal," Lin Ming declared as he strode purposefully towards the Li family estate, his unwavering demeanor surprising Fang Jinsong and the others. Could this fellow truly be unafraid of death? In that moment, the members of Team 10 held Lin Ming in even greater esteem, recognizing that despite his advantageous background, he was also a commendable ally, and they looked forward to forging a deeper connection upon his return. Chapter 25. Slaying the Zombies and Acquiring the Attribute Creek. The grand entrance of the Li residence creaked open, the sound of wood scraping against wood jarring in the stillness of the night. Wang Lu and his companions concealed themselves at a distance, their hearts clenched with trepidation, fearing that in the next moment, some malevolent spirit might burst forth from the Li courtyard and devour Lin Ming. Fortunately, Lin Ming emerged unscathed, gradually stepping into the courtyard. Yet upon entering, Lin Ming sensed something amiss. Outside, he had distinctly perceived a windless night, but now, an eerie chill swept through the courtyard, causing his cloak to flutter and chilling him to the bone, stifling his vigor and slowing his blood flow. Continuing forward, he arrived at the center of the Li courtyard. When he had last visited, the area had been adorned with numerous lanterns, tended to by maidservants and servants. Now, the lanterns were extinguished, and the rooms housing the family and servants lay shrouded in darkness. His keen senses detected the absence of breath within those chambers, indicating that they were devoid of life. At the very least, there were no living souls present. Though Li Jiren had passed away, one would expect his family to remain. How could it be that no one was here? As Lin Ming pondered this unsettling thought, a gust of cold wind swept past him, akin to someone whispering in his ear, chilling him to the marrow. He abruptly turned to face the source of the wind, only to discover two figures standing at the entrance of the previously empty west chamber. Their faces bore the pallor of the dead, a ghastly shade of blue-violet. Their eyes transformed into dark voids from which crimson tears flowed, tracing grotesque patterns down their features. Their arms extended rigidly, reminiscent of the fabled zombies, unable to bend. Upon noticing Lin Ming's gaze, the two malevolent beings lunged forward with explosive speed. However, what incited Lin Ming's fury was not merely these two apparitions, but the simultaneous emergence of various numbers of zombies surrounding him from the front, right, and rear. In total, there were 9 zombies, their attire indicating they were once family members and servants of Li Jiren. They encircled Lin Ming, rushing toward him in unison. In a flash, Lin Ming vanished from sight. Illusions took hold once more. Even these zombies were deceived by the ruse. The oncoming zombies skidded to a halt before him, snouts flaring as they sniffed the air, searching for the essence of life, the primary reason for malevolent entities to attack humans or other creatures. Zombies are notoriously sensitive to the scent of life. and despite the illusion's interference, they could sense Lin Ming's presence nearby. Yet, due to the illusion's effect, they were unable to pinpoint his exact location, leaving them bewildered. With a swift motion, Lin Ming drew his blade and struck at one of the zombies before him. The weapon, a product of the Demon Suppression Division, was remarkably sharp, effortlessly severing the head of the zombie. To unleash his full power, Lin Ming needed to mobilize his vital energy, which would consequently amplify the aura of life around him. As he unsheathed his blade, the nearby zombies immediately detected Lin Ming's precise location and lunged towards him with outstretched arms. Lin Ming initially intended to retreat, but was taken aback when he noticed that the recently decapitated zombie was emitting a plume of black smoke from its throat. It was the essence of the malevolent spirit, a valuable find. Reluctant to forfeit this essence, Lin Ming abandoned his evasive maneuvers and, relying on his formidable physique, brazenly charged through the zombies before him. It must be noted that despite his inherent demonic physique and the further enhancement gained from practicing the five spirits nurturing method, he still found himself no match for these accursed beings. When he collided with them, it felt as though he was striking solid steel. Although he managed to push them back, the pain caused him to grimace in discomfort. Upon reaching the body of the beheaded zombie, Lin Ming discovered that it was still moving, even attempting to attack him. However, with a sudden deep inhalation, he devoured the energy within the corpse, which was its life essence. In an instant, the headless zombie became utterly limp, collapsing to the ground, devoid of any capacity for movement. Lin Ming felt invigorated, rapidly accelerating away from his original position. Just as he relocated, a servant zombie thrust its hands down into the very spot he had just vacated. Had he not acted swiftly, he would have surely been impaled. The other zombies surged towards him at an astonishing velocity, a speed so remarkable that Lin Ming could scarcely believe they had only recently transformed into malevolent entities. They proved difficult to contend with. The optimal strategy now was to evade while calling for assistance. Yet Lin Ming was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to seize the zombie's essence. So he refrained from summoning help and instead unveiled the blood-red vertical eye at his forehead. With a swift motion, as the vertical eye opened, crimson light radiated onto the approaching zombies. Lin Ming experienced a distinctly different sensation than before. Previously, when he activated the blood-red vertical eye to emit red light and control his foes, the light would siphon their vital energy, guiding them to the other side. However now, with merely a thought to obstruct, the red light could no longer seize their essence. His control had intensified. Simultaneously, the efficacy of the red light had also amplified. This crimson glow not only slowed the enemy's movements, but also exhibited the capacity to pull them. This was indeed appropriate. Previously, in the temple of the other side, he had nearly been drawn into the red light himself. Such an ability was what the red light was meant to possess. It was only that his primordial spirit had been too weak to activate it. He even suspected that the red light might harbor further abilities yet to be discovered. However, those were matters for another time. For now, he needed to deal with the zombies. Under the influence of the red light, the previously swift zombies transformed into sluggish entities, moving at a pace reminiscent of snails. Lin Ming, wielding his saber, charged forward, decapitating them one by one. As the 8 zombies lost their heads, 8 streams of malevolent essence erupted forth. Lin Ming opened his mouth and activated his lung capacity, taking a deep breath. A whirlwind materialized from thin air, swirling the energy essence into his mouth. Lin Ming Shuang felt an overwhelming sensation of excitement, his eyes growing ever more radiant and his spirit increasingly invigorated. He sensed that the world before him had transformed in subtle, yet profound ways. He could perceive numerous extraordinary entities, their essence akin to the quintessence found within malevolent beings. Yet the energy they exuded far surpassed that of any adversaries he had previously encountered, displaying a remarkable complexity. Could it be spiritual energy? The legendary essence of life itself. To think that he could actually sense such energy filled him with immense joy, and he eagerly attempted to grasp it, only to discover that while it was visible, it eluded his attempts to capture it. It was as though the energy was both tantalizingly close and frustratingly distant, reminiscent of observing distant landscapes through a telescope, seemingly within reach, yet incredibly challenging to attain. After several futile attempts, Lin Ming realized that although he could perceive the spiritual energy, the limitations of his own nature rendered it difficult to acquire. Perhaps it was wiser to diligently collect the items scattered around him. Fortunately, there were indeed some commendable artifacts among them. Life perception, purple. Extraordinary strength, purple. Extraordinary speed, purple. Exotic poison infection, blue. Ironclad body, blue. Large-breasted but dim-witted, white. Ean wheel and pine in motion, green. Chapter 26. The man-made malevolence. Lin Ming gazed at the final entry for a prolonged moment. Ultimately, he opted for 5 instances of toxic infection and 4 of iron body. With 9 zombies at his disposal, he could naturally collect 9 entries. Unlike the purple entries, which required 5 identical ones for advancement, these 2 blue entries necessitated 10 for promotion. Initially, Lin Ming intended to select 9 identical entries from the 9 zombies, but the allure of these 2 blue entries proved irresistible. Toxic infection. Your body can emit a unique toxin. Any enemy wounded by you will become infected, gradually transforming into your zombie minion. Iron body. Your physical resilience is significantly enhanced, granting you extraordinary fortitude. Toxic infection was essentially a means of converting malevolence, and it was Lin Ming's current favorite. Why? Because by vanquishing an opponent, he could collect an entry from them, then utilize that entry to convert them into a malevolence, defeat them again, and collect yet another entry. The mere thought made Lin Ming feel rather villainous, as if he ought to be strung up on a lamppost. Yet it was undeniably thrilling, wasn't it? Lin Ming had personally experienced the benefits of Iron Body. With his current physicality, capable of contending in the chi-gathering stage without losing ground, he had felt intense pain when colliding with the zombies. One could only imagine how formidable he would become with this entry. Delightful indeed. With a sense of satisfaction, Lin Ming stowed away his entries and surveyed his surroundings once more. The transformation of Li Jiren's family and servants into malevolences was decidedly abnormal. Moreover, after the zombies perished, the surrounding sinister energy not only lingered but intensified. This indicated the presence of another malevolence lurking nearby, possibly already aware of the zombie's demise and observing him. Since the entity did not reveal itself, Lin Ming resolved to seek it out. His third eye opened at his brow, radiating crimson light that illuminated the vicinity as he began to scan the entire courtyard like a detection device. The sensitivity of his blood-red eye to malevolent forces was keen. Upon sensing such a presence, it would undoubtedly alert him. As Lin Ming approached the well in the courtyard, he felt the blood-red eye pulse sharply. This pulsation was within the realm of Lin Ming's control, merely indicating that there was malevolence nearby. Cautiously, he approached the well, first stirring the depths with his blade to ensure that he would not suddenly find a face lurking beneath the rim, grinning eerily at him, its visage splitting further in a grotesque smile. Having confirmed that nothing was concealed at the well's mouth, Lin Ming activated his blood-red eye once more and peered into the well. It was a dry well, small at the mouth but broad within, devoid of water at the bottom, where he could faintly discern the flicker of candlelight. Not to mention the peculiarity of a dry well existing in Li Jiren's household. Lighting a candle within it, this clearly suggested that a malevolence was luring Lin Ming downwards. It deliberately conveyed to Lin Ming that it was right below, as if to challenge him. If you truly possess courage, then come play. With his blood-red, vertical eyes assisting him, Lin Ming was naturally unafraid of any malevolent spirits and leapt directly into the well. The dry well was not very deep, perhaps only 2 or 3 meters. Upon landing, Lin Ming discovered an open door on one side of the well's interior, leading into a space reminiscent of a cellar. A hidden chamber beneath the well? This hardly seemed like the work of evil spirits, and there were numerous signs of human excavation. Was this the handiwork of the gentry, Mr. Li? It is not uncommon for wealthy families to construct secret chambers, whether for storing valuables or for refuge in the event of bandits invading the village. However, The entrance concealed within the well posed a challenge, especially as Lin Ming noted the dampness at the bottom of the well, indicating that it had once contained water, making access to this secret chamber rather cumbersome for anyone. Contemplating this, Lin Ming approached the entrance of the chamber and peered inside. The room was modest, approximately over 100 square meters, and he could see its entirety from the doorway. Within, aside from a pitch-black coffin, there lingered a heavy, chilling aura of malevolence, signifying the presence of demonic entities, or at least a history of them. In such a place, it was evident that the sinister force could only be hidden within that solitary coffin. Lin Ming, bold and audacious, approached the black coffin directly. He scrutinized it closely and noticed inscriptions on its surface. Hatred, hatred, hatred. I shall dedicate my life to avenge my beloved daughter, Li Qingning, and eradicate all demons of the world. Li Zhengfeng. Upon seeing the signature beneath these words, Lin Ming raised an eyebrow slightly for the esteemed Mr. Li was indeed Li Zhengfeng. Thus, this coffin contained the remains of Mr. Li's daughter. Could it be that the malevolent spirit was the daughter of Mr. Li transformed? Was it possible that Mr. Li constructed this secret chamber to seal away his daughter, now turned into a malevolent entity? Lin Ming had heard that Mr. Li had a son and a daughter. The son had died young, while the daughter had married a merchant from afar, reportedly leading a prosperous life and frequently sending Mr. Li fresh trinkets, evoking envy from the surrounding villages. Such a dutiful daughter would surely be cherished by Mr. Li, and if she had indeed fallen to malevolence, it would be understandable that he could not bring himself to destroy her, opting instead to seal her away. To confirm his suspicions, Lin Ming carefully pried open the coffin lid with his dagger. He had anticipated interference from malevolent forces, fearing that some dreadful power would emerge to attack him as soon as a gap appeared. Yet to his surprise, no such disturbance occurred even as he fully lifted the lid. He leaned in for a closer look, only to find the coffin empty. There was neither a corpse nor a sealed malevolence within. Of course, given the circumstances surrounding Mr. Li's family, it seemed that this malevolent spirit had escaped. Lin Ming harbored grave suspicions that his act of slaying Li Jiren had resulted in the absence of a sealing ritual for the coffin, allowing malevolent forces to escape and wreak havoc upon Li Jiren's family, perhaps even extending their malevolence to the villagers. Thus, he resolved to venture into the village. Releasing his grip from the coffin lid, it fell with a thunderous crash, landing upside down, revealing its inner surface. As Lin Ming paused, intending to depart, he cast his gaze upon the lid on the ground and discovered numerous elongated scratches adorning its interior. These marks appeared as though they had been clawed out by a desperate hand, with dried blood still visible upon them. In addition, there were countless bloody fist imprints and large patches of bloodstains that bore the texture of skin, suggesting they were left by a head violently thrust against the wood. Lin Ming, possessing an exceptional imagination, conjured a vivid image in his mind. A living person, trapped within the coffin, succumbing to oxygen deprivation and spiraling into madness, cried out in despair, clawing at the coffin in a frantic attempt to escape, despite the person's nails being torn away and fingers lacerated to the bone. They could not breach the coffin's confines. Ultimately, this individual became utterly unhinged, relentlessly pounding against the lid, even using their head to ram it. Lin Ming could easily envision the harrowing cries of this person. The louder the cries, the more frantic the struggles, the faster they consumed the precious air, hastening their demise. This brutal method of execution bore a resemblance to the cultivation of malevolent spirits, as some entities arise from the intense resentment of the living or animals prior to death, transforming into vengeful apparitions. However, mere acts of cruelty would not necessarily suffice to generate such spirits. Particularly, the formidable malevolence capable of extinguishing Li Jiren and his entire family, transforming them into zombies, could not arise from trivial means. The ominous energy emanating from the coffin suggested that this malevolence had indeed been successfully cultivated, leading Lin Ming to hypothesize that other events must have transpired during its creation. Upon this realization, Lin Ming comprehended why Li Jiren harbored such deep-seated hatred. Any parent discovering that their daughter had been subjected to such torment and ultimately transformed into a malevolent spirit would be driven to madness. Fortunately, by ending Li Jiren's life, Lin Ming had liberated him from his suffering. As he reflected on his own benevolence, his eye inadvertently caught some inscriptions in the corner by the coffin. He hurried over and crouched down to examine them. He wants to kill me, though I know not who he is, nor where this place is. I am aware he desires my death. Today marks the first day since he captured me, stripping me of my clothing, leaving me exposed before him in a state of humiliation. It is so cold. Yet, this man wears a mask, obscuring his identity. Upon reading this, Lin Ming realized it was likely a diary entry penned by someone. The delicate handwriting suggested it belonged to a woman. Could it possibly have been written by Li Jiren's daughter? Had she been transformed into a malevolent spirit here? Indeed, it is true that the scholar Li hailed from the town of Pingan, later relocating with his family to this abode, which is an ancient residence within the village, not constructed by him. Thus, upon learning of his daughter's tragic demise here, he moved to this place in search of the perpetrator, intending to keep his daughter's coffin sealed for eternity. Lin Ming pondered these revelations and continued to read on. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, and I was unaware of the time, relying solely on the intervals between meals to gauge the hours. This marked my fourth meal, meager as it was. The masked figure seemed to deliberately starve me, perhaps in an effort to render me too weak to resist. No, the masked man was preparing torture instruments, and I sensed that these implements were destined for me. In this gloomy dungeon with its terrifying devices, I recalled my father's words. Those who perish in such places are most susceptible to becoming malevolent spirits. Was he truly a degenerate, or did he seek to cultivate evil entities? Torture devices? Lin Ming furrowed his brow and scanned the vicinity, searching intently. Indeed, he discovered subtle marks in a corner, indicating that a shelf or cabinet had once occupied that space. It became evident that the antagonist had subjected the daughter of scholar Li to various forms of torment, suggesting a genuine intent to breed malevolence. However, this woman, being the offspring of scholar, demonstrated considerable intelligence, correctly deducing the intentions of her captor. Continuing to read, I found myself on my 12th meal, which consisted solely of shard of bone. I chewed and swallowed with great effort, yet felt no resurgence of strength. Pain coursed through my body, my teeth ached, and every part of me felt as though it were falling apart. This masked fiend not only tormented me with instruments of torture, but also sought to humiliate me, instilling within me a wellspring of resentment. Yet, I understood that harboring such bitterness would lead to my demise, transforming me into a wretched spirit under his control, so I continually reassured myself. My father would come to rescue me. He was a scholar, and he would undoubtedly discover my disappearance, leveraging his connections to find me. Indeed, this was the diary left by the daughter of Scholar Li, and Lin Ming confirmed the identity of the diary's owner. I had lost count of the meals, yet I felt I could no longer endure. The masked man assaulted and insulted me daily, leaving my body in a state of disrepair. Each time I contemplated suicide, he would find a way to revive me, subjecting me to endless torment. I resolved to perish rather than become a malevolent spirit, bringing shame upon my father. I heard a sound. The masked man was arriving once more, and I was resolved to confront him. At this juncture, Lin Ming recognized that he had reached the climax of a narrative and hastily continued reading. Yet, there were no further words. What? Was this truly the end? Lin Ming felt a pang of disappointment. There was undoubtedly a reason for the girl's tragic fate. Such abrupt discontinuity seemed implausible. Wait, there appeared to be more. The preceding passage had been inscribed in the left corner of the wall, but Lin Ming suddenly noticed a series of hasty scribbles in the right corner. Close to the ground, the writing was clearly frantic, chaotic, and the pressure applied was so intense that the impressions left were significantly deeper than those of the other words, suggesting that the girl had been in a state of considerable agitation while writing these particular characters. After meticulous study, Lin Ming finally managed to arrange those few characters in the correct order and murmured softly, "Is my father? Damn it, I finally know who the murderer is." Huh? Chapter 27. Is it possible that demons are actually the saviors? Wait a moment. What on earth? Lin Ming gasped as he read those words, his hair standing on end. Is he my father? Whose father? Isn't this girl's father Li Jiren? Could it be that the person who tormented her to the brink of despair, in hopes of nurturing a malevolent spirit, is none other than Li Jiren himself? Lin Ming was taken aback, yet this revelation aligned disturbingly with the prior entries in the diary. From this account, it was evident that the girl had discerned the intentions of the masked man, understanding that he sought to cultivate an evil spirit. Thus, she continuously adjusted her mindset, even contemplating a mutual destruction with him. Normally, she should have been incapable of manifesting such a malevolent being, yet that fierce spirit was ultimately forged. This indicates that at the critical juncture when she was prepared to fight to the death, an event of tremendous impact transpired, shattering her completely. What could be more shocking than discovering that the individual who had tormented her for so long, aiming to craft her into a malevolent entity, was her idolized father, Li Jiren? Lin Ming could almost envision her resolve to perish alongside him. Suddenly, the masked man removed his disguise, revealing the hypocritical visage of Li Jiren. In that instant, one can only imagine the depths of her despair and devastation. The resentment must have been utterly terrifying. Lin Ming sighed. He had thought himself inherently demonic, mercilessly devouring souls. Yet, he realized that Li Jiren was even more ruthless than he. He felt a pang of inadequacy. But what purpose could Li Jiren have in cultivating malevolent spirits? And why would he seek to transform his own daughter into one? Was it perhaps to summon a small ghost? There exists a custom in folklore of nurturing small ghosts. These spirits can bring fortune, shift wealth, and even eliminate adversaries. It is said that many affluent families keep such spirits, akin to raising a loyal canine companion. Even if they do not harm others, at the very least, they ensure that one is not harmed by others. However, Lin Ming had never heard a scholar engaging in such practices. After all, given the exalted position of scholars in the dynasty, would they truly need to rely on small spirits for fortune or wealth? Moreover, upon further reflection, there was currently no evidence to substantiate the authenticity of this diary. The circumstances leading Lin Ming here were far too coincidental, as if drawn by some malevolent force. What if it were a spirit or an individual capable of controlling spirits, intentionally luring him here to witness these revelations, all in an effort to obscure certain truths? Additionally, the inscription of Li Jiren on the black coffin might have been a deliberate attempt to conceal the truth, or it could indeed be genuine. Without more substantial evidence, Lin Ming was reluctant to draw hasty conclusions. Nevertheless, he continued to search the cellar for a considerable time, yet found no further clues. Just as he contemplated exiting to regroup with Fang Jinsong and the others for assistance, a dull thud resonated from outside the secret chamber. Someone had jumped into the well. Lin Ming looked up towards the chamber door. Fang Jinsong entered, brandishing a blade, his attire stained with a hint of blood. He asked indifferently, "What have you discovered, Captain? What brings you here?" Lin Ming, with his keen senses, detected the strong scent of blood emanating from Fang Jinsong and frowned slightly. "Zombies have emerged outside and have assaulted us. Now everyone has taken refuge in the courtyard. I noticed some movement beneath the well, so I came to investigate." Fang Jinsong spoke in a low voice as he approached the corner of the wall. Lin Ming pointed to the diary in the corner. "Take a look." Fang Jinsong crouched down to examine it closely, and upon discerning its contents, his pupils slightly contracted. Li Jiren is actually cultivating malevolent spirits. Not necessarily. It could be a ruse left by some malevolent entity to mislead us, Lin Ming cautioned. "What do you mean, not necessarily?" These scholars present themselves as righteous, but are often engaged in underhanded tactics. Fang Jinsong cursed with a dark expression, seemingly harboring a poor opinion of scholars. After venting his frustration, he noticed Lin Ming's curious gaze upon him and suppressed his anger, continuing, "You have made a significant contribution to this matter. When we return, I will inform the higher-ups. For now, let us go out and assist in combating the zombies." Lin Ming acknowledged with a sound and followed Fang Jinsong out of the secret chamber, leaping from the dry well. Upon reaching the surface, Fang Jinsong brandished his blade and strode towards the west wing. "They are hiding in the west wing," Follow me. Lin Ming, having just lifted his right foot, hesitated and stood still, gazing at Fang Jinsong's retreating figure, puzzled. Captain, why? Fang Jinsong halted, irritation flashing across his face as he turned back to Lin Ming. What do you mean, why? There are so many rooms here. We could have chosen any to hide in, so why must we question it? Lin Ming gently shook his head. I meant, why do you intend to kill Wang Lu and the others? Earlier, when Fang Jinsong descended into the well, Lin Ming detected the scent of blood on him, which was unmistakably that of the living, not the undead. While this alone might not have been alarming, perhaps Fang Jinsong had merely dispatched some unruly villagers. What truly raised Lin Ming's suspicions was Fang Jinsong's claim that Wang Lu and the others were in the West Wing. Yet Lin Ming's acute senses informed him that there was no one present in the West Wing. At least, no living souls. Fang Jinsong's furious countenance gradually softened. His temper steadied, and instead, he regarded Lin Ming with a hint of intrigue. Over the years, I have deceived countless individuals. Yet not one is seen through my faade. You're the first. How did you perceive it? First, answer my question, Lin Ming replied coldly. Ah, very well. Fang Jinsong chuckled casually, perhaps relieved to finally confide in someone or recognizing Lin Ming's insight as worthy of earnest discourse. He began to articulate his intentions. Have you ever considered that the malevolent beings you speak of might actually be messengers of the divine, or even saviors of this world? What do you mean? Lin Ming responded, perplexed. Think about it. Our original martial arts were created by observing and mimicking the forms of these beings. Our ability to absorb the essence of nature was learned by witnessing how these entities do so. Even some of the powers of the strong require understanding the abilities of demons and spirits to master. Since all we have acquired derives from these beings, could it not be that they are sent by the divine to guide us, or even to save us? Fang Jinsong's face displayed a fervent excitement, his enthusiasm palpable. This line of thought was indeed rather unconventional. Lin Ming tilted his head in contemplation and pressed further. Are the demons sent by the gods to rescue us? And what do you say about the fact that these demons consume humans? Fang Jinsong suddenly cast a disappointed glance at Lin Ming. I had thought you were an intelligent individual, yet it seems you are equally as foolish and narrow-minded. You claim that demons devour humans, but do humans not consume chickens? Ducks and fish, are they not lives? Do humans not kill one another? The tyrant emperor, in his opulence and debauchery, do you know how many lives were lost? How many perished from exhaustion and starvation while he constructed his palaces and various residences? Did he ever feel remorse? Did he ever care? Why is it that the enslavement of one human by another is deemed acceptable? Yet, when a demon consumes a few humans, it is branded as utterly heinous. Chapter 28. Indeed, I am the savior after careful contemplation. Lin Ming found a semblance of truth in those words. Throughout history, instances of cannibalism have persisted, often with humanity displaying a more ruthless disposition towards its own kind. The daughter of the scholar, Li, trapped in that well, serves as a vivid testament to this grim reality. Thank you for your enlightenment, Lin Ming expressed sincerely. After hearing Fang Jinsong's words, the initial psychological burden regarding the absorption of vital essence dissipated, leaving Lin Ming with a sense of inner peace. Fang Jinsong regarded Lin Ming with a mix of confusion and skepticism, pondering whether the young man harbored some sort of ailment. However, upon further reflection, he suspected that Lin Ming was merely feigning submission out of fear of being eliminated. A sardonic smile crept across Fang Jinsong's face as he remarked, "Did you think I shared all this with you to entice you into our ranks? Ah, you have an organization? What is its name?" Lin Ming exclaimed, filled with excitement. He envisioned attributing any future transgressions to this organization. Fang Jinsong's expression shifted to one of knowing recognition. He had anticipated Lin Ming's attempts at ingratiation, aiming to align himself with him. Save your breath. Do you understand why I am willing to take such risks to personally eliminate you? It is solely for your sake. Fang Jinsong's demeanor turned cold, tinged with a hint of loathing. Lin Ming, intrigued, inquired, "What do you mean?" I could have remained hidden within the Demon Suppression Division, depleting its resources until all its capable forces had been exhausted, then seamlessly inserting our own members to gradually seize control over the town of Pinyin and expand outward. However, today I received orders mandating that I eliminate you before your notoriety reaches the Demon Suppression Division. Initially, I had contemplated how to recruit you into Team 10, yet you appeared unbidden, leading me to accept the task that brought you here. I had even considered creating a commotion to summon malign entities to annihilate the village and its inhabitants, ensuring no one would uncover my actions. Yet, it turns out that malign forces were already present, thus sparing me considerable effort. Tell me, does it not seem as though fate itself conspired for your demise, orchestrating these events? With a cold sneer, Fang Jinsong approached Lin Ming, weapon in hand. He felt he had spoken enough. Swift action was imperative. Otherwise, reinforcements would arrive, and it would be too late. Upon hearing this revelation, Lin Ming finally grasped the reason behind the considerable casualties within Fang Jinsong's cadre. It was a deliberate strategy to deplete the resources of the Demon Suppression Division. One could not deny the potential success of this infiltration plan. Given Fang Jinsong's meticulousness and the substantial resources provided by the forces backing him to evade suspicion. Yet, why at the pinnacle of this strategy's success would he suddenly abandon it, risking exposure to eliminate Lin Ming? Was Lin Ming truly of such significance to Fang Jinsong, or to the powers that supported him? Can you elucidate why my demise is imperative? Lin Ming, undeterred by the diminishing distance between them, voiced his burning curiosity. Fang Jinsong stood before Lin Ming, his face a mask of impatience. How should I know? Perhaps once you are gone, I will find clarity. The true energy within Fang Jinsong surged violently, and the blade in his hand struck towards Lin Ming's throat. Its speed more than doubled compared to his earlier assault at the Demon Suppression Division. This was due to his utilization of true energy. The greedy wolf blade technique, powered by such energy, could effortlessly suppress all practitioners at the refinement stage. Even Wang Lu and others, who had previously attacked together, were easily subdued by Fang Jinsong. Although Lin Ming had once triumphed over Fang Jinsong, that victory was achieved without the use of true energy and was marred by his underestimation of the opponent. This time, he sought a decisive kill, leaving no chance for Lin Ming to evade. Unfortunately, Lin Ming had also grown significantly stronger. As Fang Jinsong's blade descended, Lin Ming employed an illusion technique. His form vanished from sight, but the next moment, he felt a violent surge of true energy, like a tempest, pulling him from the realm of illusion back to reality. Still attempting that trick? Fool! Fang Jinsong scoffed derisively as his blade continued its relentless descent. Suddenly, Lin Ming expelled a small yellow orb from his mouth, an erosion divine technique acquired from the yellow weasel. The earlier use of the illusion was a strategic move to lower Fang Jinsong's guard, allowing this divine technique to strike more effectively. The yellow orb collided with the blade, producing a resounding crash. Fang Jinsong sensed a backlash and quickly channeled his true energy to stabilize his arm. Astonished by Lin Ming's formidable power, he prepared to attack once more. However, as he raised his blade, he realized something was amiss. A swirling yellow mist had coiled around his steel blade, corroding its once gleaming surface into a rusted relic. With a mere flick, the blade shattered. This, a divine technique? Fang Jinsong was instantly struck with terror. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Lin Ming. Are you a monster? To be precise, I am your savior, Lin Ming replied with a subtle smile. Nonsense. Impossible. You are clearly human. Fang Jinsong suddenly roared in fury, resembling the archetype of a man who reveres dragons, yet fears them. Lin Ming, exasperated, retorted. You see, you hold such reverence for the malevolent. Yet when I reveal my abilities, you cower in fear. Regardless of his words, Fang Jinsong vehemently shook his head, panic and anxiety evident on his face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are human. But how could a human at the refinement stage wield divine techniques? Walking of a monster? What do you mean by monster? Just moments ago, you referred to me as a messenger of the gods, a savior. Lin Ming's expression betrayed his dissatisfaction. Fang Jinsong, now frantic, shouted, "To hell with you. Do not insult my beliefs. I will kill you." Driven to the brink of emotional collapse by Lin Ming's divine technique, Fang Jinsong charged forward recklessly, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Not only was he proficient in the greedy wolf blade technique, but he also mastered a martial art known as the demon-breaking fist. At that moment, the punches were fierce and domineering, each one seemingly imbued with immense force, relentlessly battering Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming was strong, his agility could not quite match that of a frenzied practitioner at the gathering stage, leading to several hits landing on him. Yet, surprisingly, the famed might of the demon-breaking fist struck him as if hitting solid rock, failing to breach his defenses. After Fang Jinsong landed several punches on Lin Ming, not only did he fail to injure him, but he also felt a painful recoil in his hands. In disbelief, he took 2 steps back and shouted at Lin Ming, "What kind of monster are you? How can you be so damn tough? As a man, isn't it normal for me to be strong?" Lin Ming innocently shrugged. "To hell with you. You have your own tricks, don't you? Now here I am, a formidable figure in the gathering chi stage, ready to face you head-on. Let us see what other moves you possess." With a fierce roar, Fang Jinsong unleashed all his true energy, charging forward with an attitude that defied fear of death. Lin Ming, however, was undeterred. The blood-red vertical eye on his forehead opened instantly, casting a crimson glow. Just moments ago, the imposing Fang Jinsong was suddenly bound, his complexion shifting dramatically as he instinctively sought to escape the grasp of the red light. Yet, the force of the crimson aura pulled him closer, bringing him face to face with Lin Ming. Now, they were merely a step apart. Gazing at the proximity of Fang Jinsong, Lin Ming offered a faint smile. If desperation could yield results, the world would not be plagued by so many unjust deaths. Moreover, you are correct. I am not merely a pure monster. I should be referred to as a malevolent spirit. With that, Lin Ming plunged a blade into Fang Jinsong's chest, shattering his heart. Chapter 29. A myriad of entries, breaking through the chi gathering stage. Impossible. How could this be? Fang Jinsong stared in disbelief at the gushing wound on his chest, his eyes vacant. He had initially thought that Lin Mingxing's victory over him was due to his own underestimation and the lack of exertion of true energy. Yet now, having regarded Lin Ming with utmost seriousness and even fought with all his might, why was he still inferior? His body was impervious, and he possessed hidden powers within. What further surprises could Lin Ming possibly conceal that he remained oblivious to? Regret engulfed Fang Jinsong. He lamented having heeded the misguided words of those fools in the organization. Targeting Lin Ming had only led to his own heart being shattered and his resolve crumbling. To make matters worse, he felt the true energy and essence of his body, cultivated through years of arduous training, being forcibly siphoned away. He watched as Lin Ming opened his mouth, voraciously consuming the life essence he had painstakingly developed since childhood. A result of relentless practice, enduring harsh conditions day after day. Now, all of it was becoming a mere adornment for the man before him. What manner of creature was this? In his curiosity and despair, Fang Jinsong descended into eternal darkness. Lin Ming's internal organs swiftly absorbed Fang Jinsong's life essence, propelling his own realm and physique to new heights. Truly, the chi gathering stage was abundant in essence. In but a moment, Lin Ming's realm was elevated to the pinnacle of the body refinement stage, and he was on the cusp of a breakthrough. He hastily paused, not out of fear of a superficial elevation, for the essence he consumed was the culmination of another's years of toil. What need was there for concern over superficiality? He intended to leave a portion for Fang Jinsong, sufficient to later transform into sinister power. At that moment, Fang Jinsong had already perished, with entries scattered across the ground. 27 years of demon-breaking fist experience, blue. 32 years of wind-walking steps experience, blue. 18 years of greedy wolf blade experience, purple. Inferior bone structure, green. Innate divine strength, blue. 13 years of miscellaneous true energy, blue. Indeed, as a captain, this trove of blue entries was a sight to behold. Among them, the most prominent was the entry emanating a greenish glow. Inferior bone structure. You shall gain an extraordinary talent for cultivation, rendering the arduous path of training no longer insurmountable. And your cultivation speed will be at least 2 to 5 times that of an ordinary person. Upon reading the details of the entry, Lin Ming could only muster a weary sigh. Could an ordinary person truly unearth the ancestral tomb of the Tao? With an inferior bone structure, one could possess a cultivation speed 2 to 5 times that of an ordinary individual. What would occur with average, superior, or even top-tier talents? Will one not take flight on the spot? Lin Ming promptly stored this entry away, neglecting to examine his own transformations, and immediately placed his hand over Fong Jinsong's wound, infusing it with a peculiar poison. Suddenly, Fong Jinsong, who had been quietly lying on the ground, convulsed violently as a chilling aura erupted from his body, causing his face to rapidly turn a shade of purple, and his form began to stiffen. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Fong Jinsong transformed from a limp figure on the ground into a rigidly upright form, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. The transformation was a resounding success. "Arise," Lin Ming commanded. Instantly, Fong Jinsong stood upright as if propelled by springs, his entire being springing up with remarkable force. His arms extended straight toward Lin Ming, while his eyes remained tightly shut. Curious about the strength of the zombie he had created, Lin Ming approached and delivered a powerful punch directly to its abdomen. Bang! With a dull thud, the zombie Fong Jinsong was sent hurtling backward, maintaining a straight posture even as he hit the ground without bending. Remarkably, the zombie appeared to feel no pain. Despite the visible indentation on its abdomen from the force of the blow, it immediately rose to its feet once more. Lin Ming was acutely aware of the weight of his punch, estimating that the internal organs of the zombie Fong Jinsong had likely been crushed by the impact. In the case of a normal person, such an assault would render them powerless, if not fatal. Yet, the zombie Fong Jinsong seemed utterly unaffected, bouncing back to Lin Ming's side as if nothing had transpired. "Attack me," Lin Ming commanded once again. Lacking normal consciousness, the zombie responded instantaneously to the order, unleashing its most ferocious assault. It lunged forward, its hands aiming for Lin Ming's throat. Lin Ming swiftly raised his arm to deflect the attack, absorbing the force of the strike. "Enough, retreat," Lin Ming instructed, halting the zombie's intention to continue its assault. From the earlier engagement, it was evident that Fong Jinsong possessed combat prowess akin to that of a practitioner at the first level of qi gathering. Since his internal energy had been absorbed by Lin Ming, there is uncertainty regarding the zombie's ability to wield any remaining qi. Lin Ming surmised that the zombie's strength post-transformation was influenced by its life before death, with a slight enhancement. Deciding against further testing, he swiftly severed the zombie Fong Jinsong's head and absorbed the lingering malevolence. To his astonishment, items began to drop. Life perception, purple. Extraordinary strength, purple. Extraordinary speed, purple. Exotic poison infection, blue. Iron body, blue. Lin Ming selected the entry for exotic poison infection. This experiment was undeniably a resounding success, filling Lin Ming with elation. There would be opportunities for further gains in the future. And there were Wang Lu and the others. Lin Ming hastily rushed to the western chamber to check on them. They were indeed present, but had already succumbed to death, their entries having dropped. For individuals, each yielding no fewer than 3 and up to 5 entries, totaling a little over 10. However, these individuals had survived several missions alongside Fong Jinsong, making them elite, and thus the quality of their dropped entries was commendable. Lin Ming selected the 4 most promising entries for his own use. 12 years of exorcism, sword experience, purple. 15 years of greedy wolf blade experience, purple. Inferior blade skill talent, blue. Fortuitous wealth, blue. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ming did not neglect the remaining corpses, for discarding them would be a waste. The people of the Great Xia despise waste. Thus, the initiative to eliminate it takes precedence. In a single breath, Lin Ming absorbed the essence of 4 lives in the body refinement stage, causing his strength to swell rapidly, propelling him directly into the qi gathering stage. At the very moment of this breakthrough, Lin Ming sensed a peculiar transformation occurring within his internal organs. Previously, the essence he absorbed would be completely assimilated by his organs, fortifying them and rendering them indomitable, which in turn greatly enhanced his physical form, making him extraordinarily powerful. However, Upon advancing to the qi gathering stage, the essence that re-entered his organs was not absorbed. Instead, it was incessantly compressed, ultimately transforming into a small vortex that spiraled within his internal organs. Lin Ming, upon introspection, was utterly astonished by this phenomenon. A vortex? Shouldn't this manifest in the Dantian after breaking through to the qi gathering stage to draw upon the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, converting it into his own true qi? How could it appear within the internal organs? When Lin Ming turned his gaze to his Dantian, he discovered another small vortex residing there. Could it be that while others are limited to a single vortex to generate true qi, he possesses 5? No, 6? Chapter 30. The mysterious appearance of a malevolent entity. Lin Ming endeavored to activate the spirals of energy within him. Instantly, all 6 spirals began to rotate in unison, drawing in the ethereal essence that had previously eluded his grasp. This remarkable occurrence was attributed to his recent acquisition of inferior roots. Otherwise, the absorption of spiritual energy would have been exceedingly sluggish. With 6 spirals at his command, it was akin to having 6 individuals with inferior roots simultaneously channeling their strength to him. The magnitude of spiritual energy he could now amass was undeniably immense. At this moment, a torrent of chaotic spiritual energy surged into Lin Ming's body and was swiftly apportioned among his internal organs and Dantian, subsequently merging with the spirals. The spirals functioned like a colossal mill, incessantly refining this spiritual energy into pure vital essence, which was then reintegrated into his meridians, promoting a natural cycle that fortified Lin Ming's already formidable physique while bestowing him with even greater strength. As Lin Ming sensed the continuous influx of vital essence within his meridians, he slowly raised his arms, suddenly clenching his fists. He could feel that his current strength was at least double that of the body refining stage. Moreover, it was steadily increasing alongside the growth of his vital essence. Even the spirals within Lin Ming's internal organs and Dantian showed no signs of stagnation. These spirals served as indicators of the gathering energy phase. Typically, spirals the size of a grain of rice signified the first level of energy gathering. Those comparable to a soybean indicated the second, and spirals resembling broad beans represented the third level. This classification continued until the spirals reached the size of a fist, denoting the completion of the energy gathering phase. However, even within the same realm, disparities in strength could arise, contingent upon an individual's roots and the solidity of their spirals. The roots determined the volume of spiritual energy that could be drawn in, which in turn influenced the amount of vital essence converted and the recovery rate during combat. The solidity of the spirals, on the other hand, indicated the purity of the transformed vital essence. According to their solidity, spirals were categorized similarly to medicinal pills and magical artifacts. Spirals graded 1 to 3 were deemed upper tier. Those graded 4 to 6 were classified as middle tier, and grade 7-9 were considered lower tier. Generally, spirals of lower tier quality would confine an individual to the energy gathering realm for their entire life, preventing them from progressing to the subsequent liquid essence stage. Middle-tier spirals offered a substantial chance for breakthrough, whereas upper-tier spirals were exceedingly rare, typically only achieved by exceptional geniuses. Naturally, this classification was not a fixed state. Continuous purification and enhancement could gradually elevate them. For instance, Lin Ming's current spirals were the size of grains of rice, yet exhibited remarkable solidity. The 6 diminutive grains concealed within him began at grade 7, merely a step away from ascending to the middle tier. The reason they had not initially reached upper or middle tier was due to his inferior roots, which could at most yield spirals of grade 6. Thus, achieving grade 7 at the outset was commendable, and with a modicum of effort, he could elevate them to middle tier. Once Fang Jinsong had toiled for an entire decade to barely elevate his spirals to the middle tier. Upon witnessing his realm's enhancement, Lin Ming summoned the system panel to assess his status. Host, Lin Ming. Realm, Energy Gathering, Level 1. Martial Arts, 5 Divine Health Techniques, Divine. Supernatural Powers, Corrosive Supernatural Power, blue. Entries: innate demon, purple 2-5, guiding spirit child, red, incense infusion, blue, illusion, blue, exotic poison infection, blue 610. Iron body, blue 410. Inferior bone structure, green, 12 years of exorcism, sword experience, purple, 15 years of greedy wolf blade experience, purple, inferior blade technique talent, blue. Abundant fortune, blue. This plethora of entries brought a smile to Lin Ming's face. The exhilarating sensation of continuous empowerment was truly delightful. Moreover, this newfound strength was more than sufficient for him to serve as a captain in the Demon Suppression Division. However, there remained a pressing issue yet to be resolved. Where had the malevolent spirit from the Leaf family gone? Lin Ming composed himself and surveyed his surroundings. As he pondered, a chilling wail echoed from outside, prompting him to rush out of the Li residence. Upon exiting the grand estate, he beheld a frail figure suspended beneath a distant locust tree. Lin Ming's robust vitality enhanced his vision, allowing him to see clearly even in the darkness. Shadows no longer posed an obstacle. Thus, he discerned that the elderly figure hanging there was none other than the village chief of Hahua village. The village chief's chest was pierced by a slender hand, blood streaming from all 7 orifices, his legs thrashing in a frantic struggle. Although he could not clearly make out Lin Ming's features from the entrance of the Li residence, the chief seemed to grasp at a glimmer of hope. Crying out in agony, "Save me!" Lin Ming paid him no heed. What could he possibly do? Even if he managed to intervene, the chief's fate was all but sealed. Rather than rescuing the man, Lin Ming's curiosity was piqued by the figure that held the village chief captive. This figure, slender and emaciated, appeared to be a woman, her body covered in black hair, crouching on a branch in a frog-like posture, her crimson eyes fixated on Lin Ming. Lin Ming surmised the woman's identity, speaking in a low voice. "You were the one who lured me to the underground chamber, were you not? To unveil the sins of your father?" "Yes," the woman replied succinctly. Lin Ming glanced at the village chief. Is he also an accomplice? Or did he know of this matter and choose to remain indifferent? "Yes," the woman answered once more. Her terse replies prompted Lin Ming to forego further dialogue, and he directly inquired, "If your vengeance has been fulfilled, why do you not depart? You, kind, why? Become human." The woman rasped, each word a laborious effort. Clearly, after being transformed into a malevolent spirit, she had lost the ability for normal human communication, explaining her reluctance to speak. Lin Ming replied indifferently, "That is of no concern to you. You, I walk." The woman withdrew her bloodied hand from the village chief's chest, pointing at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was taken aback. "Do you mean for me to be your walker?" "No, you still possess knowledge of walking. Could it be that you retain memories of your humanity?" Typically, when a person is transformed into a malevolent spirit, they are overwhelmed by resentment, leading to a loss of both reason and memory. Otherwise, would that not mean that the newly created entity has become the first to vanquish its own creator? The woman nodded, but refrained from elaborating, perhaps due to the difficulty of communication. She gazed earnestly at Lin Ming, her eyes devoid of malice. It was evident that she yearned for Lin Ming to be her walker and desired personal advancement. Lin Ming chuckled and said, "You wish for me to serve as your walker, to promote you, to assist in your endeavors, thereby leading people to venerate you, ultimately aiding you in achieving divinity?" The woman nodded once more. She did not wish to remain a malevolent spirit. Her aspiration was to become an ordinary person. Yet, to attain normalcy, one must harness the power of the divine. "Why should I assist you? I, too, aspire to become a deity, so would it not be more advantageous for you to be my walker?" Lin Ming did not outright refuse, instead hoping to dissuade the woman with his words. To his astonishment, she nodded in agreement. "Very well." "What do you mean by very well?" Lin Ming was taken aback. You walker." The woman struggled to articulate a few words. "No. What on earth? Is this truly feasible?" Lin Ming felt his mind racing, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. How had he suddenly acquired a malevolent spirit as his walker? Chapter 31. Is it true that you have vanquished the comet? No. Dear sister, let us gather our thoughts. You have been transformed into a malevolent spirit against your will, yearning to ascend to divinity, Am I correct? To achieve divinity, one must harness the power of faith and incense. Of course, whether this method truly leads to divinity is another matter. Yet many demons and spirits pursue this path. Now, the question arises, you desire a vessel to aid in your promotion and to garner faith. You are now willing to become my vessel. What does this signify? Lin Ming was genuinely perplexed, bombarding her with numerous questions. The woman perched in the tree took some time to comprehend before she laboriously responded. We are alike. You, the human race, are better than me. Help me. After considerable contemplation, Lin Ming finally grasped her meaning. She implied that they were both hybrids of human and demon, shunned by the mundane world. Thus, there was no concern for betrayal. Moreover, Lin Ming bore a closer resemblance to humans, implying that he would fare better among them and have greater prospects of achieving divinity. Consequently, once Lin Ming attained divinity, he could assist her in regaining her former self. This woman certainly possessed a pragmatic outlook. Very well. I happen to require a pair of black gloves to alleviate certain troubles. Lin Ming nodded in agreement. Had Fang Jinsong not perished, he would not have needed to collaborate with this woman. After all, Fang Jinsong continuously jeopardized their comrades, allowing Lin Ming to benefit from the spoils. Unfortunately, with Fang Jinsong's demise, if Lin Ming wished to discreetly seize opportunities, he would require some malevolent spirits to assist him. Upon receiving Lin Ming's consent, the woman exhaled a breath of chilling energy toward him. The energy surged forth like a blade, piercing into Lin Ming's chest. He hastily tore open his clothing to inspect, only to find a tattoo-like mark adorning his chest. The mark depicted the visage of a strikingly beautiful girl, with an oval face and exquisite features, unmistakably representing a visage of grace and virtue. Due to the beauty of this face, the mark, though imprinted on Lin Ming's chest, appeared neither jarring nor frightening. Rather, it exuded an unusual artistic quality, easily misconstrued by onlookers, who would inscribe a stranger upon their skin, if not a beloved. Ironically, this woman was presumably wed. Was she not? Lin Ming hesitated. Will your husband not be angered by this? Upon uttering this query, Lin Ming suddenly felt himself quite the green tea. The woman rasped, I do not. Do not? What do you mean? Lin Ming was momentarily stunned, then suddenly smacked his forehead. You do not have a husband, do you? Li Jiren mentioned that you were a merchant from afar, but in truth, it was merely a ruse to confine you. Upon hearing the mention of her father, the woman became somewhat agitated, her breath turning erratic, and she let out a howl that pierced the heavens. The terrifying sound waves startled flocks of birds into flight from the distant woods, accompanied by the sounds of wolves howling and tigers roaring. Lin Ming's expression shifted, and he hastily urged, do not become agitated. You should leave now, or it will become difficult to manage. The woman, recognizing her impending loss of control, immediately departed. She moved with remarkable speed, landing on the ground and disappearing within mere bounds. Lin Ming recalled that zombies were classified into different levels, and to achieve such speed, it must be at least of the Maojiang tier. He could hardly fathom how Li Jiren had nurtured such a creature. Just as the woman departed, a group of individuals surged towards him from a distance. These figures were clad in dark robes, their capes billowing with urgency, brandishing unsheathed sabers as they rushed forward with great haste. From afar, Lin Ming recognized the leader, Zhao Tao from Team 9. Zhao Tao hastily entered Hua village and immediately spotted Lin Ming standing at the entrance of the Li residence, his excitement palpable. However, he did not approach closely, instead maintaining a cautious distance as he inquired, Lin Ming? It's me. I'm fine, Lin Ming replied, sheathing his saber with a casual motion as he advanced toward Zhao Tao. The others in Zhao Tao's company remained on high alert, but as Lin Ming stepped into their line of sight and their protective talismans showed no reaction, they finally relaxed. Are you all right? Zhao Tao pressed forward to ask, his gaze scanning Lin Ming intently. Lin Ming shook his head. I'm fine, feeling quite well. Sensing Lin Ming's vigorous vitality, Zhao Tao chuckled. You truly are fortunate. When I received the distress signal, I was taken aback, thinking that the fool Fang Jinsong had managed to get you killed. I would have had to deal with him then. By the way, where is Fang Jinsong? Dead? Lin Ming stated succinctly. Good riddance he deserved. Huh? Zhao Tao suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, his smile freezing in disbelief as he looked at Lin Ming, stammering to confirm you. What did you say? Fong Jinsong is dead? That jinx actually died? He previously escaped from 100 rat demons. Yet now he is dead? And you're unscathed? Lin Ming inwardly scoffed, anticipating their suspicion. Just as he was about to clarify, he noticed Zhao Tao gazing at him with pity. You're in quite a predicament. Fong Jinsong is notorious for bringing misfortune. Now that you've killed him, I suspect no one in the Demon Suppression Division will dare team up with you. Lin Ming. Damn it. I thought you were saying I was in trouble. All this talk of jinxes is mere superstition. He dismissed the notion and inquired. Don't you have other questions? Like how Fong Jinsong died. That is not my concern. Once we return, my uncle will question you. Just prepare your explanation. Zhao Tao continued. By the way, did the others perish as well? Zhao Tao had immense trust in Lin Ming, believing that despite their brief acquaintance, he would not deliberately harm Fong Jinsong. Lin Ming was uncertain of the source of this trust, yet it felt rather pleasant. Yes, the others are also dead. The circumstances are quite complex. I should report back to my superiors, Lin Ming replied, feeling no desire to elaborate further. He knew that revealing the truth would only lead to endless inquiries. Zhao Tao did not press further, suggesting Lin Ming rest while he and his team assessed the situation in Hehua village. An hour later, Team 9 confirmed the state of the entire village, documenting their findings. They then gathered together, quietly awaiting the dawn. Not everyone possesses the audacity of Fong Jinsong, who recklessly roams in the dark. Even when the Demon Suppression Division is on the move, they adhere to the prudent practice of waiting for dawn. As the first light of daybreak graced the horizon, Zhao Tao entrusted a team member with the village's affairs and set off with Lin Ming back to the county's Demon Suppression Division. This time, Zhao Tao refrained from accompanying them, fearing that his laughter during the report might betray him and lead to repercussions. Meanwhile, Zhao Chuanfu had only just risen when he received the guard's report. The news of Fong Jinsong's demise did not surprise him, given Fong's approach to life. Such an outcome was inevitable. What astonished him was the complete annihilation of the 10th team, with the unexpected survival of the newcomer Lin Ming. Consequently, he summoned Lin Ming to his study to recount the events. Lin Ming was acutely aware that the forthcoming report would be the most daunting challenge. Zhao Chuanfu was a seasoned veteran. Any hint of inconsistency on Lin Ming's part could unveil the underlying truths of his situation, necessitating utmost caution. Chapter 32. Lin Ming with 500 meritorious deeds, Tian Weishue with 50 meritorious deeds. Are you suggesting that Fong Jinsong is a spy for another faction, deliberately causing the deaths of numerous warriors in an attempt to seize control of the Demon Suppression Division? And when you discovered his murderous intentions, you eliminated him, only for the malevolent entity cultivated by Li Jiren to emerge and consume all the corpses, ultimately attempting to kill you, only to be repelled by the timely arrival of Zhao Tao and others? Zhao Chuanfu scrutinized Lin Ming, his gaze filled with doubt and mistrust. Lin Ming's earlier statements were a mixture of truth and falsehood. It was evident that Fong Jinsong was indeed problematic and had killed those individuals, and the existence of the malevolent entity was also true. After observing Lin Ming for a considerable time without detecting any signs of guilt or flaw, Zhao Chuanfu's brow furrowed. If this matter is authentic, it will have a profound impact on the Demon Suppression Division. Rest assured, I will not disclose this, Lin Ming promptly assured. Zhao Chuanfu's expression softened somewhat. Currently, it is not merely a question of whether you will divulge this information. I must ascertain the truth of the matter. For the time being, you are not to leave the Demon Suppression Division. Lin Ming was taken aback. I thought you would confine me for questioning. To be honest, I had harbored suspicions about Fong Jinsong for some time. However, those doubts were rooted in my experience and lacked direct evidence, which is why I refrained from taking action. I genuinely believe your assertion that he is problematic. Yet, I do not fully trust the sequence of events you described. There are certainly some inconsistencies. What I require now is to investigate these discrepancies to determine if they indicate an issue with your identity, as well as to unearth substantial evidence to report to our superiors. Zhao Chuanfu gazed deeply at Lin Ming, clearly encouraging him to disclose the truth. Lin Ming maintained a composed demeanor. I have already divulged everything. Very well, you may leave for now. Zhao Chuanfu waved his hand with a hint of disappointment. After Lin Ming exited and was escorted by guards to the courtyard of the 10th Squad, Zhao Chuanfu sighed heavily. Leading a team is no easy task. It seems each individual harbors their own secrets, lacking trust in him. Is it possible that his position as an officer has instilled such a sense of insecurity among them? As Lin Ming was escorted to the 10th Squad's courtyard, the gate closed behind him and 2 guards stationed themselves outside to keep watch. This sparked curiosity among the passers-by of the Demon Suppression Division. Some attempted to approach the guards for inquiries, but were dismissed without any explanation, only fueling the intrigue surrounding the 10th Squad's courtyard. The 10th Squad held a renowned reputation within the Demon Suppression Division in Ping'an County, rivaling even that of the illustrious 1st Squad. Now that the 10th Squad's courtyard had been sealed off, it was difficult not to speculate whether Fang Jinsong had instigated some incident. Could it be that he had caused the demise of all the squad members? Such occurrences were not unheard of, yet in the past, there had been no lockdown of the courtyard. Perhaps this time, Fang Jinsong had taken the life of an important figure. Which notable figure would visit the 10th Squad? Someone retorted, I meant during a mission, when some prominent individuals became ensnared by malevolent forces. Ah, perhaps it is indeed possible. The harbinger of misfortune can bring doom upon anyone. The seasoned warriors engaged in fervent discussions, convinced that Fang Jinsong had once again caused someone's demise, and this time he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. The veteran warriors felt that Fang Jinsong deserved his fate, while the trainee warriors were elated. How splendid! The harbinger of ill fate was finally to be dealt with, and he might even be stripped of his position as captain of the 10th Squad. This would embolden them to leave the training academy. For years, many trainees had refrained from graduating, fearing an assignment to the 10th Squad, deliberately failing assessments each time. Now, they could boldly pass the evaluations and become formal warriors. Within the Demon Suppression Division, there exists a unique department known as the Enforcement Team. Entry into this team does not depend on martial prowess, but rather on special abilities. Some excel in forensic examination, others in tracking, while yet others are adept at interrogation. Zhao Chuanfu reported the matter to the Enforcement Team, instructing them to investigate. The team promptly mobilized, conducting a thorough inquiry into the situation. For 5 consecutive days, they meticulously scoured every corner of Hahua village, documenting every lead to present to Zhao Chuanfu. As Zhao Chuanfu perused the files in hand, his brow furrowed deeply as he turned each page. It must be said that the enforcement team displayed remarkable professionalism. They had even traced the exact times when Lin Ming and others entered the village, where they had gone, and revealed that Lin Ming had entered the Li family home alone before Fang Jinsong followed. Moreover, they uncovered evidence to corroborate Lin Ming's statements, demonstrating that he spoke no falsehoods, at least not on a grand scale. Fang Jinsong indeed faced issues, as they had not only found traces of him pursuing a squad member, but also eyewitness accounts from villagers. The enforcement team also conducted a detailed investigation into Lin Ming. In terms of his background and past experiences, they found no discrepancies. They merely concluded that Lin Ming possessed an extraordinarily depleting martial art. He had purchased a considerable number of poultry, which mysteriously vanished within a day, likely consumed by him. Whether Lin Ming had eaten them raw or was some fiend capable of devouring poultry for growth was entirely unconsidered by the enforcement team. Even Zhao Chuanfu had never entertained such ludicrous notions. After all, had Lin Ming been involved with any malevolent entities, he would have been discovered upon entering the Demon Suppression Division. Ultimately, these individuals could not fathom the existence of systems and attributes, nor could they anticipate that Lin Ming could manipulate incense to obscure his own sinister powers. The more Zhao Chuanfu scrutinized the dossier, the more alarmed he became. Fang Jinsong had managed to masquerade within the Demon Suppression Division for so long, and had it not been for Lin Ming's revelation, the division might have changed hands. The enforcement team leader nodded in agreement. Lin Ming is indeed a remarkable talent. exhibiting formidable strength and the ability to promptly identify Fang Jinsong's issues. He even coaxed Fang Jinsong into revealing the truth, indicating a certain aptitude for legal matters. Perhaps he should be assigned to the enforcement team? Indeed, such talent ought to be appointed as a leader. Zhao Chuanfu, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "It seems that the entire 10th team has perished. Let him assume the position of team leader. Moreover, he ought to be awarded merit for this endeavor. How many accolades do you think he deserves? 10? 20? The captain of the enforcement team pondered for a moment before replying, "Considering he has unraveled such a significant case, it could be deemed a colossal assistance to you. If you wish to maintain some semblance of dignity, you ought to grant him at least 300 to 500 merits." Zhao Chuanfu felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I worry that if he amasses too many merits, he might become overly arrogant, hence my desire to temper his achievements." "Oh, yet you seem unconcerned about suppressing Tian Weishue? Is it because she is your disciple?" The enforcement captain retorted with a smirk. "All right, I'll promote him to the position of 10th team leader and award him 500 merits. Is that satisfactory? Must you incessantly invoke Schwer in this manner? Am I that biased?" Zhao Chuanfu waved him off. "You may leave now. Please inform the guards to escort Lin Ming here. I wish to speak with him personally." Not wishing to engage further with the enforcement captain, who delighted in contradicting him, Zhao Chuanfu began to assert his authority to dismiss him. The enforcement captain scoffed and departed. As Lin Ming emerged to meet the captain, he fortuitously encountered a contingent of the first team returning from their mission. It was evident that the first team was formidable. Every member, from the captain to the team members, was at the peak of their abilities. Each exuded an overwhelming and authoritative aura, appearing exceptionally fierce. Even a seemingly ordinary member at the rear of the team instilled a sense of pressure in Lin Ming, clearly possessing strength that surpassed that of Fang Jinsong, whom he had previously battled. Tian Weishue was amidst this impressive assembly, seamlessly blending in. Her aura was equally potent, having reached her peak abilities early on. Due to her exceptional talent and strength, the members of the first team surrounded her like stars encircling the moon, continually offering praises. "Weishue, you are truly remarkable. You have accumulated another 8 merits today, bringing your total to over 50 in just a few days. This must be the fastest rate of merit accumulation for a newcomer in the history of Pingan County. These merits should suffice for you to ascend the rankings." Unfortunately, many veterans still occupy the leaderboard. Had there been a newcomer leaderboard, you would undoubtedly be at the top. The team enthusiastically suggested, "Let us first turn in our mission tokens and then celebrate Weishue's induction onto the merit monument." "Yes, let us celebrate together." The first team buzzed with excitement, clamoring for a celebration. The team leader sighed, all right, let me submit the mission token first." Tian Weishue's eyes flickered, yet she did not voice any opposition. These individuals, with their commendable talents, would undoubtedly become her most loyal subordinates, potentially even her personal guards in the future. Thus, engaging with them was of no concern. The first team, in high spirits, made their way to the mission hall, coincidentally brushing past Lin Ming, who was being escorted by the guards. Chapter 33. Alas, what a surprise. Lin Ming encountered a team as they brushed past, politely nodding at Tian Weishue. Her expression was cold as she acknowledged him with a slight bow. The team leader, intrigued by Tian Weishue's uncharacteristic greeting toward a stranger, instinctively scrutinized Lin Ming. "Weishue, who is he?" Tian Weishue furrowed her delicate brows, casting a frosty glance at the team leader. While she recognized his potential and even considered nurturing him as a future personal guard, it did not grant him the liberty to question her. The team leader, seasoned and well-versed in the ways of the world, had encountered numerous formidable figures. He prided himself on his resilience against the pressure from higher-ups and was not easily intimidated, even by the school officer. Yet under Tian Weishue's piercing gaze, he inexplicably felt a wave of anxiety, akin to the trepidation of displeasing an authority. He could not help but diminish his imposing demeanor, muttering softly, "I merely believe that someone who cannot even enter the first team should not intersect with you." As soon as he uttered those words, a look of frustration washed over him, especially as he caught the astonished expressions of the surrounding team members, which only served to aggravate him further. How could he have been so intimidated by Tian Wei Shui that he revealed his innermost thoughts and acknowledged his pettiness? Tian Wei Shui, however, remained indifferent, stating, "My acquaintances are none of your concern. Refrain from meddling in the future." The team leader's face flushed crimson, yearning to explain himself yet held back by pride. "I do not wish to attend today's gathering. You may go," she declared, turning on her heel and departing. As they watched her retreating figure, the team felt an awkwardness settle upon them, uncertain of what to say. The team leader's expression darkened swiftly. He glanced at the departing Tian Wei Shui and then at Lin Ming, who had also taken his leave in another direction. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to a trusted team member beside him, saying, "Aguang, within half an hour, I want a detailed report on that young man." Aguang, sensing the gravity of his leader's anger, dared not utter another word and hurried away. Consequently, what was intended to be a celebratory gathering for the team ended in discontent. Lin Ming arrived at the study of the school officer, Zhao Chuanfu. Upon entering, he found Zhao Chuanfu engrossed in writing. Lin Ming greeted him, but Zhao Chuanfu did not respond, so he stood quietly by, waiting. After what felt like an eternity of half an hour, Zhao Chuanfu finally raised his head and, noticing Lin Ming's unwavering patience devoid of impatience or anxiety, displayed a look of satisfaction. "Very well, you have passed my test." Lin Ming inquired, perplexed, "What test?" Zhao Chuanfu tossed him a waste token, stating, "You exhibit composure and stability. From today onwards, you shall serve as the captain of the 10th team." Lin Ming held the waste token engraved with captain of the 10th team with a sense of resignation. "Is it possible for me to decline this position? After all, I have just arrived and feel I am not yet qualified. Allow me to gain some experience below. If that fails, perhaps you could assign me to the cannon fodder team? This captaincy is not one to be taken lightly. Fang Jinsong serves as a cautionary tale. My own background is no less complicated than his." Zhao Chuanfu developed a deeper admiration for Lin Ming, acknowledging his strength without arrogance. Deeming him highly suitable for the role of captain, confident that he would lead the team effectively. Lin Ming, at a loss for words, could only muster the courage to declare, "I must clarify in advance that I am not accustomed to leading others. Should my subordinates suffer casualties, you cannot hold me accountable." Zhao Chuanfu calmly replied, "Which team can claim to have no losses? I have faith in you. At least, in my intuition, you are far more reliable than Fang Jinsong." Suddenly, Lin Ming felt a wave of courage wash over him. Previously, Zhao Chuanfu's doubts about Fang Jinsong had struck him as eerily accurate. Now, however, he found it to be rather unremarkable. "All right, you may leave for now. By the way, I have granted you 500 merit points, which you can exchange for elixirs, martial arts, and the like. You may head to the storeroom now to see if anything piques your interest," Zhao Chuanfu stated nonchalantly. Lin Ming acknowledged with a nod, clutching the token as he made his way to the storeroom. As a state-run entity, the Demon Suppression Division's storeroom housed an abundance of reserves, far surpassing those of various martial arts schools or sections. Lin Ming first entered the martial arts repository. Martial arts can generally be categorized into 5 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, and common. Due to the chaos wrought by demonic entities, myriad martial arts schools emerged, resulting in a wealth of martial arts scriptures. Even in a small place like Ping'an County, there were 3 books on earth-grade martial arts, with numerous mysterious and yellow-grade texts available. However, martial arts are valued for their quality over quantity, so most practitioners typically excel in only 3 disciplines. Lin Ming had already acquired experience in the greedy wolf blade and the evil extermination sword, making him more formidable than some seasoned team members. Thus, he found no need to study the 2 most prevalent martial arts within the Demon Suppression Division. The repository spanned 3 levels, the first level for yellow grade, the second for mysterious grade, and the third for earth grade. While yellow grade martial arts were not exactly commonplace, they were hardly rare, especially considering their limited benefit during the Qi gathering phase. Only mysterious grade martial arts could bestow various attributes upon true energy. As captain, Lin Ming had the privilege to access the 2nd floor, where he encountered an array of over 20 mysterious grade martial arts, categorized into 3 main types: body refinement, offense, and agility. The body refinement category included techniques, such as the indestructible child's body, specifically designed to counter various malevolent entities, with even legends proclaiming its prowess in dispelling evil spirits. The offense category featured the snowfall blade technique, the heavenly river sword technique, the wind cleaving palm, and the extreme cold ice fist. The agility category encompassed techniques such as cloud walking and the divine eagle's dragon strike. From these three categories, Lin Ming selected one from each: the Hunyuan golden body, the snowfall blade technique, and the divine eagle's dragon strike. The first, while technically categorized as an earth grade technique, had been relegated to mysterious grade due to its immense difficulty in cultivation. The very name Hunyuan implies that it requires the mastery of at least 3 attributes of true energy to practice. And achieving great mastery demands the convergence of all 5 attributes, harnessing the interplay of the 5 elemental forces to forge an indestructible golden body. The second, the snowfall blade technique, is quite straightforward, embodying a complete ice element martial art that envelopes the practitioner in a flurry of snow, freezing all in its path. As for the divine eagle's dragon strike, it is a formidable technique that allows for both long-range pursuit of foes and fierce close-quarter assaults, favored by many captains within the Demon Suppression Division. After Lin Ming entrusted the 3 martial arts manuals to the guard of the armory, the guard first glanced at Lin Ming's youth, then pointed at the copy of the Hunyuan golden body and said, "Exchange it for another one." "Why?" Lin Ming asked, puzzled. This martial art is indeed formidable, but to achieve mastery, one must cultivate with the power of the 5 elements simultaneously, even with superior innate talent. It would take 2 to 3 decades to reach great success. What can you, with your inferior root bone, possibly achieve? The guard replied tersely, "That's inconsequential. I want this one." Lin Ming smiled confidently. The guard frowned. "Listen, kid, I only raised this concern because I noticed your youth and your position as captain, thinking you might appreciate the advice. Don't be ungrateful. Just exchange it." Lin Ming was at a loss for words. Fortunately, he had already memorized the preliminary methods of using the Hunyuan golden body. He activated the 5 spirals of energy within his organs, simultaneously unleashing the true energy of the 5 elements. Before long, 5 types of true energy surged forth, enveloping Lin Ming's body, making him extraordinarily solid and rapidly enhancing his strength, evoking an imposing presence akin to Mount Tai, unyielding and indestructible. The guard, sensing this powerful aura, was suddenly taken aback, staring at Lin Ming in disbelief. "Wait, what?" Chapter 34. After encountering numerous mediocre individuals, who could bear the sudden appearance of a genius? "Can you release me from the stockade and allow me to depart?" Lin Ming inquired. "Hunyuan golden body? No, it cannot be that swift. Let me give it a try." The elderly guard offered no time for Lin Ming to respond, suddenly delivering a powerful punch to Lin Ming's chest. Duong. The strike resonated as though it had struck a bronze bell, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against metal. Lin Ming let out a muffled grunt and took 2 steps back, yet he remained unscathed. His vital energy circulated within him, dissipating the shockwave of the impact. The elderly guard, witnessing this, was further astonished, caught off guard as he murmured, "Have I been so long away that I have become ignorant? Is a commander outside now so formidable?" Just then, another commander approached. "Old Su, could you please assist me in documenting this fierce tiger skill? I wish to contemplate it." The elderly guard glanced over, his thoughts stirring. "Ah, Commander of the 3rd team, I recall you have practiced the indestructible child's body, correct? Activate it for me." "What is it?" The 3rd commander, puzzled, complied out of respect for the elder. Instantaneously, the surface of the 3rd commander's body transformed into a radiant golden hue, reflecting a sturdy luster under the sun, appearing far more resilient than Lin Ming. The elderly guard suddenly struck out, delivering a slap to the 3rd commander's face. The commander screamed as he was sent flying, his face contorted from the blow, 2 teeth flying loose as the indestructible body was shattered, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he exclaimed in fury, "Old Su, what have you done?" The elderly guard surveyed the unfortunate 3rd commander and then Lin Ming, a dawning realization washing over him. "It is not that I have fallen behind. but rather that I have encountered so many worthless individuals that the sudden appearance of a genius has left me somewhat unprepared. The third commander, bewildered, asked, worthless? Who? Me? Is it not enough that you struck me, but you must also pierce my heart? Never mind. You may leave now. The elderly guard recorded Lin Ming's martial arts details. Gesturing for him to go, Lin Ming took his belongings and departed. The elderly guard cast a glance at the prostrate third commander. What? Do you need this old man to help you up, Commander? The third commander silently rose. I dare not. The elder, irritated by his pitiable demeanor, casually tossed him a healing pill. A 7th-rank Qingshu pill. It should be more than sufficient to mend your injuries. The third commander hastily caught the pill, his grievances dissipating instantly. Given the multitude of martial artists, the availability of martial arts texts was abundant, yet this resulted in a dire scarcity of elixirs. Thus, even for a commander, a 7th-rank healing pill was considered a valuable treasure. Reluctant to use it, he planned to roll it on a hot egg instead. Lin Ming exited the armory and proceeded to collect his exclusive commander uniform and sword. The custodian responsible for the inventory, taken aback by Lin Ming's presence, was perplexed. As visits to this place were rare, he distinctly remembered Lin Ming had collected gear as a team member just 2 days prior. How is it that he now sought the attire of a commander? Having received his items, Lin Ming stepped out of the storeroom. No sooner had he left than he was intercepted by 2 individuals. Lin Ming, I have a matter to discuss with you. A youth clad in a captain's uniform gazed coldly at Lin Ming, assuming a rather condescending demeanor. Who are you? Lin Ming inquired with a furrowed brow. I am Captain Shin Mingin, the youth proclaimed, anticipating Lin Ming's horrified admiration, for his reputation within the demon-subduing division of the county was quite formidable. He was lauded as the successor to the position of school officer, and none dared to show him any disrespect. However, to Shin Mingin's dismay, Lin Ming remained remarkably composed. Oh, what is it? He replied casually. Beside him, a team member named Guang frowned and reprimanded. You, a mere team member, do not even know to address the captain with respect upon meeting him? Please, spare me the laughter. You are far more juvenile than the student council I encountered in my previous life at university. Lin Ming observed that a person could reach such an extreme of silence that laughter would indeed escape them. Although he was unfamiliar with universities and student councils, both Shin Mingin and Guang perceived the mockery in Lin Ming's tone, their faces darkening as a result. Shin Mingin's eyes glinted with a dangerous light. Lin Ming, I have already investigated your background. You are merely a failed scholar from a small village, having arrived at the demon-subduing division only 4 days ago, and managed to pass the assessment by sheer luck. Now, you are just an ordinary member of the 10th team, and you dare to act arrogantly towards me. A captain? What grants you such audacity? He continued, I am not here to bully you. Rather, I come as a captain to warn you against any future contact with Tian Weishue. You inhabit entirely different worlds. Do you understand? Guang regarded Lin Ming with derision, as if he were observing a ludicrous monkey baring its teeth at him. Yet, to their astonishment, Lin Ming, far from being flustered by their revelations, regarded them with curiosity. You do not have a good rapport within the demon-subduing division? Lin Ming inquired. Given that they could investigate his identity, they should have been aware of how he passed the assessment, and that he was the sole survivor of the 10th team. They ought not to underestimate him in such a manner. Observing their ignorance, he surmised that they had been deceived by others in the division. Of course, it was also possible that some individuals had deliberately set him up. What nonsense are you spouting? Who in the demon-subduing division does not curry favor with Brother Shin? How could one possibly lack connections? Guang retorted angrily. Lin Ming silently produced the insignia of the 10th team and affixed it to his waist, facing Guang. You, a mere team member, do not even know to address the captain with respect? Guang could hardly fathom that his earlier words would come back to haunt him like a boomerang. However, what left him even more bewildered was the revelation that Lin Ming was, indeed, a captain. Shin Mingin's eyes widened in disbelief. You're a captain? That cannot be true. You must be pretending with someone else's insignia. Return it at once. Before he could finish, Lin Ming raised his insignia, the front emblazoned with captain of the 10th team, and the back clearly inscribed with Lin Ming's name. Such insignias were custom-made and could not be forged. Having served as captain for so long, Shun Ming recognized its authenticity and fell silent. A newcomer who had only arrived a few days prior could attain the rank of captain. Even a fool would realize he was no ordinary individual. Shun Ming, not being foolish himself, quickly grasped the implication of Lin Ming's earlier question and understood that he had been deceived. He could not help but turn a glare at Guang. Guang also came to his senses, his face filled with panic. Captain, I truly conducted a thorough investigation. The chief instructor of the training academy and others all told me the same thing. Hence, it seems your relationship is indeed quite poor. Lin Ming looked at the two with a sympathetic gaze. Just be cautious from now on. Shun Ming felt a sense of humiliation wash over her. After hastily issuing a warning, she swiftly departed. Guang hurriedly followed her, and upon reaching her side, lowered his voice to say, Captain, you need not feel embarrassed. Those individuals may not have intended to deceive you. Perhaps they simply forgot to inform me. Or maybe Lin Ming himself is merely fortunate to have become a captain without possessing any real skill. Shun Ming paused in her steps, a glimmer of realization igniting in her eyes. Indeed, it could merely be due to his connection with Tian Weishue that the school officer favored him. After all, with the entire 10th squad annihilated, there wouldn't be much resistance in his assuming the role of captain. Absolutely. Captain, your reasoning is undoubtedly correct. Guang nodded vigorously, then noticed the War Merit Monument being updated in the distance and exclaimed, Oh, the merit board has been refreshed. Shall we take a look? Very well. I too wish to see my current ranking. Shun Ming replied with a slight nod, advancing to examine the new merit board. Upon scanning it, she quickly located her name. Rank 1. Shun Ming, 2,400 merit points. Guang immediately began to flatter her profusely. Captain, you remain the captain indeed, firmly holding the top position. In my opinion, it matters not if that brat becomes captain. The merit board is beyond manipulation. Even if the school officer wished to favor him, it would be impossible, and when the time comes, he might struggle to even appear on the merit board, likely becoming the most disgraceful Demon Suppression Division captain in the history of Pingan County. A smile graced Shun Ming's lips, her former authority returning, as her eyes scoured the board for Tian Weishue's name, intending to inform her of the ranking to ease their relationship. Rank 2, Su Hui, 1,800 merit points. Rank 3, Li Kun, 1,750 merit points. Rank 4, Rank 7, Lin Ming, 500 merit points. Shun Ming and Guang's eyes widened in unison. Chapter 35. The confrontation of Shun Ming and Tian Weishue. What is the meaning of this? How could Lin Ming possibly have 500 battle achievements? It must be a case of mistaken identity, right? Shun Ming and Guang were both incredulous. The onlookers surrounding the newly released rankings were equally astonished to see a new name in the top 10. It is worth noting that the Battle Achievements leaderboard is updated weekly, and changes in rankings are quite rare. Particularly among the top 10, the names have remained familiar faces for the past 2 years without significant alteration. Thus, the sudden emergence of a new name, soaring straight to 7th place, left everyone in a state of bewilderment, all speculating on the identity of Lin Ming. Amidst the crowd, Tian Weishue arrived, intending to check her own ranking, only to be taken aback by Lin Ming's presence at 7th place. How could this be? Before she had the opportunity to surpass him, he had already outshone her. With a grim expression, Shun Ming squeezed through the throng and approached Tian Weishue, urgently stating, Weishue, I suspect that Lin Ming may have deceived the school officer. Let us inquire together about this matter. Previously, Tian Weishue would have dismissed such actions, believing that she would simply strive to become stronger to surpass her rivals. However, curiosity about Lin Ming now consumed her thoughts. She could hardly fathom how he accumulated 500 battle achievements in such a brief period. It is well known that battle achievements are not easily garnered. Defeating a ghost-level monster only yields 5 points. Within 5 days of joining the Demon Suppression Division, Tian Weishue had managed to amass over 50 battle achievements, which was already commendable. Yet Lin Ming had surpassed her by more than tenfold. Had he uncovered a nest of monstrous entities? Seeing Tian Weishue's evident skepticism, Shen Mingyan quickly urged her to accompany him in seeking out the school officer. Zhao Chuanfu, burdened with numerous responsibilities, was almost perpetually ensconced in his study. Especially following Fang Jinsong's incident, he had been overwhelmed with inquiries and reprimands from above, leaving him frazzled. Consequently, his beloved disciple, Tian Weishue, along with a team leader, barged into his study to interrogate him about how Lin Ming had achieved 500 battle points. Further aggravating his already irritable mood, Zhao Chuanfu fixed them with a cold glare and asked in a low voice, "Am I to report every action to both of you and await your approval before proceeding?" Shen Mingyan's expression froze. He had not anticipated such an outburst from Zhao Chuanfu, and he quickly lowered his head in apology. "I dare not, Captain Shun. I understand your confidence in your own talents and your self-appointed status as my successor. However, until I officially step aside for you, I hope you can maintain a proper mindset. Do not presume that the Demon Suppression Division is solely defined by your superior talents. Your advantages stem merely from your family's connections, which have afforded you access to resources that enhance your abilities. When it comes to innate talent, you do not even compare to a mere toe of Weishue. Even the presently obscure Lin Ming will undoubtedly rise to a status equal to yours in the future. Should you persist in your arrogance, you may find yourself relegated to a subordinate position beneath them." Zhao Chuanfu's words rendered Shen Mingyan's expression utterly dreadful. Yet, he was not finished. He turned his gaze towards Tian Weishue and inquired, "What troubles you? Does it truly matter who surpasses whom? Or is it that your disdain for Lin Ming fuels your indignation at his achievements? If you persist in such a mentality, your future accomplishments may not reach the heights you envision. I find myself deeply disappointed in you, even doubting whether I misjudged your potential. For it appears you may indeed fall short of Lin Ming." Tian Weishue clenched her fists, a profound realization of anger and enlightenment washing over her. She recognized that she had become uncharacteristically disconcerted. In the past, she had never been one to harbor petty suspicions about the strength of others, nor had she questioned their prowess with thoughts of conspiracy. She had always focused on surpassing them. Yet now, she found herself alongside Shen Mingyan, questioning whether Lin Ming's prowess was merely a fade. Coming to this realization, she abruptly turned and walked outside. Shen Mingyan hurried to follow, unwilling to relent, suggesting, "Weishue, don't be hasty. Lin Ming's sudden accumulation of achievements must stem from a stroke of luck in undertaking some arduous task, not necessarily a steady ascent like ours." Tian Weishue ignored Shen Mingyan and returned to her quarters to gather her belongings, then coldly declared, "Captain Shun, from today onward, I shall undertake missions independently. If you require assistance, you may find me at Tine Mountain, 10 miles outside the county." "What? Solo missions? That's unacceptable." Shen Mingyan interjected hastily. "It could be perilous." Tian Weishue cast a frosty glance at Shen Mingyan. "The choice of path, perilous or not, is mine to make. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to expel me from the team. Step aside." Once again, Shen Mingyan encountered that commanding gaze, instinctively stepping aside to allow her passage. As he watched her graceful silhouette fade into the distance, he realized he had been intimidated yet again, and a surge of anger welled up within him, prompting him to strike the wooden post before him with a powerful punch. Boom! The post shattered upon impact. Do they both look down on me? Do they truly believe I am just a puppet as team leader? He seethed. When the time for the 100 teams tournament selection arrives, I shall relish the opportunity to demonstrate my superiority. Images of Tian Weishue, Zhao Chuanfu, and Lin Ming flashed through his mind, each igniting a burning resentment within him. He contemplated how he would crush Lin Ming's spirit in the forthcoming selection battle, ensuring that all would acknowledge that the leader of Pingan County was none other than Shen Mingyan. Meanwhile, Lin Ming remained oblivious to these developments. He was diligently practicing the 3 martial arts he had acquired. The Hunyuan Golden Body was the most accessible for cultivation, as its challenges lay solely in mastering the true energy of 5 attributes, making it relatively easy to grasp. The Snowfall Blade technique, however, belonged to the higher echelon of Xian-grade martial arts. After all, how could the Demon Suppression Division collect subpar techniques? High quality meant difficulty in mastery. Fortunately, Lin Ming possessed inferior aptitude and talent for blade techniques. The convergence of two distinct entries, coupled with over a decade of experience in the greedy wolf sword technique, has significantly accelerated his mastery of the snowfall sword technique. At this moment, Lin Ming gradually drew forth his beloved blade, a weapon reminiscent of the Tang horizontal sword, characterized by a narrow edge and a robust spine, with a predominantly straight blade suitable for both slashing and stabbing. As Lin Ming grasped the sword with both hands, his internal kidneys began to gently activate. The kidneys, associated with water, can solidify into ice. Waves of frigid, true energy emanated from within him, spiraling through his arms and enveloping the sword, before he commenced his dance of combat. The snowfall sword technique is predicated on a chilling intensity. When executed, the surrounding temperature plummets precipitously, conjuring a breathtaking spectacle of snow drifting through the air, capable of freezing both the opponent's body and their true energy. Each strike of the technique is extraordinarily formidable, akin to the approach of the Grim Reaper, inevitably claiming a life with every blow. Within the courtyard of the 10th Division, Lin Ming diligently practiced his swordplay, as the courtyard was engulfed by a howling wind, with countless snowflakes and ice crystals swirling about, causing passers-by to shiver and cast astonished glances toward the 10th Division, perplexed by the extraordinary scene unfolding. Just as Lin Ming was deeply engrossed in his training, Instructor Sun arrived, carrying a gift along with several companions, paying a visit. Before entering, he turned back to glare at his companions, admonishing them in a hushed tone. "I know you possess exceptional talent and come from esteemed backgrounds, but once we step inside, I expect you to temper your demeanor." "Understood." "Oh, come on. Let's hurry inside," several young men responded half-heartedly, tinged with a mix of anticipation and impatience. Due to Fong Jinsong's influence, they had refrained from formal promotion for 2 years. Now that the 10th Division had finally appointed a new captain, they felt emboldened to make their entrance, filled with hope for the promising future that lay ahead. Chapter 36. Who would interact frequently with the reserve grain? Knock, knock, knock. Master Sun rapped on the courtyard door, only to be startled and retract his hand. The door felt extraordinarily cold, as if he had struck a block of ice. A chill had already begun to creep up his fingers, threatening to freeze his meridians and vital energy. Fortunately, the contact had been brief, so the invading cold was minimal. Master Sun swiftly channeled his vital energy to dispel the chill. He gazed at the courtyard door in astonishment, perplexed by the situation. Inside the courtyard, Lin Ming was interrupted from his meditative state by the sound of knocking. He slowly retracted his aura and then used his vital energy to disperse the ice and snow in the yard before stepping forward to open the door. His expression tinged with annoyance. "What is it?" Although the frost had been melted away, a wave of cold rushed in as the door opened. Master Sun was taken aback. "Are you cultivating? This chill is intense. Is it from the snowfall blade technique?" "Yes, so please speak quickly," Lin Ming urged. "Here's the matter. I heard you have taken on the role of captain of Team 10, and knowing you must be short-handed, I brought a few individuals for you." Master Sun promptly stated, stepping aside to reveal 5 young men behind him. The 5 lined up, each displaying a different demeanor. One appeared somewhat dull, but exuded a formidable aura. Another had a light and agile presence, seemingly adept at lightness techniques, yet regarded Lin Ming with a frivolous attitude. A third bore an expression of trepidation and tension, even shying away from meeting Lin Ming's gaze. Lin Ming scanned the 5 newcomers and sighed. Although he anticipated that new members would eventually arrive, he had not expected them to come so soon. "You may choose your rooms first, then proceed to the storeroom to collect your supplies," Lin Ming instructed as he turned to walk back into the courtyard, before he could take more than a few steps. However, Master Sun hastily caught his attention, somewhat awkwardly saying, "There is one more thing I need to tell you. They haven't undergone assessment yet." "What do you mean by no assessment? Are they being fast-tracked?" Lin Ming frowned. "No, it's just that you've forgotten about the assessment of the malevolent spirits that were recently captured. Their resentment is still quite strong. We need to wait a bit before they can be officially integrated. However, considering your need for personnel, I thought it prudent to allow them to gain some experience with you in the meantime. Given their capabilities, it's only a matter of time before they are confirmed." Other teams often do this, and we are certainly not violating any rules, Master Sun explained, placing a bag in Lin Ming's hands. He was not lying. It was indeed common for trainee members to join the Demon Suppression Division teams to gain practical experience. After all, real combat fosters better training, and establishing rapport with team members early on facilitates future cooperation. As for the assessment, it could always be completed later, and passing would be a mere formality by then. Many teams in the Demon Suppression Division operated this way, and while the officers were aware, they turned a blind eye. Lin Ming comprehended that this was undoubtedly an unspoken rule, and he opened the bag to take a glance. Inside were banknotes, medicinal pills, and various herbs. He weighed the bag in his hand and glanced back at the 5 team members, letting out a derisive snort. "Fine, I'll accept it." Observing his reluctant demeanor, 3 of the young men furrowed their brows slightly, expressing their dissatisfaction. "Well, I shall take my leave then." The chief instructor's son responded with a smile, but then cast a stern glance at the 5. "From now on, listen to Captain Lin. There will be benefits for you." The 5 remained silent, standing rigidly in place. Sun, feeling irate, was about to chastise them when Lin Ming interrupted with a wave of his hand. "All right, Lao Sun, you can go now." Sun glanced at Lin Ming, surmising that he intended to personally discipline a few of them, and decided to refrain from saying more, leaving in silence. Once Sun had departed, the 5 young men felt a shiver run through them as they met Lin Ming's scrutinizing gaze. They understood that the new captain was about to establish his authority. During their time at the training academy, they were well aware of this custom. New members were often subjected to a harsh lesson from the veterans to instill discipline and clarify whom they should heed. Now that Team 10 had no senior members, it was naturally up to the captain to take charge. Suddenly, a plump young man stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Captain, I have something to say." Lin Ming regarded the chubby fellow with a sidelong glance. "Speak. If you intend to establish rules, I request that you lower your realm to the body refinement stage. This way, we can truly witness your formidable prowess and genuinely submit to your authority," the chubby one declared with conviction. The others nearby exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. They had been at the training academy long enough to know one another well, and this chubby fellow was renowned for his fierce reputation. He was the son of the owner of the giant martial arts hall and had been practicing the family's giant spirit technique since childhood. This martial art emphasized enhancing one's vitality through the consumption of potent supplements, resulting in a physique that greatly exceeded the norm, and even allowing for increased size during combat. Despite training rigorously, often at twice the intensity of his peers, this young man remained notably hefty. Within the training academy, he was acknowledged as the best in body refinement and had gained considerable fame even in Ping'an County. Had it not been for his apprehension about joining the previous Team 10, he would have long since been promoted and made a name for himself. Now, as Lin Ming sought to assert his authority, the chubby lad stepped forward without hesitation, while the others intentionally refrained from interjecting, eager to witness Lin Ming's capabilities. After all, while the captain could test them, they too could gauge the captain's strength. However, Lin Ming merely cast a fleeting glance at the chubby boy and replied coolly, "I do not have the habit of establishing rules. Just report your names, realms, and preferred martial arts shortly." With that, he turned and returned to the courtyard. Testing? Establishing authority? He could dismiss that notion. Lin Ming recognized that these team members were somewhat resistant to his leadership, driven by youthful exuberance. However, he was not inclined to engage with them extensively, as they were merely stepping stones on his path to strength. Ahem, resources to be utilized. Observing Lin Ming retreat to the courtyard, the 5 young team members exchanged glances, each lost in thought. How is this captain so different from the others? A lean young team member murmured, "Do you think the captain might be intimidated by Shang's abilities?" Bai Shang was the chubby youth who had just spoken. The other young team members immediately displayed expressions of understanding. It must be the case. Bai Shang was quite renowned in the training academy, famously regarded as the leader among his peers. The entire Demon Suppression Division had heard tales of his prowess, with several captains specifically requesting him to join their teams. Previously, Bai Shang had aspired to join Team 1 and had been patiently waiting for a vacancy due to casualties. After all, each team only had 10 slots, and without any losses, one could not gain entry. However, upon hearing that Team 10 had a new captain, Bai Shang grew restless, contemplating joining Team 10 to gain some experience, with aspirations of eventually leading that team himself. Thus, he sought an expedited entry. Suddenly, one of the team members recalled something and skeptically remarked, "But didn't the chief instructor say he was formidable, even devouring that malevolent spirit, Beauty's face? He warned us not to underestimate him, didn't he? Perhaps the new captain is merely acquainted with the chief instructor and is assisting in promoting Bai Shang. After all, we often boast about each other, don't we?" Bai Shang confidently replied, "I suspected that a captain so young could not be that impressive. I just didn't anticipate him being so timid as to refuse my challenge under my rules. Sigh, it's rather disheartening to think about, but this actually benefits my pursuit of the captaincy, making it easier." The other 4 young team members found Bai Shang's reasoning compelling and regarded Lin Ming with diminished respect, yet none were inclined to leave. After all, if the captain was weak, their chances of ascending would only increase. Furthermore, he was at least in the gathering chi stage. Surely he wouldn't be incapable of guiding them through their training period, would he? Chapter 37. The problematic stepmother in the courtyard of a team. There are 6 rooms designated for habitation. When fully occupied, 2 team members share a room while the captain enjoys a room of his own. Currently, with only 5 members present, each has a room to themselves. However, Bai Shang lingered on Lin Ming's room for quite some time while selecting his own. He pondered whether Lin Ming, if truly wary of him, might yield the room if pressured. Ultimately, Bai Shang chose to forego this idea, fearing Lin Ming would wield his authority as captain and unleash his formidable energy at the gathering chi stage. Although Bai Shang has achieved great perfection in body refinement, he still lacks true energy, leaving him at a disadvantage should he confront Lin Ming. Nevertheless, Bai Shang is confident that after 2 encounters with demonic forces, he will seize the opportunity to advance. When that time comes, he shall challenge Lin Ming for the captaincy and claim the spacious room for himself. Just a couple more days of patience. Bai Shang gazed at Lin Ming's room, filled with anticipation. Despite the presence of outsiders in the courtyard, Lin Ming continued his training, diligently practicing the divine eagle's dragon combative technique. This technique requires the infusion of wind-based true energy throughout the body, allowing one to assume the majestic form of an eagle soaring through the skies, ready to swoop down and seize anything with its talons. In truth, this technique can also be executed on solid ground, similar to the eagle claw technique, boasting impressive might and ferocity. Regrettably, Lin Ming lacks talent in both martial arts and movement techniques, which has hindered his comprehension of the divine eagle's dragon technique. After 5 days of effort, he had scarcely grazed the threshold of mastery, failing to achieve even the basics. This resulted in Lin Ming experiencing considerable embarrassment on several occasions. While attempting to transform into the divine eagle and step upon the air from the rooftop, he fell directly to the ground, nearly landing face first. All of this was witnessed by the 5 team members, leaving them in a state of discomfort. They had seen the divine eagle's dragon technique before. Several of their instructors were proficient in it, with Instructor Sun being particularly skilled, occasionally demonstrating it for the aspiring warriors. However, while others could transform into a commanding divine eagle soaring dozens or even hundreds of meters, effortlessly shattering massive rocks upon descending, Lin Ming's tumble from the rooftop was quite the spectacle. After several days of practice, his progress was so meager that it seemed less efficient than their own efforts. Bai Shang could not help but mock, "Captain, if you lack the talent for this technique, perhaps we should refrain from practicing such high-level martial arts? Otherwise, if outsiders witness this, won't you worry about being ridiculed? Our reputation is at stake." Lin Ming was certainly aware of his lack of talent, yet he remained undeterred, eager to discover the extent of his shortcomings. At this moment, he had come to terms with reality, deciding to abandon the technique while casting a discreet glance at Bai Shang, particularly at his attributes. Mastery of the physical body, blue. Giant transformation, blue. 12 years of greedy wolf blade experience, purple. Blood bowl, blue. 20 years of giant spirit technique experience, green. Among these, The attribute that intrigued Lin Ming the most was the mastery of the physical body. Possessing an extraordinary mastery over his physical form, akin to an inferior swordsmanship talent, Lin Ming could swiftly grasp the fundamentals of martial arts that employed fists and feet. Upon realizing that he could not succeed on his own, he left the courtyard with a cold expression. Bai Shang, observing him from behind, let out a derisive snicker. Allow me to offer a friendly reminder. Are you truly upset? I cannot fathom how someone with such a narrow mind could serve as captain. The other team members shook their heads, genuinely speechless at Lin Ming's leadership, and continued to practice in silence. After exiting, Lin Ming made his way to the mission hall, seeking the duty officer responsible for task assignments. Hand me the mission ledger. I wish to undertake a task, he stated. The officer glanced at Lin Ming's badge and cautioned, the captain has granted you a 10-day respite. You may collect missions once you have recruited your team. I have secured my team. Provide me with a mission to exterminate malevolent creatures, preferably one of considerable difficulty. Lin Ming demanded in a stern tone. The officer, retrieving the mission ledger, offered a wry smile and advised. You truly need not adhere to the tradition of the previous team, which only accepted challenging tasks. If those missions remain uncompleted for too long, the captain will order several teams to collaborate on resolving the issue. Lin Ming's expression hardened. If it comes to that, we may be safe, but what about the citizens in need? Our demon-subduing division was established to rescue the populace. Is it not preferable to return home to our families in warmth? The officer's gaze flickered. I have heard a saying circulating within the demon-subduing division lately. Seek promotion and wealth elsewhere. What fear is there in this place? You were the one to voice it, weren't you? Indeed, Lin Ming replied while perusing the ledger. No wonder, the officer remarked, his eyes piercing as he scrutinized Lin Ming. He could not discern whether Lin Ming's words were mere bravado or heartfelt truth. However, having uttered them, Lin Ming now found himself in a precarious position, enduring the heat of scrutiny. This one will suffice, Lin Ming declared, selecting a task. The officer shook his head in dismay. This mission is exceedingly difficult. It has been stalled at the demon-subduing division for 4.5 months. According to our regulations, if it remains unresolved for another half month, at least 3 teams must cooperate to address it. Are you certain you wish to accept it now? Yes, Lin Ming affirmed with a nod. The officer ceased further discussion and promptly handed over the mission token, though he kindly advised, in the future, be wary of speaking carelessly. Do not let your emotions lead you to say whatever comes to mind. Understood, Lin Ming replied, taking the token and turning to leave. The officer recognized Lin Ming's dismissive attitude, but chose not to press further. Good advice often falls on deaf ears, he thought. Since tasks obtainable in the mission hall did not require special requests from the captain, Lin Ming, clutching the mission token, made his way directly to Team 10's quarters. Upon greeting everyone, he initiated action. Bai Shang and the others had been waiting for several days without a mission and were now brimming with anticipation. The moment they heard of a task, joy radiated from them as they gathered their equipment and prepared to depart. Bai Shang, particularly invigorated, mounted his warhorse, disregarding decorum, and charged alongside Lin Ming, fueled by a premonition that he was but one battle away from breaking through to the Qi gathering stage. At that time, one must first pass the assessment to attain the position of captain, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of life. The sound of hoofbeats resonated as Lin Ming and his companions surged forth from the county town, heading directly towards a small mountain village. Along the way, Lin Ming elucidated the task at hand. The task was codenamed Subjugation of the Dry Mother of the Small Mountain Village. In rural areas, there exists a custom of venerating a dry mother. This practice signifies that an individual, often frail and frequently ailing, seeks solace in venerating a long-lived entity, be it a tree or a stone, in hopes of receiving protection and growing up safely. Nowadays, the dry mothers revered in these villages are often malevolent entities or spirits, invoked for their safeguarding presence to prevent calamities from befalling the village. Although these dry mothers require offerings, it at least provides the village with a chance to sustain its traditions. However, for months prior, the dry mother revered by the small mountain village underwent a sinister transformation. What was once a willow tree, a guardian of the entire village, morphed into a nightmarish specter. Previously, it demanded annual offerings of incense and live livestock, but suddenly it began to require the consumption of a human daily, growing stronger with each victim until it devoured the entire village. After consuming the small mountain village, it extended its malevolent reach towards neighboring settlements, even imprisoning villagers to prevent their escape. Had it not been for a scholar passing by who discerned the anomaly and fled to report it, the matter might have remained unknown to the Demon Suppression Division. However, even with this knowledge, the division found itself powerless, as no teams within dared to undertake this perilous mission. Consequently, the Dry Mother continues to wreak havoc in the region. The reason the captain has not personally mobilized several teams to eradicate this malevolent creature is due to the vastness of Ping'an County and the multitude of malevolent beings therein. Even a few teams are occupied with their own tasks. After all, for many, the primary function of the Demon Suppression Division is to maintain stability. Since the Dry Mother has not yet expanded its malevolence outward, the urgency to eliminate it has diminished somewhat. Chapter 38, Blood Elixir, Demonic Collaboration, Brother Mu. Let us depart swiftly. The higher-ups have issued orders indicating that time is of the essence. Why the haste? Are you not aware of the ineptitude of the Demon Suppression Division? They will not resolve this matter within 5 months. Yet the majority of the forces have retreated. What purpose do we serve by remaining here? To call you a fool would be an understatement. Although the blood elixir has been confiscated, the furnace remains operational. As long as we continuously supply it with blood essence, new elixirs will materialize. When that time comes, it shall be our unexpected windfall. Do you not desire such fortune? If not, then feel free to leave. I shall remain. He. I desire it. Such treasures. Thank you, Brother Mu, for leading me to prosperity. In a small mountain village, situated merely a dozen miles from the county town, Lin Ming and his companions rode their steeds and soon arrived. As they approached the village nestled at the foot of the hill, a pungent stench assailed their senses. It was the nauseating odor of flesh decaying under the summer heat, an unbearable assault on their nostrils. Bai Shang and the others were visibly repulsed, covering their mouths and noses in disgust. Lin Ming's senses, far more acute than theirs, detected the stench even more distinctly. Instead of holding his breath, he analyzed the situation through the foul air that enveloped the village. This quaint village, built against the mountains, bore no trace of life. It appeared that everyone had been consumed by that Dry Mother. However, upon further examination, Lin Ming discerned a familiar aura mingling with the putrid scent, an aura of malevolent energy. Enter the village, Lin Ming urged, spurring his horse forward. Bai Shang and the others turned pale, their resistance palpable. If the stench was unbearable outside the village, how could they possibly endure within? Captain, is it truly necessary? It is evident that there are no living souls left in that village. One team member protested urgently. Lin Ming turned back with an icy glare. I said, enter the village. The release of his chi field imposed an immense pressure upon the team, causing their steeds to become skittish. The members felt a tremor in their hearts, astonished by the overwhelming force Lin Ming exuded, especially Bai Shang, who suddenly felt an unsettling premonition, questioning whether he had underestimated their leader. He certainly did not appear weak. It must be a manifestation of true chi or some unique martial prowess. After all, Lin Ming, despite his shortcomings, was still a practitioner at the gathering chi stage. Bai Shang continually reassured himself, yet his body betrayed him, urging his horse to follow Lin Ming. The others, witnessing this, had no choice but to steel themselves and follow suit. Under Lin Ming's guidance, they entered the village. Indeed, the stench within was even more unbearable, making it difficult for the team to breathe. The village was strewn with congealed blood, dark and foul, with the occasional sight of severed limbs, though they appeared to belong to animals rather than humans. Soon, Lin Ming arrived at a large pit in the center of the village. It was evidently a tree pit, steeped in a heavy aura of malevolence, likely the former dwelling of the foster mother. The oppressive presence was palpable. Bai Shang stepped forward, his expression grave. This aura of malevolence indicates at least an entity of the gathering chi stage. The other 4 team members wore similarly solemn faces, uncertain of the foster mother's level of power or whether their captain could contend with it. In contrast to their worries, Lin Ming gleaned more clues from the pit. He discerned that the sinister energy he had sensed earlier permeated this very tree pit. Although people often referred to these entities collectively as malevolent spirits, in truth, demons and malevolent beings were not particularly inclined to collaborate. Demons ultimately relied on their vitality, and vigorous life force exerted a considerable impact on the insidious nature of the malevolent. Conversely, the dark energy of malevolent spirits could assail the vitality of demons, significantly affecting them. Now, as these two energies intertwined, their entanglement seemed profound, suggesting not a clash but rather a close cooperation. Lin Ming recalled the mission details that mentioned the sudden temperament shift of the willow tree's foster mother, who had begun consuming humans after initially feasting on livestock. Could this transformation be influenced by malevolent spirits? As he pondered, an ethereal melody reached his ears. The sound was thin and peculiar. No, it was not mere singing. It was a form of opera. In the wake of such chaos, with the stench of death lingering everywhere, who would be performing opera? Sensing something amiss, Lin Ming swiftly mounted his steed. We must depart. The team members sighed in relief, promptly mounting their horses to leave, unable to endure the foul odor any longer. Bai Shang urged his horse closer to Lin Ming, questioning through the wind, "Captain, are we truly abandoning the mission?" "Who said anything about abandoning the mission?" Lin Ming replied with a furrowed brow. "But you scarcely investigated the small mountain village. You merely noted the presence of a gathering Qi demon before turning back. Isn't that tantamount to retreating?" Bai Shang retorted, his tone sharp. Lin Ming chose to disregard the presumptuous fool and hastily rode toward the source of the operatic sound, arriving at a secluded area. Here, 4 or 5 villages were interconnected, situated about 4 or 5 li from the small mountain village, far off the official path. In the distance, they beheld a colossal willow tree. The tree took root along a muddy path outside the villages, its drooping branches resembling the flowing black hair of a maiden, sprawling across the ground and infiltrating the villages. The villagers' rooftops and walls became enshrouded in a dense tapestry of willow branches. Some homes were even cocooned into a sphere of willow leaves, inducing a sense of claustrophobia in onlookers. As Lin Ming led the team closer, he discovered the stench of death here was tenfold more potent than that of the small mountain village. Before they could even enter the village, Bai Shang and the others were already retching, on the verge of vomiting. Lin Ming paid no heed to their discomfort, dismounting to approach the cluster of villages. The warhorse, however, was overtaken by an overwhelming dread of the distant willow tree and the village, refusing to advance despite Lin Ming's urging and even showing signs of mental collapse. Upon witnessing Lin Ming departing alone, Bai Shang and his companions were engulfed in a mix of confusion and trepidation. According to their established protocols, they ought to follow him. However, the fear of the formidable creature in the Qi gathering stage loomed large. Their apprehension intensified, particularly after witnessing the willow trees that had enveloped several villages. In the realm of malevolent entities, plants are often far more formidable adversaries than animals. Lin Ming's audacity in approaching was rooted in his own mastery of the Qi gathering stage, a risk that these team members were unwilling to embrace. Among them, Bai Shang found himself in the most tumultuous predicament. He had always held Lin Ming in disdain, driven by an unrelenting desire to surpass him. Logically, having seen Lin Ming advance, he should have followed suit without reservation, eager to demonstrate his own courage and prowess. Yet, the terrifying presence of the creature rendered his legs weak and his throat dry, paralyzing him with fear. The other 4 team members, fixated on him, contemplated following Bai Shang should he decide to proceed. The weight of their scrutiny felt like a thorn in Bai Shang's side, amplifying his discomfort. Eventually, unable to contain himself, he called out, "Captain, shouldn't we request backup before proceeding?" Without turning his head, Lin Ming retorted, "If you're afraid, then get lost." This provocation ignited a fire within Bai Shang, flushing his face with indignation. The stubborn resolve to prove himself eclipsed his fear, and with gritted teeth, He resolved to follow Lin Ming, declaring, "What is there to fear? If you dare, then I shall too. Am I to be outdone by you?" Chapter 39. The enemy strikes by Shang followed in Lin Ming's footsteps, while the remaining team members exchanged hesitant glances. They were neither at Lin Ming's level of energy accumulation, nor did they possess by Shang's formidable resilience, rendering them too apprehensive to advance. "Damn it, fortune favors the bold," exclaimed a middle-aged team member, gritting his teeth in an attempt to muster courage before pursuing Lin Ming. After all, having crossed 30, he felt the urgency to gamble one last time before his vitality began to wane. Among the three who remained behind, two sensed that with the experts gone, their position had become precarious. Resolutely, they decided to follow suit, leaving only a young man with a mole at the corner of his mouth, who stood his ground. He was somewhat awkward and believed his abilities were insufficient for such perilous endeavors. Though aware that he might miss a significant opportunity, he preferred to prioritize his survival. Lin Ming and his quartet advanced along the muddy path toward the village. As they drew within 4 or 5 meters of the willow tree, Bai Shang's expression shifted dramatically. What a heavy aura of malevolence. Could this willow tree be a creature of the supernatural? Have malevolent entities allied? How is that even possible? The middle-aged team member was taken aback. Their training at the academy had taught them that malevolent entities rarely cooperated due to inherent conflicts. However, if such an alliance were to occur, it would spell tremendous trouble. Call for help. No, we must retreat. Bai Shang suddenly grasped Lin Ming's arm, his gaze filled with alarm and urgency. "This is beyond our 5-person team. We need to withdraw immediately." Lin Ming stood firm, hearing a clearer sound of an opera. It was a profoundly sorrowful piece, conveying the tale of a woman waiting for her husband to return from business, enduring countless hardships while growing old, only to discover that he had married and prospered elsewhere. A tragic narrative of unfulfilled longing. Ignoring Bai Shang's warning, Lin Ming countered, "Did you hear the sound of the opera? The sound of opera?" The other team members instinctively listened, then shook their heads in unison. Lin Ming realized that the opera was likely an emanation of malevolent power. These individuals were too weak to perceive the haunting melody, only sensing the sinister atmosphere. Lin Ming, however, could hear the opera emanating from the village ahead. He strode toward the village, passing the willow tree and directly entering its confines. As he brushed past the willow, shrouded in malevolent energy, Bai Shang and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats, fearing he would be ensnared and devoured. To their astonishment, Lin Ming passed the willow unscathed. Relieved, Bai Shang speculated, could it be that the willow has devoted all its energy to controlling the village and lacks the capacity to deal with intruders? That is a possibility. Should we venture in as well? We wouldn't want all the credit to go to him alone, the middle-aged team member replied, his eagerness palpable. Moments ago, he had been overcome with fear, but witnessing the willow's non-aggression sparked thoughts of claiming glory. Bai Shang's heart stirred as he spoke in a solemn tone. "Very well. Let us venture into the village for a brief observation. If anything appears amiss, we shall retreat immediately. Ideally, we will depart with ample information, which would be a considerable achievement." "What about Lin Ming?" a middle-aged team member inquired in a hushed voice. "Shall we follow him? Do not concern yourself with him. Let him fend for himself." Bai Shang replied with a cold smirk. "Remember, our purpose is merely to gather useful clues and then withdraw without a moment's hesitation. Do you understand?" The other 3 nodded in agreement. With a shared resolve, the quartet summoned their courage and cautiously approached the village. In truth, their suspicions were not unfounded. The willow trees possessed no surplus strength to manage external affairs. However, the instant Lin Ming entered the village, 2 figures within detected his presence, their expressions shifting dramatically. "Mugo, what is happening? Why has the willow demon alerted us to outsiders? Has the demon suppression division sent someone?" A short young man exclaimed in a state of panic. "What nonsense! It must be someone who has wandered in. We can simply drive them away." Mugo muttered under his breath, then turned to the stage and shouted, "Keep singing. What are you doing? Go and capture that person." The singing abruptly ceased, followed by a rustling sound. The willows were swaying. At the village entrance, Lin Ming sensed the sudden silence and immediately drew his blade. Bai Shang and the others were startled by his action, unsure of what was transpiring. Before they could react, the willow branches began to thrash violently, and 5 elongated tendrils, akin to arrows, shot toward Lin Ming and his companions. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes as he activated his mixed elemental body, swiftly extending his hand to seize a willow branch. The branch was slick and slippery, resembling a tongue, twisting in his grasp as it attempted to wriggle free and strike at Lin Ming's face. Unfortunately, it underestimated Lin Ming's strength. Rather than escaping, it suffered a grievous wound, and Lin Ming began to draw in its life essence. Since he stood directly in front of the others, with his back to them, they could only see him gripping the branch as if in a desperate struggle, unaware that he was consuming its essence. "This is bad." Bai Shang reacted swiftly, letting out a shout as his body rapidly expanded, nearing 3 meters in height, his internal energy surging and fortifying his form. The others responded just as quickly, drawing their blades without hesitation to cleave at the advancing willow branches. It must be said, the elite training provided by Instructor Sun had indeed cultivated a formidable cadre of talents. In facing the willow's assault, their instinctive responses were commendable, yet their inherent strength fell short. With a series of splattering blood, the willow branches pierced through the bodies of Bai Shang and his companions. The 4 stared in disbelief, particularly Bai Shang, who found it incomprehensible. He glanced at the willow branch piercing his chest, and then at Lin Ming, who was struggling desperately in the distance, murmuring weakly to himself. "How is this possible? Why has he been able to endure for so long, while I cannot even defend myself for a moment?" The willow branch swiftly penetrated the bodies of Bai Shang and the others, wrapping around them several times and dragging them into that village, disappearing beneath countless willow leaves. Enveloped like Zhongzi, they realized with dread that entering the village meant certain death. Desperate to survive, they strained to turn their heads toward Lin Ming, seeking assistance. However, to their astonishment, the Lin Ming they perceived as struggling desperately was, in fact, savoring the essence of the willow branch, which was thrashing wildly, not attempting to kill Lin Ming, but rather attempting to flee. Lin Ming could devour the essence of life. He was a malevolent being. Bai Shang and the others widened their eyes in terror, finally grasping this harrowing truth. Alas, their bodies were entirely ensnared by the willow branches, even the branches piercing their eyes, rendering them unable to convey the last scene they witnessed in life. They could only perish, consumed by boundless regret and despair. Chapter 40. Can you still be as malevolent as me? Crack. The willow demon in Lin Ming's grasp unexpectedly severed its own tendrils, hastily escaping from his palm. Lin Ming felt a twinge of disappointment, having absorbed merely a few sips of its life essence. He had already perceived a subtle enhancement in the quality of his energy vortex. If he could completely consume the entire willow tree, the elevation of his prowess would undoubtedly be far more substantial. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he pursued the retreating tendrils, dashing into the village. As he entered, the willows encasing the houses began to stir. The tendrils twisted incessantly, causing the leaves to quiver, resembling an army of colossal centipedes undulating their dark limbs. One tendril writhing was inconsequential. However, when hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of tendrils began to writhe in unison, the village appeared ensnared in a sea of centipedes, sending shivers down the spine of the lone observer outside, who stumbled backward in terror, nearly losing his footing. Though filled with dread, he mustered his courage to shout into the distance, "Captain, are you still alive?" Swish! A tendril shot through the air, causing the youth, marked by a mole on his cheek, to scream and leap backward in fright. With a resounding thud, the tendril carved a deep trench into the ground before him, prompting the young man to abandon all rational thought and flee in terror. To him, such a terrifying assault meant that Bai Shang and the others would surely not survive, and Lin Ming was doomed as well. The 10th squad was now left with only him. He needed to return immediately to convey the grim news. Meanwhile, within the village, Lin Ming observed the overwhelming tide of tendrils advancing towards him. Some crawled rapidly along the ground. Others shot through the air like arrows, while still others circled from afar, aiming for a stealthy attack on Lin Ming's rear. Though the willow demon was merely at the third level of energy gathering, it had transformed into a formidable legion. This is the reason why plant demons are far more challenging to contend with than their animal counterparts. Their methods of attack are utterly incomprehensible. With a low shout, Lin Ming activated all 6 of his energy vortices, drawing in a vast amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, which continuously transformed into true energy. His Hunyuan golden body was pushed to its utmost limits, rendering Lin Ming akin to a gilded statue of a Buddha. Even the lightest collision of his fists before his chest produced a resounding clank. A multitude of tendrils descended, some aiming to pierce, others to lash out. In an instant, thousands of tendrils struck Lin Ming. The clangor of metallic collisions echoed as Lin Ming was forced to retreat, seemingly unable to withstand the willow demon's immense strength. Yet his body remained entirely unscathed, save for faint imprints left behind. The undeterred tendrils transformed into ropes, encircling Lin Ming in an attempt to ensnare him and suffocate him alive. Lin Ming isolated his kidney energy vortex, channeling water-based true energy into ice. Wielding his saber with precision, the snowfall blade technique, frosty true energy permeated the surroundings, instantly plunging the air into a frigid chill, causing the willow leaves to rustle and involuntarily curl. The once supple willow branches, now hardened and brittle due to the encroaching cold, succumbed to the icy grip. As Lin Ming exerted a slight force, the willow branches emitted a series of crackling sounds before being severed by the blade in his hand, falling to the ground like discarded remnants. Observing the broken branches and leaves strewn about, Lin Ming did not pause for a moment. He pressed onward toward the heart of the village. The chilling aura emanating from his snowfall blade technique deterred the willow branches from encroaching further. He made no effort to seek out the willow tree's core, for he was certain that these obstructions were merely sentinels guarding something of greater significance within the village. Along the way, numerous willow branches shot toward him, all of which were effortlessly cleaved asunder by Lin Ming's formidable vitality, more than sufficient to contend with these willow apparitions. As he approached the village's center, the sound of opera grew increasingly distinct, eventually creating the sensation that the performers were whispering directly into his ear. The haunting melodies stirred a sense of agitation, invoking an involuntary feeling of dread and a creeping suspicion that stifled his advance. Yet, having consumed a considerable amount of sinister energy, Lin Ming's spirit was robust, granting him a formidable immunity to such disquieting influences. Ignoring the distractions, he hastened forward, arriving at the village's central area. There, he discovered a rudimentary stage, empty yet resonating with the melodious strains of opera. The sound was both poignant and sorrowful, imbued with a profound loneliness. Upon reflection, Lin Ming realized the source of this solitude. The stage was devoid of any musical accompaniment, offering only the solitary performance of the opera itself. He had been unaware of the subtle influence it exerted over him, despite his initial belief that he was unaffected. Before the stage lay numerous benches, littered with sunflower and peanut shells, clear evidence of a once vibrant audience. Now, only 4 individuals remained, Bai Shang and his companions. Lin Ming approached them, noting that their chests had been pierced, blood flowing freely without any indication of an attempt to heal. They sat upright on their small stools, their gazes fixated on the stage, seemingly entranced by the performance. Lin Ming stood before them, yet they remained oblivious to his presence, entirely absorbed in listening rather than watching. He could sense their essence waning, their lifeblood trickling onto the ground, captured by an inconspicuous channel that directed the crimson flow toward a nearby, thatched cottage. This was the quintessence of life. Lin Ming could not bear to witness this vitality slipping away. He opened his mouth and inhaled deeply, drawing the life essence of Bai Shang and his companions into himself, transforming it into nourishment. Having recently expended considerable energy battling the willow tree, he found himself replenished, even with a surplus that he could use to enhance the quality of his cyclone. Lin Ming surmised that it would take only a few meals, perhaps just a handful of individuals, to elevate his cyclone to a higher grade. After Bai Shang and his companions succumbed to their wounds, several inscriptions fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Lin Ming chose the one he desired most. Body Mastery, Blue. This inscription would enable Lin Ming to effortlessly master the divine eagle-dragon wrestling technique, elevating his prowess to yet another level. At times, Lin Ming felt that the heavens were undeniably unjust. Why should Bai Shang possess such extraordinary talent? The most infuriating aspect was that he could even seize it for himself. How maddening was that? Lin Ming accepted the entry and then abruptly turned his gaze toward the nearby thatched hut. Within the hut, he sensed two pairs of eyes scrutinizing him, clearly indicating the presence of someone concealed inside. "Do you not wish to come out for a chat?" Lin Ming remarked with indifference. Creak. The door of the thatched hut was pushed open, and two men, exuding a fierce and menacing aura, emerged. They fixed their intense stares upon Lin Ming, though their overall demeanor suggested they were merely at the 8th level of body refinement. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow slightly. It appeared they were merely lackeys, not significant players. "Where's your boss?" he inquired. "Do you think our boss is someone you can meet?" "Scram, or the performers at the theater will slaughter your entire family." One of them barked fiercely. The other man smirked maliciously. "The Demon Suppression Division is nothing to be feared. For the sake of your family, it would be wise to understand your situation." Lin Ming responded calmly. "You need not concern yourselves with that. My family is long gone. However, I assume your families are still alive, correct? Therefore, if you wish to avoid having your male relatives subjected to a gruesome execution and your women dismembered and sold into brothels, it would be prudent to cooperate with me. Don't you think?" The fierce expressions on their faces instantly froze. Chapter 41. Monstrous Beings. I seek your aid in my cultivation. Clad in a dark-hued robe and adorned with the insignia of a captain, Lin Ming appeared to be a valiant figure from the Demon Suppression Division. However, the words that escaped his lips were nothing short of horrifying. He threatened to annihilate entire families, to inflict slow torture. His demeanor surpassed that of common thugs and deviants alike. The two individuals across from him were utterly terrified, retreating in haste while stammering feeble threats. "Why, you better not come any closer. The theater of performers is formidable. Our leader is a being of the spirit liquid phase. Killing you would be as easy as breathing." Lin Ming, brandishing his blade, furrowed his brow slightly. "It seems I must demonstrate my prowess for you to heed my commands." With that, he propelled himself forward with a sudden burst of speed, too swift for their eyes to track. In an instant, they were met with a blinding flash of crimson. When their vision cleared, Lin Ming stood 2 meters away, while the two men exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of his erratic movements. Yet, in that fleeting moment of confusion, they realized something was amiss. Their arms had vanished, severed cleanly at the shoulders, and lay lifeless at their feet, blood gushing from the fresh wounds. The swiftness of the strike had rendered their pain receptors momentarily dormant. As they glimpsed the mangled remains of their own limbs, a wave of excruciating agony surged through them, eliciting a wretched scream. Their faces contorted in agony. Their cries echoed throughout the desolate village, amplifying its eerie atmosphere. Fortunately, no one else was present. Only the 3 of them remained. Lin Ming's eyes glimmered with a chilling light, his vital energy pressing down upon the two like a palpable weight. "Silence. The more you confess, the longer you shall live. Speak little, and I shall sever your legs and dismantle your ribs, until you meet a fate far worse than this." The two were mere pawns, ill-equipped to withstand such torment and intimidation. They gritted their teeth against the pain, weeping as they knelt on the ground. "ILL talk. My surname is Mu. Everyone calls me Brother Mu. I came to assist the theater of performers in crafting the Blood Calamity Pill. The Blood Calamity Pill is a unique concoction forged from the essence of human vitality. It enhances the physical prowess of humans while bolstering the strength of demonic beings. The villagers of these hamlets were lured out and slaughtered by the theater of performers. That troop serves as the assassination unit for the theater, frequently aiding them in such heinous acts. Furthermore, I possess knowledge of a more significant secret. The individuals from the theater transferred the soul of the village matriarch into another's body, employing a method known as the technique of creation. I have heard whispers of their experiments, capable of transforming humans into fiends and vice versa. The theater has taken everything. We were merely here to clean up, unlike them, who revel in murder and mayhem. The two men, taking turns to speak, divulged every nefarious deed committed by the theater of performers in this place. Lin Ming listened with increasing astonishment. The method of breeding beasts? Transforming demons into humans? Such techniques were utterly unheard of. What were these people from the theater guild attempting? Were they seeking to allow demons to live like ordinary humans? Such benevolence seemed extraordinary. Suddenly, an incredible thought crossed Lin Ming's mind. For this breeding method to succeed, it would undoubtedly require countless trials. Coincidentally, he had just unraveled a peculiar case involving the transformation of a person into a demon, none other than Scholarly. Logically speaking, Scholarly, despite lacking prospects for promotion, had no need to turn his own daughter into a demon. Could it be that Scholarly was also a member of the theater guild? Do you know who comprises the theater guild? Lin Ming inquired. The two shook their heads vigorously, with a man named Brother Mu hastily responding. The members of the theater guild rarely meet. They communicate through certain special methods. Even when forced to meet, they conceal their identities, leaving us, the lower ranks, utterly ignorant of their identities. However, I do know that each of them maintains their own public persona, and some can even influence the Demon Suppression Department and the county office. The upper echelons do not recognize one another. They can influence the Demon Suppression Department and the county office. This implies that these high-ranking individuals each possess their own identities and may indeed be prominent figures within the Demon Suppression Department or the county office. For instance, the previous Fong Jingsong. If Fong Jingsong were also part of the theater guild, then everything Lin Ming had experienced recently would align perfectly. Previously, Fong Jingsong had infiltrated the Demon Suppression Department so effectively, and his plans had been advancing successfully. Yet, when investigating Scholarly, he risked exposure to eliminate Lin Ming's team members, possibly to conceal Scholarly's involvement in the creation of demons, fearing that it would reveal Scholarly as a member of the theater guild. If Scholarly were to be exposed, the county office might suspect all their associates and initiate a self-investigation. But Fong Jingsong had also mentioned that the upper echelons wanted him to prioritize eliminating Lin Ming. What did that mean? Was it because Lin Ming had discovered Scholarly's issues, or was there another reason? Wait, perhaps it was related to the matter of his lost title. If his title had been stripped, it was not merely a simple transaction of money and power. Rather, the theater guild might have aimed to leverage his title to infiltrate the county office or even higher levels of government. This was entirely plausible, for among those who passed the provincial examination, he alone was without power or influence, although Lord Tian supported him. Such a minor faction could be disregarded by the likes of the theater guild. Thus, bullying him and seizing his title became the optimal choice. However, the theater guild never anticipated that not only did he survive, but he also rose to prominence within the Demon Suppression Department to conceal their actions. The theater guild harbored murderous intentions, risking Fong Jingsong's exposure to eliminate him. Yet, they did not foresee that he had grown so formidable that he could turn the tables on Fong Jingsong. Reflecting on Fong Jingsong brought Lin Ming's thoughts back to the protected Scholarly. In a moment of introspection, I once questioned Li Jiren, who appeared to be completely unaware of the matter at hand. Yet, this reaction is understandable. The higher echelons of the theatrical troupe are largely unfamiliar with one another, showcasing their prudence. Consequently, members are unlikely to disclose their tasks to others, particularly regarding the placement of spies within the county office. The troupe would certainly not make such information publicly accessible to all members. However, what of Master Qin? If anyone possesses a profound understanding of Lin Ming, it would undoubtedly be Master Qin, who has consistently offered him assistance. It is plausible that Master Qin facilitated connections for the theatrical troupe, or perhaps he is even an integral part of it. The more Lin Ming pondered, the clearer his thoughts became, allowing him to almost conclusively pinpoint Master Qin as a suspect. Excellent. It seems that after this matter concludes, a conversation with Master Qin is in order. With a grim expression, Lin Ming advanced and swiftly dispatched Brother Mu and his companion, disregarding their floundering words, as he made his way toward the densely clustered willow branches. Enigmatic being, I beseech you to aid me in my cultivation. Chapter 42. Truly fortuitous wealth. The willow demon, encircling the mountain village, appeared formidable. Yet it was merely an empty husk. Its primordial spirit had been taken away by the theatrical troupe and transferred into the body of another. Once this colossal shell lost the support of its primordial spirit, its demonic energy would gradually dissipate until it ultimately transformed into withered wood. According to Lin Ming's calculations, in another fortnight, this essence would most likely have evaporated almost entirely. Moreover, in half a month, the 5-month deadline stipulated by the Demon Suppression Division would arrive. By that time, several teams would unite to handle the situation, but it was likely that they would arrive too late to reap any benefits. Lin Ming grasped the thickest willow branch firmly, and with a swift stroke, he began to siphon the essence. He resembled a most malicious parasite, drawing forth the abundant essence from within the willow tree into his own being. The 5 spirits nourishing technique activated automatically, digesting this essence and utilizing it to nurture 6 spirals of energy. The true energy within these spirals rapidly became abundant, to the point of overflowing. At this juncture, most would opt to enlarge their spirals to elevate their cultivation level. However, Lin Ming was acutely aware of the difference between mere saturation and true abundance. So he refrained from hastily advancing his realm and instead focused on enhancing the quality of his spirals. He watched in awe as the minuscule spiral, akin to a grain of millet, became increasingly solid, transitioning from the 7th rank directly into the 6th. A mid-grade spiral had been achieved. Yet, this was not the culmination of his ambitions. He aspired for a superior, even exquisite spiral. The willow tree, from which he was drawing power, was unable to resist. After all, devoid of its primordial spirit, it had no means of defense. The previous aggression had been orchestrated by the 2 manipulators, Mu Gu and his companion. With their demise, the willow had become nothing more than a lamb for the slaughter. As Lin Ming continued to absorb the essence of the willow, he realized that its quantity far exceeded what one would expect during the gathering chi stage, more akin to that of a spiritual liquid stage entity. Its strength was undoubtedly comparable to that of Captain Zhao Chuanfu, if not slightly superior. This was entirely reasonable, for within Ping'an County, many powerful demons were beyond the control of the Demon Suppression Division. The reason the division managed to maintain a precarious stability in the county was largely due to their ability to summon assistance. Though Lin Ming himself was lacking in strength, he had formidable connections. Should those formidable demons dare to act recklessly, a mere call for help could summon hundreds of enforcers to subdue them. However, these enforcers did not come without a price. Each summoning required a significant sacrifice, which is why the Demon Suppression Division in Ping'an County avoided provoking those powerful demons, maintaining an unspoken agreement of mutual non-interference. Reflecting upon this, Lin Ming could not help but let out a cold chuckle. He recognized that this so-called mutual non-interference was merely a one-sided wish of the Demon Suppression Division. The demons had already managed to detach from their corporeal forms, disguising themselves as humans and infiltrating the county. It was likely that many individuals had already been quietly replaced by demons, and the division had likely suffered significant infiltration themselves. Yet, for Lin Ming, this was rather fortuitous. It afforded him the opportunity to openly eradicate the division's exceptionally talented individuals. After half an hour, Lin Ming had finally drained the willow tree of its essence. After he came to a halt, he discovered that his cyclone had become remarkably solid, having been elevated to the 4th rank. A 4th rank cyclone is undoubtedly considered exceptional talent in the tranquil county town. Those pampered young gentlemen, who had been cultivated since childhood and supported by elixirs throughout their training, could scarcely compare. Their relentless years of cultivation paled in comparison to his mere half-hour of absorption. Cultivation? What nonsense! This was a delightful experience akin to having a cheat. However, after dispatching the willow demon, he still faced an unresolved issue. The sound of the opera lingered on. Previously, it seemed that Brother Mu and his companion had mentioned that the stage was designed to attract villagers to listen, subsequently ensnaring their primordial spirits, rendering them oblivious to their own bloodletting. While the stage itself was undoubtedly devoid of malevolent entities, the atmosphere was thick with sinister energy, likely emanating from some kind of magical artifact. Many magical tools were crafted from dark forces or driven by such energies. Lin Ming braced his formidable primordial spirit against the operatic sounds and ascended the stage. He reasoned that it was improbable for the entire stage to be a magical artifact. Rather, there must be something specific at play. Soon, he stumbled upon a curious little object, a palm-sized paper figure affixed to the beam, lacking eyes, ears, or nose, save for a mouth from which the operatic sounds emanated. Lin Ming's gaze turned icy. This technique of folding paper into a human form could only be executed by a scholar. It seemed there were quite a few learned individuals within this opera house. At that moment, the crimson mouth of the paper figure had dulled considerably. Once the inky color completely faded, it would lose its efficacy. However, since it was merely a trinket, Lin Ming found it unremarkable, as he could easily craft one himself. Just as he was about to leap down from the beam, he noticed flickering flames from a nearby room, accompanied by a large furnace. That's right. Brother Mu and his companion had mentioned they were concocting some blood fiend pills here. Logically, all the blood fiend pills should have been taken by the opera house, which was why Lin Ming had not inspected the area earlier. Curiosity piqued by the flames in the room, he decided to take a look at the alchemy chamber. The enormous furnace inside was glowing red-hot, with plumes of steam billowing forth, causing the lid to rattle incessantly. With a sense of intrigue, Lin Ming lifted the lid to peer inside, and a unique fragrance wafted towards him. He beheld dozens of blood-red pills, interspersed with a hint of black, swirling within the furnace. It seemed these were indeed the blood fiend pills. To his surprise, these two fellows had managed to concoct a surplus while guarding this place. Without a hint of trepidation, Lin Ming reached into the furnace, unperturbed by the heat, and retrieved a blood fiend pill, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. The aroma was intense, yet at close range, it bore an overwhelmingly nauseating quality, especially when considering what it had been crafted from. It could invoke dread in the hearts of many. Lin Ming felt no disdain. Instead, he tossed one into his mouth to savor the taste. With his current capabilities, as long as it wasn't lethally toxic, he wouldn't perish from consuming it. The blood fiend pill dissolves instantly upon ingestion, resembling the sensation of swallowing a mouthful of fresh blood, its rich, sanguine essence surging to the crown of Lin Ming's head, rendering his mind exceptionally clear and his thoughts remarkably swift. Simultaneously, a formidable force infused within his internal cyclone accelerated its rotation, significantly enhancing the conversion of true energy. What a remarkable elixir this is! Lin Ming, filled with astonishment, stood still, awaiting the waning of the pill's effects, eager to discern the repercussions it might entail. After approximately the duration of a tea ceremony, the effects finally dissipated, replaced by a wave of dizziness. Concurrently, Lin Ming sensed a whispering presence within his mind, accompanied by a plethora of alien thoughts that did not belong to him, and his previously pristine cyclone now harbored some impurities. Clearly, these were the side effects. The impurities within the cyclone were likely the remnants of ordinary bodily detritus that had not been eliminated during the concoction of the blood fiend pill. A substantial accumulation of these impurities coalesced into a stubborn mass of filth. As for the whispering and foreign thoughts, they stemmed from the infusion of the commoner souls during the pill's creation, laden with grievances that would inevitably influence the spirit of the consumer. For an ordinary individual, consuming one or two of these pills occasionally would suffice, followed by several days of circulating true energy to cleanse the impurities. However, for Lin Ming, these issues posed no challenge whatsoever. He could forego direct consumption of the pill, opting instead to absorb its essence. It is likely that the nefarious beings of the Dramatist Tower employed the blood fiend pill in a similar fashion. After devouring all 20 of the blood fiend pills, Lin Ming discovered that while his cyclone's grade remained unchanged, his realm had ascended to the second level of qi gathering. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. Previously, the exhilaration from vanquishing Fang Jinsong could not compare. Could this be attributed to his fortune abundant attribute? The Demon Suppression Division truly is my sanctuary, capable of bestowing upon me such extraordinary attributes. Chapter 43. The Mission to Capture Qin Shi. Lin Ming exited the forsaken village and immediately spotted a group of militiamen in the distance, timidly wielding pitchforks and inferior swords as they cautiously assessed the situation. These individuals were organized from various villages to defend against wild beasts. However, when it came to malevolent entities, they were neither equipped nor bold enough to confront them. The only reason they had gathered the courage to investigate was due to pressure from the personnel of the Demon Suppression Division. Among them was the last member of Lin Ming's team, a young man with a mole at the corner of his mouth. He stood at the rear of the group, watching Lin Ming emerge with a hint of anxiety. "Captain, are you all right?" Lin Ming did not respond, merely channeling his vitality. Such a robust life force. The young man was taken aback, then exhaled in relief. "That's wonderful. Captain, you're safe. What about the others?" He had nearly witnessed by Shang and the others being ensnared and taken away by the willow branches, and although he feared for their lives, he still clung to a shred of hope. "They're dead," Lin Ming replied coldly as he sought his steed. He felt no sorrow for the survival of the young man. Despite his vitality and commendable attributes, he was of little use to Lin Ming at this juncture. As Lin Ming mounted his horse, the young man hurried to catch up. "Captain, where are we headed?" "Back to the county town to report." Lin Ming urged his steed into a swift gallop. The young man promptly followed. Upon witnessing their departure, the remaining onlookers dispersed in a hurry, none daring to linger any longer. Upon returning to the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Ming was expected to compose a detailed report of the mission before handing in his badge. However, given the gravity of the situation, he opted to report directly to Zhao Chuanfu with the mission badge in hand. Zhao Chuanfu was leisurely sipping tea in his study, seemingly in high spirits. Observing this, a maid inquired curiously, "Captain, you seem to be in a good mood today." "Of course, the matter regarding Fang Jinsong has been thoroughly resolved, and the higher-ups are no longer troubling me," Zhao Chuanfu replied, relishing his tea. He anticipated a period of tranquility for the Demon Suppression Division, allowing them to better prepare for the upcoming grand tournament of the 100 teams. He took another sip of tea while fiddling with a string of Bodhi beads recently gifted by a captain. The maid, realizing this, expressed concern. "You should take good care of yourself during this time. You've been extremely busy lately. Even I felt a bit worried for you." "Mm?" Zhao Chuanfu turned to the soft-voiced maid, noticing how much she had matured since he first acquired her. The baby fat had vanished from her charming face, now shaped into an elegant oval. She had also developed a more voluptuous figure, her bosom fuller and her posterior curvaceous, giving her an alluring appearance. Recalling his wife, who was far away in the state city and whom he had not seen for at least 7 or 8 months, Zhao Chuanfu felt a pang of restlessness. "Damn it, I'm a man too, and I have my needs. What's wrong with a little release?" A surge of desire ignited within him as he grasped the maid's delicate hand. "My dear, how long have you been serving me?" The maid was taken aback by Zhao Chuanfu's directness, her face flushing with a mix of surprise and embarrassment. Yet, she secretly yearned to ascend to greater heights. So with a resolute bite of her lip, she boldly settled onto Zhao Chuanfu's lap, casting him a flirtatious gaze. "My lord, I am uncertain how long this will last, but I shall remain as long as you desire." "How delightful," Zhao Chuanfu thought, his irritation intensifying. Without hesitation, he lifted the maid and placed her upon his writing desk. "This time, we shall indulge in something thrilling." A sudden knock echoed through the room, startling Zhao Chuanfu as he fumbled with his belt. The maid, equally startled, hastily retied her loosened garments and frantically arranged her hair. However, Zhao Chuanfu, already set on his course, restrained her from rising and growled, "Get lost, I am preoccupied. Do not disturb me." "Captain, I am aware of your urgency, but you must hold your horses, for upon learning of my matters, you may feel even more pressed." came the indifferent voice of Lin Ming from outside the door. Zhao Qianfu's heart sank at the familiar sound. Lin Ming again? The last time he visited, he had delivered the shocking revelation that Fang Jingsong was a traitor. What significant news could he possibly bring this time? Had he uncovered another spy? The last incident had consumed him for several sleepless days. Nervously, Zhao Qianfu inquired, "You haven't discovered another traitor within the demon suppression department, have you?" "Not all," Lin Ming replied, to which Zhao Qianfu sighed in relief. "Phew, that's a relief. There is nothing more dreadful than having a traitor in the demon suppression department. You may leave now." "Oh, but what if a spy has infiltrated the county office's performance troupe?" Crash! A pained cry escaped Zhao Qianfu's lips as he was momentarily caught off guard by the shocking revelation, leading to an unfortunate mishap. With a dark expression, Zhao Qianfu sat in his grand chair, legs crossed. The maid, now crimson-faced, had fled the scene, likely too embarrassed to show her face for some time. Lin Ming sat across from Zhao Qianfu, his demeanor serious as he recounted the entirety of the recent mission alongside Wang Qi, the young man with a mole at the corner of his mouth. After a prolonged silence following the report, Zhao Qianfu sighed. "Lin Ming, I suddenly feel that when Fang Jingsong was captain of the 10th Squad, he likely had far fewer troubles than you do. I have only caused 2 incidents." Lin Ming shrugged. "On the surface, yes, merely 2, but in reality, it amounts to several. Do you recall when the former captain and Tian Weishue came seeking me? Your remarkable achievements had left them feeling envious, and I reprimanded them. Consequently, Tian Weishue ventured into the mountains for a mission and has yet to return, still slaying demons and evildoers. The former captain has also refrained from taking on missions these days, dedicating himself to training, likely in preparation for the grand competition among the 100 squads. Just think of the chaos your presence has incited within the demon suppression department. And now you tell me of a spy in the county office's performance troupe? This puts me in quite the predicament." Rubbing his temples, Zhao Qianfu felt his head throb more painfully than an egg. Lin Ming shrugged nonchalantly. "Their troubles are of no concern to me." Observing his aloof demeanor, Zhao Qianfu shook his head and redirected the conversation. "The matter of a traitor within the county office is merely your conjecture, and we cannot act recklessly. Rest assured, as long as the Demon Suppression Division suspects anyone of colluding with malevolent forces, they're authorized to act decisively, as granted by imperial decree. I shall summon Master Qin for interrogation. I am certain we will uncover his vulnerabilities." Lin Ming rose abruptly, speaking in a solemn tone. Zhao Qianfu was taken aback, his voice turning sharp. "You stop right there. Do you think you can apprehend Master Qin? If you lay a hand on him, the entire scholarly community of the city will rise against the Demon Suppression Division. That is precisely the point. Let them all perish, and we shall replace them with a new batch. They are nothing but a bunch of indistinguishable rabble. Why should we keep them? Moreover, it is uncertain which of these scholars have been compromised. Eliminating them all would save us the trouble of investigation." Lin Ming stated nonchalantly. Zhao Qianfu stared at him in disbelief, and after a long moment, he struggled to articulate. "Sometimes, I wonder if you might actually be a spy sent by the Theater of Curiosities." Lin Ming frowned. "This won't do, nor will that. What exactly do you propose? When did the Demon Suppression Division become so timid?" This remark left Zhao Qianfu with a visibly strained expression, prompting him to seek an explanation. However, after contemplating various justifications, he found them all inadequate, leading him to glare at Lin Ming in frustration. "I too wish to apprehend someone, but that is Master Qin, a figure revered by all scholars in Ping'an County. If we were to take action, the pressure we would face would be immense. I'm not afraid of pressure. I will go and apprehend him," Lin Ming declared immediately. This proclamation amused Zhao Qianfu, who replied bluntly, "Very well. You go ahead and capture him. But should you encounter trouble or receive a beating, the Demon Suppression Division will not come to your aid. Furthermore, if you fail to bring him back, I will hold you accountable for incompetence. Do you dare to accept this task? I, your subordinate, accept the command. Wang Qi, let us go." Lin Ming rose and strode towards the exit, not even glancing back. Zhao Qianfu was momentarily stunned, then frantically waved his hand and shouted, "No, come back." Did you not realize I was merely trying to intimidate you? Chapter 44. Encountering the Qin Master, seizing the individual. As Zhao Quanfeng dashed out of his courtyard, Lin Ming had already vanished from sight. Observing the swift escape of that rascal, Zhao Quanfeng, in a fit of frustration, smote his thigh and exclaimed, "That little scoundrel. He must have done this on purpose." Just then, Zhao Tao returned from outside, and, noticing his uncle's vexed demeanor, inquired, "Uncle, what troubles you?" Zhao Quanfeng took a deep breath, mustered a forced smile, and waved at Zhao Tao, saying, "Come here." Uncertain of the situation, Zhao Tao approached, only to be met with a swift kick to his posterior from Zhao Quanfeng, causing him to yelp and flee in pain, while Zhao Quanfeng relentlessly pursued him with a flurry of kicks. "What is wrong with you, uncle? What have I done to deserve this?" Zhao Tao shouted in a mix of pain and fury. "Dare to ask? If it weren't for you bringing back that jinx Lin Ming, I wouldn't be entangled in so much trouble." "Stop. Let me vent my frustration first." Zhao Quanfeng, further incensed, continued to chase Zhao Tao, delivering a barrage of blows. The members of the 9th Brigade, having grown accustomed to such antics, refrained from intervening and quietly returned to their quarters. The others from the Demon Suppression Division merely chuckled at the spectacle, showing no inclination to intervene. At Baiyun Academy, Lin Ming and Wang Qi rode their war horses at a gallop. At the entrance of the academy, numerous children with their hair styled in two buns, carrying various bags of books, joyfully scampered into Baiyun Academy. Some young scholars and teachers walked in an orderly manner toward the institution. Established by Master Qin, Baiyun Academy was renowned throughout the county, and as a revered sage, Master Qin was held in high esteem by all scholars, ensuring a steady influx of both students and instructors. At the entrance stood 2 guards, swords at the ready, standing tall and vigilant, clad in martial attire embroidered with the words Dragon and Tiger Martial Arts. These guards were not hired by the academy, but were disciples sent by the townspeople in reverence of Master Qin, taking turns to maintain order free of charge. This clearly illustrated the esteem Master Qin held in the county and why Zhao Quanfeng dared not provoke him. Lin Ming and Wang Qi rode directly into the depths of the academy. Upon noticing this, the guard on the left bellowed, "Halt! No riding within the academy. Are you unaware of the rules?" Wang Qi promptly reined in his horse, hesitant to proceed. However, Lin Ming, his eyes glinting with defiance, shot a piercing glare at the obstructing guard, who was immediately cowed, allowing Lin Ming to brazenly advance into the academy. Seeing this, Wang Qi hastily urged his steed to follow, a hint of embarrassment on his countenance. He had not anticipated Lin Ming's audacity to breach the academy's confines so boldly. The guard on the right, shaking his head in exasperation, chided his junior, "You fool. How dare you obstruct anyone? Can't you see they are from the Demon Suppression Division?" The guard on the left, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "I recognize them, but did not our master say that warriors generally avoid provoking scholars, even those from the Demon Suppression Division? I was merely considering leveraging the academy's authority to command them to dismount. Are you made of iron? What audacity to assume such a stance." The guard on the right stood speechless. "You go to the martial arts hall and inform the master of this matter. I will enter and assess the situation." "Understood." Lin Ming mounted his horse and galloped through the gates, racing through the academy's premises. The academy, not particularly small, was divided into 3 sections, one dedicated to the enlightenment of children, another serving as a classroom for scholars and even licentiates, and the last where the masters resided and engaged in philosophical discussions. Lin Ming had once been a student here and was thoroughly familiar with the layout. He rode swiftly through the 3 courtyards, heading straight for the thatched cottage where Master Qin resided. Master Qin, a refined individual who referred to himself as the recluse of the thatched cottage, had constructed a simple hut amidst the courtyard of blue bricks and red tiles. At one time, Lin Ming had regarded Master Qin as truly elegant. Upon reflection, he now thought it rather pretentious. As Lin Ming sped toward the cottage, many teachers and students noticed him. Numerous individuals recognized Lin Ming, engaging in surprised discussions amongst themselves. "Isn't that Brother Lin? Why is he riding so recklessly within the academy?" "Brother Lin? Which Brother Lin?" "The one I mentioned before, the student whom Master Qin admires the most, Lin Ming. Him? I heard he failed the exam and has been in hiding in the county town. Why is he wearing the attire of the Demon Suppression Division? Could he perhaps be the twin brother of Brother Lin? Who knows? Let's go see. The chatter intensified, particularly among those familiar with Lin Ming, who could no longer contain their curiosity and hurried after his retreating figure toward the thatched cottage. Soon, Lin Ming arrived beside the humble dwelling of Master Qin. The cottage was simple and aged, with a small vegetable garden in front, where a few fruits and vegetables were cultivated. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a gray robe was meticulously tending to the garden. Upon hearing the sound of hooves, the old man looked up in confusion, and upon seeing Lin Ming on horseback, his expression shifted to one of astonishment, causing the ladle he held to drop to the ground. Master Qin, it has been a long time, Lin Ming greeted coldly, looking down at the elder. Master Qin remained silent, gazing at Lin Ming in disbelief, as if taken aback by his very existence. After a prolonged pause, his eyes unexpectedly glistened with moisture. Good, very good. Observing Master Qin wiping away tears with his sleeve, Lin Ming felt no stir of emotion, coldly stating, I now suspect you are colluding with the actors from a theater, intending to support the malevolent and disrupt the dynasty. Will I place shackles upon you and lead you away, or will you willingly accompany me to the Demon Suppression Division? As Lin Ming uttered these words, others from the academy arrived, their expressions instantly shifting to one of shock and anger. Were these two attempting to lock up Master Qin and take him to the Demon Suppression Division for interrogation? These scholars had always regarded Master Qin as a figure of faith. Thus, they could not stand idly by as he was taken away. They surged forward, surrounding Master Qin. Everyone glared furiously at Lin Ming and Wang Qi, some even readying their pens and paper, prepared to launch an attack. A scholar acquainted with Lin Ming pointed an accusing finger at him, exclaiming, Brother Lin, what are you doing? You cannot hold a grudge against Master Qin simply because you failed the exam, using your position in the Demon Suppression Division to seek personal revenge. Wang Qi felt a twinge of anxiety as he glanced at Lin Ming, uncertain of what to do. Lin Ming paid no heed to the onlookers, his gaze fixed on Master Qin. I await your response. Shall I confine you, or will you depart of your own accord? Master Qin regarded Lin Ming with a complex expression. I am unaware of how you have ascended to such a position today, nor do I know what rumors you may have heard. However, I cannot accompany you. There are far more pressing matters that demand my attention. A frigid smile graced Lin Ming's lips. I care not for the significance of your current affairs. The paramount issue is that you return with me to the Demon Suppression Division. Wang Qi sees him. Chapter 45. Teacher, your proud disciple is truly useless. How dare you? Upon hearing Lin Ming's command, a dozen students immediately stepped forward to obstruct them. Wang Qi hesitated, reluctant to advance. Lin Ming cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, There's an old saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Your initial cowardice in the face of Liu Yao was your first folly. Your retreat as a formidable enforcer of the Demon Suppression Division against two mere gatekeepers was your second. Now, this is your final opportunity. If you continue to cower, then depart from the Demon Suppression Division. Wang Qi's expression turned troubled. Captain, it's not that I lack courage, but this is Baiyun Academy, a place of scholars. In the future, as we undertake missions for the Demon Suppression Division, we will inevitably need their assistance. It is better to maintain cordial relations. Get lost, Lin Ming replied coldly. Captain, silence. From this day forth, you are expelled from Team 10. Without hesitation, Lin Ming drew his saber and slashed horizontally, shattering the Team 10 insignia at Wang Qi's waist. Wang Qi's face drained of color, realizing his fate was sealed. Being cast out from Team 10 meant no other squad in the Demon Suppression Division would accept him. It was not merely because Team 10 was esteemed, but because no squad would welcome a member expelled by others. After Wang Qi was dismissed, the scholars blocking Lin Ming's path remained, defiantly staring at him, convinced he would not dare to advance. After all these years, no one had ever dared to act recklessly within Baiyun Academy. Even if the esteemed Zhao Quanfeng of the Demon Suppression Division or the county magistrate were present, they would respectfully dismount and pay their respects to Master Qin. How could a mere captain dare to be so audacious? Truly, it was a display of madness. Observing the scholar's misplaced confidence, Lin Ming slowly dismounted. He was not adept at mounted combat and preferred to approach on foot. The scholars, witnessing this, revealed smug smiles. Earlier, they had postured arrogantly, dismissing their own team member. It seemed he feared losing face before them by dismounting. As Lin Ming approached, he was intercepted by one of the foremost scholars. The scholar admonished, "Do you understand the rules? When meeting Master Qin, one must not only dismount, but also remove one's armor." With a swift motion, the sharp blade flashed, and in an instant, the scholar was decapitated. The severed head rolled away, eyes wide open, still filled with life. The other scholars were left dumbstruck, their gazes instinctively drawn to the rolling head, rendered speechless by the unfolding horror. None had anticipated that Lin Ming would truly dare to kill. While they stood in shock, Lin Ming remained undeterred. With a cold expression, he wielded his blade, advancing step by step towards Master Qin. With each swing, a scholar fell. Only after 7 or 8 had collapsed in a pool of blood did someone finally react, screaming in terror, "Run!" In the next moment, the majority of those who had blocked Master Qin's path fled. Only 2 remained, both Jinshi, capable of harnessing the power of faith and thus less intimidated by Lin Ming. Glaring at him with unbridled fury, Jinshi was visibly shaken, filled with a mix of anger and heartbreak as he gazed at Lin Ming. "Why must you take action against them? They are scholars, the very foundation of our dynasty." Lin Ming's handsome visage was cold and devoid of mercy. "Scholars? They should possess wisdom, yet they obstruct my investigation. Is that not courting death?" The 2 Jinshi present were unable to contain their composure upon hearing Lin Ming's words. They promptly retrieved paper and brush, sketching a golden-armored deity, and with a forceful breath, summoned forth incense. The 2 golden-armored deities emerged from the paper, towering and imposing, exuding an air of dominance akin to 2 formidable walls standing before Jinshi and his companions. Seeing the deities summoned, the 2 Jinshi sighed in relief. Jinshi looked at Lin Ming with profound sorrow. "There are matters I cannot disclose to you at this moment. I will explain everything in due time. For today, just leave." Lin Ming remained silent, his gaze fixated on the 2 deities, noting their distinct differences from those he had encountered previously. Their golden radiance was more intense. Their presence exuded an air of majesty, and their eyes were remarkably animated, appearing exceptionally refined. Noticing Lin Ming's refusal to retreat, Jinshi sighed deeply once more. "Lin Ming, you have already taken too many lives. Even among Jinshi, there exists a hierarchy. They are my esteemed disciples, their spiritual power exceptionally potent. The deities summoned possess the strength of the gathering chi stage. Even your strongest captain would surely meet defeat. Do not act recklessly." However, the 2 Jinshi obstructed Jinshi, their faces etched with indignation. "Master, why do you persist in your pleas? If he seeks hardship, let him endure it. Having slain so many students, he must pay a price. Otherwise, who will hold Baiyun Academy in esteem in the future?" Upon hearing this, Jinshi furrowed his brow. "No, you cannot harm him. This I owe him." The 2 Jinshi exchanged glances, uncertainty clouding their expressions, pondering the nature of Jinshi's connection to the young man. Could he be an illegitimate son? If so, a lesson was indeed warranted. As a descendant, even if wronged, he must not show such disrespect to his father. If the master could not bear to act, then let them, the students, take it upon themselves. The 2 Jinshi not only refused to recall their deities, but also discreetly urged them onward. The golden-armored deities, receiving their command, immediately targeted Lin Ming. Their overwhelming presence descended upon him like a collapsing mountain. Feeling the oppressive aura, Lin Ming's gaze sharpened. Indeed, they were extraordinary. His weapon trembled in his grasp. A frost rapidly enveloped it, and an icy chill swept through the surroundings, forming numerous ice crystals. These crystals did not dissipate, but continuously revolved around the blade, ultimately coalescing into swirling torrents of ice, rendering Lin Ming's weapon both resplendent and perilous. As the 2 golden-armored deities charged forth, Their crescent blades sliced through the air with a piercing shriek aimed directly at Lin Ming. Snowfall. Lin Ming suddenly swung his blade, unleashing a torrent of ice crystals that surged forth like a rushing stream, overwhelming the two towering deities and relentlessly advancing toward the two Jinshi and Qinshi who controlled them. The two divine generals were almost instantaneously encased in ice, leaving the two scholars in a state of profound shock. This is dire, celestial fire. The scholars reacted swiftly, channeling the essence of incense to transform the ethereal into the tangible, as blazing flames surged to meet the barrage of ice crystals. The clash of water and fire conjured a substantial cloud of mist, which swiftly enveloped the entire courtyard. Visibility was shrouded, yet Lin Ming, with his heightened senses, transcended the obscurity and swiftly approached Master Qin and the two scholars. As the scholars beheld Lin Ming emerging from the mist with startling suddenness, their eyes widened in horror. Just as they prepared to vocalize their attack, Lin Ming deftly severed their throats with two swift strikes. As blood gushed forth, Lin Ming advanced slowly towards Master Qin, his gaze devoid of any emotion. "Master, your prized pupil is truly worthless." Chapter 46. What? This old dog is Master Qin? Master Qin stared blankly at the two fallen disciples beside him. These two students had been under his tutelage for nearly 2 decades. He had personally enlightened them, imparting knowledge and guiding them through their studies, ultimately aiding them in passing the imperial examinations to become scholars and then provincial candidates. The memories of their childhood, bustling around him with youthful exuberance, were still vivid in his mind. Just yesterday, they had presented him with their writings for critique. He had even arranged for them to secure a position as a 4th-rank official in a distant province, a post they were set to assume shortly. Yet now, they lay lifeless before him, gazing at the blood-soaked ground, with his beloved student's eyes forever open in death. Master Qin's body trembled involuntarily. Anger surged within him, his hair standing on end, resembling a furious lion. The essence of his spirit flared wildly, causing a blinding golden light to emanate from all 7 apertures of his face, as if a divine being had descended from the heavens, casting an imposing shadow over the entire academy. Furiously, he exclaimed, his words shimmering with golden light. "Why? Why have you inflicted such violence upon them? They are innocent." Confronted by the terrifying presence of Master Qin, Lin Ming felt as if a mere glance could reduce him to ashes. Yet, he merely smirked and uttered 4 simple words, "Who isn't innocent?" Those 4 words shattered Master Qin's defenses. Indeed, while his cherished disciples were blameless, was Lin Ming not equally so? Master Qin found himself unable to refute, his inner turmoil exploding into a heart-wrenching cry. He was filled with regret. However, Lin Ming wasted no time, tossing a pair of shackles towards him. "Bind yourself, as I am pressed for time." After his outburst, Master Qin found little relief in his anger. With tear-filled eyes, he gazed at Lin Ming and asked, "You could have merely killed me. Why harm the innocent? Why pretend to be noble? Who was it just now who refused to accompany me?" Lin Ming retorted, "Had you truly been a man, you would not have let these students stand in your way. With your capabilities, could I have even gotten behind you to strike? You merely assumed your seniority made you untouchable, but alas, you misjudged me entirely. Furthermore, your time is running short. Utter another word, and I shall continue until every last one of your students lies dead." Lin Ming brusquely interrupted Master Qin, stifling his burgeoning fury. The scathing words left Master Qin somewhat hunched, lost in contemplation of whether he truly was as hypocritical as Lin Ming suggested. Noticing Master Qin's moment of introspection, Lin Ming stepped forward, picking up several slips of paper from the ground before securing the shackles around Master Qin's wrists and fastening the other end to his warhorse. With a swift crack of the whip, he commanded, "Go." The warhorse, feeling the sting, surged forward, accelerating over 100 meters in just 3 seconds. Master Qin, possessing considerable strength, released a breath of spiritual energy that transformed into a gentle breeze, allowing him to keep pace with the galloping beast. He made no attempt to escape, for Lin Ming's earlier words had instilled in him a sense of guilt. Simultaneously, He discerned that if he continued to resist, Lin Ming would indeed annihilate Baiyun Academy. However, when Master Qin complied, the other individuals from Baiyun Academy were left utterly astonished. The revered Master Qin, idolized by all the scholars in Pingan County, was being shackled and dragged forward like a mere beast. As the onlookers regained their composure, they were engulfed in a fury and hastily pursued Lin Ming towards the Demon Suppression Division. Master Qin, alongside the warhorse, observed the throng of scholars in pursuit and implored Lin Ming, "May I first pacify them? Otherwise, they will surely storm the Demon Suppression Division." Without diminishing his pace, Lin Ming retorted, "Is this the caliber of students you have raised? If they dare to cause a ruckus at the Demon Suppression Division, then let them proceed. It is high time for a change among the scholars of the county." Master Qin's expression shifted dramatically. "Do you intend to bathe Pingan County in blood? Such measures are unnecessary. They have no stake in your affairs." Lin Ming ceased his responses and escorted Master Qin back to the Demon Suppression Division. Upon their return, an informant left by Zhao Chuanfu swiftly reported their arrival. Meanwhile, the scholars, panting heavily, followed closely behind, intent on breaching the gates of the Demon Suppression Division. The guards at the entrance promptly obstructed the crowd, brandishing crossbows to instill a semblance of intimidation, which barely compelled the scholars to retreat. Unperturbed by the commotion, Lin Ming continued to propel Master Qin towards the demon prison, located deep within the Demon Suppression Division, designated for imprisoning creatures of considerable utility. Although Master Qin was not an aberration, he should have been handed over to the county office. However, Lin Ming chose instead to confine him alongside the malevolent beings. As they traversed towards the demon prison, they encountered numerous strongmen and several captains, including those from the 5th and 6th teams, as well as Zhao Tao from the 9th team. Even the reclusive Captain Shen Mingyan, who was usually engrossed in cultivation, was present, preparing to welcome the returning Tian Weishua. It was said that she had vanquished numerous malevolent beings in the mountains, earning significant accolades, and had progressed rapidly in strength, her heart now as frigid as ice, impervious to any provocation from Lin Ming, which prompted her return. Despite his grievances towards Tian Weishua, Shen Mingyan felt a greater sense of admiration, leading him to decide to forgive her and personally greet her. The group paid no heed as they witnessed Lin Ming escorting an elderly man towards the demon prison. After all, Master Qin had long since retired, spending his days cultivating vegetables and flowers within the confines of Baiyun Academy, rendering many unable to recognize him. Zhao Tao, even with a grin, greeted, "Little Lin, where did you capture this old ghost? He seems devoid of any malevolent aura. Is he in league with the fiends? Such individuals are the most despicable. Shall I teach you some interrogation techniques to deal with him?" Lin Ming paused momentarily. "By all means." Zhao Tao immediately smirked at the elder and suggested, "How about you procure a jar of honey, evenly spread it upon this old fellow, then find a colony of ants to unleash upon him? Those ants have a penchant for sweet treats and will voraciously bite at his flesh. No one can endure such torment." Upon hearing these words, Qin Shi gasped in shock, his anger flaring as he exclaimed, "How can your Demon Suppression Division be so shameless? Ah, the old man dares to insult me? Do you believe I will strike you?" Zhao Tao retorted, his fury palpable. The leaders of the 5th and 6th squads also wore grim expressions, taken aback by such audacity from prisoner. Shen Mingyan further mocked, "Lin Ming, it seems your leadership leaves much to be desired. Not only did you fail to secure assistance in escorting a prisoner, but you also cannot even intimidate him. Truly pathetic. And if it were you?" Lin Ming inquired. "If it were me, I would first deliver 100 slaps to his face, then remove all his teeth, rendering him incapable of such arrogance." Shen Mingyan replied coldly. Lin Ming pondered for a moment before nodding. "Thank you for your guidance. You have much to learn. Since I'm in a good mood today, if you call me Brother Shun, I might teach you a few more tactics. I have ample experience dealing with such old dogs." Shen Mingyan taunted, amused to see Lin Ming in a position to seek his counsel. Just as Lin Ming was about to respond, a furious roar echoed from a distance. "Lin Ming, release Qin Shi at once." It was Zhao Chuanfu, who had rushed over after receiving intelligence. Without hesitation, He seized Qin Shi from Lin Ming's grasp and with a swift motion shattered his shackles. The 4 squad leaders nearby were left in utter bewilderment. What on earth? This old dog is Qin Shi, the revered figure among all scholars of Ping'an County? What did I just say? Chapter 47. What happened to the captain? Strike. Lin Ming disregarded the furious or sorrowful gazes of the 4 captains, fixating solely on Zhao Chuanfu. I am aware of your close relationship with Master Qin, yet that does not justify your defense of him, he stated resolutely. Zhao Chuanfu, exasperated, retorted, do you possess any evidence of his collusion with the theater? An interrogation would yield that, Lin Ming replied earnestly. Zhao Chuanfu, caught between anger and laughter, shot back. Without evidence, on what grounds do you intend to interrogate him? Lin Ming asserted. The Demon Suppression Division is empowered to act first and report later. This is a privilege granted by imperial authority. This declaration rendered Zhao Chuanfu momentarily speechless. The mere mention of imperial authority left him at a loss for words. Reluctantly, Zhao Chuanfu softened his tone, lowering his voice as he remarked, even imperial privilege must be applied judiciously. Capturing Master Qin would undermine the very foundation of Ping'an County. The scholars outside are still gathered, insisting that if Master Qin is not released today, they will remain here indefinitely. Imagine the repercussions. And how will we conduct our investigations in the future? If we ever require assistance from these scholars, they might abandon us, complicating our endeavors and ultimately proving detrimental to us. Have you finished? Lin Ming gazed at Zhao Chuanfu with calm intensity. Zhao Confu instinctively nodded. Ah. Excuse me. Lin Ming seized Master Qin by the hair, dragging him towards the demon prison. All that rambling truly wasted time. Zhao Chuanfu stood there, watching as Master Qin was manhandled like a chick, suddenly incensed. He swiftly stepped in front of Lin Ming once more. Wait, I've been speaking to you for so long. Do you take my words lightly? Lin Ming slightly raised an eyebrow, resting his left hand on the hilt of his sword, and spoke with utmost seriousness. Considering your decent character, I shall offer you a chance to step aside. Otherwise, I shall strike you down as well. Gasp! The 4 captains collectively inhaled sharply. This man is truly formidable. Yet, Zhao Chuanfu was both amused and enraged. He chuckled until his expression turned icy, locking eyes with Lin Ming. Come, strike me. With a swift motion, Lin Ming unsheathed his blade, and an icy chill enveloped the air, casting frost upon everyone present. Zhao Chuanfu, facing Lin Ming directly, felt an onslaught of cold seep into his body, rendering him nearly frozen, his blood almost stagnant. Lin Ming's blade moved with such swiftness that the other captains merely caught a glimmer of light accompanied by a tiger's roar. A massive tiger's head materialized, vividly alive, exuding an imposing presence, opening its enormous jaws to bite down on the very blade aimed at Lin Ming. The clash between the frost-laden sword and the tiger's head unleashed a terrifying shockwave, momentarily pushing Lin Ming back. Yet despite this, Lin Ming did not release his grip on Master Qin, pulling him backward by his hair. Master Qin winced in pain, loathing the abundance of his thick hair at that moment. Zhao Chuanfu did not retreat. Instead, he gazed at Lin Ming in astonishment and fury, astonished that he truly dared to draw his weapon and taken aback by the man's formidable strength. The blow Lin Ming had just delivered, executed with utmost effort, would have severely injured any other captain of the Demon Suppression Division, shattering their pride. How is it possible that this fellow, having just broken through to the Qi gathering stage, possesses such formidable strength? Could it be that the quality of his cyclone is exceptionally high? To stand against oneself in the initial phase of Qi gathering without suffering significant disadvantage indicates that his cyclone quality is at least of the 6th grade, possibly even the 5th. Damn, what a genius! Zhao Chuanfu's expression fluctuated, alternating between shock and furious admiration. The captains observing from the sidelines maintained a consistent demeanor, pure astonishment. Absolute astonishment, especially Zhao Tao. Having long succumbed to Zhao Chuanfu's intimidation, he was taken aback to witness someone daring to challenge him. After the initial shock, he felt a surge of secret delight. He had harbored resentment toward his uncle for quite some time. and this strike seemed to land not on his uncle, but directly on his heart. Lin Ming perceived more than the other captains. He was acutely aware of the captain's prowess, having cultivated his skills for over a decade, using spiritual liquid to suppress the Jianghu of Ping'an County. Particularly formidable was the dragon-subduing fist, said to be inherited from an ancient monk, rendering him virtually invincible among his peers. Yet now, this punch merely forced Lin Ming back a few steps. Just how powerful is Lin Ming? Lin Ming had believed that after days of seclusion, mastering his martial arts to a profound level, even spending over 10,000 taels to forcefully elevate his 6th grade cyclone by half a level, barely brushing against the threshold of 5th grade, would suffice to dominate all martial artists below the spiritual liquid stage. However, facing Lin Ming left him feeling uncertain. This realization filled Lin Ming with profound resentment. He was unwilling to accept that he was inferior to Lin Ming. At the very least, his realm was not below mine, nor was his family background. I could easily leverage my family's connections to ascend to the captaincy early, and Lin Ming would then become my subordinate. Indeed, the stronger he became, the better, for that would earn me greater accolades. With such thoughts, Lin Ming's spirits lifted once more, and he regarded Lin Ming with renewed disdain. What good is mere fighting? The Jianghu is not merely about violence. It is about relationships. Just then, before Lin Ming could complete his thoughts, Lin Ming charged forward once more, swinging his blade toward Zhao Chuanfu. Is he truly coming again? Zhao Chuanfu was taken aback that Lin Ming could unleash a second strike. Perhaps he hadn't exerted himself fully before? Instantly, Zhao Chuanfu felt an even greater admiration for talent and swiftly retreated to create distance while furiously admonishing Lin Ming. Your energy must be nearly depleted, right? With the same strike, you can barely execute it twice. Overexerting yourself will only harm your foundation. Cease this folly, and let us sit down to discuss matters properly. Without a word, Lin Ming pursued him relentlessly, unleashing a flurry of devastating blows. Every move of the snowfall blade technique was a critical strike, each one a lethal attack. As for exhaustion, damage to his foundation, I have 6 4th-grade cyclones to toy with. With every strike Lin Ming delivered, snow swirled through the air for dozens of meters, a thick layer of frost accumulating on the ground, making it treacherously slippery, while the air turned frigid, prompting involuntary shivers from the captains. Zhao Chuanfu pressed back repeatedly, widened his eyes in disbelief until it seemed they might pop from their sockets. How is this possible? This fellow has unleashed 4 or 5 dozen strikes, each possessing the same formidable power. How much true energy does he possess, seemingly inexhaustible? Bang! Zhao Quanfeng pressed against the wall behind him, finding himself cornered by Lin Ming's relentless onslaught, with no path of retreat remaining. This realization finally spurred him to counterattack. Kid, I concede your strength, but before the liquid spirit stage, you still fall short. He had granted Lin Ming too many opportunities, but since he refused to back down, it was time for Zhao to awaken him. Tiger roars in the deep forest. No longer evading or retreating, Zhao Quanfeng resolved to show Lin Ming a glimpse of his true prowess. Accompanied by a fierce roar, he unleashed a powerful punch, and a colossal tiger sprang forth from his fist. This tiger shattered the swirling ice and snow summoned by Lin Ming, charging directly toward him. The onlookers shook their heads slightly. The captain was getting serious, and it seemed Lin Ming was doomed. Observing Zhao Quanfeng finally make his move, Lin Ming scoffed. Why didn't you do this sooner? Explode. Chapter 48. The defeat of the captain and the designation of a successor. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of ice orbs, which had mysteriously appeared on the ground, suddenly erupted. Countless icy blades surged forth, instantly engulfing Zhao Quanf. When did this happen? It is an illusion. Zhao Quanf, filled with fury and astonishment, quickly deduced that Lin Ming had conjured these ice orbs during their previous battle, concealing them with an illusion. Damn it, these prodigies are indeed monstrous. Amid such a fierce confrontation, he managed to find the time to deceive a practitioner of the liquid phase and dig such a deep pit. Zhao Quanf even suspected that when he was pushed into a corner and forced to unleash a punch in anger, It had all been part of Lin Ming's scheme. Because having just thrown that punch, Zhao Quanf was left with no time to change his technique or flee, and could only hastily summon a portion of his true energy for defense. The liquid energy within him surged rapidly, emitting a series of dragon-like roars. Subsequently, a dragon formed from true energy erupted from Zhao Quanf's body, coiling around him to resist the onslaught of blades. Unfortunately, this maneuver came too unexpectedly, and he had mobilized his defenses too hastily, leaving him unable to muster sufficient strength. As a result, the protective dragon energy was easily shattered, and the icy blade struck him, shredding his clothing and beginning to freeze his body. Zhao Quanf could not help but let out a bitter laugh, never expecting to fall to the hands of a mere gathering chi stage practitioner. Fortunately, that previous punch had been enough to injure Lin Ming significantly, rendering him incapable of further combat, so he did not feel entirely humiliated. Just as Zhao Quanf was lost in thought, a glinting blade rushed toward him. Lin Ming had appeared before him at some point, the shimmering knife poised against his throat, having already pierced his skin, with just a slight deeper incision. It would sever his arteries, leading to his demise. In the sunlight, Lin Ming's slightly disheveled black hair accentuated his carefree demeanor, his face adorned with mocking disdain. "Captain, you have grown old." Having used illusions to conceal the ice orbs, he could also craft a false version of himself. Thus, the fierce tiger formed by true energy had merely struck at his illusion. Zhao Quanf stared blankly at Lin Ming, allowing the frost to rapidly envelop him, nearly freezing his entire body. Yet, he found himself unable to react, uncertain of how to respond. He could sense that any slight movement on his part would lead Lin Ming to truly end his life. Simultaneously, Lin Ming's words struck a deep wound within him. Had he truly aged? He should be in the prime of his life, yet here he was, unable to best even a young upstart in the gathering chi stage. Was he truly reduced to a master being defeated by chaotic blows? The captains nearby stood in stunned silence. While they all aspired to take over the captaincy, they were acutely aware that their chance would only come when the captain was promoted or reassigned. Defeating the captain to forcibly ascend? Nonsense. How could a gathering chi practitioner compete with one in the liquid phase? Yet now, Lin Ming had shattered their established beliefs, threatening to dismantle their entire worldview. Particularly, Shen Mingyan clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her flesh, blood beginning to flow from her palms, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. If he had previously believed that his background was superior to Lin Ming's, and that the position of the captain was undoubtedly his, he now no longer dared to entertain such thoughts. This Lin Ming was audacious enough to threaten a captain. Shen Mingyan could easily envision a day when, upon his own promotion to captain, he would barely settle into his seat before being unceremoniously kicked to the ground by Lin Ming, who would then berate him. "You've grown old, you rascal." In the midst of this silence, the dazed Zhao Tao suddenly came to his senses and hurried over. Zhao Chuanfu was his uncle. How could he possibly stand by and watch him come to harm? Zhao Tao grasped Lin Ming's wrist and urgently pleaded, "Brother Lin, just give him a good beating to vent your frustration, but please don't actually kill him. He is not such a bad guy after all." Crack! The frost enveloping Zhao Chuanfu shattered, cascading down like shards of ice. The face that had been frozen within revealed itself, stripped of its earlier authority. Now only a visage of age and helplessness. "Lin Ming, you've won, but you truly cannot arrest Master Qin. Otherwise, his students will certainly create a ruckus that will reach the higher authorities, and I will be able to withstand the pressure from above. In the end, you will be the one to suffer." Suddenly, Master Qin spoke. "I confess." A profound silence enveloped the room, a suffocating stillness. Everyone stared in astonishment at Master Qin. Was madness contagious? Had Lin Ming gone mad, and now Master Qin too? Zhao Chuanfu looked at Master Qin in bewilderment. "What are you confessing to?" "I do indeed have collusion with the theater of actors, though not in the manner you presume. I simply turn a blind eye to their actions. In this matter, I am guilty, hence Lin Ming is justified in capturing me. Send me to the demon suppression prison. I will compose my own confession, which you can post outside the demon suppression office." if anyone still disagrees and dares to storm the office. Master Qin cast a complex glance at Lin Ming, then took a deep breath, making an incredibly difficult decision. Let us proceed according to Lin Ming's method. After all, we are old and have erred. Perhaps his decisive approach is indeed the right one. With that, Master Qin walked towards the demon suppression prison without needing Lin Ming to restrain him. If he had previously disagreed with Lin Ming's methods, he had now come to a complete understanding after witnessing Lin Ming's strength. His own capitulation and tacit approval of the theater of actors had nearly led to the downfall of an exceptional talent. This perhaps indicated that his choices and those of his old friends had all been misguided. The world should indeed be entrusted to the youth. Perhaps then, there would be fewer chaotic occurrences. Watching Master Qin depart, Zhao Chuanfu opened his mouth, intending to say something. Yet, glancing at the equally indifferent Lin Ming and feeling the wound on his neck, he ultimately let out a sigh. Turning around, he caught sight of Zhao Tao, who stood frozen nearby. Under Zhao Chuanfu's gaze, Zhao Tao instantly felt a shiver run down his spine and hurriedly distanced himself while pleading for mercy. Uncle, this truly isn't my fault. You insisted on fighting, and if you lost, you can't blame me. I harbor no resentment towards you. Zhao Quanf, unusually restrained, refrained from expressing anger toward Zhao Tao, and with a wry smile remarked, I must extend my gratitude to you for bringing such a formidable individual to the Demon Suppression Division. Perhaps he might indeed revitalize the waning spirit of the once mighty institution. Although Zhao Quanf had not witnessed the pinnacle of the Demon Suppression Division, he had heard tales from his master. In its heyday, the division was a true bastion of power, instilling fear in all manner of demons and malevolent beings, once reducing countless fiends to a state of submission. Regrettably, as time marched on, the division's elite dwindled. Some aged, others perished, resulting in a significant depletion of talent. Despite the annual grand tournament aimed at unearthing gifted individuals, the decline remained unabated. Perhaps Lin Ming, this formidable warrior, could serve as a panacea, jolting the aging and decrepit authorities of the division back to life. However, Zhao Quanf's words caused the nearby captains to recoil slightly. What did this imply? Was a successor already being designated? And what of Tian Weishua? Zhao Tao, accompany Lin Ming as he interrogates Master Qin, and also pay a visit to the War Achievements Institute. Inform them that Lin Ming has apprehended a key criminal involved in illicit dealings with the theater, warranting an increase of, forget it, let us say 3,000 merit points. Zhao Quanf continued to show favoritism towards his nephew, encouraging him to foster a closer relationship with Lin Ming. Zhao Tao, apprehensive of repercussions, readily agreed and swiftly departed. The remaining captains, witnessing Zhao Quanf's somewhat despondent exit, dispersed to share this sensational news with their friends and team members. Chapter 49. Tian Weishua's heart shatters. I wish to join the 10th squad. Mount Tian. Tian Weishua emerged from the forest, her hands grasping the enchanted artifacts used to seal malevolent spirits and the corpse containing the flesh and blood of demonkin. After several days of battle, her mind had settled entirely, devoid of restlessness or anxiety. Her beautiful eyes regained their former coldness, now laced with an ethereal air of superiority that compelled passers-by to glance her way, instinctively filled with reverence, speculating about which esteemed sect's true disciple had arrived or if a princess graced their presence. Tian Weishua paid no heed to the gazes of onlookers. She was now impervious to external distractions. Not even the most perilous of demons or the most enigmatic of malevolent spirits could sway her. Upon stepping out of the forest, Tian Weishua lifted her gaze to find Shen Mingen awaiting her. However, Shen Mingen appeared rather disheveled, as if wandering in a dream. I have some items. I need to find a place to clean myself up, Tian Weishua remarked, having spent several days in the mountains, covered in demonic blood and ominous energy. She casually tossed her spoils to Shen Mingen, showing no concern for their worth, which could easily amount to hundreds of battle merits. With a thud, the package and artifacts fell to the ground, as Shen Mingen failed to catch them in time. Tian Weishua paused, her expression indifferent as she regarded Shen Mingen. Are you dissatisfied with me? Huh? Oh, Weishua, Shun Ming roused from his stupor, hastily retrieving the items, only to find them exceedingly heavy. Upon closer inspection, his astonishment grew. So many demons! This must be worth at least 700 or 800 battle merits. Another genius. In just a few days, you have amassed what many could not gather in years. A bittersweet smile crept across Shun Ming's face. Well, you should return to report first, Tian Weishue replied coolly. All right, but I suggest you refrain from returning to the Demon Suppression Division for now. The entrance is blocked by those scholars, and it's quite chaotic, Shun Ming instinctively cautioned. Tian Weishue frowned slightly. How dare a bunch of pretentious scholars obstruct the entrance to the Demon Suppression Division? Why not drive them away? Those who defy should be dealt with ruthlessly. Shun Ming fell silent, at a loss for words. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he managed a wry smile. You truly resemble Lin Ming. For reasons unknown, the man who had once ardently pursued Tian Weishue now found himself indifferent to the notion of marrying her. His affection for her remained unchanged, yet a sense of inferiority had taken root within him. Previously, he had believed himself a distinguished heir from a prosperous county, endowed with remarkable talent, deserving only of a beauty like Tian Weishue. Now, even if Shun Ming was reluctant to admit it, he recognized that Tian Weishue was far better suited to Lin Ming. Tian Weishue, upon hearing Lin Ming's name once more, felt an unexpected calmness wash over her, her earlier agitation completely dissipating. She even nodded in approval, remarking, "He is indeed quite remarkable. Indeed, after all, he managed to bring Qin Shi back and even defeated the captain of the guards," Shun Ming sighed. Tian Weishue glanced at Shun Ming, her eyes reflecting a hint of unusual curiosity. "What did you say? In recent days, you have been preoccupied outside and may not be fully aware of the situation. Lin Ming has ascended to the position of captain of the 10th Squad and uncovered a hideout linked to the Actors Guild. In the course of his investigation, he discovered that among the conspirators was none other than Master Qin, whom he subsequently apprehended. The captain, fearing that Master Qin's arrest might incite unrest, sought to have him released. However, unrest had already erupted, as the scholars were in an uproar. Thus, the captain insisted that Lin Ming set him free. But Lin Ming refused, leading to a confrontation between the two, resulting in the captain's defeat. Under the weight of Lin Ming's imposing presence, Master Qin ultimately chose to confess. Shun Ming recounted the events of the past few days, his gaze fixed intently on Tian Weishue. He watched as her beautiful eyes, once calm and tranquil, transformed into a reflection of astonishment, culminating in a visage that was utterly moved. Tian Weishue defenseless. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Shun Ming felt an unexpected surge of satisfaction. Even someone who habitually regarded everything with indifference could be shaken by Lin Ming. If she feared Lin Ming, it was hardly a matter of great significance, was it? When one person is cowardly, it is merely cowardice. When a multitude displays fear, it embodies piety. Tian Weishue, unable to ponder Shun Ming's thoughts, instinctively sensed that something was amiss. After all, Lin Ming had only been cultivating for a few days. Even if the five gods body nourishing technique was formidable, and despite his fortuitous encounters, he should not possess such strength. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Without pausing to freshen up, Tian Weishue hurried back to the Demon Suppression Division. Indeed, a throng of scholars had gathered at the entrance, but they were not blocking the door. Instead, they clustered around the bulletin board outside the division, eagerly engrossed in something, their emotions running high, occasionally exclaiming, "Impossible!" Tian Weishue cast a glance back at Shun Ming, silently questioning whether the scholars were indeed obstructing the entrance. It was likely that Master Qin had penned a confession, urging the scholars to disperse, Shun Ming explained. Tian Weishue pursed her lips slightly and continued into the Demon Suppression Division. Upon entering, her steps faltered once more at the monument of military achievements. The personnel were in the process of updating the records. Ordinarily, the achievements are updated every 7 days, and the time for this change had not yet arrived. However, there exists a special provision that allows for immediate updates should an individual's accomplishments significantly increase. At that moment, Lin Ming's name had ascended from 7th place to 1st, boasting an impressive total of 800 military achievements. Of these, 500 were his original score, 3,000 were earned from capturing Master Qin, and an additional 300 were from resolving the incident involving the village matron. How long had it been since Lin Ming joined the Demon Suppression Division? 10 days, perhaps? He had swiftly risen to become the top figure within the division in Ping'an County. Tian Weishua glanced back at the package in Shun Ming'an's hands, which contained demonic treasures valued at 800 military achievements. Initially, she had dismissed this as merely her starting point, unworthy of concern. Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed unnecessary to dwell on it. Not because it lacked significance, but rather, it was truly beneath notice. A crack appeared in Tian Weishua's resolve, and her pace quickened as she made her way directly to the captain's courtyard. As she was about to enter, Shun Ming'an abruptly seized her arm. Tian Weishua was taken aback, forcefully shaking Shun Ming'an off, and turned back with a cold glare. Shun Ming'an's expression darkened slightly as she whispered a caution. There is no need to walk into a scolding. This remark stirred memories within Tian Weishua of her previous reprimand, and she realized she had once again committed the same folly, becoming agitated at the mere mention of Lin Ming. Why? Why do I always react so impulsively because of him? Is it a sense of panic at his formidable nature? When did I become so petty and fragile? The fissures in Tian Weishua's heart widened further. Just then, Lin Ming approached alongside Zhao Tao. Upon seeing Tian Weishua, Zhao Tao greeted her with a cheerful smile. Back already? How'd it go? Lin Ming glanced at the bloodied Tian Weishua and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Tian Weishua gazed back at Lin Ming, her eyes deep with contemplation. She noticed a significant transformation in him. He had shed his previous frailty, the air of timidity that had once surrounded him, especially in her presence, when he could hardly meet her gaze. Now he stood tall and imposing, exuding confidence that made her feel diminutive in comparison. He was utterly transformed. As Tian Weishua watched Lin Ming brush past her, her emotions became tumultuous. Suddenly, in a moment of inexplicable fervor, she called out, "Lin Ming, I wish to join Team 10. Huh? Lin Ming paused, turning back to regard Tian Weishua, bewildered by her sudden outburst. Zhao Tao was equally astonished, quickly glancing at Shun Ming'an. It was well known within the Demon Suppression Division that Shun Ming'an harbored feelings for Tian Weishua. Surely, he must be displeased now? Yet surprisingly, Shun Ming'an displayed no signs of shock and even seemed to exhale in relief. Chapter 50. Let us eliminate them first. Lin Ming regarded the earnest Tian Weishua with a calm demeanor. Joining Team 10 is acceptable, but I will not tolerate incompetence. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tao scratched his head incessantly. Remarkably, Lin Ming was the first to dare speak such words to a protégé of the captain. Shun Ming'an felt a surge of indignation at this statement and instinctively retorted, "Lin Ming, I acknowledge your prowess, but to call Weishua incompetent is rather excessive, don't you think?" "I never said that," Lin Ming replied with utmost seriousness. "I only wish to remind you both, should you also aspire to join Team 10. Zhao Tao and Shun Ming'an suddenly understood. It was they who were being deemed incompetent. Had you said so earlier, we would have comprehended. You absolute nincompoop. Both felt deeply offended, particularly Zhao Tao, who forcefully patted Lin Ming on the shoulder. "Brother, remember your roots when you rise to greatness. Just because you have recently grown stronger, you begin to look down upon me, your elder brother. I do not look down upon you." Lin Ming furrowed his brow in clarification. He still held a modicum of affection for Zhao Tao. Shun Ming'an's expression darkened. "So you are implying that I am incompetent?" "Yes." "Is there a problem?" Lin Ming gazed profoundly into her eyes. "No, I was merely inquiring," Shun Ming'an swiftly conceded. After all, this was a person who could even challenge the captain. How insignificant was she in comparison? She promptly turned on her heel and departed. Lin Ming, accompanied by Zhao Tao and Tian Weishua, made their way to the captain's study. Upon entering, Zhao Tao proactively placed a piece of paper before Zhao Qianfu. "Uncle, Master Qin has documented the events that transpired. I have already posted one copy at the Demon Suppression Division's entrance. This one is for your perusal." Zhao Qianfu picked it up to examine it. The confession was extensive enough to cover half the table, densely filled with characters. In this confession, Master Qin explicitly admitted that he had long been aware of the opera house's intentions to infiltrate the county office with spies. He had also received word that the opera house sought to usurp Lin Ming's scholarly achievements, and even contemplated his assassination, which was within the realm of his suspicions. However, in his quest to unearth the prominent figures behind the opera house, Master Qin had tacitly allowed their actions, intending to sacrifice Lin Ming in order to capture significant individuals from the opera house and potentially overturn it. Indeed, the opera house fell into the trap, sending someone to usurp Lin Ming's position, and that spy was immediately put under surveillance by Master Qin. Yet unexpectedly, the opera house seemed to have connections within the higher echelons of the court. Shortly after the spy had usurped the scholarly title, he was reassigned to a distant post. To avoid alarming the enemy, Master Qin had been attempting to reach out to scholars and former classmates in the court, requesting their assistance in monitoring the spy. After detailing the sequence of events, Master Qin concluded his confession with expressions of remorse. He recognized his wrongdoings, having operated under the guise of serving the nation and its people while inadvertently aiding villains in harming the innocent. He had been complicit in their malevolence while enjoying the admiration of society. Master Qin deemed himself utterly shameless. In the end, he praised Lin Ming, calling him a remarkable talent both in literature and martial arts, almost ruined by a momentary lapse in judgment. Thus, Qin Shi wished to endure imprisonment to atone for his sins, while simultaneously observing how the youth would manage the situation at the theater of actors. As Zhao Chuanfu reached the conclusion, he sighed softly. Having known Qin Shi for many years, he understood his temperament, which is why he refrained from further persuasion during Qin Shi's confession. Through this confession, Zhao Chuanfu believed that Qin Shi's earlier choices were, on a broader scale, justifiable. Struggles inevitably entail sacrifices. To preserve the safety and happiness of the majority, some must bear the burden in silence. Unfortunately, this time, Qin Shi faltered and sacrificed someone unwilling to be sacrificed, someone of considerable capability, no less. Zhao Chuanfu set aside the confession and turned to Lin Ming. "Are you satisfied?" "Not all," Lin Ming replied candidly. "The theater of actors has yet to be toppled, and the spy remains at large. I had thought your animosity was solely directed at Qin Shi." Zhao Chuanfu's expression was complex. "How could it be? I equally desire to eliminate anyone who poses a threat to me." Lin Ming promptly declared his stance. "What if the adversary is a high official?" Zhao Chuanfu could not help but inquire. "Proceed as usual." "And if the opponent is a prince?" "Proceed as usual." "What if the opponent is the emperor?" Zhao Tao suddenly broke into a violent cough, interrupting Zhao Chuanfu, then glaring at his uncle. "Uncle, at your age, you've lived enough. I certainly do not wish to be implicated in a massacre of 9 clans." Upon realizing the question, he nearly blurted out. Zhao Chuanfu broke into a cold sweat. When he glanced at Lin Ming's indifferent demeanor, he felt a chill run down his spine. He was certain that had he posed the question, the response would have been the same 2 words. It was rumored that Lin Ming and Qin Shi shared a mentor-student relationship. How was such a lawless individual cultivated by Qin Shi? Zhao Chuanfu, hesitant to engage Lin Ming further, forcibly shifted the topic to Tian Weishue. "Did you come to see me for something?" "Yes, I wish to join the 10th Division," Tian Weishue replied coolly. Zhao Chuanfu felt bewildered. Did all these prodigies have a penchant for capriciousness? Tian Weishue had been doing well in the 1st Division. Why did she wish to join the 10th? What if sentiments developed over time? Although Zhao Chuanfu had previously entertained the notion of fostering a connection between the two, and even contemplated how extraordinary their offspring could be, Lin Ming's recent behavior had truly unsettled him. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhao Chuanfu, and he turned to Zhao Tao, asking, "You mentioned the massacre of 9 clans, correct? Does that include teachers?" "Not all," Zhao Tao replied curiously. "Uncle, why do you ask?" Ignoring Zhao Tao, Zhao Chuanfu exhaled deeply. "Then there is no issue. Weishue, if you wish to join the 10th Division, go ahead, but should you cause any trouble in the future, do not claim that I am your mentor." Tian Weishue was internally shaken. Was she, indeed, being dismissed? Once, She regarded Zhao Xuanfu with disdain, believing his abilities were insufficient to merit the title of her teacher. Her apprenticeship was merely a stepping stone, and thus, she held little respect for him. However, now Zhao Xuanfu has requested that she refrain from disclosing their relationship to the outside world. This overt disdain has allowed Tian Weishue to empathize with the feelings Zhao Xuanfu once endured, a sentiment that is undeniably stifling. Seeing that the others had fallen silent, Lin Ming prepared to take his leave. Zhao Xuanfu quickly called out to him, cautioning, Master Qin holds a prominent position in the county. In the coming days, you may find yourself with an influx of visitors. Remain vigilant. Lin Ming's eyes lit up with curiosity. Will they come and ambush me? Those who can befriend Master Qin must surely be the elite of certain industries. Their credentials must be formidable. Zhao Xuanfu, noticing Lin Ming's aggressive demeanor, sighed in resignation. You are, after all, the captain of the Demon Suppression Division. What kind of mindset would lead them to ambush you? I meant to say they will come to persuade you. However, should you choose to ignore their counsel, I cannot predict the unscrupulous tactics they might employ. Understood. Lin Ming nodded, grateful for the captain's warning. If these individuals intend to resort to underhanded methods against him, he must first eliminate them before they have the chance. Chapter 51. Why can't a 7th rank official be cut down? Lin Ming exited the courtyard of the captain, accompanied by Tian Weishu, and made his way directly to the compound of Team 10. Upon arriving at the entrance of the small Team S courtyard, he noticed a group of unfamiliar individuals awaiting his arrival. Among them, 5 stood out prominently, for were imposing men in the Qi gathering stage, while one was a gaunt elder adorned in official robes. Lin Ming sensed a profound aura of incense emanating from the elder, indicating that he was indeed the county magistrate of Pingan County. After all, only a magistrate overseeing the Wind Temple would possess such a thick scent of incense. As Lin Ming approached, a young man among the waiting crowd whispered, "That's him." Lin Ming recognized this young man as one of the guards stationed at the entrance of Baiyun Academy. Upon hearing the guard's remark, the gazes of the crowd converged upon Lin Ming in an instant. Their expressions varied, some scrutinizing, others filled with anger, and yet others laced with suspicion. Clearly, these individuals were the dirty work type the captain had mentioned. Lin Ming regarded them and said, "Step aside. You are blocking my path." The group confronting Lin Ming became increasingly irked by his audacity in front of them. One burly man with a bushy beard stepped forward with a sinister grin. "Kid, you probably don't know who we are. Have you heard of the Thunder Han Lei Hong from the Longhu Martial Arts Hall? Or the Wind Sword Wu Biao from the Wanshan Escort Agency? These two are the pinnacle of martial prowess in Pingan County, with hundreds of disciples and escorts under their command, having quelled untold evils over the years. And then there's the notorious Fire Qilin Song Yan, a figure of great renown in the martial world, having slain more wicked foes than you can imagine. As for Magistrate Du, I trust one need not introduce him to you. If you do not recognize him, you might as well leave Pingan County for good. As for myself, I've roamed the martial world for many years, earning the title of a chivalrous hero by the grace of my peers, but I prefer to be called Piercing Arrow Shui Tao. The gentlemen standing behind me may be unfamiliar to you, but I can assure you they are among the most esteemed gentry in the county. With just a word from them, you'll find it impossible to spend a single coin in Pingan County in the future." Listening to the bushy-bearded man's self-aggrandizing introduction, Lin Ming gained a clearer understanding of Qin Shi's standing in the county. Even with his personally penned confession, he had attracted the attention of all the prominent figures in the area, who now looked down upon him from their lofty positions. Yet Lin Ming remained unfazed, instead examining the various titles associated with these individuals. Thriving Incense, green. 50 years of Heavenly Thunder 9 Summons experience, green. 32 years of Wind Sword experience, blue. Disguise Technique, blue. Bone Shrinking Skill, blue. Wealthy Family, blue. Elite Merchant, blue. Exceptional Lineage, blue. Inferior Bone Structure, blue. Acute Intuition, green. The myriad of titles made Lin Ming's hand inch toward his weapon in anticipation. Yet he was acutely aware that once he took action, these individuals would falter and flee. Thus, he must not startle them recklessly and needed to select a target first. The Piercing Arrow Shui Tao was an excellent choice, possessing an extraordinary intuitive ability. This remarkable intuition allowed one to anticipate the enemy's movements and preemptively counter them. Indeed, this ability was formidable, and it was likely the reason Xue Tao had achieved mastery in archery. Lin Ming held great admiration for this skill, as it enabled him to eliminate adversaries before they harbored any murderous intent towards him. He despised passivity. While Xue Tao was introducing everyone, he suddenly sensed the faintest hint of murderous intent emanating from Lin Ming. Instantly, he turned to face him, his gaze imbued with a palpable threat. "Kid, do you wish to kill me? Have you considered your own capabilities?" Upon hearing Lin Ming's murderous intent, the surrounding individuals displayed their anger. They had traveled a considerable distance to seek Lin Ming and had no intention of resorting to force. They merely wished to persuade him. How dare this fellow entertain thoughts of violence? One audacious lad, truly believing that his position as a demon suppression officer rendered him invincible, disregarding my thunderous hand, and daring to harbor murderous thoughts? Not only was he willing to strike at Master Qin, but he also sought to harm us. This was sheer audacity. I shall issue a decree in my capacity as the proprietor of the Treasure Merchant Association, forbidding any shop in the county from selling weapons or magical artifacts to Lin Ming. Let us see how he continues to act arrogantly. The Tianxiang Tower also expressed its stance. From this day forth, if Lin Ming manages to procure even a morsel of food on the streets, I shall consider myself utterly incompetent. It seemed I too must ensure that the businesses under my purview, textile, jewelry, and transportation, blacklist Lin Ming. Lin Ming, congratulations. You are the first individual in the history of Pinyin County to be universally ostracized by all the gentry. A most illustrious achievement indeed. Several gentry, aware that they could not contend with Lin Ming in a fight, monopolized various trades throughout the county, ensuring that once he departed from the Demon Suppression Office, his daily life would become exceedingly difficult. The anger was not confined to these few gentlemen. Even the usually reticent county magistrate, Du, could no longer contain his indignation. Known for his stern disposition, he detested those who flouted the rules, valuing scholarship above all else. Lin Ming had now transgressed two of his sacred principles. Originally a scholar, he had abandoned his studies to pursue martial arts, which was a form of degradation. Now, he sought to apprehend his teacher under the guise of a student, harming numerous classmates. This was a complete abandonment of Confucian virtues such as benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. With fury ablaze, County Magistrate Du coldly regarded Lin Ming. "Is it not enough that you have slain so many students and candidates? In deference to Master Qin, I had resolved not to hold you accountable. Yet you dare to entertain thoughts of murder. I stand here now, demanding that you immediately release Master Qin. Do you mean to slay even a court official like myself?" With a swift motion, Lin Ming unsheathed his treasure blade, uttering not a word, and struck directly at County Magistrate Du. "A court official? You, a mere 7th rank official, are nothing but a farce." The chilling blade sliced through the air, aimed squarely at the magistrate's brow, poised for a lethal strike. Xue Tao possessed an extraordinary intuition, promptly sensing Lin Ming's overwhelming intent to kill and his reckless demeanor. She swiftly pulled County Magistrate Du back behind her, preventing the blade from finding its mark. However, it could not be said that the strike had merely missed. Rather, it had struck at the very hearts of all present, eliciting gasps of shock and trepidation. No, this was beyond belief. This audacious youth truly dared to take action. After all, he was targeting County Magistrate Du, a 7th rank official of the court, who governed the entire county and was responsible for lighting incense at the Confucian temple daily, safeguarding the peace of Pinyin County, setting aside the fury that would surely ensue from the court should he be slain. The more pressing concern was that without his presence, the temple's incense would remain unlit, inviting countless malevolent spirits to invade the town, leading to untold suffering. Was this young man utterly unconcerned? County Magistrate Du was equally startled by Lin Ming's boldness, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pointed shakily at Lin Ming, his elderly frame trembling with indignation. You dare to strike at me?" he stammered. Qin Shi had already confessed and signed a confession letter, which lay at the entrance. Pinned his own hand. His guilt was indisputable. Yet, you demand that I spare Qin Shi? I have every right to suspect collusion between you and the malevolent spirits. Moreover, Lin Ming coldly articulated his reasoning for the assault, then turned his gaze toward the incessantly intervening Shui Tao. A series of arrows, is it? Very well. Let me witness your succession and your aim. With that, Lin Ming enveloped himself in an illusion, vanishing from the sight of all present in an instant. Chapter 52. Battling while cultivating, unleashing extraordinary intuition. The martial artists present were seasoned veterans of the martial world, having encountered numerous sinister tactics. Yet, they were still taken aback by Lin Ming's sudden disappearance. Such an ability, akin to divine prowess, was not something an ordinary warrior could possess, particularly for Shui Tao, who sensed an elusive killing intent approaching and hastily retreated. Bang! The ground where Shui Tao had stood moments before erupted, the air filled with a surge of blade energy. The onlookers were startled and scrambled for cover, especially the local gentry, who cowered in fear of being accidentally harmed. Lin Ming surged once more toward Shui Tao. Although he was unaware of Shui Tao's true strength, he found the man's intuition exceedingly troublesome. Even after Lin Ming diligently suppressed his murderous aura and exerted his full effort to obscure his presence with illusions, Shui Tao was still able to perceive him, effortlessly evading each of Lin Ming's attacks. It was evident that one must master footwork. Lin Ming commenced his assault while simultaneously immersing himself in the techniques of the divine eagle's dragon stride. With the concept of body control at his disposal, Lin Ming's advancement in footwork became remarkably swift, as he could effortlessly emulate the various forms of the divine eagle as dictated by the martial texts. Through this imitation, Lin Ming's speed of movement increased significantly. Shui Tao, initially intent on distancing himself to employ his bow and arrow against Lin Ming, found to his astonishment that after retreating several paces, he had not created any distance. Suddenly, a blade materialized from thin air, striking him squarely in the chest. Slashing, Shui Tao's garment was cleaved open, leaving a shallow gash on his skin. Had it not been for his extraordinary intuition alerting him in time, he would have been grievously wounded. What manner of monster is this? How can he be so formidable? Anger and fear surged within Shui Tao, and he shouted to the onlookers, "Are you still just watching? He is about to kill me." Several experts hesitated, reluctant to intervene. It was not that they feared Lin Ming's identity, but these seasoned warriors were wary of attacking young man, as it would not reflect well upon them should word spread. Shui Tao, understanding their thoughts, harbored deep resentment. Had he not been intimidated by Lin Ming's prowess, he would not have called for help. Now, seeing the other martial artists unwilling to assist, he cast a pleading glance toward County Magistrate Du. Magistrate Du was not a martial artist and was not bound by martial ethics. Observing Shui Tao's plight, he immediately summoned the power of incense, commanding, "All malevolent spirits, reveal your true forms." The rich power of incense enveloped the entire area, rendering Lin Ming's illusions ineffective. As Lin Ming's form became visible, Shui Tao exhaled in relief, his demeanor lightening considerably. "That little trick of yours, which barely warrants mention, has indeed granted you some advantage. But now that you have shown yourself, I shall see how you contend with me." Having gained considerable insight during the skirmish, Lin Ming had commenced his mastery of the divine eagle's dragon stride. Understanding the proper application of this technique, he transformed his inner energy into a wind attribute, flowing throughout his body, and with a powerful push from his feet, he launched himself forward. He soared into the air like a divine eagle, lunging towards Shui Tao with a swiftness that afforded him no time to react. Shui Tao's acute intuition sensed the imminent threat of death, and his brain screamed in a frenzy. "Escape! Flee! For heaven's sake, escape!" Alas, Lin Ming's wind-based energy, combined with his agile footwork, left Shui Tao no chance to evade, as he swiftly closed the distance and severed Shui Tao's throat with a single stroke. Shui Tao's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands instinctively clutching his throat, yet blood continued to flow between his fingers. dripping onto the ground with a sound reminiscent of death's gentle footsteps. Lin Ming cast a detached glance at Xue Tao and uttered a chilling command, "Die." Thud! Xue Tao collapsed onto the ground, his eyes reflecting a gradual fading of unwillingness and terror, leaving behind an aura of silence. Only a few fallen phrases remained, testifying to his former prowess. As onlookers gazed at the lifeless body in the pool of blood, their expressions varied widely. Lin Ming had killed again, and this time it was the esteemed hero Xue Tao, and right before County Magistrate Du. Outrageous! County Magistrate Du was utterly beside himself, disregarding his dignity as he roared at Lin Ming. "How dare you take a life in my presence? Who gave you the audacity?" The thunderous hand, the wind blade sword, and the fire Qilin's song, Yin, trembled with fury. They had refrained from intervening on Xue Tao's behalf, believing in Lin Ming's sense of justice, only to find their inaction had led to his demise. Regret and anger swelled within them. They should have known better than to appeal to a man like Lin Ming with notions of chivalry. Confronted by County Magistrate Du's inquiry, Lin Ming remained unperturbed as he retrieved the acute intuition entry, responding coolly. The Demon Suppression Department operates under the principle of executing first and reporting later. With this statement, Magistrate Du found himself at a loss for words. The Demon Suppression Department indeed held such privileges. What could be done? The thunderous hand, incensed, retorted. Executing first and reporting later still requires justification. Are you certain Xue Tao was a demon or a traitor? Certainty is not established, Lin Ming conceded. Very well. You admit to having wrongfully taken a life. That at least shows some measure of honor. So, how do you intend to rectify this? The thunderous hand pressed with relentless inquiries, and the others fixed their gaze upon Lin Ming, determined to hold him accountable for his actions. Today, they would see Lin Ming branded with the charge of negligence, stripped of his captaincy, and even expelled from the Demon Suppression Department. This would allow them to take their revenge openly, without fear of offending the department. Yet confronted by the accusatory stares, Lin Ming merely nodded nonchalantly. "I understand. I shall be more cautious next time." What kind of response was that? Everyone was infuriated. What did he mean by next time? Did he intend to continue killing? However, when they glimpsed the icy resolve in Lin Ming's eyes, they realized the truth. This man truly dared to continue his rampage, his gaze seemingly calculating the moments to strike, even lingering over the thunderous hand several times. The thunderous hand felt a flicker of unease at being scrutinized by Lin Ming, instinctively reacting. In truth, Lin Ming was simply employing the newly acquired entry. Enhanced intuition is truly remarkable. Lin Ming discovered that his perception of the surrounding environment had transformed. Previously, he utilized the red light from his third eye to slow down his adversary's movements, granting him ample time to either defend or counterattack. However, this enhanced intuition bears a resemblance to precognition, enabling him to anticipate his enemy's every move through their various states and the fluctuations of the world around him. For instance, at this moment, he sensed that the thunderous fist was engulfed in intense fury due to his words. The internal energy was surging rapidly, and the muscles were taut, ready to unleash formidable power in an instant. Based on the amplitude and angle of thunderous fist's muscle contractions, Lin Ming could even infer from which direction he would strike and the nature of his attack. This enhanced intuition is akin to a sophisticated AI with an expansive database, predicting various stances of the enemy while providing multiple possibilities as Lin Ming fixated on his foe. For example, as he observed thunderous fist, a pie chart formed in his mind. There existed a 20 probability of strike, a 5 chance of an attack aimed at Lin Ming's shoulder from the right, a 7 likelihood of a sweeping kick targeting Lin Ming's left leg, an 18 possibility of a rapid flurry of punches at close range, and a 10 chance of refraining from any action. As Lin Ming's gaze lingered on thunderous fist, his expression grew increasingly anticipatory, subtly shifting the opponent's physical state and emotions. The probability of refraining from action, initially occupying only 10 of the pie chart, gradually escalated to a staggering 99. Why hesitate to strike when you possess such bravado? Chapter 53. I disdain those who are more arrogant than I. Not only did the thunderous hand exhibit timidity, But the wind-slicing sword and the fire qilin also radiated a sense of trepidation. Observing that the three formidable experts hesitated to strike, Lin Ming realized that the other lesser figures were even less likely to intervene. Thus, any notion of finding excuses to attack or concocting additional justifications had become utterly implausible. He understood that his earlier display of prowess had been excessively overwhelming. Alas, my own brilliance has intimidated them, leading to the swift downfall of Xue Tao. With a sigh, Lin Ming ambled towards his courtyard. Upon encountering the thunderous hand, who refused to yield, he merely rested his hand on the hilt of his dagger. Startled, the thunderous hand promptly stepped aside, but felt a tinge of embarrassment for his actions, responding with indignation. Lin Ming, you ought to express gratitude for your position as the captain of the Demon Suppression Division. Otherwise, we would have long since united to vanquish you effortlessly. The wind-slicing sword and the fire qilin nodded in agreement, affirming the truth of his words. Yet, they remained oblivious to the peculiar gazes and expressions of the nearby gentry. How could these three distinguished experts so brazenly speak of assaulting a mere youth without a hint of remorse? Had they, in their hearts, already accepted that Lin Ming was beyond the capacity of solitary defeat? With the three premier martial artists of Ping'an County so visibly intimidated by Lin Ming, what position remained for the local gentry? Lin Ming chose not to respond to the thunderous hand's remarks, striding purposefully into his courtyard. Just as he intended to close the door, a thought struck him. He turned to the proprietor of Tianxiang Tower, the very gentleman who had boasted that Lin Ming would struggle to procure a meal in the county, and said with a nonchalant air, "Please send me a few pounds of donkey meat buns shortly. I have a craving." The proprietor paused, instinctively glancing at the surrounding crowd, only to find that everyone was deliberately avoiding his gaze. With a resigned sigh, he replied, "Very well, I shall bring them to you shortly." Bang! The courtyard door swung shut. All present stared at the now-closed door, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. They instinctively surveyed their surroundings, desiring someone to take the lead in stirring trouble, while simultaneously hoping that others shared their reluctance to act. As several martial artists and local gentry discerned the thoughts of their companions, their collective attention shifted towards County Magistrate Du. He held the highest status in the vicinity and was the most qualified to take decisive action. Yet, after his earlier inquiry directed at Lin Ming, he had remained unresponsive. Realizing that the crowd awaited him to advocate for Master Qin and to avenge Xue Tao, Magistrate Du felt a growing apprehension towards Lin Ming following the recent events. Thus, he inhaled deeply to quell his inner turmoil and spoke gravely. This plan to rescue Master Qin has, regrettably, met with failure. Xue Tao's demise stems from our insistence that Lin Ming release Master Qin. Master Qin has confessed his culpability, and, consequently, our coercion of Lin Ming to liberate him grants him reasonable grounds to suspect us of being spies for the theater of the unseen. Now, let us gather a sum to provide for Xue Tao's family, allowing him a semblance of dignity in death. As for Lin Ming, I shall later communicate with the Demon Suppression Division to ensure he experiences considerable hardship here, with no assistance in executing his duties. In time, he will come to learn the consequences of feigning superiority. The crowd felt compelled to follow the instructions of County Magistrate Du. After all, Lin Ming had just demonstrated his prowess, and they truly lacked the courage to continue opposing him. Only Du, with his cunning, could employ certain tactics. In the courtyard of the 10th Division, Tian Weishue observed Lin Ming, who was engrossed in practicing the divine eagle-dragon combat technique, lost in contemplation. During Lin Ming's earlier battle with Xue Tao, she refrained from intervening, merely wishing to gauge Lin Ming's strength. She had noticed a peculiar aspect of his combat style. In every encounter, Lin Ming unleashed his most formidable techniques. This was understandable, as some individuals prefer to engage in battle by concentrating all their energy into a single, powerful strike. Win or lose, it was a matter of life and death. In her past life, Tian Weishue had a friend who was similarly reckless, gaining notoriety for this very trait and ultimately meeting his demise because of it. What perplexed Tian Weishue, however, was how Lin Ming could deliver his strongest blows in rapid succession. He could execute dozens of strikes within a short span, each imbued with ferocity and unrelenting force. Just how pure and profound was Lin Ming's vital energy? If he was simultaneously absorbing external spiritual energy and converting it into vital energy during combat, how extraordinary must his energy vortex be to facilitate such swift transformation? Could he possess a first-grade vortex? Given that she herself had a second-grade vortex and struggled to maintain a continuous output of her strongest power, it seemed only a first-grade vortex would grant such remarkable abilities. Her curiosity about Lin Ming deepened. Despite her prior experiences, she had only managed to cultivate a second-grade vortex due to a lack of resources. Yet, Lin Ming had somehow managed to forge a first-grade vortex solely through his own efforts. He must have encountered extraordinary fortuity. It was clear that she could not regard herself as invincible merely because she was a reincarnated being, nor should she look down upon others. Regaining her focus, Tian Weishue began her own practice, unwilling to fall behind. She had joined the 10th Division to compete with Lin Ming and to use him as motivation for her own growth. With an opportunity at hand, she decided to train alongside him. As night fell, Lin Ming finally reached a minor achievement in the divine eagle-dragon combat technique. At this moment, he could stretch his arms and transform into the majestic form of the eagle, gliding for several meters. And his ability to seize and combat formidable foes in midair had significantly enhanced. Upon concluding his training, Tian Weishue opened her eyes in astonishment, realizing that her progress had accelerated compared to previous sessions. How could this be? Was it the competitive spirit ignited by training alongside Lin Ming? Yet her technique, the Jade Clarity Ascension method, required a tranquil mind devoid of distractions. Why then did a sense of rivalry expedite her progress? Was there an inherent combative nature within her, compelling her not to fall behind Lin Ming? Tian Weishue found herself in a quandary, both pleased with her accelerated training and apprehensive about the implications. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, a sudden clatter echoed through the courtyard as the large door was pushed open and several burly figures entered in succession. The few formidable warriors exuded an extraordinary aura, each one a pinnacle of physical cultivation. As they entered the courtyard, they paid no heed to Lin Ming and his companion, engrossed in a boisterous discussion about selecting their quarters. Through their dialogue, Lin Ming discerned that these individuals were new recruits of the 10th Squad. However, their blatant disregard for his presence, treating him as if he were mere air, indicated that their intentions were far from benevolent. Lin Ming casually seized one of the passing warriors and inquired, "Who permitted you to join the 10th Squad?" The warrior scoffed dismissively. "What gives you the right to ask me?" With a swift motion, Lin Ming lifted the warrior as if he were a mere plaything and slammed him onto the ground with immense force, shattering several of his bones in the process. He then pressed his foot upon the warrior's contemptible face, his voice icy as he stated, "I have little patience for those who presume to be more arrogant than I. Therefore, tell me, who sent you here?" Chapter 54. The ruthlessness of Tian Weishue, the formidable aura exuded by Lin Ming, left the entire courtyard of strongmen in a state of awe. They had been dispatched to intimidate him, under the impression that Lin Ming, lacking manpower, would be hesitant to offend them. To their astonishment, Lin Ming was unabashed in his demeanor. Did he truly fear that these men would not heed his command? The strong man beneath Lin Ming's foot felt the pressure intensify and hastily exclaimed, "We were sent by our families." Who said that County Magistrate Du had given his consent for us, the apprentice strongmen, to join your ranks, working without exertion, to demonstrate who truly holds authority in the county. Upon hearing this, a strong man in the courtyard scolded vehemently, "Zhao Hui, what on earth are you afraid of? I refuse to believe he would dare to crush you." The other strong men regarded Zhao Hui with disdain, perceiving him as spineless. Faced with their scorn, Zhao Hui could not contain his anger, retorting, "It's easy for you to say, you're not the one being trampled." Lin Ming's expression shifted to one of understanding as he released his foot, surveying the strong men with a slight nod. Not bad. Quality ingredients. Witnessing Lin Ming's mercy in releasing Zhao Hui, the strong men exchanged knowing smirks, convinced they had deciphered his ruse. They believed Lin Ming's earlier ferocity was merely a facade, intended to intimidate them. With only 2 individuals in the 10th squad, how could they possibly maintain control? Surely, he required their assistance. His earlier antics were merely a prelude to established dominance. They were certain that Lin Ming would soon deliver a grandiloquent speech, perhaps uttering phrases such as, "My capture of Qinshi was an unavoidable necessity. I hope for your understanding," or, as members of the Demon Subduing Division, "If you aspire to make your mark, you should work diligently under my guidance." It was even conceivable that he would persuade them against allying with County Magistrate Du, promising that once he ascended to prominence, he would ensure their prosperity and advancement. Truth be told, the strongmen had grown weary of such platitudes. They had heard them ad nauseum. Coming from affluent backgrounds in Ping'an County, they had never lacked for servants. When asserting authority over these subordinates or guards, they would employ tactics akin to Lin Ming's, embellishing their promises to ensure compliance. Thus, they anticipated Lin Ming's attempt to employ similar tactics against them, their faces adorned with mockery as they contemplated how best to humiliate him. To their surprise, after releasing Zhao Hui, Lin Ming turned and entered his chamber without uttering a word. He had no inclination to converse with mere ingredients. The sound of the door slamming shut reverberated like a resounding blow across the faces of all present strongmen, leaving them utterly bewildered. How could Lin Ming simply walk away? In the courtyard stood a woman, presumably Lin Ming's confidant, who would likely take it upon herself to discipline them. Instinctively, several strongmen shifted their gaze toward Tian Weishue. While she might be susceptible to Lin Ming's influence, she remained cold and indifferent towards all others. Surveying the surroundings, she selected a sunlit room and approached its entrance, stating coldly, "Whose belongings are in this room? Remove them at once." A brawny man with pronounced brows and large eyes stepped forward, sneering, "What if I refuse to leave? We all come from prestigious families. I never claimed to monopolize a room. Why are you, a mere woman, so arrogant? I have no qualms about sharing a room with you, and I suggest you don't either, for your disdain is of no consequence." Huh! As he laughed heartily, a sudden blur caught his attention. Tian Weishue had appeared before him, slowly retracting her sword. "How did she get here? When did she draw her blade? Whose arm lies on the ground?" He pondered, horrified. "My arm," he screamed as he realized his right arm had been severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth, the pain rendering him a wretched wail. Tian Weishue gazed at him with indifference and declared, effective immediately, "You are injured and removed from the Demon Suppression Division. Gather your belongings and leave." Her words incited fury among the other brawny men, astonished that this woman dared to be more audacious than Lin Ming. Lin Ming would never have been so harsh. Instantly, the men encircled her, their expressions menacing as they glared at Tian Weishue. Despite being shorter than them, she emanated an inexplicable air of superiority that left the men feeling diminutive and as though they ought to revere her. This sentiment was intolerable for these sons of affluent families, and they could scarcely restrain themselves from violence. At that moment, a voice called from the entrance, "Is Captain Lin here?" It was Master Sun, standing at the gate, his expression taut and breathless, clearly having rushed over in haste. Lin Ming emerged from the dwelling, casting not a glance at the man with the severed arm, and calmly inquired, "Master Sun, what brings you here?" Merely came to check on these youngsters," Master Sun replied, observing the bloodshed and the men encircling Tian Weishue, ready to strike. His gaze turned grave as he continued, "You should consider yourselves fortunate to join Team 10. Captain Lin's prowess has compelled even the Centurion to concede, and this young lady, Miss Tian, is the Centurion's prized pupil. Your futures are indeed promising." His words dripped with warning, leaving the surrounding brawny men incredulous. They had recently transitioned from trainee to full-fledged members of Team 10, aided by their families, and they were unaware of the recent events within the Demon Suppression Division. Who could have imagined that Lin Ming could defeat the Centurion? And this woman was his cherished disciple? No wonder they both exuded such ferocity. It became clear that they could not afford to confront either of them. Otherwise, they would face dire repercussions. The once arrogant, brawny men, who had fancied themselves superior, now felt a creeping dread and began to withdraw. The camaraderie they had shared moments ago was conveniently forgotten. Master Sun observed the retreating figures, exhaling a sigh of relief. These individuals were all brought forth by him, and he harbored a desire to prevent these fellows from acting foolishly due to a mere command from their families, which could embroil them in significant troubles. Thus, he hastily rushed to offer a warning. In truth, he had only just learned that these families had leveraged their connections to secure placements for these individuals in Team 10. Otherwise, he would have provided a timely caution during their assessment. Of course, even then, his warning might have proven futile. Some individuals simply do not comprehend the need for repentance until they have encountered bloodshed. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, declared Instructor Sun, who did not linger, but instead exchanged a brief greeting with Lin Ming and cast a stern glare at the strongmen. Be wise. This is the Demon Suppression Division, not your home. Once Instructor Sun departed, Lin Ming paid no heed to the strongmen and resolutely closed the door once more. He understood that to confront the theater of clowns, a mere blade would suffice. Thus he intended to craft some magical tools. Tian Weishu, too, was able to occupy a room to her satisfaction. The strongmen exchanged glances, and ultimately, 2 of them were reluctantly chosen to escort the injured strongman away, while the remainder convened to deliberate on how to address Lin Ming. Chapter 55. The Meeting at the Theater of Puppets. To win over Tian Weishue and to eliminate Lin Ming. Simultaneously, discussions on how to deal with Lin Ming were taking place elsewhere. In a secluded and tranquil mountain village, there stood a temple. Within this temple, several figures cloaked entirely in black robes sat around a square table. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that their faces were concealed by various masks. To maintain anonymity while communicating, each individual had adopted a code name, sequentially designated as number 1, number 2, number 3, and so forth. The one occupying the foremost position, number 1, spoke first, his voice disguised a sound almost feminine. The individual known as Lin Ming has not perished. He has ascended to the position of captain of the Demon Suppression Division and has apprehended Master Qin. I trust everyone is aware of this. How do you propose we address this matter? Eliminate him. Number 2 replied, his tone laden with murderous intent. Indeed, death is the answer. Yet the method of execution is of paramount importance. Number 3 interjected, his voice aged, though whether he was genuinely an elder remained uncertain. The county of Pinyin is rife with malevolent creatures. Conveniently, there exists a clan of distant relatives of the yellow-skinned foxes that have been wiped out in Tianlin village. We can lure them here. Number 4, diminutive in stature and reminiscent of child, drew the attention of the others cloaked in black. Given his size, his identity was likely easier to deduce. Unfazed, Number 4 appeared confident that his true identity would elude discernment. Number 5 remained silent, as per usual. It was Number 6, with a hoarse voice, who remarked, Lin Ming is formidable. There is credible information confirming that he has triumphed over the lieutenant of the Demon Suppression Division. Although there are suspicions of trickery, it sufficiently demonstrates that he is not a mere demon that can be easily vanquished. Number 4 scoffed, laughter escaping him. Those distant relatives of the yellow-skinned foxes are the East Mountain Tiger King. At this revelation, all the figures in black were taken aback. The East Mountain Tiger King? That is one of the demon lords among the 2 kings and 5 generals of Pinyin County. Under its dominion lie not only 2 formidable demon generals, but also a multitude of lesser demon minions. It has established 98 temples in Pinyin County, enjoying offerings and worship. 98 temples. Pinyin County comprises only 50 towns, meaning nearly every town has 1, or even 2 or 3 temples. The walking dead it nurtures, also known as spectral apparitions, number in the hundreds. This does not account for the other demon minions under the Tiger King's command. Moreover, the high-ranking members of the theater of puppets present here hold considerable standing in Pinyin County, thus privy to many of the county secrets. For instance, the lieutenant of the Demon Suppression Division must annually seek out the 2 demon lords of Pinyin County for transactions. By paying a certain price, they manage to keep the peace, as the strength of the Demon Suppression Division in Pinyin County cannot contend with the chaos wrought by both lords simultaneously. This explains why Master Qin chose to sacrifice Lin Ming in confronting the theater of puppets. In truth, the higher-ups employ similar tactics. The distinction lies in that the lieutenant does not sacrifice individuals for peace. Master Qin, however, has made a grievous error in his choice of sacrifice. Regardless of the circumstances, upon hearing the fourth individual's intention to incite the Tiger King to take action, the senior members of the theater building present expressed no dissent. Just moments ago, they had cautioned everyone about the formidable sixth, Lin Ming, and one even remarked directly, if the Tiger King can strike, eliminating Lin Ming will pose no issue. The fourth individual had already concluded that Lin Ming was doomed, and thus inquired, has anyone among you selected a candidate for the captaincy of the 10th Squad? With Lin Ming's demise, the position of captain would inevitably become vacant. In this tumultuous period, it was the opportune moment to place one's own into the demon subjugation division. However, at that moment, the act of recommending a candidate would inevitably reveal to all present that the recommended individual was an ally. This was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that these high-ranking individuals might deduce the true identity of the recommender through the recommended person. The members of the theater building held a significant distrust of their peers, leading several senior figures to engage in deliberation. After a brief pause, the first individual spoke up. I would like to propose a candidate, Tian Weishue from the first squad of the Demon Subjugation Division. The other cloaked figures were taken aback. They were well aware of Tian Weishue's identity, a mere daughter of a rural affluent family, who, due to her considerable talent, had taken a military officer as her mentor. She had gained considerable popularity within the Demon Subjugation Division and was even touted as a potential successor to the officer's position, with calls for her elevation surpassing those for the previously favored Shinmengan. To their astonishment, she was also a part of the theater building. Yet, thoughts aside, Tian Weishue was not truly one of them. The first individual continued nonchalantly. I believe there is substantial opportunity in courting Tian Weishue. She has known Lin Ming since childhood and was even betrothed to him. However, in an act of utmost pride, on her very first day in the Demon Subjugation Division, she chose to annul their engagement, demonstrating her utter disdain for Lin Ming. But now, Lin Ming surpasses her in both achievements and prowess, leaving her with no ground to stand on. Furthermore, she has been transferred to the 10th Squad by the officer, Zhao Quanfeng, likely with the intent of tempering her character through Lin Ming. Under such circumstances, do you truly think she would be content to remain merely an insignificant figure in the 10th Squad? If we were to court her, promising to elevate her to the captaincy and support her rise until she becomes a general in the Demon Subjugation Division, do you think this village girl would not be tempted? The cloaked figures nodded slightly, agreeing with the first individual's astute analysis. They, who controlled a wealth of resources in Pingan County, saw no difficulty in winning over a girl from a village. Seeing no one refute his assertion, the first individual felt a sense of satisfaction and declared, since we are all in agreement, let this matter be settled. Fourth, you shall be responsible for communicating with the Tiger King, ensuring it slaughters the residents of Lin Village, particularly Tian Weishue's father. Leave no survivors. Subsequently, we will place all the blame upon Lin Ming, intensifying Tian Weishue's hatred for him, thereby facilitating our efforts to win her over. The fourth individual readily agreed. Very well, it shall be done. Number one let out a cold chuckle, conceding, I admit that our previous attempt to deal with Lin Ming was a grave misjudgment. We underestimated this young man, who not only survived, but has grown remarkably powerful. However, this time, he will undoubtedly fall under the control of our theater of puppetry. With his capture of Master Qin, he has unwittingly aided us in eliminating a formidable adversary. Once our theater ascends to the pinnacle of power in Pingan County, I shall personally pour a cup of wine upon his grave as a token of gratitude. The other figures cloaked in black joined in laughter, exuding confidence. Lin Ming managed to evade their pursuit, once due to their underestimation of him. Yet, this time, they would not be careless. Even calling upon the Tiger King to confront Lin Ming serves to demonstrate the might of the theater of puppetry. If the King of Hell seeks your demise, you may delay your fate, but if the theater desires your end, you must. Instantly, without delay, you shall meet your demise. Chapter 56. The Emergence of the Spiritual Attribute. Tenfold cultivation speed beyond ordinary mortals. In his chamber, Lin Ming busied himself crafting an array of artifacts typically fashioned by scholarly individuals. Among these were paper cranes for communication, illustrations of golden armored deities, and figures made from paper and bamboo. He also created paper swords and knives, along with sheets of rice paper inscribed with characters such as imprison, subdue, and chaos, reminiscent of the talismans known to the inhabitants of the previous world, Blue Star. These creations, when infused with a breath of incense energy, could transform into tangible entities. Although their duration of existence was limited, and some were effectively one-time use items, they proved to be quite effective in combat, often catching enemies off guard. Admittedly, their potency could not compare to that of genuine artifacts. Regrettably, authentic artifacts require the flesh and bones of malevolent spirits or formidable demonic creatures for their creation, making them exceedingly rare. Even in the town of Pinyin, the local demon division possessed only 5 artifacts, insufficient for each of the 10 captains, necessitating a system of borrowing among them. After organizing these items, Lin Ming deposited them into the system's repository and casually glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Lin Ming. Martial Arts Realm. Chi Gathering Level 2, 4th Grade Cyclone. Spiritual Realm, Manifestation. Martial Skills. 5 Divine Nurturing Techniques, Divine. Snowfall Blade Technique, Mysterious Grade Mastered. Primordial Golden Body, Earth Grade Great Accomplishment. Divine Eagle Clutching Dragon, Mysterious Grade Minor Accomplishment. Divine Powers, Corrosive Art, Blue. Illusion Technique, Blue. Attributes, Innate Demon, Purple 2-5, Guiding Spirit Child, Red. Incense Bestowed, Blue 310. Exotic Toxin Infection, Blue 610. Iron Body, Blue 410. Inferior Root Bone, Green. 12 years of Evil Extermination Sword Experience, Purple. 15 years of Greedy Wolf Blade Experience, Purple. Inferior Blade Technique Talent, Blue. Prosperous Fortune, Blue. Flesh Control, Blue. Enhanced Intuition, Green. Repository, Paper Cranes, Golden Armored Deities, Paper Servants. Paper Swords, Paper Knives, Paper Talismans. A look of astonishment crossed Lin Ming's face. With so much transpiring recently, he had neglected to examine his panel and was surprised to find an additional attribute, spiritual. The spiritual realm has levels? Manifestation? What is this? Lin Ming was perplexed, but fortunately, there was a small question mark icon next to the attribute, which he could click to view the effects of this property. All things possess a spirit, yet the power of the spiritual realm is exclusive to living beings. Life refers to the essence and vitality of the physical body, while spirit denotes the soul, spirituality, and consciousness. Cultivating the spiritual realm can enhance one's perception of external spiritual energy and living beings, augment comprehension and insight into martial arts, as well as facilitate the understanding of principles, refine martial techniques, and even create new ones, ultimately allowing the spirit to transcend the physical realm. Even if the body perishes, the spirit remains unblemished, ultimately transforming into divinity and ascending to godhood. Lin Ming perused the lengthy introduction with a degree of indifference, recognizing that it merely related to enhancing intuition and understanding. However, upon encountering the final 2 words, ascend to godhood, he can no longer remain composed. This was the ultimate aspiration of every cultivator, to become a deity, to achieve immortality, to wield dominion over all. Who does not yearn for such a fate? It turns out that not only the cultivation of martial arts can lead to divinity, the cultivation of the primordial spirit can also achieve this. However, why had this attribute not manifested before? Was it due to my failure to enter the manifestation realm? After meticulous study, Lin Ming discovered that the primordial spirit attribute is indeed linked to the power of incense offerings. The primordial spirit relies on the veneration of incense to elevate its realm. In recent days, he acquired 2 entries of incense enhancement from the 2 esteemed disciples of Master Qin and obtained enhanced intuition from the righteous hero, Xue Tao, significantly amplifying his primordial spirit, which propelled Lin Ming directly into the manifestation realm. This manifestation realm is, in essence, a more proficient utilization of the power of incense. enabling all ethereal entities to materialize into tangible existence. For instance, it allows a paper crane to truly take flight, deities depicted in paintings to engage in battle, and paper swords to transform into real weapons. Thus, it appears that scholars were originally cultivating their primordial spirits. Yet, why had none of the teachers during his scholarly years ever mentioned this? Even when scholars discussed the effects of incense power, they seemed bewildered, only aware that it granted them the ability to transform the unreal into the real. Could it be that these scholars themselves were unaware? After all, this is not a piece of information that could easily be concealed by a mere desire to withhold knowledge. Throughout history, if so many scholars had understood the connection between incense power and the primordial spirit, it would have surely been widely known and documented in texts. But what does it matter? Now that Lin Ming understands how to enhance his cultivation, he chooses not to dwell on other concerns. The attainment of the manifestation realm in his primordial spirit has been immensely beneficial for him. He now finds that comprehending the fundamental principles of martial arts has become significantly more effortless. Previously, with his inferior knife skills, modest bone structure, and mastery over his physical form, his martial arts training speed was already 3 to 5 times that of an ordinary person. As a result, the 3 martial arts he recently acquired have progressed remarkably. The Snowfall Blade technique has reached a proficient level, while the Divine Eagle Grappling Dragon has achieved a minor success. Moreover, the Hunyuan Golden Body, aided by the 5 Spirits Nourishing technique, has attained a major accomplishment. The levels of martial arts are entry, minor success, proficiency, major success, and perfection. With the assistance of the primordial spirit, Lin Ming feels that his cultivation speed has now transformed to approximately 10 times that of an ordinary person. In other words, while a common person cultivates for a day, he effectively cultivates for 10. His year of effort equals that of a typical person's decade of hard work. Is this the sensation of being a genius? No wonder those prodigies often look down upon the ordinary. It is not a matter of arrogance, but rather a natural response. It is akin to standing atop a towering mountain and gazing down at the smaller hills nearby, evoking an overwhelming sense of perspective. Lin Ming smiled, yet he was not content. For this is still insufficient, far from enough. He must cultivate faster than others, at least reaching the pinnacle of enlightenment, to truly find joy. It seems he will need to enhance his primordial spirit as well. However, absorbing ordinary martial artists appears to yield only mediocre improvements for the primordial spirit. It seems that only the scholarly, or perhaps even the malevolent entities, can contribute meaningfully to this advancement. Due to Lin Ming's prior absorption of malevolent entities, he had become exceptionally perceptive. But why was this the case? Instinctively, Lin Ming emanated thoughts, pondering the intricacies of this phenomenon. The absorption of such malevolence could indeed augment one's primordial spirit. Could it be that these entities were in essence manifestations of some form of primordial essence? Were they remnants left behind by powerful beings who had been vanquished? Or might they be the result of ordinary souls undergoing a peculiar transformation or twist of fate upon death, evolving into these malevolent forms? Strangely, it seemed that this world lacked legends of reincarnation. Logically, in a realm dedicated to cultivation and where deities were believed to exist, one would expect an abundance of tales regarding the cycle of rebirth. Even without the account of the 10 kings of hell or the spectral figures of yin and yang, there ought to be deities governing reincarnation. After all, benevolent deities, celestial gods, and those associated with calamities were indeed tangible, accompanied by various lineages and records, with numerous adherents devoted to them. However, upon scouring all his memories, Lin Ming found no references to deities overseeing reincarnation. Not even the most obscure cults or dark gods mentioned it. Might it be that in this world, the absence of reincarnation left souls with no sanctuary after death, causing them to transform into malevolent entities? Chapter 57. Journey to Tianlin Village. Eradication of the Wuha Dragon King in a state of confusion. Lin Ming ultimately resolved to abandon his thoughts and began to contemplate whether he should establish a temple. Although endowed with the ability to acquire and utilize incense through his innate attributes, thereby bypassing the need to enter the Confucian temple. He realized that having a temple, revered by the populace, would expedite his own ascension. However, the challenge of promotion loomed large, necessitating the presence of a manager. Those malevolent entities were well aware that securing a walker to oversee the temple was essential for perpetually attracting devotees. One could not manage a temple single-handedly. Wait a moment. I possess a walker of my own, a rather formidable one at that, adept at stealthy eliminations. If I were to establish a temple and enlist the assistance of a scholar Li's daughter as my walker to tend to the faithful, would that not lead to a swift ascension? Splendid, it shall be done. Lin Ming's face lit up with anticipation as he secretly began to select a location for the temple's construction. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Accompanied by the voice of Tian Wei Shui, a task has arrived. Lin Ming rose and opened the door, gazing at the task board in Tian Wei Shui's hands. What task? Tian Wei Shui looked at Lin Ming, her expression enigmatic, and softly uttered 4 words: eradicate the Wuha. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming understood the reason behind her peculiar demeanor. The Wuha River served as the main artery for all waterways in Pingan County. It was said that in the past, the region was devoid of rivers, consisting solely of barren stone mountains, which contributed to an erratic climate that resulted in devastating droughts every decade, leaving countless individuals to perish from hunger and thirst. Eventually, a member of the Wu clan, unable to endure the suffering any longer, beseeched the deity of nature at the sacred altar, imploring divine intervention to alter the climate of Pingan County. This individual prostrated himself at the altar until death, yet failed to gain the favor of the deity. Nevertheless, his family remained resolute. After his demise, his son continued the tradition, ultimately meeting the same fate, followed by his grandson, and then his great-grandson. Thus, 5 generations of the Wu clan perished in their futile attempts. Finally, this saga reached the ears of the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty, who chastised the people for their folly and dispatched imperial experts to carve a river, thereby improving the climate. This river was named the Wuha, and a stone tablet was erected by its banks to commemorate the absurdity of the Wu clan's 5 generations of devotion, mocking the populace for seeking divine aid instead of turning to the imperial authority for assistance. As for the efficacy of those deities, initially there was some merit. In an era devoid of order, the gods ruled over their domains, occasionally exercising their powers, which led to strife among their followers and chaos across the land. It was only when the war god emerged, overpowering all other deities, that the Tianwu dynasty was established, dictating that only it held sway in this territory. Other deities might attract some followers and receive offerings, but they were forbidden from further interference. Thus, while the deity of nature may have seemed formidable, it lacked even the authority to create a river within Pingan County. Returning to the Wuha, it was said that its waters were sourced from the mother river of the dynasty, the Tianyan River. On that fateful day within the Tianyan River, countless malevolent entities lurked. As tributaries were established, these fiends began to spread throughout various locales, sowing chaos and discord. Naturally, the Wu River was not exempt, harboring numerous creatures that had escaped from the Tianyan. Among them, the most formidable was the Dragon King, one of the infamous 2 kings and 5 generals of Pingan County. The Dragon King possessed the strength of the spirit liquid stage, and when it unleashed its tempestuous capabilities, even Zhao Qianfu found it impossible to contain. Moreover, it commanded the 3 great generals, all of whom were at the pinnacle of Qi gathering, each more ferocious than the last, having claimed countless lives. Coupled with the legion of shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the Wu River, the Dragon King was a terror that none dared to confront, demanding annual tributes of numerous young boys and girls, as well as livestock, leaving the common folk in anguish. In truth, Zhao Qianfu had sought assistance from higher authorities to eradicate this menace, yet the cunning Dragon King always evaded capture, vanishing whenever experts approached, only to retaliate with a vengeance, inciting various floods and disasters, prompting the local populace to plead with the Demon Suppression Office to refrain from intervention. When the Demon Suppression Office abstained, each village along the Wu River would sacrifice only 1 youth annually, along with 10 head of livestock. However, whenever the office intervened, the villages suffered catastrophic losses. Furthermore, the Dragon King, while ruthless, kept its word. It would offer certain protections in exchange for tributes, ensuring favorable weather and shielding the villagers from other malevolent beings. Consequently, many villagers along the Wu River had come to reject the authority of the Demon Suppression Office, instead venerating the Dragon King. There were hundreds of temples along the riverbanks, each perpetually adorned with incense offerings. Now, the task assigned to Lin Ming was to eliminate the menace of the Wu River, which entailed opposing the Dragon King, while also contending with the disdain of the local populace. Should he falter, he would face punishment from the Demon Suppression Office, essentially cornering Lin Ming into a perilous situation. This could not have been Zhao Chuanfu's intention, but rather a directive from the task office. It appeared that the task office's assignment to Lin Ming was likely the result of a concerted effort by county magistrate, Du, and other affluent gentry. It is no wonder that the efficacy of the Demon Suppression Office had waned. Their missions were so easily interfered with that it was little surprise they were held in contempt. Lin Ming calmly accepted the task token, stating, "Prepare yourselves, and then we shall depart." Tian Weishue refrained from further inquiries. She was not one to prattle, and seeing Lin Ming's resolve to undertake such a daunting task, she did not consider herself inferior. With a lingering glance at him, she turned to make her preparations. In the courtyard, the warriors had overheard the assignment and awaited Lin Ming's response. Upon hearing that he truly intended to confront the water demons of the Wu River, they each erupted into derisive laughter. They had encountered their fair share of reckless youths, but none quite so audacious as this. To provoke the water demons of the Wu River? Truly, a foolhardy endeavor. Nevertheless, these warriors promptly began their own preparations, eager to witness how Lin Ming intended to tackle the fierce denizens of the Wu River. Soon, all were ready, and, at the forefront, Lin Ming strode confidently out of the courtyard and mounted his steed. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed as Lin Ming embarked on another mission, drawing the attention of many within the Demon Suppression Office. Observers gazed at his departing figure, their eyes filled with curiosity. For Lin Ming's previous missions had always stirred up considerable commotion. It remains uncertain what sensational news he will stir up this time. Meanwhile, those privy to the situation regard Lin Ming and his companions with sympathy, as they are destined to return empty-handed this time. Captain, the Wu River is extensive, nearly traversing the entirety of Ping'an County. Where should we begin our search? A team member inquired with a playful grin, exhibiting no concern for the impending dangers. For these team members had no intention of aiding Lin Ming. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ming decided, "Let us head to Tianlin Village." Tianlin Village, where both Lin Ming and Tian Weishue were born and raised, lies not far from the Wu River. However, this village has never offered tribute to the Wu River. Instead, it has been known to pay homage to a den of yellow weasels, which struck Lin Ming as peculiar. Thus, he resolved to consult the village chief for further clarification. Chapter 58, Tea Time. Lin Ming found it hard to believe that a pack of yellow weasels could rival the ferocity of the Dragon King. Nor did he think that they would dare to usurp the offerings meant for such a powerful entity. Thus, he speculated whether there was something peculiar about Tianlin Village or perhaps about that particular group of yellow weasels. If so, he intended to discern what advantages could be harnessed from this situation. After all, despite Lin Ming's unwavering confidence, he did not consider himself capable of vanquishing the entire aquatic demon population of Wu River. During this period, Tianlin Village had experienced a remarkable resurgence. The pack of yellow weasels they had once worshipped had been slaughtered, and with the loss of their foster mother as protection, one would expect the villagers to be gripped by fear. However, the villagers instead wore expressions of joy and pride, continuously boasting to those from other villages that their own had produced 2 officials from the Demon Suppression Office, claiming that with such protection, Tianlin Village would never encounter trouble. Other villages looked upon Tianlin Village with envy, for with the protection of the Demon Suppression Office, their only obligation was to contribute a modest sum, sparing them from the need to offer up young boys, girls, or livestock. After all, who would willingly part with their own offspring unless absolutely necessary? While parting with a daughter might be somewhat more acceptable, The scarcity of girls to satisfy the foster mother meant that occasionally boys had to be offered, which pained the villagers greatly. Consequently, the villagers of Tianlin were eager to closely align themselves with Lin Ming and Tian Wei Shui, and their demeanor towards old Master Tian became exceedingly respectful. Previously, they had only feared old Master Tian's wealth, but now they regarded him with profound reverence. Upon encountering him, villagers would bow deeply and offer greetings from afar, and even the slightest delicacies would be hastily presented to old Master Tian. Hunters who brought in their catch felt compelled to offer half to old Master Tian before daring to partake themselves. Business had become significantly easier for old Master Tian. Wherever he sought to establish a shop or acquire property, upon learning that his daughter was affiliated with the Demon Suppression Office, people would comply with his pricing without question. Even the servants of old Master Tian, when out in public, carried themselves with an air of superiority, ready to confront anyone who displeased them, who would then hastily bow and plead for forgiveness. One person's rise led to the elevation of many, and in Tianlin village, especially within old Master Tian's household, this adage was vividly illustrated. Thus, when the villagers heard of Lin Ming and Tian Wei Shui's return, the entire village erupted in jubilation. Every resident at home, regardless of their activities, was summoned by the village chief, who rang a gong, demanding their presence at the village entrance to welcome the guests. Many, in the midst of their most private moments, hastily pulled up their trousers and rushed to the entrance. At the village gate, there were those ringing gongs, others beating drums. Every instrument capable of producing sound was employed, not only to welcome Lin Ming and his companions, but also to convey to neighboring villages that a significant personage had arrived in their midst. Soon, Lin Ming and his party galloped in, greeted by the awestruck gazes of those from other villages, as they approached the entrance of Tianlin village. "What are you all standing around for? Welcome the officials." The village chief, initially beaming, turned to find the villagers still frozen in place and promptly scolded them. Realizing their oversight, the villagers quickly knelt in reverence to receive their esteemed guests. The foster mother has passed away, leaving the village's protection solely in the hands of the Demon Suppression Division, which naturally calls for a more devout demeanor. Master Tian and the village head approached Lin Ming and Tian Wei Shui with broad smiles. In truth, Master Tian's primary focus was Lin Ming. Clad in an ink-black robe and a blood-red cape that billowed without wind, he exuded an aura of formidable authority, completely shedding his previously meek disposition, making Master Tian instinctively want to kneel. Upon noticing the captain's badge at Lin Ming's waist, Master Tian was even more astonished. He could hardly fathom how the once ineffectual and impoverished scholar had transformed so drastically in less than a month after joining the Demon Suppression Division, not only changing his appearance, but also ascending to the rank of captain. Contemplating this, Master Tian's back bent as he smiled ingratiatingly at Lin Ming. "Captain Lin, please, do come and rest at my humble abode." Lin Ming glanced at the subservient Master Tian and replied coolly, "I preferred your former defiant self." Master Tian's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse, but Tian Wei Shui steadied him, frowning slightly as she looked at Lin Ming. "My father treated you well in the past. Do not frighten him." Although she had regained the memories of her past existence as a demigod and appeared indifferent to everything, she still held some affection for the father-daughter bond with Master Tian. Lin Ming chuckled softly and patted Master Tian's shoulder. "Fear not. Your daughter speaks the truth. You were indeed kind to me before, and I have no intention of treating you poorly." "Thank you, Captain Lin, for your magnanimity." Master Tian sighed in relief. However, as he relaxed, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. He glanced between Lin Ming and Tian Wei Shui, finding them an exquisite match, a couple seemingly made in heaven. "Let us not linger at the village entrance. We should proceed inside," the village head urged, his face stiff with a smile. Yes, let us enter the village. Someone, please take the horses of our esteemed guests for care. They must receive the finest feed, and I shall cover the expenses." Master Tian called out, and, immediately, several villagers led away the horses for proper tending. The villagers cautiously accompanied Lin Ming and the others into the village. Regrettably, despite their respectful demeanor, the team members offered little warmth in return. A few pretty young maidens, subtly encouraged by the village head, approached with tea in hand, ostensibly to quench the thirst of the team members, but in reality, they hoped to capture the attention of these men and perhaps secure a place as a concubine. The team members, however, showed no interest in these selected village flowers and glared at them instead. One impatient team member barked, "Get lost! Who want your lousy tea?" The maidens turned pale with fright, trembling uncontrollably, their hands nearly dropping the tea bowls as they stood frozen, unsure of what to do. The village head and the villagers felt the awkwardness of the moment, uncertain how to remedy the situation. Quick to respond, Master Tian scolded with a dark expression. "With such strong winds and sand, who drinks tea here? Once we reach my home, I will provide fine water and tea for you to serve our esteemed guests. Now be gone." The maidens nodded, hastily retreating. "Wait," Lin Ming suddenly called out, halting everyone in their tracks, and then coldly directed his gaze towards several team members. "Have some tea." The onlookers were left bewildered by Lin Ming's demeanor, glancing between him and the team members in confusion. The villagers murmured among themselves, sensing a discord between Lin Ming and his team. The team members, upon hearing Lin Ming issue a command, exchanged looks of derision, locking eyes with him. They had not intended to heed Lin Ming's words from the outset, and now he dared to order them to drink tea? What audacity did he possess to assume they would comply? Mr. Tian observed that Lin Ming's orders failed to sway the team, concluding that the youth lacked the authority to command respect. He quickly stepped forward to mediate, contemplating a lesson to impart to this young man on effective leadership. One must entice with benefits and paint grand visions. To come forth with such an authoritarian command, who would heed him? Yet before Mr. Tian could voice his thoughts, Lin Ming spoke again. "Tian Weishue, teach them a lesson." Chapter 59. It is time to harvest ingredients. Master Tian was rendered speechless and finally could no longer contain himself and urged, "Lin Ming, what are you thinking? You cannot manage these team members, so you want my daughter to stand up for you? You grew up alongside Schwer. Do you not know her temperament? Do you truly believe she is still that little girl who clung to you in her youth? Even I hesitate to ask her to do anything. How can you expect to command her?" At that moment, Tian Weishue stepped forward, brandishing her sword and pressing it against the chest of the leading team member, coldly stating, "Tea or death." Master Tian looked on, utterly bewildered. Is this truly my daughter? The other villagers were in a state of panic, uncertain as to how this group of officials had descended into internal strife. The several team members gazed at Tian Weishue, their mocking expressions slowly dissipating, replaced with unease. If the threat had come from Lin Ming, they might have considered whether he would dare to act. But Tian Weishue was genuinely capable of taking action. Having previously severed one team member's arm without consequence from the Demon Suppression Bureau, her formidable background was evident. Never mind. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. The team members, begrudgingly, set aside their grievances towards Lin Ming, dark expressions clouding their faces as they accepted the tea bowls and drained them in one gulp. The young maidens who had served the tea breathed a slight sigh of relief, yet dared not approach any closer, retreating instead. The village chief and villagers fell silent, daunted and afraid to speak or even to raise their heads. Once Lin Ming observed that the team members had consumed the tea, he turned to Master Tian, inquiring, "What did you just say? I did not quite catch it." Gazing at Lin Ming's youthful and handsome visage, Master Tian hurriedly shook his head. "I said nothing, Captain Lin. Please proceed." As a reasonably astute businessman, Master Tian had come to realize that Lin Ming was no longer the naive scholar he could easily reprimand or instruct. His methods were such that even his proud daughter would heed his words. The group arrived at Master Tian's residence without further incident. Once seated, Lin Ming interrupted the incessant flattery from the village chief and Master Tian, directly asking, "Tianlin village is merely 3 miles from Wu River. Traditionally, one would expect offerings to be made to the river's water demons. Why, then, do you honor the yellow weasel instead?" This inquiry sent shivers down the spines of both Master Tian and the village chief, who hastily attempted to rise from their chairs to kneel. After all, the Demon Suppression Bureau had always opposed the common folk venerating demons and spirits. They feared Lin Ming had come to settle scores. Before the two could move, a wave of energy pressed down upon them, and Lin Ming reassured them, "I am merely curious. I mean no harm." Master Tian and the village chief remained apprehensive. Their faces pale as they exchanged glances, uncertain as to whether they should respond. Lin Ming, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Having lived in this village for so many years, I am well aware of the offerings to the yellow weasel. If I had intended to deal with you, I would have done so long ago. Why would I need to ask?" This statement brought a measure of relief to the two men. After a brief hesitation, the village chief explained, "In truth, our Tianlin village initially offered veneration to the Dragon King of Wu River. However, the Yellow King later insisted that our village belonged to the land and demanded that we redirect our worship. At first, the villagers were gripped by fear, apprehensive that the Dragon King would be displeased. Thus they offered their tributes to both deities. However, as time passed, the dual offerings became overwhelmingly burdensome, and ultimately, they resolutely decided to cease their veneration of the Dragon King. Remarkably, nothing untoward occurred. They continued to honor the Yellow King instead. The village chief recounted in detail the reasons and events surrounding their devotion to the Yellow King over the years. Occasionally, Elder Tian would interject with additional details, since these events transpired before Lin Ming's birth, and out of fear of inciting the Yellow King's wrath. No one in the village dared to mention the previous offerings to the Dragon King, leaving Lin Ming entirely oblivious to this history. "Did you truly cease your offerings, and the Dragon King took no action? Furthermore, since then, no malevolent beings have dared to cause trouble?" Lin Ming inquired, his curiosity piqued. Yet, the village chief and Elder Tian were at a loss for answers. Observing their fearful demeanor, Lin Ming chided himself for even posing such questions. How could these ordinary folk possess any knowledge of such matters? Even if they were curious, they would not dare to inquire or investigate. Otherwise, Tianlin village would not have continued offering to both deities until they could no longer sustain it, only then mustering the courage to withdraw their tributes to the Dragon King. Tian Weishued discerned Lin Ming's intent and pondered briefly. In Pinyin County, the two kings equally divide the rivers and land. The only entity that could instill fear in the Dragon King would be the Tiger King, who reigns over the mountains and forests. Could it be that the Tiger King had summoned the yellow weasels to dominate this area? The offerings required by the yellow weasels over the years were minimal, merely sufficient for their sustenance. Did they not need to pay tribute to the Tiger King? Lin Ming was perplexed. Tian Weishuan noticed Lin Ming's limited understanding of the most formidable supernatural beings and cautioned him. The Tiger King and the Dragon King have reached the liquid spirit stage. Consuming humans no longer provide substantial nourishment. What they crave is incense and offerings. Thus, the offerings of young boys, young girls, and livestock by the villagers essentially serve as a salary for those supernatural beings, acting as a substitute for the two kings. Lin Ming was enlightened, feeling that these two kings were even more capitalistic than capitalists themselves. They neglected significant matters and paid little heed to trivial ones, solely relying on these walkers to gather incense for them, even expecting the offering villagers to compensate for the walkers' wages. It appeared that the yellow weasels were indeed the walkers of the Tiger King. Lin Ming muttered to himself, then furrowed his brow. Yet this doesn't add up. The people of Tianlin village are unaware that they are under the dominion of the Tiger King. How could they be providing offerings to him? Indeed, we typically offer our incense to the Yellow King, Elder Tian quickly added, prompting a servant to retrieve the now-sealed statue of the Yellow King. This statue, previously venerated by the Tian family, had been concealed by Elder Tian out of concern that the knowledge of offering to supernatural beings would adversely affect his daughter's career in the Demon Suppression Division. Lin Ming gazed at the statue, noting that its facial features and physique were identical to the first yellow weasel that Tian Weishua had slain, albeit on a smaller scale. Standing just over a foot tall, on the back of the statue, the words Yellow King were inscribed in a crooked manner, with remnants of incense power lingering upon it, clearly indicative of years of reverence. This was the first time Lin Ming encountered the statue of the yellow weasel. His family did not possess any ancestral tablets. After all, Lin Ming, being a scholar in his youth, could hardly entertain the notion of venerating malevolent spirits. Noticing Lin Ming's gaze fixed on the statue, Old Master Tian quietly elucidated. This was replaced recently. The statue did not originally appear this way. It is said that we once worshipped the parents of King Huang, before it was changed to honor King Huang himself. Lin Ming suddenly understood. No wonder the previous King Huang seemed so feeble, lacking the aura of a creature that had consumed the essence of incense. It was also no surprise that King Huang's father, despite living only a mere century, was capable of wielding such formidable powers of corrosion. This must have been due to the benefits derived from the incense offerings. The thought of replacing all these statues with his own was tempting. It would surely lead to prosperity. However, such musings were imprudent, as Lin Ming was under scrutiny from many eyes. Should he be discovered for covertly having the villagers worship his own statues, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. For the moment, it was wiser to focus on preparing the disobedient ingredients into a meal. Lin Ming gently caressed the tattoo of a beautiful woman's face on his chest through his clothing. It was a mark left by Li Qingning. With a light touch, she would sense his presence and hasten to him. Tian Wei Shui, instruct the team to investigate Wu He, Lin Ming calmly commanded, as the information from Tianlin village held no relevance for the eradication of Wu He. Chapter 60. Tian Weishui swore to be his servant if she lost. Tian Weishui's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. The command felt somewhat amiss to her. It would have been reasonable to send the team members to scout if they were obedient, yet those members were merely intimidated by her. Once out of her sight, they would undoubtedly cease to act earnestly. How could they be relied upon to investigate Wu He? Lin Ming must have other intentions, right? Lin Ming fixed his gaze upon Tian Weishui, and though he remained silent, he still exuded a certain pressure that weighed upon her. She was not fond of this sense of oppression. Taking a deep breath, she stood and exited the room, deliberately avoiding any confrontation with Lin Ming. After all, her purpose in joining Team 10 was to discern the source of Lin Ming's formidable strength and to surpass him swiftly, not to engage in deliberate opposition. Observing his daughter's compliance, Old Master Tian felt a twinge of discomfort. As her father, he had never commanded Tian Weishui to obey so readily. Nevertheless, he understood his daughter's temperament. Even if Lin Ming was the captain, it was unlike her to be so compliant. Surely, there must be some underlying connection between the two. With this thought, Old Master Tian cautiously broached the subject. Lin, how is your relationship with Shui progressing? Progressing? Merely a superior subordinate relationship, Lin Ming replied. You two may leave. I require some solitude. Old Master Tian sought to further his rapport with Lin Ming, but upon hearing his words, the village chief pulled him away from the parlor. Closing the door behind them, Lin Ming swiftly produced a paper crane, sketching several figures with a note reading "Eliminate them all," before breathing a surge of spiritual energy into it. The paper crane quivered violently, its wings fluttering before it spiraled into the air and flew out the window. Meanwhile, Tian Weishui located the team members who were sipping tea in the adjoining room. The captain has ordered you to investigate Wu He. The team members were still irked by Lin Ming's earlier public humiliation and were quietly discussing how to retaliate against him. Upon hearing Lin Ming's directive to scout Wu He, their anger flared anew. Again? Does this brat truly think he can command us? Among them, Zhao Hui, who had previously been humiliated by Lin Ming, sensed an opportunity for revenge. He stood up and addressed Tian Weishui. Please inform the captain that we are preparing to set out. Tian Weishui said nothing further and turned to leave. Once she was gone, the other strong men regarded Zhao Hui with puzzled expressions. One of them, speaking in a low voice, asked, Zhao Hui, you're not backing down, are you? Back down? Not a chance. Brothers, the chance for revenge has arrived. Zhao Hui grinned maliciously, lowering his voice. Since that kid wants us to scout, let us do just that. But what information we bring back will be entirely up to us. All the strong men's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, if they were to feign an exploration of the Wu River, merely seeking a place to rest and then return with a plethora of false information, would Lin Ming not be the unsuspecting fool? Furthermore, they could even provoke the water demons of Wu River in advance, allowing those malevolent beings to deal with Lin Ming. Once Lin Ming is eradicated, their futures would undoubtedly be secure. Lord Lin has tasked us with this reconnaissance. What are we to do but comply? Indeed, we must heed Lord Lin's directives. Rest assured, we shall uncover every detail of the Wu River for you, Lord Lin. A group of brawny men clamored as they exited, their mocking glances barely concealed. Once they departed from the Tian family's ancestral home, they headed straight for the Wu River. Lin Ming emerged from the reception room and turned to the vigilant Tian Weishue at the door. Is there something you need? What are you planning to do? Tian Weishue inquired, her gaze fixed intensely upon Lin Ming. Nothing in particular, just taking a stroll, Lin Ming replied, making his way outside. As he passed by Tian Weishue, he gave her shoulder a gentle pat. Tian Weishue watched Lin Ming's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. She surmised what Lin Ming intended to do, yet was perplexed as to why he did not avoid her presence. Did he consider her one of his own? The moment this thought crossed her mind, she found it absurd, realizing that she could not be so naive. Lin Ming would never regard her as one of his own. Thus, only one possibility remained. Lin Ming was unafraid of her knowing. This fellow had never held her in high regard. Had he? The realization of this notion troubled Tian Weishue deeply. Her prior indifference towards Lin Ming had seemingly shifted. When did she become so invested? Surely, it must be her unwillingness to yield. She must surpass him at all costs. Fortunately, she had already endured the most challenging initial phase of the Yuling Ascension technique. This method comprised 36 levels, with its power exponentially increasing at each stage, famously declared as one realm being akin to a new heaven. Since awakening her past life memories at the tender age of 5, Tian Weishue had diligently practiced this technique. With her prodigious talent and prior life experience, she took 15 years to navigate the foundational first 9 levels. Once she breaks through to the 10th level of this technique, her strength will surge tenfold, and achieving the spirit liquid stage would merely be a blink away, even allowing her to cultivate a divine ability. Surely, with such power, she could easily overwhelm Lin Ming. Tian Weishue brimmed with confidence, though she sensed a lack of pressure. Thus, she vowed, should she fail to surpass Lin Ming within a month, she would serve him as a maid for 3 months. In her past life, she was a demigod, and in this life, she was the daughter of a wealthy family. Thus, she had always been served and never had to serve others. For one of her pride, to endure such servitude for 3 months was akin to a fate worse than death. Understanding her nature, Tian Weishue imposed this harsh vow upon herself to motivate her rigorous training, aiming to break through to the 10th level of the Yuling Ascension technique within a month. On the day of her breakthrough, she would challenge Lin Ming, not for any other reason, but to solidify her own resolve. After swearing an oath, Tian Weishue immediately returned to her room to concentrate on her cultivation. Outside Tianlin village, Zhao Hui and his companions hurried towards Wu River. They had conspired to slay a water demon in the name of Lin Ming, hoping to provoke the river's dragon king into eliminating Lin Ming. Tianlin village lies merely a little over 3 miles from Wu River. With their swift pace, they soon arrived and came upon a small temple by the riverbank. The temple stood a head taller than a person, bustling with incense offerings and adorned with fruits, chickens, and ducks. Inside, they beheld a statue of a coiled dragon. A snake becomes a dragon after 1,000 years, and a dragon after 10,000. Thus, this dragon had likely cultivated for at least a millennium. Though it was only at the liquid realm stage, its ability to stir the waters made it a formidable opponent, even against 4 or 5 others of the same stage. Upon reaching the temple, Zhao Hui exchanged glances with his companions, and they charged forward, vandalizing the shrine. They pointed at the shattered statue and shouted, "What kind of wretched demon dares to bask in the offerings before our Captain Lin Ming of the Demon Suppression Division? Today, we lay waste to you as a mere lesson, for our captain is in good spirits. Should you dare to disturb the villagers again, we shall show no mercy." Chapter 61. Absorption and growth of realms. After a few individuals wreaked havoc in the small temple, they swiftly shifted their focus. To prevent the Dragon King from dismissing their actions, they deliberately vandalized several more temples. Although the Dragon King was unaware, the villagers were the first to witness the destruction. Screaming in shock and rushing over with makeshift weapons, eager to confront Zhao Hui and his companions. Naturally, Zhao Hui and his group refrained from engaging with the villagers and gracefully utilized their lightness skills to depart. Once they distanced themselves from the banks of the Wu River, a chorus of laughter erupted among them, for they understood that Lin Ming was doomed. Their recent actions not only offended the water tribe of Wu River, but also incensed the villagers along the shore. Now, every demon and villager had etched Lin Ming's name into their memories. How could he possibly escape unscathed? At the very least, Lin Ming was certain to be reported by these villagers, and his position as captain would undoubtedly be compromised. With smiles gracing their faces, the group ambled back along the official road, eager to report to Captain Lin. However, as they conversed merrily, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the distant woods, exuding an aura of malevolence. Alarmed, the capable individuals quickly sensed the impending danger and instinctively responded by forming a protective circle. Back to back, they unsheathed their blades, channeling their vitality to its zenith, prepared to confront the malevolent entity. Unfortunately, as the shadow lunged forward, it effortlessly mounted one of the team members, snapping his throat with a swift motion. A being of the 9th level of body refinement met a tragic end in an instant. Seeking death, roared a nearby warrior, striking fiercely at the dark figure with his sword. The blow was extraordinary, capable of cleaving even a massive boulder. Yet, the shadow seized the blade with ease, rendering the warrior's efforts futile. As the others gazed at the figure gripping the sword, they realized it was a woman shrouded in thick black fur, her face obscured. Only her menacing eyes, glowing with a sinister light, were visible. Upon seeing those eyes, the hearts of the warriors tightened in fear, their courage evaporating as their hair stood on end. "Run!" someone shouted, and in an instant their formation collapsed, scattering in all directions. Only the warrior ensnared by Li Qingming's grip on the sword could not flee, collapsing weakly to the ground. Though his vitality surged, he found himself utterly devoid of the will to resist. This was one of Li Qingming's abilities after transforming into a malevolent entity. With a casual strike, she dispatched the incapacitated warrior and swiftly pursued the others. Though the fleeing warriors were swift, Li Qingming's speed, as a malevolent being, was also one of her unique attributes. Within mere moments, she caught up with the fleeing figures, dispatching them one after another. Only Zhao Hui remained, desperately fleeing toward Tianlin village. Their location was not far from the village, merely a short distance away. As Zhao Hui sprinted with all his might, he spotted Lin Ming emerging from Tianlin village, his face lighting up with joy. "Help! Captain, save me!" Lin Ming frowned slightly and drew his sword, making his way toward Zhao Hui. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao Hui's joy soared. He ran while pointing at Li Qingming behind him, shouting, "That is an evil spirit. Quickly slay her! Slay her!" With a swift motion, Lin Ming unsheathed his blade, severing Zhao Hui's throat. Simultaneously, Li Qingming's arm pierced through Zhao Hui's chest. "Your speed leaves much to be desired," Lin Ming remarked, tilting his head slightly, his gaze shifting past Zhao Hui to Li Qingming. Though she spoke not a word, her eyes betrayed a hint of annoyance as she turned to leave. Indeed, even in the throes of evil, women seem to harbor their own little tempers. Lin Ming chuckled softly to himself. Unbeknownst to him, his disposition towards this woman was more favorable than towards Tian Weishue. Remarkably, Zhao Hui was still alive, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Lin Ming. "Why?" Lin Ming shrugged and inhaled deeply. "Who explains themselves to a pig before slaughtering it?" Zhao Hui could only watch in horror as the essence of his life was drawn into Lin Ming, his pupils constricting as understanding dawned upon him. Alas, it was of no consequence. In silence, Zhao Hui was reduced to ashes, vanishing from existence. Lin Ming then proceeded to approach the other team members, draining them one by one. It must be said, these individuals truly lived up to their noble lineage, their foundations remarkably solid. A mere handful of those at the 9th level of body refinement provided enough essence to elevate Lin Ming by an entire minor realm. He had reached the 3rd level of Qi gathering. It was noteworthy that after elevating his cyclone to the 4th grade, the amount of true energy required for Lin Ming's advancement was substantial. particularly since he possessed 6 cyclones. The demand was even greater. Thus, Lin Ming felt profoundly moved. His recent natural absorption of spiritual energy had solidified his realm with unwavering stability. Then, turning to Du County Magistrate, who had generously offered him a feast, Lin Ming pondered whether such a person did not deserve a hearty thumbs up. Du County Magistrat, très remarquable. With the bodies dealt with, attention turned to the attributes. Lin Ming carefully selected from the few available. Superb water affinity, blue. Inferior fist technique talent, blue. Lowest tier blade technique talent, purple. Extraordinary heritage, blue. Bellicose nature, purple. Mastery in combat, purple. Remarkable appetite, purple. Exceptional charisma, purple. In the end, Lin Ming found himself at a loss for the last attribute. He ultimately chose exceptional charisma, suspecting that those who possessed this trait might attract malevolent spirits. As the first individual to fall, Li Qingning had held it. As soon as he absorbed this attribute, a large group of villagers appeared in the distance, rushing towards him. Upon seeing Lin Ming, they swiftly surrounded him. An elder, resembling a village chief, glared at him with fiery eyes and demanded, "Speak. Did you lead the destruction of Lord Water King's temple?" Lord Water King? Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Who? The Dragon King? Stop with the nonsense. Just answer whether you destroyed Lord Water King's temple. The village chief bellowed. The other villagers were equally furious, brandishing their hoes and sickles, shouting incessantly. Why waste words with him? Just look at his attire. It's clear he belongs to the Demon Suppression Division, so he must be involved. Indeed, seize him and compel him to seek forgiveness from Lord Water. Slay him. Offer him as a sacrifice to Lord Water. Kill him. Kill. A throng of villagers, their intentions steeped in bloodlust, sought to drag Lin Ming away solely based on the garments he wore, even contemplating his immediate execution. Lin Ming was somewhat taken aback. It appeared these individuals harbored a greater fear of the Dragon King than of the Demon Suppression Department. The village chief fixed a piercing gaze upon Lin Ming. Young man, since you do not deny it, it seems you are indeed the culprit. Regardless of what whims the Demon Suppression Department may entertain, offending Lord Water incurs a price. Will you voluntarily accompany me to seek forgiveness from Lord Water, or shall we escort you there by force? I shall go on my own, Lin Ming replied nonchalantly. A wise choice. Follow me. The village chief turned away, his demeanor cold. In an instant, a blade was pressed against the chief's throat, accompanied by Lin Ming's chilling voice. What I mean is, there is no need for any of you to accompany me. With that, as his true energy erupted, the previously boisterous villagers were struck down as if by a colossal vehicle, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their lips. Lin Ming could tolerate their reverence for malevolent spirits, yet he would not permit them to provoke him, especially not while he engaged in battle against the demon of Wu He. As the villagers lay incapacitated, a group of water spirits, swaying unsteadily, approached from afar, also intent on capturing Lin Ming. Chapter 62. Surrounded. I could barely survive for the duration of an incense stick. What about you? The water spirits approached, led by a menacing little crayfish, its body enveloped in mist, exuding an aura of ferocity, with its large pincers flailing about. Behind it, the aquatic soldiers were a diverse assembly, water snakes, turtles, frogs. In a moment of disorientation, Lin Ming felt as though he had wandered into a seafood market. Fortunately, the palpable demonic energy of these creatures somewhat alleviated his nostalgia for his past life. The leading crayfish stood before Lin Ming, its antennae swaying back and forth, fixing a fierce gaze upon him. Who has desecrated the temple of the Dragon King? Listening to its unabashed inquiry, Lin Ming responded calmly. It was I, Ribbit. Outrageous. The villagers have said it was a group of individuals. Do not attempt to shield them. Ribbit. The frog suddenly croaked loudly, its bulging eyes gleaming with menace. The other aquatic beings regarded Lin Ming coldly, attempting to intimidate him into submission. Lin Ming smiled, drawing his blade with a swift motion. The icy blade energy surged forth, instantly cleaving the frog in two, blood splattering across the ground. Subsequently, Lin Ming opened his mouth and forcefully inhaled, swallowing the essence of the frog. then wiping his mouth as he turned to the stunned creatures. Let us not dwell on the destruction of the temple for now. Instead, let us engage in a game. I have heard that under the Dragon King's command, there are two formidable generals. The premise of this game is to see how many aquatic beings I can slay before you can summon the demon generals. Before his words had fully settled, Lin Ming had already plunged into the throng of aquatic creatures, the flash of his blade sending sprays of blood into the air. There were at least 30 of these demons, all at the body-refining stage, possessing tremendous vitality. Typically, it would require 2 or 3 warriors of equal strength to contend with a single demon. Yet at this moment, the 5-star generals among these creatures appeared as mere rookies before Lin Ming. The demons, taken aback by Lin Ming's lethal prowess, witnessed the rapid loss of over a dozen comrades, causing the remaining creatures to shriek in terror and scatter. A formidable foe. This is an enemy we cannot possibly match. Quickly, summon General Golden Tortoise and General Thunderbolt. Employing the Divine Eagle's dragon-slaying technique, Lin Ming easily pursued and dispatched these demons. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, only half of a loach remained, frantically fleeing towards a river. The speed of his slaughter left Lin Ming no time to transform them into zombies. He merely drained their essence and collected the items left behind. The loot from these water demons was rather ordinary. Yet one particular attribute captured Lin Ming's interest. Water walking, purple. As the name suggests, water walking grants the ability to traverse freely through water. Though this attribute was merely purple, its utility in Lin Ming's forthcoming battles promised to be significant. With 25 water demons defeated, Lin Ming obtained 25 water walking attributes. 5 purple attributes could be fused into 1 blue attribute. After merging the attributes, it transformed into Water Mastery, Blue 510. Water Mastery. You can command all water, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. This ability was indeed intriguing. However, Lin Ming surmised that eliminating all aquatic beings would still remain an elusive endeavor. If only these water spirits could come forth one after another, akin to the foolish side characters in other tales, to satiate themselves. Alas, it has been proven that these water spirits are not inclined to do so. The half-worm that Lin Ming had just returned was accompanied by a throng of water spirits, numbering 200 to 300, all at the body refinement level, each brimming with vitality, capable of matching 5 or even 10 human warriors in ferocity. Furthermore, there were 2 peak energy-gathering demon generals present. Not to mention, these demon generals are undoubtedly capable of engaging in combat beyond their rank. After all, demons are inherently powerful, and there are no stipulations preventing the existence of prodigies among their kind. It must be said, these creatures have no sense of martial ethics. Why do they relish in mobbing their foes? Lin Ming felt a twinge of discontent. This was precisely why he had chosen to investigate the situation in Tianlin village rather than venturing to Wuha. He sought to avoid encountering such a scenario while dealing with the water spirits of Wuha. Fortunately, the situation had not escalated to its most troublesome point, as the Dragon King had yet to make an appearance. As the 2 demon generals approached Lin Ming, the surrounding water spirits swiftly encircled him. The ferocious demonic energy surged skyward, startling the birds and beasts within a several-kilometer radius, sending them fleeing in terror. The villagers who had come to investigate the destruction of the temple were equally frightened, kneeling from a distance, repeatedly bowing to the water spirits, none daring to draw near. The commotion did not go unnoticed by Tian Wei Shui, who sensed something amiss while in Tianlin village and promptly emerged from the village. From afar, she beheld the densely packed water spirits and the encircled Lin Ming. Tian Wei Shui's expression shifted, and she immediately resolved to assist. Old Master Tian, having emerged from an unknown location, grasped his daughter firmly, his voice lowered to a whisper. "My daughter, I know you are loyal. But this is not a moment where loyalty alone can secure victory. You must hurry to the Demon Suppression Division for aid. If I leave, Lin Ming will surely perish. And you will too." Tian Wei Shui cast a cold gaze upon her father. "Then if you remain, will that not simply result in one more death?" Old Master Tian wept, tears streaming down his face. "My daughter, If you truly wish to protect Lin Ming, if you genuinely desire to save us, then you must flee. Swiftly seek assistance from the Demon Suppression Division. That is the only viable solution. Tian Wei Shui regarded her father intently for a brief moment before sighing. Father, I recall that you can ride a horse. Mount my steed and go seek help. The water spirits surrounding Lin Ming harbored intentions beyond merely claiming his life. In their quest for vengeance, they often resorted to slaughtering entire villages. Few of the surrounding villages remained unscathed. Thus, only those who sought aid could hope to survive. Old Master Tian wished to ensure his daughter's safety. And while his reasoning was sound, Tian Wei Shui could not accept it, choosing instead to send her father for assistance. Hearing her words, Old Master Tian cried out in despair, my dear daughter, hurry, we cannot hold out much longer. Tian Wei Shui forcefully shook him off and dashed toward Lin Ming. As she reached the water spirits, she transformed into a divine eagle soaring into the sky. Her movements far more graceful and elegant than Lin Ming's, leaping over the encirclement to land beside him. Lin Ming was taken aback by her unexpected arrival and inquired, why didn't you seek help? The general of the Golden Tortoise sneered, his shell shimmering with a blinding golden light under the sun, a testament to his nobility and might. As a creature of the supernatural, they possessed exceptional hearing and had long since overheard the conversation between Master Tian and his daughter. Beside him, General Hu Lei, resembling a crocodile, mockingly gazed at Lin Ming. Rest assured, we shall not impede your call for assistance. But do you believe that even if the enforcers from the Demon Suppression Division arrive, they will merely watch you perish? Even your captain would not dare to intervene on your behalf. Lin Ming nodded, acknowledging, I believe that, for even if the captain were to act, he would be powerless to save us. Tian Wei Shui felt a twinge of discontent at his words, as she was convinced that Zhao Chuanfu would intervene. He was not the type to display cowardice. However, recognizing the inopportune nature of conflict among themselves, she refrained from contradicting Lin Ming and instead stated coolly, I can barely last for the duration of an incense stick. What about you? Chapter 63. Can you survive a day without showing off? Me? I can escape. Lin Ming admitted candidly. Given his combat prowess, if he truly wished to extricate himself, it would take at least 2 peak-level demon generals to hinder his flight. Tian Wei Shui gazed at Lin Ming with her beautiful eyes, her lips moving for an eternity as she struggled to find the right words. Ultimately, she managed to utter, can you not show off for a single day? If she were to attain the 10th level of her martial arts, not only would fleeing be a trivial task, but vanquishing these demons would be effortless. Yet now, such an achievement was utterly unattainable. Lin Ming shrugged and turned his gaze toward the 2 grinning demon generals, suddenly inquiring, Tian Wei Shui, if I were to ask you to hold them off, how long could you manage? I could delay them for an hour, and I can escape on my own. Tian Wei Shui replied with utmost seriousness. Then it is settled. The rest shall be entrusted to me, Lin Ming said with a smile. Patting her shoulder, you must endure, or else. You will witness just how swiftly I can flee. At times, Tian Wei Shui truly loathed her inability to curse. I risked my life to fight alongside you, and you merely think of showcasing your escape speed? The 2 demon generals had been mocking them throughout their conversation. The Golden Tortoise general even asked with feigned concern, would you like me to give you a bit more time, perhaps until that old man summons Zhao Chuanfu? General Hu Lei opened his gaping maw and laughed heartily. I would even dare to let you call that worthless county magistrate. Let us see if you have the capability to summon them. Lin Ming shook his head. No need to wait. With this girl's assistance, it will suffice. If you truly uphold the chivalry of the martial world, how about you seize her first and engage her alone for a while? Tian Wei Shui's fists clenched tightly, veins subtly rising on her smooth forehead. The Golden Tortoise general, pointing at the surrounding water demons, laughed heartily. Do you truly wish to slay them all? With your strength, even if they stood still for you to attack, do you believe you could finish them in a day? The multitude of water demons roared with laughter, completely disregarding Lin Ming. As elite soldiers of the Wu River, each possessed innate scales for protection and were robust due to enduring years of water pressure. After a few strikes with Lin Ming's blade, it would likely become dull. How dare he claim he could extinguish them all? Observing the jeering water demons, Lin Ming felt somewhat contemplative. You truly are audacious. I detest those who are even more arrogant than I. Then showcase your abilities. Let us witness what qualifies you to be so arrogant. General Hulei dutifully withdrew, allowing a swarm of lesser demons to besiege Lin Ming. The Golden Tortoise General focused on Tian Weishue, waiting for her to exit the encirclement of lesser demons before he and General Hulei surrounded her. Tian Weishue drew her sword, channeling the Jade Clarity Ascension technique, instantly achieving a state of tranquility, her momentum steadily rising. In the face of these two generals, she was prepared to employ every tactic at her disposal. The two demon generals, initially mocking her, were eager to observe how this woman would manage to delay them for an hour. As Tian Weishue resorted to her trump card, relentlessly enhancing her true energy and vitality at any cost, the aura she emanated grew increasingly formidable, ultimately leaving both demon generals deeply moved. General Jin Gui and General Hulei exchanged solemn glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. They could not allow this woman to continue her ascent. With a decisive shout, General Jin Gui unleashed a water sphere, hurtling it towards Tian Weishue. General Hulei, displaying even greater ferocity, demonstrated mastery over both water and earth elements, summoning colossal earthen spikes from the ground to impale Tian Weishue. With a resonant clang, Tian Weishue's sword sang as countless golden rays cascaded down, crashing onto the ground with thunderous force. The initial clash between the two sides erupted into a fierce confrontation. Massive explosions stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured all vision. Lin Ming cast a glance, estimating that Tian Weishue was unlikely to falter for the time being, and thus turned his attention elsewhere. Surrounding him were 200 to 300 water demons, an assortment of formidable foes. As a river clam expelled a mud arrow aimed at Lin Ming, the surrounding water demons seemed to receive a signal, charging towards him en masse. Primordial Golden Body. Lin Ming activated this martial art to its fullest extent, instantly amplifying his defense and strength tenfold. With the aid of the Iron Body attribute, his defenses became even more formidable. Illusion. This technique allowed Lin Ming to vanish before the eyes of the water demons, leaving them bereft of a target to attack. The water demons, who had previously mocked him, were thrown into disarray. Where's the enemy? Such a large foe, yet he has vanished. As they frantically searched for Lin Ming, a small yellow sphere suddenly appeared, darting through the ranks of water demons. Wherever the yellow orb traversed, it corroded the bodies of the water demons, leaving gaping holes, with some even losing half their forms to the acidic touch. Before the water demons could devise a countermeasure, 5 colossal golden-armored divine generals emerged, brandishing their crescent blades and charging forth against them. The corrosive magic and the golden-armored generals caught the water demons completely off guard. They had never anticipated Lin Ming could summon allies. But was that all? Lin Ming possessed a plethora of talisman papers. Those inscribed with the character Jin fell upon the water demons after being infused with the power of incense, instantly weighing down 3 or 4 of them, rendering them immobile. Moreover, the talismans marked with me flew into the throng of water demons, instantly bewildering many of them, leaving them standing foolishly with silly smiles, unable to attack or defend. Talismans inscribed with prison, kill, sickness, spine, pain, and plague flew forth simultaneously. This was not Lin Ming being surrounded. It was essentially Lin Ming surrounding the water demons. However, this seamless series of maneuvers drained Lin Ming significantly. It was time to reap and replenish his strength. Lin Ming was eager to discover if these water demons could elevate his energy vortex to the first rank, or perhaps even higher. Amidst the chaos, his dagger continued to reap lives, each strike inevitably severing the throats of the demon creatures, allowing him to consume their life essence completely. The essence of life from the opponent, under the operation of the 5 divine nurturing method and the formidable influence of 6 powerful vortices, swiftly transformed into the purest form of vital energy, replenishing Lin Ming. With newfound strength, Lin Ming wielded his blade with greater swiftness, and the replenished vital energy became increasingly abundant, even resulting in a surplus towards the end. This granted him ample capacity to enhance his own vortices. Lin Ming sensed the growth of the vortices within him, and a joyful expression involuntarily graced his face. He relished this sensation. Meanwhile, Lord Tian was hastily riding towards the demon suppression division. He relentlessly wielded his whip, unable to contain his tears of despair. It was no surprise that his emotions were in turmoil. The dramatic twists and turns of life were simply overwhelming. Just a moment ago, he was the father of an official at the Demon Suppression Division, even the former father-in-law of the division's captain. In the next breath, both were on the verge of being swallowed by the water demon, potentially leading to the slaughter of the entire village. Who could withstand such a blow? It must be said that the speed of the warhorse was indeed remarkable, and coupled with Lord Tian's desperate urging, he soon arrived at the Demon Suppression Division. Brandishing Tian Weishue's badge, he stormed into the division, guided by a kind-hearted warrior to the courtyard of the commanding officer. There, he knelt at the entrance and wept. "Sir, please save them. Prince Wu He has sent people to surround Captain Lin and my daughter." Inside the courtyard, upon hearing this weeping, Zhao Chuanfu sprang to his feet, his expression dark and grave. His greatest fear had come to fruition. He commanded all captains to assemble and instructed someone to notify County Magistrate Du. Although Zhao Chuanfu was furious, he issued orders with a calm demeanor. Before his subordinates could set off, County Magistrate Du's voice echoed from outside. "No need for formalities. I have already arrived." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chuanfu's expression softened slightly. Although he was aware that Magistrate Du would deliberately complicate matters for Lin Ming, he was surprised that he had come so promptly upon receiving the news. It seemed he understood the gravity of the situation. With a crash, Magistrate Du pushed open the door and addressed Zhao Chuanfu. "Tell your subordinates not to assemble. This incident arises from Lin Ming. Once he perishes, all will return to tranquility." Zhao Chuanfu's previously softened mood flared with irritation once more. Magistrate Du, regardless of Lin Ming's faults, he is still the captain of the Demon Suppression Division. In my view, he is unworthy of this position. Magistrate Du casually produced a book. "The Confucian arts documented in this tome are sufficient to delay you for a day. Do you wish to wait quietly for the outcome, or would you prefer to engage in a futile struggle with me, allowing the malevolent forces to seize the opportunity to invade the Demon Suppression Division?" As Zhao Chuanfu gazed at the resolute Magistrate Du, who seemed intent on Lin Ming's demise, his heart sank to the depths of despair. Chapter 64. Just one step away upon noticing Zhao Chuanfu's silence, County Magistrate Du could not help but smile. He was well aware that Zhao Chuanfu would not dare to confront him recklessly. One must consider the future battles against malevolent forces, which would require the strength of scholars. Furthermore, if a true conflict were to erupt, not only would they face accountability from above, but should both parties suffer significant losses, allowing the evil entities to infiltrate, they would be held responsible. "Old Zhao, do not blame me. That young man has provoked Master Qin and has already incurred the wrath of many. If I do not deal with him, who among the scholars in the county would still respect me?" Magistrat du chef Fouly persuaded. "You speak the truth," Zhao Chuanfu nodded, then courteously offered a cup of tea. "Do you have any other plans for this matter? How long do you anticipate it will take?" "I have heard that the water demon of Wu River has been expelled from several temples, and 200 to 300 malevolent beings have mobilized against Lin Ming. With such a scale of assault, do I need to make further arrangements? That young man is surely doomed. I estimate it won't take more than 2 or 3 hours." Magistrate Du confidently replied as he accepted the tea. Zhao Chuanfu grunted in acknowledgement, then unexpectedly slammed the teacup against Magistrate Du's face. Following this, he delivered a fierce kick, sending the magistrate sprawling to the ground, and seized the book from his hands. "Now I understand why Lin Ming is so determined to capture Master Qin and deal with you wretches. You lot dared to trespass into the Demon Suppression Court and endanger my men. It is absolutely intolerable. Furthermore, how can you justify this to the scholars? My captain and apprentice have perished. How shall I explain this?" Zhao Chuanfu's demeanor shifted from cordiality to a fierce, menacing glare directed at Magistrate Du. Taken aback by Zhao Chuanfu's ferocity over a mere captain and apprentice, was about to voice his thoughts when Zhao Chuanfu lunged forward, firmly grasping his throat and dragging him outside while cursing vehemently. "You had better hope none of my people have been harmed. If not, I will kill you first. Then wipe out all the scholars here, and inform the court that you lot plotted rebellion, ensuring your family suffers for generations. Damn it, Lin Ming can make me bow down because he can contend with me. What do you do, Zhixian? Do you truly believe that by boasting that all things are inferior to scholarly pursuits, you are invincible? Without the protection of martial warriors, you are nothing. Gather." Zhao Chuanfu bellowed at the entrance of the demon suppression court. All 9 teams of the court, those not on missions, converged at once. Upon hearing the news, Master Sun summoned the apprentice warriors from the training academy as well. This presented a significant dilemma, yet it also served as a splendid opportunity to accumulate merit. It could potentially lead to permanent appointments. When everyone from the demon suppression court mounted their horses, it dawned on Magistrate Du that these individuals were indeed serious about their intentions. But why? Hadn't Zhao Chuanfu previously shown willingness to negotiate with the 2 demon kings? Why was he now unwilling to yield? Everyone, proceed with all haste to Tianlin village. When we encounter the malevolent beings, eliminate them without mercy. If the Dragon King dares to appear, I shall stand firm alongside County Magistrate Du. With a fierce roar, Zhao Chuanfu spurred his horse onward, followed closely by the other members of the Demon Suppression Division. Despite their astonishment at the urgency of this mission, dared not lag behind. To fall behind now would condemn one to a lifetime as an apprentice warrior. Meanwhile, outside Tianlin village, Lin Ming was consumed by a frenzy of battle, drenched in blood. His eyes glowing crimson, the red light between his brows pulsating fiercely, oblivious to the whereabouts of his sword. The demonic creatures proved formidable, despite the quality of his blade. It shattered after slaying dozens of these fiends. Thus, Lin Ming resorted to his innate physical prowess, delivering crushing blows to his enemies. Throughout this tumult, his energy cyclone underwent refinement, ascending from the 4th rank to the 3rd, and then from the 3rd to the 2nd. Ultimately, with the aid of his myriad techniques, Lin Ming eradicated every water demon within half an hour, elevating his cyclone to the pinnacle of the 2nd rank. Just one step more, and he would attain the 1st rank, ushering in a qualitative change in his power. It was widely believed in the cultivation realm that anyone who could elevate their cyclone to the 1st rank would unlock extraordinary effects in their vital energy. Almost there, Lin Ming gazed towards the 2 demon generals in the distance, eagerly anticipating their pure energy. The expressions of the 2 generals were grim. Initially, they had strolled leisurely, tormenting Tian Weishue. However, upon witnessing Lin Ming's rampage, they were taken aback and sought to hastily conclude the battle, only to be ensnared by Tian Weishue's tenacity. As time passed, they unleashed their full strength in an attempt to drive her back, yet they struggled to do so. Upon realizing that Lin Ming had indeed annihilated their minions, the 2 generals could no longer contain their anxiety. They resorted to secret techniques, igniting their blood essence to triple their power, and launched a concerted assault on Tian Weishue. Exhausted and on the brink of collapse, she could no longer withstand the onslaught, spewing blood as she was hurled to the ground at Lin Ming's feet. Lin Ming merely looked down at her, saying, "It didn't last an hour. Boasting is a poor trait." Clutching her chest in pain, Tian Weishue spat out another mouthful of blood, her spirit waning as she stared at Lin Ming. She thought to herself that perhaps learning some curse words would be beneficial, had he not fought so fiercely, forcing them to exhaust their desperate measures. Would she have fallen so swiftly? Seeing the 2 still engaged in conversation, General Golden Tortoise and General Thunderbolt turned to flee. They were not foolish. Anyone capable of dispatching so many of their subordinates warranted the intervention of the Dragon King. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Ming summoned the moisture in the air, coalescing it into a colossal water ring that ensnared the 2 demon generals. "Where are you 2 off to? Come and play," he called as he approached slowly. The appearance of the water ring left the 2 generals even more dismayed. They realized that Lin Ming possessed an array of abilities, including water-based powers. Golden Tortoise glanced at the water ring, unable to restrain himself from addressing Lin Ming. Your abilities seem less akin to those of a human. How about we negotiate? However, as soon as these words left his mouth, Lin Ming surged forward with even greater speed. As Lin Ming charged forth with remarkable swiftness, he clenched his hands tightly, causing the watery rings enveloping the demon kings to erupt into a myriad of water spikes. Upon the emergence of these spikes, Lin Ming's internal energy transformed into an icy force that surged forth. In an instant, the water spikes suspended in midair morphed into icy projectiles, shooting towards the two demon kings with great speed. The demon kings responded with remarkable agility. Despite their recent exertions, they were still channeling the blood ignition secret technique, their power surging fiercely. The golden tortoise general radiated a brilliant golden light, subsequently manifesting a colossal golden tortoise shell that enveloped both him and the thunder general. Tian Weishu gritted her teeth, recognizing this maneuver. She realized she could have prolonged the confrontation, yet the tortoise shell was insufferably formidable, rendering her unable to breach it, ultimately leading to her premature defeat. Chapter 65. Because I am impressive. The icy spikes fell upon the illusory turtle shell, continuously unleashing waves of golden ripples. Yet they could not penetrate its surface. However, Lin Ming merely sought to buy himself a moment's delay. He had already approached the two demon generals, delivering a heavy punch. With the transformation of his second-tier cyclone, Lin Ming's true energy reached an extraordinary level of purity. It contained power far exceeding that of an ordinary individual, thus amplifying the might of his martial arts. At this juncture, he activated the primordial golden body using the second-tier true energy accumulated from 6 cyclones, augmenting the power of his physical form by nearly 30 times. Boom! Lin Ming's punch, imbued with earth-shattering force, struck the illusory turtle shell, shattering it explosively. Golden light erupted, scattering across the heavens, with countless floating golden fragments shimmering magnificently in the sunlight. Regrettably, General Golden Turtle had no mind for admiration. Instead, he stared in horror, his eyes wide, shocked that his strongest defense had been breached by Lin Ming. He immediately howled, "Thunderous strike!" Without hesitation, General Thunder struck the ground fiercely with his tail. Countless clouds of dust surged upward, transforming into an earthen dragon that twisted and spiraled in the air. "That brat, if you retreat now, we can pretend nothing has happened, and all will be well. Do you truly wish to sever ties with the Wu River tribe? Can you withstand the wrath of Lord Jiaowang?" General Thunder confronted Lin Ming with the earthen dragon, roaring furiously. Lin Ming soared into the air with the divine eagle's dragon dance, contemptuously gazing down at Thunder. "You think you are worthy of bargaining with me? Bring forth the Jiao dragon, you arrogant fool, then prepare to meet your demise." General Thunder commanded the earthen dragon to ascend and charge toward Lin Ming. Lin Ming unleashed a torrent of true energy, manifesting 2 colossal claws that reached out. The left claw seized the dragon's head, while the right claw gripped its tail, twisting fiercely. With a resounding crack, the earthen dragon was instantly torn apart, disintegrating into countless particles of dust that rained down from the sky. General Golden Turtle had regained some strength, channeling his golden divine powers to bear down upon Lin Ming. This golden divine power not only served as a defense, but also possessed immense weight, pressing down upon Lin Ming with the force of 1,000 burdens, causing him to plummet rapidly from the air. The moment General Golden Turtle witnessed his successful suppression, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. General Thunder, not daring to hesitate, thrust his spikes skyward, rapidly forming a vast array. They awaited Lin Ming's descent, intent on reducing him to mere pulp. Yet faster than Lin Ming's fall was a blinding crimson light. The blood-red radiance enveloped both General Golden Turtle and General Thunder, not only slowing their movements to a crawl, but also drawing them in, rendering their true energy uncontrollable and causing even their spikes and golden light to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ming broke through and descended before the 2 demon generals, slicing through their throats with his hands, then inhaling deeply. The 2 formidable generals felt the essence of life escaping their bodies, their panic escalating as they struggled desperately. However, under the influence of the crimson light, their movements were pitifully sluggish. Before they could complete even a single action, the majority of their life essence had already been siphoned away by Lin Ming. The cyclone within Lin Ming spun wildly, replenishing the energy he had just expended while simultaneously enhancing its quality, elevating it, and elevating it again. At last, as the rotation speed of the cyclone reached its zenith, it abruptly ceased, subsequently erupting an extraordinarily pure stream of true energy. This true energy, as white as mercury, lingered within Lin Ming's body, further purging the impurities within him. As his physique became increasingly clear and pristine, it surprisingly emanated a faint fragrance. It was a unique aroma, rendering Lin Ming akin to a rare treasure, a veritable elixir of life. What the hell? After all this time, have I turned myself into an ingredient? Tian Wei Shui observed from the side, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, Lin Ming resembled a translucent jade, radiating a soft glow, complemented by the alluring scent, making him appear as a supreme treasure, irresistibly drawing others near, inciting a desire to possess him. Since Tian Wei Shui had not cultivated true energy in her previous life, she was unfamiliar with the characteristics of first-grade true energy. She had even doubted whether Lin Ming had truly reached the first-grade cyclone. Now, she finally comprehended that this was indeed the essence of first-grade true energy. With blood vitality like a rainbow, true energy as fluid as mercury, and a body akin to a divine elixir, he embodied the unity of heaven and man. Lin Ming first collected the items dropped by the two demon generals, Golden Light Divine Power, blue, and Earth Control Divine Power, blue. After securing these items, he returned to Tian Wei Shui's side and inquired, "May I ask you something? Do you know what makes first-grade true energy so special?" Tian Wei Shui regarded Lin Ming with a complex expression. So, had he truly advanced to the first-grade cyclone solely through innate talent, oblivious to everything else? As realization dawned upon her, she began to understand how others perceived her. So this is what it feels like to look up to someone. It's quite uncomfortable. So humbling. I shouldn't be here. I should be underground weight. Why should I look up to Lin Ming? Once I reach the 10th level of the Jade Clear Ascension method, I too can form a first-grade cyclone and achieve unity with heaven and man. Tian Wei Shui steadied her mind, forcing an air of nonchalance as she stated, "A first-grade cyclone grants you the ability to achieve unity with heaven and man." Unity with heaven and man? Pray, enlighten me, Lin Ming inquired with a curious expression, crouching beside Tian Wei Shui, showing no inclination to assist her with her injuries. Do you know why those rare treasures possess unique effects? It is because they absorb the essence of heaven and earth, nurtured by the spirit of the sun and moon, acclaimed as the favored children of the universe. Only such treasures can consume the quintessence of heaven and earth. Now that you can achieve unity with heaven and man, it signifies that you too can be called a child of the universe, endowed with the ability to absorb the essence of all things, just like those rare treasures. Tian Wei Shui, having observed Lin Ming's ascension and drawing from her past experiences, finally understood the situation. Lin Ming, enlightened, realized this additional benefit and felt compelled to test it. Just as he was about to rise and experiment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from a distance. The two turned to look and discovered that Zhao Quanfu was approaching, carrying Du Xian along with several team leaders. Their steeds were superior, allowing them to race ahead swiftly, while the other team members trailed behind in pursuit. From a distance, Zhao Quanfu spotted Lin Ming and his companion, and a wave of elation surged within him as he rushed forward, exclaiming, "Quickly, they are over there." The group hurriedly approached, dismounting to shield Lin Ming and his companion in the center, their vigilance heightened as they scanned the surroundings. Did you two just escape here? Have the demons not caught up? In which direction are they? Are we fleeing now, or do we need to engage in battle immediately? Zhao Quanfu inquired anxiously, his internal energy restless. Du County Magistrate appeared on the verge of collapse, his face a shade of deep purple as he stood aside, gasping for breath. The nearby captains wore grave expressions, their anxiety palpable at the thought of the numerous fiends they would soon confront. Observing the tense atmosphere, Tian Weishu sighed. The demons? They're all dead. Dead? How did that happen? Zhao Chuanfu was utterly taken aback. Tian Weishu, unwilling to elaborate further, simply gestured towards Lin Ming. Zhao Chuanfu nodded vigorously. Yes, you look gravely injured. Rest for a moment, and I shall inquire with this lad. His expression then turned serious as he glared at Lin Ming, demanding, Why is my disciple so severely wounded while you appear unscathed? Because I am extraordinary, Lin Ming replied with a carefree smile. Zhao Chuanfu felt an urge to chastise him, wondering why he was still being arrogant at such a critical moment. Yet, realizing he might not be a match for this young man, he swallowed his irritation and redirected the conversation. Why have those demons yet to appear? Lin Ming continued, Because I am extraordinary. Chapter 66. Zhao Chuanfu transfers command authority. What should we do, Lin Ming? Lin Ming, do you have anything of significance to discuss? If those aquatic creatures come after us, we are all doomed. Zhao Chuanfu's patience had reached its limit, his eyes wide with fury, nostrils flaring as if ready to unleash fire. Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for alarm. I have already dealt with most of the aquatic creatures. The remaining minor ones should be too intimidated to show themselves. Only the Dragon King remains. A multitude of question marks loomed above everyone's heads. Even the captains on watch turned to Lin Ming, incredulous. Zhao Chuanfu was taken aback for a considerable time before cautiously inquiring, Did you just say you have eliminated the Wu River aquatic creatures? Eliminated may not be entirely accurate, as it's impossible to achieve such a feat in such a brief span. Lin Ming shook his head, observing the slight relief on the faces of those around him, and continued, I managed to slay 2 demon generals and all of their elite forces. Lin Ming's commanding aura struck the group like a tempest, transforming their question marks into exclamation points. Zhao Chuanfu stared at Lin Ming, his lips trembling, struggling to articulate his thoughts, uncertain whether to address him as Brother Lin or Master Lin. Ultimately, he turned his gaze to his honest disciple. Tian Weishu nodded slightly. At this, the tension that had gripped everyone dissipated completely. They could hardly fathom how a being of mere second-level energy cultivation could vanquish 2 peak-level cultivators and numerous late-stage aquatic demons. True, their strength would diminish upon reaching land, potentially losing at least 30% of their power. However, like ants overwhelming an elephant, the sheer number was daunting, especially with 2 demon generals in the mix. If these malevolent beings united, even Zhao Chuanfu, who had reached the liquid chi stage and was known to be able to defeat 10 second-level cultivators, would face dire consequences. This was why he was reluctant to confront the 2 major demon kings. The minor minions were already a considerable challenge, let alone the 2 demon kings whose prowess surpassed his own. Zhao Chuanfu found himself at a loss for how to proceed. He turned to County Magistrate Du, saying, Captain Lin, I intended to bring people to find you, but this old fellow obstructed my path. You handle it as you see fit. Tian Weishu observed her opportunistic master with a complex expression. She regretted having accepted him as her master just to advance her own status over Zhao Chuanfu. Now, her master was treading carefully around Lin Ming, leaving her wondering about her own position. Resolving to focus on her cultivation, she thought, I must recover swiftly and grow stronger to ensure Lin Ming does not become so arrogant. Tian Weishu, filled with indignation, concentrated on circulating her qi to heal her injuries. County Magistrate Du recognized Lin Ming's prowess, but he had not anticipated it to be so extraordinary. He felt both astonished and somewhat embarrassed, and he politely suggested, Captain Lin, we have had our misunderstandings in the past. Perhaps we should bury the hatchet and work together to defend Pingan County against the demons? I find that unacceptable. A deep voice echoed from a distance, providing Lin Ming's response. A crowd turned their heads, revealing an elderly man clad in a flowing azure robe, who was slowly approaching. This venerable figure was tall and robust, yet his breath was barely perceptible, and he moved with the grace of the wind, reaching the assembly in mere moments. As he drew nearer, The onlookers beheld his deep green vertical pupils and the small, budding horns protruding from his forehead. It became evident that this elder was none other than the king of the River Wu. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense, and a palpable energy surged among the crowd. Zhao Chuanfu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the others, his expression grave. "King of the river, you dare to leave your domain? Are you not afraid I might slay you?" The old dragon king chuckled softly, his demeanor surprisingly amiable. "My previous reluctance to depart from the river Wu stemmed from my wariness of the Tiger King. What are you, to presume you can compel me to remain here?" His condescending words and attitude flushed Zhao Chuanfu's face with indignation, prompting him to draw his enchanted sword in fury. "Very well. Today I shall test the might of the king of the River Wu." County Magistrate Du hastily stepped forward, admonishing Zhao Chuanfu. "Quickly, hand me my book. I shall confront this dragon king alongside you." In that moment, Du no longer hesitated or entertained doubts, recognizing that malevolent creatures do not adhere to human conventions. Zhao Chuanfu, not overstepping his bounds, swiftly passed Du's book to him. Du caught his book and extracted several golden-armored deities, invoking a breath of incense power. With the golden-armored figures materializing, Du found a measure of courage and bellowed at the Dragon King. "You insignificant demon, how dare you act so brazenly? Return to the River Wu at once." Zhao Chuanfu, equally emboldened, glared at the Dragon King. "I am aware of your formidable strength, and while you may not fear the two of us, with Lin Ming joining our ranks, surely we can contend with you." The old Dragon King, unfazed by the alliance of the two powerful beings and the mention of Lin Ming, merely scoffed. "How foolish. I have already stated that my previous reluctance to come ashore was due to my caution regarding the Tiger King. What do you suppose my motivation is for emerging today?" The crowd fell into contemplation, their expressions gradually paling. The reason for his disregard for the Tiger King, once a source of trepidation, was now evident. A collaboration had been forged between them. With a sudden gust of foul air, a horde of malevolent beings surged forth from the distance. They were all manner of forest-dwelling creatures, wolf demons, fox spirits, rabbit spirits, alongside a dozen wraiths, and two generals under the command of the Tiger King. One of these generals was a peak energy tiger demon, while the other was a cursed spirit known as the Flower Bride. As the Tiger Demon general appeared, he clasped his hands in reverence towards the old Dragon King. "Thank you, Dragon King, for your indulgence. We shall take care of Lin Ming and cleanse Tianlin village. The rest can be left to your discretion." "Very well," the old Dragon King replied with a smile and a nod. Zhao Chuanfu and the others turned ashen, unable to fathom that the two normally estranged demon kings had conspired to unite. Du County Magistrate's eyes flickered as he whispered, "It must be that Lin Ming's ruthless actions have instilled fear in the Jiao King, prompting an alliance with the Tiger King. Otherwise, we should consider retreating." Just moments after having reconsidered his stance, Du County Magistrate found himself spewing nonsense once more. Zhao Chuanfu, however, remained resolute. At this juncture, abandoning anyone is akin to digging one's own grave. Let us dispense with the idle chatter. Confronted with his thoughts laid bare, Du County Magistrate could not help but feel a surge of indignation. "You all consider yourselves virtuous and just, but has anyone pondered the consequences if we all meet our demise here? How could Ping'an County possibly endure? If you truly possess the capability, devise a solution at once. Should you fail to do so, I shall prioritize my own survival and withdraw from the conflict." Once again, they found themselves in a situation of forced choices. Zhao Chuanfu felt increasingly vexed and discontent. Previously, he had led everyone into battle with the intention of using their might to intimidate the Jiao King. Yet now, the collaboration of the two formidable demon kings indeed spelled certain doom. The notion that sacrificing another would ensure one's own survival was a folly only a fool would entertain. Thus, under immense pressure, Zhao Chuanfu took a deep breath, discarding the pretense of rank, and turned to Lin Ming, seeking assistance. "My mind is overwhelmed. I now entrust the command to you. What do you propose we do?" Chapter 67. Entering Wu River, Fierce Battle Against the Jiao King. The other captains felt a tightening in their hearts upon hearing that the officer was relinquishing command in the midst of battle. However, when they learned that the authority was being handed over to Lin Ming, a flicker of hope ignited within them. Just moments ago, Lin Ming and Tian Weishue had been surrounded, yet he had ingeniously turned the tables. This time perhaps he could do it again? Tian Weishue, who had observed Lin Ming's entire fight, sighed softly. Being an astute woman, she immediately discerned that the techniques Lin Ming had employed were far beyond the capabilities of a mere human. She would not betray him, but it was evident that he could not resort to such methods in front of so many witnesses. Moreover, they now faced a Jiao king at the spirit liquid stage. It seemed they were truly facing insurmountable odds. Despite her thoughts, her gaze remained fixed on Lin Ming, curious to see what strategy he might devise. Among the onlookers, it was Du County Chief who reacted most vehemently. Zhao Chuanfu, I truly misjudged you. What purpose does relinquishing command serve at this moment? I am eager to see what brilliant plan you can propose. Turning back to Lin Ming, he declared in a grave tone, My suggestion is for you to sacrifice yourself to save the rest. But if you have a plan, do share. Meeting the hopeful gazes of the crowd, Lin Ming solemnly issued his first command. To repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. With that, he surged towards Du County Chief, delivering a powerful punch. Du County Chief, who had been preparing for battle, was taken aback by Lin Ming's sudden aggression. In his anger and surprise, he quickly summoned the Golden Armor Divine General to block Lin Ming's advance. You fool! With so many formidable foes before us, you dare to instigate infighting? Do you wish for your own demise? Bang! Lin Ming forcefully shattered the obstructing Golden Armor Divine General, his fist continuing unabated towards Du County Chief's chest. Accompanied by the sharp sound of cracking bones, Du County Chief's chest caved in instantly, blood gushing from his mouth. Realizing that his esteemed tactics had proven utterly ineffective against Lin Ming, he finally comprehended the true extent of Lin Ming's strength and understood why Zhao Chuanfu held him in such high regard and fear. But it was too late for such realizations. Du County Chief felt his internal organs shatter from that singular blow. Even as he collapsed to the ground, he clung to life with a fierce will, glaring at Lin Ming. I wish to see how you will contend with so many malevolent beings disregarding him. Lin Ming advanced towards the Jiao King and spoke coolly. Come. The Jiao King, somewhat taken aback, regarded Lin Ming with curiosity. So you intend to confront me with the strength of a second-tier Qi gathering? Will you not summon that young man to assist you? He is the only one here who slightly piques my interest. The young man referred to by the Jiao King was Zhao Chuanfu. However, Zhao Chuanfu remained silent, still reeling from the shock of Du County Chief's sudden demise. The transfer of command in the heat of battle and the preemptive strike against a comrade were bewildering events. No need, Lin Ming replied as he approached the Jiao King, when suddenly the sound of galloping hooves echoed from behind. The main force of the Demon Suppression Department had arrived. Dozens of strong men and hundreds of apprentice warriors surged forth like a black tide, rolling in with formidable momentum. Upon witnessing the formidable presence of the Demon Suppression Division's warriors, the countenance of the Tiger King's subordinates shifted dramatically. The Tiger Demon General discreetly signaled to a few lesser canine demons behind him, prompting them to stealthily depart in search of reinforcements. Just as Zhao Chuanfu regained his composure from a state of shock, this scene intensified his agitation. He could no longer afford to delve into the matters concerning County Magistrate Du. It was imperative to eliminate the Dragon King before the Tiger King could send aid. Otherwise, even with the considerable strength of the Demon Suppression Division, facing two sovereigns simultaneously would prove perilous. If they could manage to defeat the Dragon King, even if both he and Lin Ming were gravely injured, their numerical advantage would instill fear in the Tiger King, deterring him from taking action. Lin Ming, I shall fight alongside you. Let us conclude this swiftly, Zhao Chuanfu declared, drawing his sword with fervor. The old Dragon King chuckled heartily, indeed. It is fitting for two to confront me together. With that, it stomped the ground, its form rapidly enlarging, rending its garments as it transformed into a 100-meter-long dragon soaring into the sky, its trajectory directed towards Wu River. Alarmed, Zhao Chuanfu immediately brandished his sword and rushed forward, exclaiming, "Lin Ming, come quickly. We must intercept him. If that vile dragon reaches Wu River, we stand no chance." As Zhao Chuanfu passed by Lin Ming, the latter unleashed a sudden kick, sending Zhao Chuanfu hurtling away. Taken by surprise, he landed far within the encirclement of the Tiger King's nefarious minions. "Leave it to me," Lin Ming declared, executing the divine eagle's dragon seizing technique as he ascended into the air, resembling a colossal divine eagle in pursuit of the old Dragon King. Plunging into Wu River, Zhao Chuanfu, witnessing this, felt a surge of desperation. What are you trying to prove at this moment? Alas, it was too late for him to render assistance. The malevolent specters and demons had already lunged at him with ferocity, overwhelming him. Captain Shun Ming glanced towards Lin Ming and then at the engulfed Zhao Chuanfu, inhaled deeply, and commanded everyone, engage the demons and slay the enemies swiftly. The members of the Demon Suppression Division promptly obeyed, advancing upon the elite forces of the Tiger King. The Tiger Demon General, witnessing this turn of events, could only curse under his breath. He had intended to bring a few elite warriors to slaughter a village and dispose of a few demon suppression personnel. But now he found himself confronting the main force of the division. Fortune had smiled upon him, as he had initially planned to bring only a handful of warriors. Fortunately, he had changed his mind beforehand. Otherwise, he would have been vanquished in his hubris. Now, he could only hope for reinforcements to arrive quickly, ideally with the Tiger King himself leading the charge to eliminate these two-legged sheep. The old Dragon King descended from the sky, plunging into Wu River without causing the slightest ripple, a feat deserving of high praise. Lin Ming followed suit, descending into the river, emanating an aura of chilling coldness that swiftly froze the waters. Seeing this, the old Dragon King laughed heartily and flicked its tail, summoning towering waves to crash against the ice. "Boy, you may freeze my river, but such trifling frost holds no power over me." Yet, to its surprise, Lin Ming unleashed a torrent of water that surged skyward, colliding with the waves it had summoned. The clash echoed in cacophony. Two colossal waves clashed, causing the Wu River to churn violently, instantly generating countless surging tides that relentlessly crashed against the shore, obliterating a dozen ancient temples dedicated to the old flood dragon and extinguishing their incense offerings. Enraged, the old flood dragon glared at Lin Ming, exclaiming, "Water-based divine powers? No wonder you dare to enter the Wu River alongside me. Alas, your abilities are clearly inferior to mine, and in the water, I am unhindered." "Hindered, you say? That remains to be seen." Lin Ming's brow split open, and a third eye emerged, radiating countless beams of light that stained the river red, instantly ensnaring the old flood dragon. Unity of heaven and man. The pure energy contained within the Wu River surged forth, flooding into Lin Ming's being. In that moment, Lin Ming embodied the essence of the Wu River, and the Wu River became Lin Ming. The old flood dragon found its movements slowed, compelled to exert all its strength against the pulling force of the crimson light, rendering it immobile and forcing it to widen its eyes in terror. It watched as the once easily controlled waters of the Wu River coiled and twisted, swiftly transforming into a colossal water blade, measuring several meters in length. It struck down upon its brow. Chapter 68. Have I endured this long, just to witness your pretense? A surge of crimson light erupted from the brow of the old Jiao King, cascading downwards as his body became ensnared by a series of red lines, resembling a shrimp from behind. In the next instant, with a palpable sense of defiance, the old Jiao King was cleaved in two. Lin Ming rushed forward, opening his mouth wide to inhale deeply. The essence of the old Jiao King flowed into him, rapidly amplifying his spiraling energy. Second layer of energy gathering. Third layer of energy gathering. Fourth layer of energy gathering. He ascended 3 minor realms before gradually coming to a halt. It must be said that the old Jiao King's advanced age endowed him with an extraordinary accumulation of life essence. Simultaneously, he dropped a plethora of remarkable attributes. Lin Ming selected the most conspicuous one, Avatar of the Jiao King Green. Avatar of the Jiao King. You can transform into a Jiao at will, commanding a river, with your combat power tripled in water. A splendid treasure indeed. Lin Ming gazed at his attribute panel, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Just as he intended to organize his thoughts, he sensed a domineering aura emanating from the riverbank, rivaling even that of the Jiao King. He lifted his gaze, and through the turbulent waters, beheld a towering figure, a 2-meter-tall humanoid tiger demon, clutching the bloodied Zhao Chuanfu. It appeared that this was one of the 2 kings of Ping'an County, the Tiger King, who had personally arrived and vanquished Zhao Chuanfu. The Tiger King stood at the riverbank, his large, copper-ringed eyes fixed intently on Lin Ming, radiating suspicion and uncertainty. With a great roar, the waters of the Wu River surged aside, creating a wide thoroughfare, while waves transformed into a translucent water lotus platform beneath Lin Ming's feet, elevating him upward to a height of 3 meters above the river's surface. Upon the clear and sacred water lotus platform, Lin Ming's blood-red cloak fluttered as he gazed down upon the Tiger King like a deity. Without uttering a word, his emotionless stare exerted immense pressure on the Tiger King. The Tiger King, feeling a tingle of unease, instinctively took 2 steps back. Yet, upon realizing he felt intimidated by a mere human, he was engulfed by a wave of anger. Baring his teeth in a sinister grin, "It seems Ping'an County has sought assistance from above. Even the old Jiao has fallen to your hands. But alas, this king has a hostage." Cough, cough. The unconscious Zhao Chuanfu suddenly convulsed, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood. The intense pain brought him a flicker of awareness as he weakly gazed at Lin Ming. "Don't mind me," kill him with a resounding thud. The Tiger King slammed Zhao Chuanfu onto the ground, rendering him unconscious once more, then placed his foot upon the man's head, derisively regarding Lin Ming. "This king knows that your kind values loyalty and righteousness. Surely, you cannot forsake your comrade, especially one of the county's esteemed officers?" Lin Ming twisted his waist, rapidly ascending into the air, and during his ascent, his form swiftly transformed into that of a Jiao, enveloping himself in torrents of water vapor as he charged toward the Tiger King. This strike, even compared to the former Jiao King, was undeniably formidable, perhaps even superior. "Damn it! Are you not afraid? I shall end his life." The Tiger King, sensing Lin Ming's formidable power, was immediately filled with a mix of astonishment and fury, letting out a furious roar as he exerted tremendous force, causing the skull of Zhao Chuanfu beneath him to crack ominously, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Yet Lin Ming showed no mercy. His onslaught continued unabated. In his unrestrained fervor, it was evident that even if he wished to change tactics at this moment, either the Tiger King or Zhao Chuanfu would meet their demise. "Madman!" The Tiger King cursed, retreating abruptly. At that moment, he paid no mind to Zhao Chuanfu's life, instead seeking to evade, his curiosity piqued by the realization that this individual was even more ruthless than himself, a demon king. Even he would not recklessly abandon a companion at the liquid essence stage. Lin Ming descended beside Zhao Chuanfu, enveloped by the river's waters. Yet there was no impact, as if he had not exerted any force at all. In truth, he had refrained from using his power. The earlier display had merely been an illusion. The Tiger King, momentarily taken aback, erupted with rage. "You deceived me. I shall not do so again," Lin Ming softly assured. In the next instant, he stood before the Tiger King, 6 swirling vortices of energy within him spinning violently, as a torrent of true energy surged into his right fist, which he then unleashed in a devastating strike. This punch embodied the strength cultivated by the Dragon King over centuries. The Tiger King, filled with wrath, frantically summoned his divine abilities, enlarging his form, and struck down at Lin Ming with a massive paw, attempting to utilize his increased size as a shield. Bang! The collision of fist and claw sent the Tiger King hurtling away, crashing onto the ground and carving a trench several meters long before finally coming to a halt. Coughing, he gasped you. Before he could catch his breath and rise, Lin Ming had already appeared beside his head, raining down blows like a tempest. Each strike was imbued with a force capable of shattering mountains, causing the Tiger King's head to resound with echoes, even creating a substantial crater in the earth beneath. Ultimately, only the enormous body of the Tiger King remained sprawled on the ground, while his head lay in a deep pit devoid of life. In the distance, Zhao Chuanfu was jolted awake by the cacophony, struggling to open his eyes. Upon witnessing the Tiger King's tragic demise, he let out a soft sigh. It was pitiful. The once mighty Demon King had been vanquished in just a few exchanges. At least the Dragon King had put on a show for the spectators. However, it felt good. Zhao Chuanfu peacefully closed his eyes, grateful for a moment of respite. Having dispatched the Tiger King, Lin Ming absorbed his essence and collected the Tiger King's entry. Gigantification green. You can double your size, and your strength will also be doubled. TSK. The bloodline of the Tiger King was clearly inferior to that of the Dragon King, who could triple his combat prowess, while the Tiger King only achieved a twofold enhancement. Fortunately, the essence from the Tiger King was still substantial, elevating Lin Ming 2 minor realms, propelling him to the 6th level of Qi gathering. Lin Ming surveyed his newfound realm without a hint of joy, despite being of the same Demon King level. The Dragon King had ascended 3 realms while the Tiger King had only granted him 2, indicating that the essence required for his advancement was becoming increasingly demanding. With time pressing, Lin Ming did not dwell on these thoughts. He approached Zhao Chuanfu, noting that the old leader was still alive, and he hoisted him up, heading back in the direction from whence they came. As Lin Ming returned to the main force of the Demon Suppression Division, carrying the severely injured Zhao Chuanfu, the battle among his comrades had just concluded, and they were preparing to assist him and Zhao. Upon witnessing Lin Ming's return, with Zhao Chuanfu bleeding profusely over his shoulder, Captain Zhao Tao rushed forward, anxious and inquiring about the well-being of his uncle. Fortunately, he was still alive. Lin Ming entrusted Zhao Chuanfu to Zhao Tao, then cast a sweeping gaze over the grievously wounded members of the Demon Suppression Division, feeling a tinge of regret. Why had they not all perished? Under Lin Ming's penetrating gaze, the members of the division lowered their heads in submission, including Captain Shinmingen, who displayed an attitude of genuine reverence and compliance. It was not merely Lin Ming's prior achievements that commanded such respect. He had just faced both the Dragon King and the Tiger King single-handedly and returned, having rescued Zhao Chuanfu in the process. Even if he had merely negotiated with the 2 monstrous kings and persuaded them to retreat, it would still serve as a testament to his formidable prowess. Moreover, given the tumultuous circumstances, it was implausible that the 2 beastly monarchs could be so easily swayed. Lin Ming's return signified that they were either wounded and fled or deceased. Such an extraordinary feat assured that Lin Ming would undoubtedly ascend to a position of authority among them in the future. While it remained uncertain how high he might rise, it was clear that he would surpass them all, thus rendering it wise to maintain a posture of respect. In the distance, the last remnants of life clung to County Magistrate Du, who finally succumbed to his suffering and closed his eyes in despair. Cursed be it, he had endured excruciating pain for so long, only to witness this display of bravado. The resentment brewing within him was potent enough to transform him into a vengeful spirit. Regrettably, having desperately clung to life for an extended period, his spiritual energy had been entirely depleted, leaving him powerless and hopeless as he breathed his last. Chapter 69. The frenzied fusion of entries. Gather your belongings. It is time to return, Lin Ming commanded with a wave of his hand. He realized that he had become the steadfast anchor for these individuals. Wherever he went, they would follow. The prospect of devouring the monstrous beings strewn across the ground was now out of the question. Fortunately, he could still collect a multitude of entries. As Lin Ming gathered the entries and mounted his steed, he began to organize his attributes while making his way back to the city. The previous battle had resulted in an overwhelming accumulation of information, rendering his panel a chaotic mess. If he were to document it all, it would easily fill half a chapter. Upon accessing the system panel, Lin Ming was astonished to discover that the system had undergone an upgrade. Due to the host accumulating 500 entries, a new functionality has been unlocked: the ability to fuse different types of entries, yielding new effects. This new feature was a revelation for Lin Ming. It was indeed a remarkable boon. He had been troubled by the fact that collecting similar entries proved to be quite challenging. The entries that were easier to obtain were often of little value. Take, for instance, the water control entry he acquired from vanquishing the water demons. After merging hundreds of them, he had only produced a single water control, azure, entry. It required over 100 azure entries to achieve this. What the green ones? The yellow ones? Moreover, the water control entries derived from the numerous water demons paled in comparison to the divine abilities unleashed by the Dragon King. How could one even compare the two? Furthermore, the Dragon King's transformation and the water control entries shared overlapping functionalities. Many other entries were similarly cumbersome. Now that fusion was possible, it was indeed a delightful prospect. Lin Ming promptly opened his attributes panel and selected two relatively common entries to experiment with, curious to see what they could yield. He decided to use the 12 years of evil slaying sword experience, purple, and the 15 years of greedy wolf blade experience, purple. Do you confirm the fusion of these two entries? Yes. Although uncertain of the possibility of failure, a burst of purple brilliance signaled the success of his first fusion. Congratulations! Fusion successful. You have obtained a new entry. Initial mastery of blades, purple. You find it effortlessly easy to learn various commonplace martial arts within the martial world. Thank you indeed, Lin Ming remarked, shaking his head. He then selected another entry. Distinguished Heritage, blue. This entry seemed of little use, especially since Lin Ming had no family. He thought it best to fuse it and see what transpired. Fusion failed. Entry has been returned. Why did the fusion fail? Although he was pleased to have the entry returned, the failure puzzled Lin Ming. Could it be due to the differing types of entries? One was martial arts related, while the other pertained to identity and background. Regardless, since the entries would be returned upon failure, he decided to be bold. Lin Ming also possessed the inferior blade talent, purple, which he had relied upon for swiftly mastering the snowfall blade technique. Do you wish to fuse this entry? Yes. Once again, a flash of violet light illuminated the surroundings, accompanied by the delightful chime of the system. Fusion successful. Congratulations on acquiring a new attribute. Mastery of sword and blade, purple. When you practice swordsmanship, your speed can reach threefold that of an ordinary warrior. Merely threefold? Insufficient. Lin Ming promptly integrated the inferior swordsmanship talent, blue, into the mix. Initially apprehensive about the possibility of fusion, he was pleasantly surprised by its success. Swordmaster, blue. When you train in swordsmanship, your speed can achieve sixfold that of an ordinary warrior. Still insufficient. Not enough. He added 6 attributes. Inferior fist technique talent, belligerent spirit, mastery of combat, exotic toxin infection, body control, and inferior bone structure, resulting in yet another upgrade. Congratulations on obtaining Martial Arts Grandmaster, green. When you practice various martial arts, your training speed will be 50 times that of an ordinary warrior, and your combat prowess will significantly enhance. Ha! Now, that is more like it. A green attribute truly befits Lin Ming's current talent and combat strength. Subsequently, he turned his attention to other attributes. Iron body, enhanced intuition, incredible appetite, superb swimming ability, water control, innate demonic nature, and even his self-derived attribute, unity of man and nature, along with all the attributes previously acquired from those water demons, were fused together. All these were combat-related attributes, and Lin Ming initially intended to fuse them all at once. However, innate demonic nature, unity of man and nature, and exceptional charisma were unexpectedly excluded from the fusion, clearly incompatible. Fortunately, the remaining attributes were sufficient to form another green attribute. King of Combat, green. Upon entering a combat state, your combat power and defense will strengthen as the duration of battle extends, and you can anticipate enemy movements to a certain degree. In water, you can assume a water demon state, further enhancing your recovery speed. This attribute appeared exceedingly gratifying, especially the latter part. The thought of enhanced recovery speed in water had Lin Ming pondering whether it applied to all types of water, particularly in the presence of women. Ahem. As the old saying goes, women are made of water, after all. The more he contemplated, the more his thoughts wandered astray, compelling him to correct his focus. For there were other attributes to consider. After examining the panel, it was considerably tidier now. 6 mystical attributes. 7 attribute attributes. Lin Ming contemplated and decided to leave the mystical attributes untouched for the time being, as his combat methods were somewhat singular, and these mystical attributes would certainly prove beneficial. He resolved to see if the remaining attributes could be fused, as they were all precious. Why not concoct a grand amalgamation? Innate demonic nature, unity of man and nature, spirit guide, incense blessing, fortuitous wealth, noble heritage, and exceptional charisma were fused together. Unexpectedly, the first 4 were expelled, leaving only the last 3 attributes, which fused into a blue attribute. Noble background, blue. All who behold you will harbor a measure of admiration and mistakenly assume you possess an exceptional background. You will be perceived as a rich 2nd generation or official 2nd generation. Wait, why has it started to take on a clitch tone? Lin Ming scratched his head in confusion. With only 4 entries remaining, he resolved to embrace the challenge once more, for the repeated failures of fusion had proven to be quite exhausting. He decided to experiment with each entry individually. However, the combinations of spirit guide and incense bestowed stubbornly resisted fusion. On the other hand, born demon and unity with nature harmoniously melded into a singular green entry. Human demon green. You have forged a brand new path, becoming a being recognized by heaven and earth. A humanoid demon capable of devouring all for growth. You shall possess a keen perception of celestial treasures and earthly wonders. And any malevolent deeds you commit will not result in rejection by the cosmos. Yet, this journey is destined to be solitary and perilous. May success accompany you. Chapter 70. So soon? Lin Ming gazed at the term demon of humanity, lost in contemplation. The definition of this term not only indicated its formidable power, but also elucidated a lingering question he had harbored. The core tenet of the previous theatrical troupe posited that the demon race was a savior, inherently capable of absorbing spiritual energy and endowed with various miraculous abilities. Indeed, most martial arts were adaptations inspired by the combat techniques of these supernatural beings. Although Lin Ming remained skeptical, he could not help but ponder the implications. Now, this term suggested that he was a demon recognized by the heavens and earth. Did this imply that other malevolent entities were not acknowledged by the cosmos? As for their innate ability to absorb spiritual energy and their overwhelming strength, could it be attributed to some extraordinary innate talent? After all, each race possesses distinctive attributes. The demon race is robust in physicality, yet lacks in innate talent and creativity. In contrast, the human race excels in creativity, but is comparatively weaker in physical prowess, necessitating rigorous training. Having contemplated these notions, Lin Ming glanced once more at his status panel, which appeared notably more organized this time. Host, Lin Ming. Martial Arts Realm. Qi Gathering 6th Level, 1st Grade Cyclone. Spiritual Realm. Manifestation. Martial Skills. 5 Deities Body Cultivation, Divine. Snowfall Blade Technique, Mysterious Grade Mastery. Primordial Golden Body, Earth Grade, Great Accomplishment. Divine Eagle Dragon Grasp, Mysterious Grade Minor Accomplishment. Divine Abilities. Corrosive Ability, Blue. Illusion Technique, Blue. Golden Light Ability, Green. Earth Control Ability, Green. Dragon King Transformation, Green. Giant Transformation, Green. Entries. Martial Arts Master, Green. King of Combat, Green. Extraordinary Background, Blue. Spirit Guide, Red. Divine Blessing, Blue. Demon of Humanity, Green. Storage, empty. Based solely on the combat prowess displayed on his panel, he was undoubtedly a sovereign presence within Pinyin County. After all, even the once dominant demon kings of this land were no match for him. But was this enough? As Lin Ming rode onward, swaying gently upon his steed, his gaze drifted toward the distant mountains. What lay beyond those peaks? Countless formidable beings. In this constricted, obscure village corner, what joy was there in defeating 2 first-level spirit liquid demon kings? To say nothing of the Dragon King of Wuha, who had fled from the Tianyan River. That river spanned, well, over countless miles, brimming with resources that made even the nobility of palaces envious. If the Dragon King had not been unable to thrive there, how could it possibly have found its way to this insignificant locale? In comparison to Tianyan River, Wuhe was negligible, merely a drop in the ocean. Thus, what entries might those individuals possess? Captain Lin, we have arrived, a voice cautiously announced. Lin Ming looked up to find that they had unknowingly reached the Demon Suppression Department, where others awaited his command, hesitant to move. Even those with injuries refrained from attending to their wounds until given his permission. Why are you all staring at me? Go about your business. Lin Ming gestured dismissively. The crowd exhaled in relief, dispersing to tend to their own affairs. Some sought to heal. Others went to notify personnel to clear the battlefield, while still others began to assess the losses. Lin Ming had indeed sustained some injuries, yet his robust physique had allowed him to recover swiftly, and he meandered back to the courtyard of the 10th Squad. Tian Weishue had also returned. Her father, Lord Tian, had been waiting at the government office and was now cautiously accompanying his daughter. Upon entering the courtyard, Lord Tian cast a glance around the modest space, and, noticing that only Lin Ming remained, his expression turned peculiar. "Daughter, is it just the two of you residing here?" At his words, Tian Weishue instinctively glanced towards the other rooms. The courtyard had been fully occupied previously, but after returning from a mission, only two were left alive. Having already witnessed Lin Ming's prowess, Tian Weishue suddenly addressed her father, saying, "Father, I have something to discuss with Lin Ming. Could you step outside for a moment?" Well, all right." Lord Tian initially intended to refuse, but upon seeing his daughter's indifferent gaze, he sighed and departed. His daughter had grown up and was no longer obedient. It was one thing to reside with a man before marriage, but now that she had been injured, she still insisted on attending to Lin Ming, his beautiful and delicate daughter. Outside the courtyard, Lord Tian squatted and pulled out his pipe, puffing away thoughtfully, uncertain whether to feel pleased that his daughter had found a man or to be angry about it. Inside the courtyard, outside Lin Ming's room, Tian Weishue did not enter but stood by the window, softly saying, "Do you truly trust that I will not divulge your secret?" Lin Ming opened the window and looked at the enchanting beauty before him, puzzled. "What secret?" "I witnessed your combat methods before," Tian Weishue instinctively replied. "So you saw them. What of it?" Lin Ming responded innocently. Seeing Lin Ming's expression, which appeared genuine, she felt a sense of confusion. She had expected that knowing Lin Ming was not human would elicit a warning or concern from him, and she had come to assure him that she was not the type to betray others for personal gain. However, she never anticipated such a reaction from him. It felt as if she had misjudged the situation entirely. Is it possible that this fellow deliberately intends to create such an illusion? To avoid leaving any incriminating evidence, he would undoubtedly deny it, especially since I possess no proof. Even if the information were to leak, Lin Ming could assert that it was merely an illusion conjured by his mystical abilities. This fellow truly leaves no room for error. No wonder he hails from a scholarly background. Resolving her internal conflict, Tian Weishue uttered a parting remark and turned to leave. "Hey," Lin Ming suddenly called out, and as she turned back in confusion, he earnestly stated, "I am a Jin Shi," recalling the rumors she had heard. That Qin Shimo had tacitly allowed the brothel to seize Lin Ming's Jin Shi title. She could not help but inquire, "Is this title so significant to you?" "It rightfully belongs to me." Reclaiming it is only just, Lin Ming explained calmly. "And what about me? I'm still your former fiancé, Tian Weishue blurted out, immediately regretting her words as a flush crept to her cheeks. She wondered what had possessed her to say such a thing. Yet, a flicker of curiosity ignited within her, eager to discover how Lin Ming would respond. Would he mock her for the previous broken engagement? Would he express heartfelt sentiments, promising to wait for her return? Lin Ming merely cast a fleeting glance at her before shutting the window. What a fool. My sole ambition is to pursue immortality and to attain invincibility. What need have I for a fiancé? Observing the firmly closed window, Tian Weishue's expression stiffened. In an instant, she activated the Jade Purity Ascension technique, its pace accelerating to 4 or 5 times its usual speed, for she could scarcely contain the fire within her heart. Just wait, in half a month, I shall reach the 10th level. Clenching her silver teeth, Tian Weishue turned to open the courtyard gate, allowing her father to enter and rest. Master Tian, upon seeing the open gate, was taken aback, Has he arrived so soon? Immediately, a look of deep concern etched itself upon his face. It dawned on him that even martial practitioners have their limitations. Was this not a burden upon his beloved daughter? It seemed he would need to procure some remedies for Lin Ming, otherwise it would jeopardize his daughter's future. Chapter 71. Visitors from Above. The Grand Tournament is about to commence. The physicians of the Demon Suppression Department demonstrated remarkable skill. Zhao Chuanfu was swiftly revived and able to resume his duties. Although reluctant to work while injured, the demise of County Magistrate Du and the heavy casualties at the Demon Suppression Department necessitated his presence. Should news of his absence spread, it could precipitate considerable chaos. Furthermore, he was tasked with selecting a respected scholar to tend to the Confucian temple in the evening, as the absence of incense offerings would invite malevolent forces to invade the county, leading to dire consequences. Despite his injuries, Zhao Chuanfu was tirelessly engaged in his responsibilities, even experiencing a resurgence of old wounds, with blood ceaselessly flowing from his lacerations. Meanwhile, Lin Ming conversed leisurely with Lord Tian. You should inform the villagers to cease their offerings to the yellow weasel deity, as it may lead to complications. Although that den of yellow weasels has been eradicated, persistent veneration under the influence of incense could still give rise to unforeseen entities. Lord Tian appeared somewhat distressed. To be candid, we have become accustomed to venerating King Huang, and the villagers often feel uneasy if they do not offer something. Lin Ming, well acquainted with the villagers' sentiments, awaited this very admission. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied slowly, I have previously subdued a malevolent spirit, which can be placed in the village to safeguard you. A malevolent spirit? To protect us? Lord Tian exclaimed, startled. Lin Ming, how did you come to engage with such entities? There are numerous methods to utilize malevolent spirits, and I am not the only one who employs them. The Demon Suppression Department possesses hundreds of techniques to transform malevolent spirits into magical artifacts. Lin Ming replied calmly, gesturing for Lord Tian to remain at ease. Skeptical yet intrigued, Lord Tian took a seat once more. Is it truly the case? But can this spirit heed our commands? Rest assured, ensuring your safety will be no problem. Lin Ming assured him. Then that's acceptable. We dare not ask the spirit to do anything beyond that. Lord Tian's expression softened, and then he suddenly recalled something. Should we not honor her as a godmother and make offerings? There is no need for such honors. She is a malevolent being under my control. Lin Ming sipped delicately from his teacup. That is splendid. Lord Tian nodded with delight. However, he soon realized the implications. Lin Ming explicitly reminded him that the malevolent spirit was under his command. Was he not seeking veneration for the spirit, but rather for himself? Lord Tian gazed at Lin Ming, his eyes reflecting profound understanding. Lin Ming remained composed, sipping his tea, exuding an aura of tranquility and stability. The overt suggestion dawned upon Lord Tian, evoking a sense of reflection. Not long ago, this young man was a struggling scholar, reliant on his own means for sustenance. Now, he had emerged as a formidable figure, daring to demand offerings from the villagers. This stark contrast even left Lord Tian, who suspected a romantic entanglement between Tian Weishue and Lin Ming, somewhat astounded. With a respectful demeanor, he addressed Lin Ming. I shall convey your intentions to the villagers. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Go ahead. Lin Ming nodded in acknowledgement. After Master Tian departed, he kindly shut the door behind him. Once he exited the courtyard, he cast a glance at Tian Weishue, who was recuperating and cultivating within the room, before he rented an ox cart to return to the village. He resolved that upon his return, he would rename Tianlin Village to Lintian Village. Following Master Tian's departure, Lin Ming also dedicated himself to his own cultivation, primarily focusing on the study of several martial arts. With the title of martial arts master bestowed upon him, his training progressed at an astonishing pace. The knowledge of martial arts seemed to manifest out of thin air, flooding his mind as if it were given freely. This extraordinary training speed, 50 times that of an average warrior, was no exaggeration. Lin Ming's comprehension of various martial arts advanced rapidly, and his mastery of these techniques escalated swiftly. He continued his training relentlessly until the dawn of the third day. achieving a new level of proficiency in the divine eagle dragon seizing technique, reaching mastery. It is noteworthy that this technique becomes increasingly difficult to cultivate as one progresses. Take the divine eagle dragon seizing technique. For instance, most mid-level members of the Magic Division in Pingan County could only achieve minor success at best. Even the esteemed instructor Sun from the training academy, after decades of cultivation, had only barely grazed the edge of major achievement. To attain perfection, that would require several more decades. Yet, Lin Ming advanced a level in just 3 days, a feat that would leave many warriors envious to the point of spitting. Lin Ming was quite satisfied with this speed, and had it not been for Zhao Xuanfu seeking him out, he would have continued his cultivation. Upon seeing Zhao Tao at the door, Lin Ming tidied himself briefly and stepped outside, inquiring, "What business does the colonel have with me?" "There are people from above," Zhao Tao replied, gazing at Lin Ming with envy. Lin Ming nodded slightly, realizing that the previous incident had drawn the attention of higher authorities. Indeed, with so many lives lost, it would be astonishing if they did not intervene. The two made their way to the colonel's study. Upon entering, Lin Ming's gaze was immediately drawn to Zhao Xuanfu, whose pallor indicated his frailty. Bandaged and visibly weakened, his eyes bore a hint of bloodshot red, clearly the result of inadequate rest in recent days. Beside Zhao Xuanfu stood 2 jovial men, both adorned in colonel's attire. One was middle-aged, while the other appeared remarkably youthful, even younger than Lin Ming, a mere boy in appearance. However, this young man's aura was anything but ordinary. He was at least in the liquid spirit stage, and judging by the energy he inadvertently exuded, his strength surpassed that of Zhao Xuanfu at his peak. Even if one were to isolate the Tiger King or the Dragon King, this young man could stand on equal footing with either. Impressive prowess. Lin Ming observed the young man, who was equally assessing him. Despite his youth and formidable position, the young colonel exhibited no arrogance, instead smiling and nodding in approval at Lin Ming. "Indeed, your presence is remarkable. No wonder you were selected to participate in this year's 100 Teams tournament." The middle-aged colonel also glanced at Lin Ming before turning to Zhao Xuanfu. "Is this the representative you have chosen for Pingan County? Quite the worthy investment." Zhao Xuanfu looked helplessly at the middle-aged colonel. "Lord Mo, everything I reported to the higher-ups is entirely truthful, without any exaggeration. I am fully aware." The middle-aged officer patted Zhao Xuanfu's shoulder, his expression earnest. "You once saved my life during our mission together, and I have never had the opportunity to repay that debt. This time, I will certainly assist you wholeheartedly. Rest assured, our Pingan County will not finish last in the 100 Teams competition." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuanfu felt a surge of anger, his forehead veins throbbing, and he was tempted to unleash a barrage of curses. How could these scoundrels believe that Pingan County would risk the life of a county magistrate and a group of strongmen merely to showcase a talent like Lin Ming? However, Lord Mo did not grant Zhao Xuanfu the chance to voice his grievances. He stepped forward and addressed Lin Ming, saying, "Lin Ming, is it? Come with me to the prefectural city. The 100 Teams competition is fast approaching. We need to familiarize ourselves with the locale and the process, as well as get to know your competitors, so we can seize the initiative." Chapter 72. No unjustifiable assaults on colleagues, the 100 Teams competition. Lin Ming had indeed heard of this event. It was said that the strength of the Demon Suppression Division had diminished year after year, while the number and power of malevolent entities had increased, leading to a shift in the mindset of many members. Rather than taking pride in combating these threats, numerous individuals began to contemplate how to preserve their own lives and maintain stability, in a desperate bid for survival. Some members even resorted to negotiating and trading with the malevolent beings, willingly offering up innocent citizens as sustenance for the demons. Take, for instance, Zhao Xuanfu's indifference towards 2 demon kings or Qin Shi's laissez-faire attitude towards the performance house. In the short term, many regions did experience tranquility, but once the malevolent entities grew sufficiently powerful, they would inevitably turn against the Demon Suppression Division, a classic case of drinking poison to quench thirst. The upper echelons of the Demon Suppression Division were deeply pained by this phenomenon. To inspire the lower-tier warriors and to identify true elites as successors, They devised the 100 teams competition. The victor of this competition would be promoted as a paragon, with a promising future, in hopes of reigniting the fervor of the division's members. However, Lin Ming was not particularly concerned about such ephemeral fame and prospects. He had joined the Demon Suppression Division with aspirations of greatness, preferring instead to remain an ordinary squad leader, guiding a group of elite members to fulfill their missions, ultimately ensuring that his team perished in the line of duty without any undue fanfare. Noticing Lin Ming's apparent indifference towards the competition's quota, Zhao Chuanfu immediately approached him and whispered, "The quota for the 100 teams competition is of great importance. I cannot explain it all at once, but I can tell you that the current Demon General was once the first-place winner of this competition." "Oh," Lin Ming responded with a calm demeanor. "Is that all?" "That is the Demon General," Zhao Chuanfu exclaimed in disbelief. "You're being rather tedious," Lin Ming replied, growing impatient. "So what if it's a Demon General? What is so remarkable about that?" Seeing Lin Ming's reaction, Zhao Chuanfu was infuriated. "Do you truly understand what being a Demon General represents? That person oversees an entire province, a provincial authority governing cities and counties. Moreover, which Demon General hasn't he climbed to their position over the corpses of countless malevolent beings and comrades? They are all top-tier powerhouses." "Wait a moment," Lin Ming interjected, raising a hand in suspicion. "Did you just say that a Demon General rises over the bodies of their comrades? What is wrong? Haven't you heard the saying, a general's success is built upon a mountain of bones? Demon Generals never engage in low-level skirmishes. Each time they strike, thousands of elites accompany them. So is it unusual for hundreds or thousands of elites to perish in a single battle?" Zhao Chuanfu retorted, exasperated. Lin Ming smacked his thigh. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I will participate in the 100 teams competition." He looked earnestly at Zhao Chuanfu, silently adding to himself, "The position of Demon General shall be mine, if he were to become the Demon General and engage in high-level battles. The number of fallen elites would surely surpass those lost during his missions." "How splendid!" Zhao Chuanfu found himself perplexed by Lin Ming's sudden change in attitude. Yet it was indeed a positive development that he agreed to participate. It was essential for Lin Ming to understand the gravity of the situation. Once they arrived in the state city, he should heed the words of Lord Mo, for participating in the 100-team competition was fraught with peril, often resulting in significant casualties each year. Zhao Chuanfu patted Lin Ming on the shoulder with satisfaction, but he couldn't shake the feeling that when he mentioned the fatalities associated with the competition, Lin Ming's eyes seemed to glimmer with a peculiar light. As Mo, the young commander, approached, he addressed Zhao Chuanfu, saying, "Well, you know me well enough by now. This lad will be under my protection and with my support. There is no way you will finish in last place this time." Zhao Chuanfu had not been promoted in many years, not solely due to a lack of capability. There were many less competent than he, but rather because he had not achieved significant political accomplishments, consistently placing last in the 100-team competition. Mo felt it necessary to lend a hand to his old colleague. "All right, I appreciate it, old Mo," Zhao Chuanfu replied, providing no further explanation. After all, Lin Ming's capabilities were akin to a man's odorous feet. They might not seem impressive at first glance, but once the shoes were off, he could dominate the scene. Presently, Zhao Chuanfu was preoccupied with another matter. He pointed to Tian Weishue and said, "Old Mo, I have one more favor to ask. Please ensure this young lady is safely delivered to Commander Su in the state city, who will then escort her further." "Commander Su?" Mo paused, then responded with a chuckle. "Why not just say you're sending your wife to him? Why conceal it? What is this girl doing that she needs to go to the capital?" "A genius," Zhao Chuanfu replied succinctly. The young commander, who had discreetly observed Tian Weishue several times, refrained from asking earlier to maintain a facade of seriousness. Upon hearing Zhao Chuanfu speak of her, he remarked, "If she is a genius, then what does that make Lin Ming?" Zhao Chuanfu regarded Lin Ming with a complex expression and replied, "Perhaps a prodigy." This assessment surprised the young commander. Mo frowned and cautioned, "That is a rather lofty appraisal. It could incite jealousy and animosity. Best to refrain from such statements in the future." He then turned to Lin Ming, adopting a stern demeanor to admonish him. The state city is not like the county. There are numerous talents there. You may excel here, but merely managing not to come in last, there will be an achievement. Do not entertain the notion of being exceptional. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. Before Lin Ming could respond, the young commander, curious, inquired, if you consider this lad a prodigy, why not send him to Commander Su instead of having him participate in 100-team competition? Well, you see, we have languished in last place for years. We must find a genius to strive for improvement, Mo admitted, feeling somewhat awkward and guilty. He knew well that those above would certainly value Lin Ming more. Yet there was no guarantee that Tian Weishue would secure first place in the competition. Mo was puzzled by Zhao Chuanfu's plans, but chose not to delve into it further. All right then, let us not delay any longer. We must set out immediately to reach the next county before nightfall. Zhao Chuanfu, unwilling to waste any time, promptly arranged for the two to depart. The orders and official documents have been meticulously prepared, and Zhao Chuanfu has generously provided the two with ample resources and funds. The resources are intended for their cultivation, while the money is meant for forging connections in the state city, for as the saying goes, a multitude of friends paves numerous paths. The four set out together, mounting their steeds. Beside the war horses, Zhao Chuanfu gazed at Lin Ming with a look of concern, urging him, once you arrive in the state city, you must exercise restraint. It is unlike our county town. Observing Lin Ming's nonchalant demeanor, Zhao Chuanfu felt a twinge of frustration. Well, it's unlikely to expect you to avoid trouble, so I have but one request. Under no circumstances should you assault your colleagues. Mo Xiaowei chuckled at this. From your words, it seems this lad is quite the troublemaker. However, rest assured, even the most unruly individuals find it difficult to stir chaos in the state city. Many who consider themselves geniuses in small towns soon learn to temper their spirits upon encountering the true world. Zhao Chuanfu, weary of explanations, regarded Lin Ming with earnestness until Lin Ming, growing impatient, nodded in acknowledgement, allowing Zhao to breathe a sigh of relief. As for Tian Weishue, Zhao Chuanfu felt no need for further elaboration. He had previously deemed his aloof and reclusive disciple a challenge, but now he considered Lin Ming the true source of his troubles. If not for the grand competition, he might have sent Lin Ming directly to the great general of demon suppression. Once Zhao Chuanfu finished his instructions, Mo Xiaowei wasted no time and urged his horse forward. With the sound of galloping hooves, for crimson capes fluttered in the air as they departed, causing bystanders to hastily step aside. As Zhao Chuanfu watched Lin Ming's figure recede into the distance, he slowly averted his gaze. Beside him, Zhao Tao cautiously inquired, "Uncle, what shall we do next?" "Release Master Qin and inform him that Lin Ming has left. If he wishes to avoid a total annihilation of his household, he must swiftly uproot the puppet theater during this window of opportunity." Zhao Chuanfu replied coldly. "Can Master Qin cooperate with us?" Zhao Tao expressed his concerns. "He will, for I believe Lin Ming has already awakened him." Zhao Chuanfu sighed softly, his eyes turned towards the heavens, filled with regret. Previously I, like Master Qin, believed in the necessity of temporary compromise and forbearance to stabilize the enemy and await the opportune moment for a counterattack. Yet, the longer we delay and endure, the stronger the enemy becomes, while our own courage gradually dissipates over time. Lin Ming has set a commendable example for me. One must act decisively, denying the enemy any opportunities, and likewise, not allowing one's own cowardice to prevail. Chapter 73. The Little King Kong? A kick away. On the road to the state city, Officer Mo rode ahead, spurring his horse onward without a moment's pause. Lin Ming and Tian Weishue closely followed behind. However, the contrast between the state city and the county city became evident. The steeds ridden by Officer Mo and his companion were state city warhorses, galloping at a speed 2 to 3 times greater than the horses Lin Ming and Tian Weishue had ridden from the county. If they had not waited for Lin Ming, it was likely that he would have been unable to catch even a glimpse of their figures. Thus, they hurried along and finally reached the neighboring county city by nightfall. This place was called Nanyun County, situated 2 county distances away from the state city. Officer Mo and his companion intended to rest here for the night, as well as to gather the selected contestants for the Great 100 Teams competition. Among those chosen was a robust man, towering over 2 meters in height and boasting a physique reminiscent of a formidable bear. His name was Mu Zhuang, a favored disciple of the County S officer, who had cultivated the primordial golden body, possessing tremendous strength and combat prowess at the peak of Qi gathering. It was rumored that he had astonishing feats, having slain a spirit liquid stage demon king with a single punch, earning him the moniker Little King Kong. However, Officer Mo was skeptical of such claims. Contestants of previous competitions often fabricated impressive records or adopted formidable nicknames. Yet, when the actual competition commenced, it was typically these boastful individuals who fell first. In truth, those with genuine strength did not need to flaunt their prowess. Any nicknames they had were bestowed upon them out of respect, rather than self-aggrandizement. Examples included titles like Silver Dragon Spear, Soar the Clouds, and Heroine of 100 Flowers. But Little King Kong? What a ridiculous moniker. As the Nanyuan County officer rambled on about the might of Little King Kong while leading the way, Officer Mo quietly inquired of Lin Ming, "Do you have any nicknames?" "No," Lin Ming replied, his gaze fixed ahead. "That is for the best. Such nicknames should be kept to a minimum. Many talented individuals despise ostentation. And the louder the nickname, the more likely one is to attract trouble." Officer Mo earnestly instructed Lin Ming about the nuances of the state city, demonstrating his diligence. Lin Ming nodded non-committally, but suddenly halted, glancing towards a courtyard on the left. "What is that place?" Officer Mo casually glanced over. "Who knows? Let us rest first. We must set out early tomorrow." Yet, Lin Ming remained motionless, his senses unusually acute, detecting a trace of malevolent energy emanating from the distant courtyard. Though it flickered briefly, he managed to capture it. Noticing Lin Ming's pause, the Nanyuan County officer, who was guiding them to their lodgings, inquired with curiosity, "What is the matter?" The others turned to Lin Ming, puzzled by his behavior. Lin Ming pointed again at the courtyard radiating the sinister aura. That courtyard exudes malevolent energy. "What purpose does it serve? Malevolent energy? That's impossible," laughed the Nanyuan County officer, patting Little King Kong's arm beside him. "That is the barracks for Team 1, and their captain is right next to you. Just look at his robust vitality. No malevolent presence could approach within 10 meters of him." "Lin Ming, perhaps you're overly tense and misinterpreting your senses. Let us proceed." Mo, the officer, tugged at Lin Ming and whispered, "Let me impart a piece of wisdom. Never seek to show off in front of others. Ostentatious behavior is utterly reprehensible." Lin Ming remained silent, for he sensed a sinister presence, even feeling the weight of a gaze upon him, imbued with a covetous and murderous intent that caused his blood to simmer uncontrollably. There was certainly a malevolent entity lurking in the courtyard. Ignoring those around him, Lin Ming strode purposefully towards the entrance, drawing his blade and forcefully kicking the door open. Immediately, the sounds of his teammates erupted in curses, questioning Lin Ming's audacity to intrude upon their quarters. The officers of Nanyuan County, upon witnessing Lin Ming's entrance, exchanged displeased glances, with one remarking, "What is the meaning of this, Mo?" Mo's expression darkened as he approached the courtyard, bellowing at Lin Ming, "Get out here." His anger was palpable. Had he imparted those cautious teachings for naught? Standing amidst the chaos, Lin Ming paid no heed to the jeers and provocations, breathing steadily as though becoming one with the cosmos. In an instant, he unleashed his blade, striking towards a nearby building, the dormitory of the strength team. The force of his strike shattered the structure, sending debris crashing down with a thunderous roar, inciting further ire from Officer Mo. The members of the team stood aghast, unable to fathom Lin Ming's audacity. The officers rushed to the scene. Little King Kong, observing the destruction wrought by Lin Ming, felt his eyes redden slightly, his own energy surging as he advanced towards Lin Ming, intent on dragging him out for a thorough beating. Mo, seething with rage, sought to intervene but was halted by the Nanyuan County officer, who, with a strained smile, remarked, "These youngsters are all prodigies from various places. We should understand their desire to show off. Let them have their duel. Perhaps they'll forge a bond through battle." Mo discerned the officer's confidence that little King Kong would prevail, yet he remained anxious, uncertain of Lin Ming's combat prowess. Turning to the young officer trailing behind him, he inquired, "What do you think, Su?" Su, his interest piqued, replied, "Let's observe for now." At that moment, little King Kong had approached Lin Ming, reaching out with his robust arm to grasp Lin Ming's shoulder. However, Lin Ming vanished in a flash, reappearing atop the ruins of the collapsed building, kicking aside debris to reveal an ancient clay jar, its surface adorned with a yellow cloth cover. As Lin Ming lightly tapped the jar with the tip of his blade, a small crack formed, releasing a torrent of foul, blood-scented energy accompanied by a chilling wail. Blood doll. Those present, all experts from the demon suppression department, immediately recognized the malevolent entity contained within the jar. It was indeed a fearsome, evil spirit. In the Tianwu dynasty, there exists a custom that forbids the burial of stillborn infants in ancestral graves. However, burying them directly in the wilderness exposes them to the threat of wild dogs. Those of means would procure a small coffin for their burial, while the impoverished would resort to placing the infant in a clay pot and burying it without further ado. These stillborns, already laden with resentment, find themselves confined within such a diminutive vessel, their grievances unable to dissipate, thus perpetuating a cycle of malevolence that infects their corporeal forms. If they are interred in a place steeped in negative energy, the confluence of these factors may give rise to a sinister entity known as a blood doll. The blood doll, drawn to the potent life force of men, particularly thrives in environments rich with vitality. Who could have anticipated that this blood doll could infiltrate the Demon Suppression Division of Nanyang County? A traitor lurked among them. Commander Mo abruptly turned, fixing a piercing gaze upon the county's officer, whose complexion paled in an instant. In a desperate bid to redeem himself, he bellowed, "What are you all standing there for? Seize that wretched spirit." A team, awakening from their stupor, hastily sought their weapons. Meanwhile, the small golden warrior charged at Lin Ming, seizing his shoulder and commanding, "Step aside. This is our affair. Get lost." Without hesitation, Lin Ming executed a swift roundhouse kick to the small warrior's abdomen. Having integrated the attributes of a human-demon hybrid, he no longer needed to draw energy through traditional means. He could absorb it through physical contact, rendering him unwilling to relinquish the blood doll's power so easily. Upon realizing Lin Ming's aggression, the small warrior roared in retaliation, primordial golden body. Instantly, his internal energy surged, transforming his physique into a brilliant golden hue, significantly enhancing his defense and strength. Once resembling a mere beast, he now appeared akin to a formidable demon, his presence instilling a palpable fear in Commander Mo and his companions from afar. However, in the next moment, Lin Ming delivered a decisive kick, sending the small warrior crashing to the ground, creating a substantial crater and leaving him bloodied and incapacitated. Subsequently, Lin Ming plunged his blade into the clay pot, unleashing a wave of frost that enveloped both the vessel and the dormant blood doll within, freezing them into a solid mass. With a gentle tremor of his energy, the icy mass shattered, scattering crystalline fragments across the ground. Lin Ming, stepping upon the shards, stealthily absorbed the essence of the blood doll and fortuitously acquired a valuable attribute. Chapter 74. The Supreme True Qi. Under ordinary circumstances, we would scarcely dare to boast in such a manner. Blood doll, blue. You possess the ability to summon a malevolent blood doll from the essence of blood, with the summoning entity wielding combat prowess at the level of a vengeful spirit. This technique is particularly suitable for ambushes, especially in battles against martial artists. Who would suspect that a martial artist could employ such insidious means? Moreover, this method is exceedingly apt for assassination, leaving no trace of suspicion upon Lin Ming. With a sense of satisfaction, Lin Ming turned around, only to find that everyone in the courtyard was staring at him in astonishment. "What is the matter?" Lin Ming queried, somewhat perplexed. The expressions of these individuals resembled that of townsfolk witnessing the annual pig slaughter. Upon hearing Lin Ming's inquiry, they snapped back to reality and cast a glance at the barely upright little titan, Mu Zhuang. Observing Mu Zhuang clutching his abdomen with one hand while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the other, and the grimace of pain etched upon his face, it was evident that he had sustained serious injuries. Among them, the county lieutenant of Nanyuan was most aware of his disciple's true strength. He acknowledged that Mu Zhuang's claim of dispatching a spirit liquid tear monster with a single punch was indeed an exaggeration, yet his feat of slaying a monster was genuine. Despite the creature being old and frail, it was still a bona fide spirit liquid tear being. Initially, he believed Mu Zhuang's prowess, even if not at the pinnacle during the 100 teams competition, was nonetheless of first-rate caliber. Who could have anticipated that he would be so thoroughly incapacitated by a figure he had never heard of? The county lieutenant's face paled as he turned to Lieutenant Mo, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Lord Mo, are you certain this young man hails from Ping'an County? That place is renowned as the lowest-ranking county in the entire state. How could such a formidable individual emerge from there?" Lieutenant Mo, though unfamiliar with Mu Zhuang, recognized the authenticity of his late-stage gathering chi realm. Being selected by Nanyuan County for the 100 teams competition could not be attributed to mediocrity. How could such a person be vanquished by Lin Ming in a single blow? Furthermore, while Mu Zhuang's strength might have been somewhat inflated, the blood doll was entirely devoid of such ambiguity. That malevolent entity was known to be a formidable adversary among vengeful spirits. Even the elite of the Demon Suppression Division in the Gathering Chi stage would require multiple members to subdue it with ease. Yet, Lin Ming dispatched the blood doll as effortlessly as one would sip water. This was no mere feat of the Gathering Chi stage. Could it be that Zhao Chuanfu did not fabricate tales, and that this young man truly single-handedly slew 2 spirit liquid tear monsters? Lieutenant Mo finally regarded Lin Ming with a newfound seriousness, sensing that this lad might not be as inadequate as he had presumed. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Su exhibited an even more pronounced reaction, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Lin Ming. That blood doll was concealed here quite effectively, remaining undetected for so long. Why did it reveal itself upon your arrival, and how did you perceive its presence? The county lieutenant of Nanyuan gasped. Are you implying that he conspired with the blood doll? Lieutenant Su cast a cold glare at him. Fool Eve. Upon hearing the insult directed at him, the county lieutenant of Nanyuan was incensed, thinking to himself, what of your superior status? We are of the same rank. Who are you to insult me? However, before he could voice his indignation, Lieutenant Mo grasped him firmly and whispered, this individual is the grandson of the Grand Commander. In an instant, the fire in the eyes of the county lieutenant of Nanyuan dissipated completely, and he obediently retreated a few steps. If you must go, then go. Lin Ming turned his gaze towards Lieutenant Su, raising an eyebrow slightly. Do you suspect that I am colluding with this blood doll? I am not that foolish. Lieutenant Su, unfazed by the frustrated expression of the county lieutenant behind him, stepped forward with determination, fixing his gaze firmly on Lin Ming. The blood doll has been concealed for so long. It should not have recklessly revealed itself unless something immensely alluring compelled it to do so. Moreover, when you made your move just now, I perceived a peculiar fragrance and even detected a unique rhythm emanating from you. That rhythm enlightened me thus. You possess first-grade true chi? A collective gasp resonated throughout the courtyard as everyone fixated their attention on Lin Ming, eagerly awaiting his response. To Lin Ming's surprise, this young man was remarkably knowledgeable, and he saw no reason to conceal the truth. Indeed, this revelation sent shivers down everyone's spines, leaving them in a state of vertigo. My goodness, first-grade true chi. To put it plainly, for these martial artists, the difficulty of condensing first-grade true chi was akin to that of becoming a demon-slaying general. No, there was indeed a distinction. To ascend to the rank of a demon-slaying general, possessing immense wealth and the right connections might yield a 1 in 10,000 chance of success. But to condense first-grade true chi, these individuals would not dare boast about such a feat in their wildest dreams. Mu Zhuang suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, collapsing in a faint after being provoked by these words. Witnessing this, the county lieutenant of Nanyuan let out a long sigh. He could empathize with his disciple, not to mention Mu Zhuang, Even he felt a chill at the thought of having almost been adversaries with such a prodigy. The expressions of the others were equally grim, especially Lieutenant Mo, who felt so embarrassed that he wished to dig a hole and bury himself. He recalled how he had just advised Lin Ming to be modest, warned him against showing off, and even suggested assisting him in securing a ranking. It turned out that he had merely been a clown on stage, amusing others with his antics. No wonder throughout the journey, despite his earnest guidance, Lin Ming had not even spared him a glance. If I possessed first-grade true qi and successfully condensed it today, the world would know of old Mo's name by tomorrow. And even the emperor would issue a decree praising me. Lieutenant Su also regarded Lin Ming with a complex expression. First-grade true qi had been his dream as well. Yet as the legitimate grandson of the general, the resources and connections at his disposal far exceeded those of Lin Ming. Yet he remained stuck at the third-grade true qi level. How could such a character emerge from a mere small county, even a small village within it? After a moment's hesitation, Lieutenant Su produced a plaque from his bosom and handed it over. Take this. It was originally meant for the first place in the 100 teams competition, but I see no issue in giving it to you now. Upon seeing the plaque, Lieutenant Mo's eyes widened in astonishment, and he hurriedly urged Lin Ming, quickly put that away. That is the Qinjuan Order of the General. Possessing it signifies that you are one of the general's closest confidants. There are only 3 such plaques in the entire capital. The county commander of Nanyuan gazed enviously at the Qinjuan Order. Since its inception, only 3 pieces had been issued, and the first 2 recipients were renowned geniuses of the capital. Possessing this token would undoubtedly herald Lin Ming's meteoric rise, propelling him to greater heights. But even without this token, it mattered little. He was a first-grade, true qi master, destined for greatness. In fact, in Lin Ming's hands, the Qinjuan Order seemed more like a mere accessory. Lin Ming observed the ancient-looking token and shook his head. Forget it. Refused. Refused? Everyone was taken aback. That was the Qinjuan Order, a golden opportunity to establish a connection with the Grand Commander and ascend to greatness. Commander Su's expression soured. He had not anticipated such a rejection. It was worth noting how many had gone to great lengths to curry favor with him and his grandfather. Yet none could obtain such a token. Nevertheless, Lin Ming indeed possessed the audacity to be so bold. Suppressing his irritation, Commander Su inquired, "What do you mean by no?" "I am not fond of forming cliques," Lin Ming replied candidly. He had joined the demon subduing division solely to eliminate every genius fairly and justly. What if, having accepted the Grand Commander's favor, he later found himself swayed by the Commander's influence? Commander Su was at a loss for words. Did this young man truly eschew alliances? Was he an idealist in an age that no longer welcomed such notions? Regrettably, the demon-subduing division had evolved from its former purity, leaving no room for idealism. You will find it difficult to survive in the demon-subduing division with such a stance, Commander Su warned, his gaze penetrating as it rested on Lin Ming. Lin Ming merely smiled, casually resting his left hand on the hilt of his sword. Oh, a single, simple word, yet it exuded an ineffable air of dominance and arrogance. Commander Su stared at Lin Ming, opening his mouth to speak again, but words failed him. Ultimately, all he could do was sigh deeply, pocket the Qinjuan Order, and turn to exit the courtyard. The county commander of Nanyuan did not follow. Instead, he turned his attention back to Lin Ming. He too had to ensure he maintained a good rapport. Once Lin Ming stepped out of the courtyard, several others followed suit. Upon arriving at the temporary resting quarters, they each retreated to their own rooms, but none could find sleep through the night. Commander Mo pondered how to amend his previous lecture, while Commander Su contemplated how to subtly glean Lin Ming's secrets regarding his breakthrough to first-grade status. Meanwhile, Lin Ming and Tian Weishua focused solely on their cultivation, particularly Tian Weishua, who, after witnessing Lin Ming's display of prowess that day, was even more eager to swiftly reach the 10th level of her technique and condense her first-grade true qi. The following morning, the group rose early. Commander Montak, seeing Lin Ming emerge in his dark robe, wore a kind and gentle smile. "Captain Lin is up. After you freshen up and have breakfast, we shall set out." "No need. Let us leave directly," Lin Ming replied. His formidable physique and robust vitality could endure 10 days without sustenance. Very well, then we shall set off. Commander Mo acquiesced, now unconditionally obedient to Lin Ming. The notion of attending to Lin Ming was no longer relevant. In a few days, he might very well find himself relying on Lin Ming for his own advancement. Chapter 75. After all, he cannot possibly annihilate the demon suppression prison. The group spurred their horses onward, racing towards the state city. Mu Zhuang was among them, having consumed healing medicine and undergone a night of urgent treatment. At least he could manage the journey. However, his combat prowess remained uncertain. Moreover, while on the road, Mu Zhuang dared not draw too close to Lin Ming, harboring a psychological shadow and prudently choosing to stay at the rear. After a day's arduous travel, they finally arrived at the state city. En route, Lin Ming observed that the villages they passed grew progressively larger and more prosperous, with numerous estates lining the roadside, evidently the abodes of the affluent. In Ping'an County, the wealthy dared not indulge in such extravagance in the wilderness. Such estates could only be acquired at the expense of the demons and evildoers. Upon entering the state city limits, the pace of Mo Xiaowei noticeably slowed. With danger diminished, there was no need for haste, allowing the war horses a moment's respite. 2 hours later, just before dusk, Lin Ming beheld the state city. It was a colossal fortress, its towering walls stretching beyond sight, adorned with numerous artillery towers and arrow towers, presenting a magnificent and impregnable sight. As they approached, Lin Ming noticed the city gates bustling with a throng of people, the lively clamor from within resonating from afar, a testament to the city's vibrant prosperity. Mo Xiaowei had been quietly observing Lin Ming and Tian Weishue. Having grown up in a humble locale, they were likely unaccustomed to such grandeur and might display signs of shock. Alas, Tian Weishue, in her past life a demigod, had been revered by countless monarchs and had witnessed the splendor of the mightiest dynasties. How could she be perturbed by a mere provincial city? As for Lin Ming, he had spent years laboring in the bustling cities of Magic Capital and 49 City, both of which far surpassed this state city in terms of opulence. Thus, he merely exhibited a slight curiosity. Shock was entirely absent. In contrast, Mu Zhuang wore an expression of sheer disbelief, clearly awestruck by the city's splendor. Mo Xiaowei realized that his hopes of eliciting a reaction had been dashed and silently concluded that these two truly were prodigies and geniuses, remaining unfazed in the face of any spectacle. Upon entering the city, the group made their way directly to the demon suppression office. Naturally, the office in the state city was more expansive, occupying an entire street with its courtyards. Numerous strongmen and captains moved in and out, executing various tasks. Due to the upcoming 100 Teams tournament, the atmosphere was even more lively. Upon arrival, Mo Xiaowei said, "Lin Ming, Mu Zhuang, allow me to take you to register. Lieutenant Su, I must trouble you to escort Miss Tian to Commander Su." Su Xiaowei nodded, then produced a token of considerable weight, casting a complex gaze towards Lin Ming. "This is the last time I will ask you. If you accept this, my grandfather will be very pleased. I could then request that you be exempted from participating in this 100 Teams tournament and go directly to the capital." Beside them, Mu Zhuang looked on with envy, yet dared not utter a word. Upon hearing the statement, Lin Ming immediately shook his head. Unable to participate in the 100 Teams tournament? Then I shall not accept it. What is he here for? Yu Xiaowei, without hesitation, put away the command token and turned to leave. Once he was a distance away, Mo Xiaowei helplessly remarked, "Lin Ming, you must understand, a solitary tree cannot thrive." "I have no intention of becoming a mere log," Lin Ming replied coolly. "Very well, then you shall observe," Mo Xiaowei said as he led the two into the Demon Suppression Department. Within the Demon Suppression Department, there existed a large annex specifically designated for those participating in the 100 Teams tournament. The courtyard had a registration area and the chief registrar, upon noticing that Mo Xiaowei had personally brought individuals, was taken aback. "Why has Lord Mo come in person?" he inquired, scrutinizing Lin Ming and Mu Zhuang, attempting to discern their connection to Mo Xiaowei. Mo Xiaowei grinned and stated, "These two lads possess considerable strength, especially this one named Lin Ming, who has condensed a first-grade, true energy that has garnered the utmost attention from the commander. Mo Xiaowei had no penchant for feigning modesty. He believed the tiger should roar on the mountains rather than masquerade as a lamb. The chief registrar was astonished. First-grade, true energy? The commander values him? Could he possibly be the illegitimate son of the commander? Or perhaps someone from the provincial capital? After all, such prodigies rarely emerge from small towns. He promptly pulled Mo Xiaowei aside and handed him 2 peculiar pills, then sighed, "My lord Mo, what exactly are the identities of these 2 gentlemen you brought? Please enlighten me so that I may extend them proper hospitality." "Identity? For now, there is none, just 2 lads from a small county," Mo Xiaowei replied nonchalantly. The chief registrar looked at him with a frustrated expression, as if to say, "Are you jesting with me? Could first-grade true energy truly be something that the local bumpkins could achieve?" It seemed their backgrounds were indeed special, perhaps indicating that one of them was an illegitimate child of a significant figure. Most likely, they were sent here to clear their names, merely going through the motions. After all, why not send a first-grade true energy practitioner directly to the headquarters of the Demon Suppression Department in the capital? As thoughts raced through his mind, the chief registrar quickly solidified his assumptions and said to Mo Xiaowei, "Lord Mo, with such remarkable individuals, why bring them to the common quarters? What are you thinking?" Mo Xiaowei hesitated. "I have not managed this matter in previous years. Is there a better residence available?" "Certainly. Every year, there are several influential individuals who come, and there are always high-quality private chambers prepared for them," the registrar replied. "Thus, I shall register them shortly, and you can lead these gentlemen to reside in a private chamber. However, please keep in mind that the main quarters are quite limited, so do not spread this around." "Understood," Mo Xiaowei agreed, then pointed at Mu Zhuang. "He shall not be arranged for a private chamber. Let him stay in the common quarters." Mu Tuan. The registrar suddenly realized that only Lin Ming was the illustrious figure's illegitimate child. It was only natural that Lin Ming, with his extraordinary beauty, could be seen as a love child. Yet, he could not recall any significant figure who was as robust and imposing as Mu Zhuang. "Very well, I shall make the arrangements at once." The chief clerk, with remarkable efficiency, promptly registered Lin Ming's information and handed him the key to the exclusive courtyard, courteously seeing both him and Captain Mo off. However, once they departed, the smile on the chief clerk's face vanished, and he glanced indifferently at Mu Zhuang. Name, origin, age. Mu Zhuang dutifully provided the information. The clerk scribbled a few notes and then waved his hand dismissively. "Go on, find a place to stay." With a sense of frustration, Mu Zhuang left. Although he had long been warned by his captain about the lofty demeanor of those from the provincial city and was prepared for disdain, witnessing Lin Ming's esteemed reception contrasted starkly with his own treatment, leaving him feeling quite uneasy. Nevertheless, he could only retreat to the communal quarters and find a spot on a large bunk. However, after lying there for a while and listening to the introductions of those nearby, Mu Zhuang felt a sense of balance return to his heart. It turned out that these individuals were all top talents from their respective counties, much like himself. Yet, in the provincial city, such exceptional individuals were plentiful. Many aspired to rise from humble beginnings and showcase their prowess in the larger city, seeking to impress and humble others in the process. Few considered the education they had received in their small towns compared to that in the big city. It was not a simple endeavor for those from modest origins to ascend. Even the formidable Huang Chao lamented that gaining entry to the capital was far more challenging than merely storming it. In this martial world of the Tianwu dynasty, those from smaller locales lacked even the opportunity to breach the capital. Not everyone was as fortunate as Lin Ming, possessing an extraordinary advantage. At that moment, Lin Ming was escorted by Captain Mo to his designated courtyard, who advised, "Someone should come to bring you meals. I'm not well acquainted with the arrangements, so please keep an eye out. If necessary, I can send a couple of people to attend to your needs." "No need, I can manage on my own," Lin Ming replied, shaking his head. After a moment's thought, he added, "What if I get into a conflict with someone? If it comes to blows, I have one request: no lethal force." Captain Mo sighed, realizing now the meaning behind Zhao Xuanfu's earlier plea for Lin Ming not to indiscriminately assault his colleagues. This young man was already contemplating violence before even settling in. Disappointed, Lin Ming asked, "Are there any monsters around here for me to slay? I wish to practice my skills. You think this is just any place? This is the provincial city, not to mention nearby, even within 100 miles. Any monsters must tread cautiously. Finding one would be quite a challenge. So, please remain quiet here, and wait for the grand tournament to showcase your prowess in a few days, all right?" Captain Mo advised with a headache. Is there truly no chance of encountering any monsters? Lin Ming expressed his disappointment, wishing he had delayed entering the city. If you find yourself utterly bored, perhaps you could assist at the demon suppression prison. The imprisoned monsters there are quite uncooperative. If you manage to compel them to comply, that would indeed be an accomplishment. Captain Mo suggested, trying to provide Lin Ming with a suitable distraction. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. If those monsters refuse to listen, can I slay them? Yes, of course, Captain Mo replied, nodding perfunctorily. The unruly demons confined in the demon suppression prison are all entities of at least the spirit liquid stage, captured by the combined efforts of numerous experts. Although they are imprisoned, their prowess remains largely intact. It is improbable for Lin Ming, acting alone, to eradicate them entirely. Thus, let him expend his efforts in vain. Chapter 76. Brother, I wish to stage a heist. The demon suppression prison is relatively easy to locate. Lin Ming inquired once about the directions and soon found the courtyard where the prison was situated. This courtyard was heavily guarded, with numerous powerful enforcers from the demon suppression division stationed outside. Each of them bore a fierce countenance, and anyone daring to approach would be scrutinized until they retreated in trepidation. Upon arriving at the entrance of the courtyard, Lin Ming addressed the guards. I am here to assist with the interrogation of the demon entities. Your token, your authorization. The captain of the guards replied sternly. Previously, Lieutenant Mo had arranged everything, and the token bore the character, typically designated for those entering the demon suppression prison to gather materials from the demon entities. The demon suppression division had dedicated personnel handling such affairs, and outsiders could only gain access in this manner. As for the authorization, it specifically stated, this individual is of great importance to the general. Please extend every courtesy. Upon seeing the note on the authorization, the captain's stern demeanor softened, revealing a respectful smile. Captain Lin, please enter. With the token in hand, Lin Ming stepped into the courtyard, and once the gate closed behind him, a curious guard inquired, Captain, who is that individual? He looks unfamiliar. Several nearby guards perked up their ears, as they were often bored from their lengthy shifts and appeared solemn on the surface. Yet were exceedingly inquisitive, eager to gossip about any snippets of news. I do not know, but the authorization states he is highly regarded by the general, the captain replied, filled with envy. Highly regarded by the general? We already have young Master Su here. Now we have young Master Lin? A guard remarked sarcastically. The fact that Lieutenant Su was the grandson of the general was not a secret in the state city. Indeed, one young master coming for some gilding is one thing, but another? What do they think our state city is, a nursery? Several guards grumbled, expressing their dissatisfaction with the privileges of those in power and lamenting why they themselves were not favored by the general. Enough. Back to your posts. The captain glared at them. Lin Ming, possessing heightened senses, naturally overheard the guards' murmurs. However, he paid them no mind and did not seek to clarify anything. Rather than waste time on such trivial matters, he preferred to explore the demon suppression prison further. The prison was tower-shaped, albeit inverted. Its base and entrance were on the surface, while the tower itself delved deep underground, rumored to be a formidable magical artifact. After undergoing multiple inspections, Lin Ming arrived at a room that bore little distinction from an ordinary residence. The room was spacious, with only a downward entrance shrouded in darkness, from which he could faintly sense the oppressive aura of malevolent entities. Under the guidance of the guards, Lin Ming proceeded down the passage. After descending approximately 5 meters, he finally reached the first level of the demon suppression prison. This was a dimly lit hall, illuminated only by a few flickering candles, with most areas cloaked in shadow. There were 50 cells, each containing either body-refining demons or ghostly malevolence. Here, a solitary guard was assigned to oversee each level. After the individual above escorted Lin Ming down, they handed him the approval document to the guard on the first level, exchanging a meaningful glance. The guard, receiving the unspoken signal, scrutinized the document and noted the special remark, his expression darkening. Damn it, these young masters are truly perplexing. Instead of enjoying their privileges, they choose to stir up trouble in the demon suppression prison. When Captain Su first arrived in the provincial city, he too caused a stir in the prison, leaving everyone on edge, unable to eat or sleep, fearing any misstep that might attract reprimand from above. And now, here we are again. The first-level guard forced a smile as he addressed Lin Ming. Captain Lin, is your visit for inspection? Shall I accompany you for a stroll? I hear there are some non-compliant demons here, and I am here to assist in managing them. Lin Ming replied coolly, that is indeed the case. Utter nonsense. Absolutely unfounded. The guard exclaimed. We are performing our duties exceptionally well. All the demons are utterly compliant. There is not a single one that disobeys. If you do not believe me, take a look. With that, the guard approached a particular cell door and kicked it forcefully. A mournful sound immediately emanated from the dim cell, and a massive black dog demon slowly crawled out from the shadows, kneeling before the iron bars, extending its claw and quietly awaiting its impending suffering. Its blood could be used to forge magical artifacts to combat malevolence, making it a valuable resource. See, it is so obedient, willing to bleed as much as needed. The guard beamed with confidence. If you still have doubts, I can let them all out. With a sharp clap, the guard summoned forth claws from every cell door, and even some malevolent spirits extended parts of their bodies, ready to comply. Logically, most demons lack rationality. Yet their cooperation here speaks volumes about the guard's capabilities in the demon suppression prison. Observing this, Lin Ming recognized that capturing demons on this level would likely prove futile. So he made his way towards the entrance to the second level. A powerful hand grasped Lin Ming's arm. Turning back, he saw that the guard's expression of deference and flattery had vanished, replaced by a smirk that held an ambiguous meaning. Young master, some individuals aspire for advancement and thus respect authority, catering to you. Yet others, disinterested in progress, become reckless. Such individuals are those we cannot afford to offend. Surely, the general has imparted this wisdom to you? Are you suggesting that the guards on the second level disrespect authority, to the extent that they would turn a blind eye even if I were to slay every demon in their cells? Lin Ming's eyes gleamed with intrigue. The first-level guard hesitated, uncertain. Was that what I meant? Lin Ming patted his shoulder. Thank you for the information. I shall take my leave now. With that, he activated the mechanism leading to the second level and descended the stairs. The guard watched as Lin Ming gradually vanished into the shadows of the staircase, his expression shifting unpredictably. He had encountered many privileged young masters before, yet this one felt distinctly different, as if he were more audacious than the others. Shaking his head, the guard concluded he had done his duty and returned to sit down, sipping tea while awaiting the next developments. Meanwhile, he secretly speculated whether Lin Ming would be directly repelled by the guards on the second floor or ascend with injuries. Upon reaching the second floor, he found it slightly more illuminated. No, it was not the flickering of candles that brightened the space, but rather the eerie glow emanating from certain cells, casting a more vibrant yet oppressive atmosphere. After all, this level was populated by formidable evil beings in the Qi gathering stage. In the center of the hall, an elderly man was sprawled across a table, snoring loudly, with remnants of wine and meat scattered around him. Whether due to his keen senses or an instinctive awareness of the opening of the passage, he detected Lin Ming's presence the moment he stepped into the hall. Without lifting his head, he impatiently remarked, "If you need materials, go fetch them yourself. Don't disturb my sleep." Lin Ming politely inquired, "What if these evil beings were to perish? Then I would truly thank you." The old man scoffed, shifting into a more comfortable position to resume his slumber. Lin Ming nodded slightly and approached the first cell, inquiring pleasantly of the creature within, "Do you usually cooperate when it comes to gathering materials?" Inside the cell was a fully matured demon horse, typically harvested by the Demon Suppression Division for its seeds to cultivate warhorses. The demon horse was bound by 3 iron chains, 2 piercing through its hip bones and 1 through its dantian. Upon hearing Lin Ming's question, it lifted its head and sneered at him. "Get lost." Lin Ming retrieved the key, unlocked the cell, and stepped inside. The demon horse, seeing Lin Ming approach, straightened up and laughed boisterously. "You little brat, back again to serve me? Do you know how much pleasure you bring every time you collect my seeds? Come on, use those tender hands of yours to make it worthwhile." Lin Ming placed his hand upon the horse's head. The creature stared at him in bewilderment. With a swift motion, the demon horse's head spun a full 360 degrees. From its perspective, it merely perceived a blur before losing sight of Lin Ming, only to feel a tightening sensation in its neck and a struggle to breathe. The pain intensified and its strength waned. What was happening? This time, it wasn't merely a collection of seeds, but a harvest of my very life. The demon horse's head drooped, lifeless. Lin Ming drained its essence completely, then glanced at its attributes. 10,000 miles a day, blue; stallion, green; natural demon, purple; muscular limbs, purple; hair like steel needles, purple. Without hesitation, Lin Ming selected the first attribute. The color of the attribute influenced his choice significantly, as it would assist in mastering the divine eagle's dragon soaring technique. After resolving the matter with the first demon horse, Lin Ming proceeded to the second cell and pushed the door open. Inside was a rabbit demon, transformed into a maiden, with alabaster skin, a pitiful visage, long graceful legs, and a pronounced bosom. She was strikingly beautiful, albeit unclothed, with a fluffy white tail adorning her dairy remaster. "Please take me as your concubine. I can offer you much." The rabbit demon's face flushed crimson, her large, pleading eyes brimming with entreaty as they gazed upon Lin Ming. In his past life, Lin Ming had been inundated with various alluring short videos featuring beautiful women, including many from the cosplay community. Yet, those women were merely provocative and frivolous, lacking the unique blend of innocence and seductive charm embodied by the bunny girl before him. She evoked in Lin Ming a recollection of the famed saying from the formidable figure of the Black Earth: "Brother Biao, brother, I wish to seize the opportunity to shoot first." Chapter 77. This young man is quite ferocious. With a swift motion, Lin Ming dispatched the rabbit demon using the snowfall blade technique. A person who places such significance on the essence of life would never willingly surrender it to another demon. The essence from the rabbit demon was absorbed by Lin Ming, as he had no desire for the accompanying attributes. Frankly, the only attributes available were temptation and a long tail, and Lin Ming could scarcely fathom what amalgamation might arise from such traits. In any case, the realm was rife with malevolent beings, and the absence of this particular attribute was of little consequence. Soon enough, Lin Ming arrived at the third cell. Inside, a wolf demon with exceptionally keen senses awaited him. Despite the subtlety with which Lin Ming had dispatched the previous 2 demons, the wolf demon had sensed the disturbance. Thus, as soon as Lin Ming entered, the wolf demon obediently knelt before him, exclaiming, "Greetings, my lord. Whatever you desire, I shall provide at once." "I seek your life," Lin Ming replied coldly. "Very well, I shall comply. Wait, are you truly going to kill me despite my cooperation?" The wolf demon gazed at Lin Ming in disbelief. In response, Lin Ming severed its head with a single stroke. His intent was to claim the lives of these malevolent beings. Their compliance mattered not. One by one, Lin Ming continued his grim task, slaying both the obedient and the defiant alike. The sole distinction lay in the swiftness of their demise. The compliant fell faster, while the recalcitrant suffered more excruciatingly. In the span of a mere incense stick's burn, Lin Ming had cleared the second level of the demon suppression prison and discovered that his cultivation had finally reached the 7th layer of Qi gathering. "Damn!" Summoning his status panel, he muttered, "Are you deliberately suppressing my cultivation?" However, upon glancing at the status of his essence absorption, Lin Ming's demeanor softened. The life essences from these demons were minimal. Some had even dwindled to a mere third of their peak vitality. After all, being imprisoned for such an extended period, frequently subjected to essence extraction, meant that merely maintaining their existence was a testament to the leniency of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Yet, it was still insufficient. Lin Ming shook his head and proceeded to the next level. Clatter, clatter. His footsteps echoed as he descended the stairs. The guard on the second level had just awakened, stretching languidly in his chair with a contented expression. What a refreshing nap. As he turned around, he noticed that one of the cell doors was ajar, causing him to recall the earlier essence extraction. Damn it, these incompetent fools are becoming increasingly careless. They can't even close the doors after extraction. Irritated, the guard approached the cell and kicked the door in an attempt to close it, only to inadvertently discover the emptiness within. Where are the demons? Where's the essence? Oh, perhaps they were extracted too thoroughly and perished, he mused. The younger generation truly lacks the basic courtesy to announce their departures. Muttering a curse, the guard grabbed a ledger and began to document his findings as he patrolled. Cell 18 is empty, 19 is empty, 20 is empty, 21. Empty? 22. 23. What the hell? The guard's panic escalated with each empty cell he inspected, culminating in a frantic shout as he rushed to check every remaining cell. They were all vacant. What on earth is happening? Is this some sort of essence extraction or a hot pot feast? Everything seems to have vanished. Could it be that he has escaped? The second-tier guard hurriedly rushed to the first floor, only to find an atmosphere of tranquility, as if nothing had occurred. The first-tier guard glanced at him and inquired, "What is wrong? Where is young Master Lin?" "Young Master Lin? Which one?" The second-tier guard furrowed his brow. "The one who just went down. Didn't you see him?" The first-tier guard replied, puzzled. The second-tier guard racked his brain, recalling in a semi-conscious state that someone had indeed gone down earlier. That fellow had even asked him what to do if the evil spirit was dead, to which he had replied with gratitude, I truly thank you." Although the second-tier guard was somewhat reckless and had no expectations for promotion, the sudden disappearance of such a long-term resource transcended mere promotion or reassignment. He could barely even receive his salary. In the Demon Suppression Prison, on the third floor. Upon arriving here, Lin Ming was enveloped by an oppressive atmosphere. With each step he took closer to the third-floor hall, it felt as though an immense weight was pressing down upon him. By the time he stood before the third-tier guard, the burden on him exceeded 100,000 pounds. This was a pressure of presence, lethal to the weak. The third-tier guard, a dwarf, looked at Lin Ming with mockery. "You've got some guts, kid. You are the first I've seen brave enough to descend and extract the essence of the evil spirits." As the strength of the imprisoned spirits increased, the deeper one went into the prison. It was customary for the guard stationed on the third floor and below to harvest the resources themselves before handing them over. Lin Ming offered no reply. He merely stretched his body slightly before approaching the cell. The third-tier guard found it amusing and even tossed him the keys. While the young man has some spirit, did my jest ruffle your feathers? Today, I'm keen to see how you manage to extract the essence from these creatures." As Lin Ming noticed the third-tier guard disregarding him, he casually caught the keys and proceeded toward the first cell with a lighter heart. Inside this cell was a malevolent entity, a massive cyclopean creature. Its eyes stood tall within the confines, over a person's height. With a crescent-shaped pupil and countless nerve fibers sprawling from the back of the eye, resembling a creeping vine, densely occupying every wall of the cell, transforming it into its domain. This was precisely why other extractors dared not venture down. This creature would resist. Even the guards on the third floor found it arduous to extract from it, managing only to gather a minuscule amount each time. Standing at the cell's entrance, Lin Ming sensed that this entity was of the malevolent spirit caliber, corresponding to the spirit liquid stage of demon kings and warriors. Creak! The cell door swung open, and Lin Ming stepped inside. The cyclopean eye floated within the confines, and upon noticing Lin Ming's entrance, its scara filled with crimson veins, appearing both fierce and horrifying. As it uttered, "Kid, you should heed the words of that fellow outside. Why do you insist on barging in here?" Suddenly, the one-eyed creature gently swayed, its crescent-shaped pupil rapidly dilating. A voice, seemingly materializing from thin air, expressed surprise. "Young man, you smell delightful. I am utterly enamored by your fragrance. I cannot wait any longer. Let me consume you." The voice trembled with anticipation, while the sound of rustling echoed within the cell, revealing its neural tendrils creeping and extending towards Lin Ming. The three guards stood outside the door, fixated on Lin Ming. "Boy, are you not going to call for help? Surely you could still make a sound?" Lin Ming did not respond. Instead, he slowly retrieved a piece of paper from his bosom and deftly folded it into a paper knife. As he exhaled a breath infused with the essence of incense upon it, the paper knife rattled and transformed into an exceptionally sharp blade, radiating a robust and pure aura that left the one-eyed creature trembling in fear. The guard were momentarily taken aback. Essence of incense? Is this bred a scholar? In a flash, Lin Ming propelled himself off the ground, vanishing from sight. With the aid of his extraordinary speed, enhanced by the attributes of rapid movement and the divine eagle's dragon-engaging technique, his short-distance sprint became so swift that even the colossal eye could not track him. The one-eyed creature, however, did not need to pursue him, for this cell was its domain, allowing it to manipulate the surroundings at will. With a sudden blink, the one-eyed creature caused a cataclysmic transformation of the dimly lit cell into an ancient battlefield, where numerous cavalrymen on majestic steeds charged at Lin Ming, brandishing long spears with an overwhelming and imposing presence that felt alarmingly genuine. This was an illusion, a phantasm that blurred the line between reality and artifice. Unlike Lin Ming's mere sleight of hand, these cavalrymen could indeed inflict real harm. While Lin Ming's speed was extraordinary, the cavalry was no less swift, as they were manifestations of primordial energy. In an instant, they collided, with the paper knife clashing against the spears, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks, mingled with the creaking of doors. The three guards, no longer mere spectators, rushed in, concerned for Lin Ming's safety, eager to intervene. "Step back, let me handle this," one guard shouted as he charged towards the one-eyed creature. With his abilities, he could swiftly break through the illusion and reach the one-eyed creature, transforming his hand into a dark hue before striking down upon it. "Give me." A tattered paper knife pierced through the one-eyed creature's form, and with a gentle tremor, it shattered. The creature let out a pained scream as it exploded, causing the surrounding illusion to dissipate rapidly. Lin Ming absorbed the essence of the one-eyed creature, further enhancing his primordial spirit, invigorated by the experience. Glancing at his status panel, he noted his spirit level, Manifestation Stage 2. Not bad, he mused, pleased with the 2 minor advancements. He also collected the illusion blue spell fragment from the ground. Once the malevolent aura in the room had dissipated, Lin Ming turned to the guard beside him. "Is there something you need?" The guard, still holding his hand aloft, suspended in his attack, stared at Lin Ming in astonishment. This young man is incredibly formidable. In the next moment, the guard snapped back to reality, gazing at Lin Ming incredulously. "Who are you?" Lin Ming presented his token and pass. After a brief glance at the contents, particularly fixating on the title of general, the third-tier guard sighed, realizing that he was indeed a young master from above. It was no wonder he possessed such strength. "Are you here to hone your skills?" he inquired. "One could say so. If there are any disobedient demons, I could assist you in dealing with them," Lin Ming elucidated. The guard replied, "Young master, you have come to the wrong place. I actually have a few unruly ones here." He gestured towards several distant cells, saying cells 12, 18, and 31 house the more troublesome demons. "If you could discipline them, I will be most grateful." Approaching the designated cells, Lin Ming observed the occupants, only to find that these demons were rather feeble, even weaker than the one-eyed creature he had encountered earlier. "Are you jesting with me?" Lin Ming retorted coldly, casting a sharp glance back at the guard. Chapter 78. "Young Master Lin, I wish to vent my frustrations on you." The guard on the third level chuckled and explained, "What do you mean by that, young Master Lin? Those demonic creatures are indeed unruly. If you doubt my words, just take a look. If I deceive you even once, I shall immediately be demoted to the next level as a guard." Observing the guard's somewhat mocking demeanor, Lin Ming grasped the situation. The guard stationed here were either individuals who had offended higher-ups or a group of those who followed orders selectively. Thus, the higher echelons of the Demon Suppression Division had dispatched them here to minimize trouble and temper their dispositions, hoping they might be refined into something of greater utility. However, it appeared that this grinding stone of the demon suppression prison had not polished them, but rather rendered them even more unruly. The fact that these guards could engage Lin Ming in polite conversation and attempt to deceive him with a few lesser demons was solely due to their recognition of his considerable strength. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have long since been driven away. Pondering for a moment, Lin Ming turned to the guard and remarked, "I perceive that you too are rather disobedient." The guard raised an eyebrow, a subtle sneer curling his lips. "Your words, young Master Lin, instill a sense of trepidation in me. As your subordinate, by rank, you surpass me." Lin Ming corrected him, "Yet by background, I could hardly compare to you." The third-level guard responded with a jest, further augmenting his simmering rage. Lin Ming slowly unsheathed his blade, his gaze as calm as a still pond. "There is no need to provoke me intentionally. I will not show mercy." Seeing Lin Ming's composed demeanor, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in the guard's eyes, and he ceased his taunts, drawing his own weapon. "You are quite remarkable. I have never encountered a young man of such privileged background and steady disposition. Alas, my greatest delight lies in trampling upon young masters like you. Do you have any idea how gratifying it is to witness your faces contorted with impotent rage and profound unwillingness after I defeat you? That sensation is worth 100 women to me. So I kindly request, young Master Lin, that you assist me in alleviating my frustrations." Having served as a guard on this third level for 8 years, akin to being imprisoned himself, he no longer concealed the malevolence etched on his face. Human sorrow and joy vary greatly. While the guard found joy in the impending confrontation, Lin Ming merely perceived it as an annoyance. Swish! Lin Ming charged forth, unleashing a blade of icy, chilling energy in a heavy downward slash. His initial strike embodied his signature snowfall blade technique. The guard laughed heartily, relishing the opportunity. "This snowfall blade technique is my forte, cultivated over 30 years. Can you possibly rival me?" As the air around him instantly crystallized, the guard swung his blade, unleashing a torrent of icy shards, contrasting with Lin Ming's flurry of snowflakes. This strike, infused with 3 decades of mastery, posed a formidable challenge. Clang! With a resounding explosion, Lin Ming's and the guard's blades shattered simultaneously. A terrifying force descended upon the guard, causing his expression to change drastically. He let out a muffled groan and swiftly retreated, frantically channeling his energy to dissipate the overwhelming power. "What the hell? Primordial golden body!" The guard stared at Lin Ming in disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you a scholar or a martial artist?" Originally, I believe this young man was merely a scholar who had dabbled in martial arts for a few days. To my astonishment, he has mastered the elusive and complex technique of the primordial golden body. Lin Ming remained silent, executing the divine eagle seizing dragon move, launching himself forward with tremendous force. The guard, daunted, dared not confront Lin Ming directly. Instead, he retreated 2 steps, forming his fingers into a sword and unleashing dozens of fiery sword chi. The celestial fire meteor sword. These fiery sword chi shot forth like meteors, radiating intense heat, scorching everything in their path to a fiery red, rendering the ground too hot to tread upon, leaving Lin Ming no opportunity for escape. Regrettably, Lin Ming summoned a golden divine power, manifesting a colossal turtle shell that effortlessly deflected all the fiery sword chi. He then closed the distance to the guard, seizing his arm with a vice-like grip. The guard, overwhelmed by Lin Ming's terrifying strength, felt excruciating pain coursing through his arm, rendering him powerless. "Release me," he implored. Within the guard's body, spiritual liquid transformed into flames, surging wildly, causing his body to redden rapidly, exuding an unbearable heat that deterred any attempt to touch him. Lin Ming let out a cold laugh, swiftly converting his own true energy into fire, his body equally ablaze. The guard, now in disbelief, widened his eyes. Though aware that the primordial golden body required 3 types of true energy to manifest its full potential, he found it remarkable that this young man possessed water, fire, and earth-true energies, rendering him impervious, even advantageous against the guard's abilities. Was this young master intentionally sent to discipline him? Before the guard could ponder further, Lin Ming yanked his arm and swung him down heavily onto the ground. Subsequently, Lin Ming unleashed a barrage of punches upon the guard, his fists empowered by the primordial golden body, which inherently granted him immense strength. The title of martial arts master further augmented his power as the battle wore on, making each subsequent punch heavier than the last. After a relentless flurry of strikes, the guard found himself coughing up blood, desperately pleading for mercy. I was wrong. I concede. Spare me, Captain Lin. No longer did he dare to refer to Lin Ming as young master, nor did he harbor any contempt. Only then did Lin Ming cease his assault, gazing at the guard with a hint of disappointment. Why concede so swiftly? Yet I must admit, you're indeed stronger than those in the spiritual liquid phase outside. Judging by his aura, the guard seemed to possess merely the first or second layer of the spiritual liquid phase. However, when Lin Ming was at the third or fourth layer of energy gathering, he could slay spiritual liquid phase monsters. Now, at the seventh layer, this guard still had the audacity to seek surrender. Truly, heroes in the state capital are as numerous as fish crossing a river. The guard, hearing Lin Ming's words, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How could he defeat me and still mock me? Yet, upon meeting Lin Ming's regretful gaze, a chill ran down his spine. What does he mean? Am I apologizing too soon? Did he intend to eliminate me from the very beginning? Goodness, is it really necessary? I merely jested at his expense. Are these young masters so petty? The guard, filled with resentment, rose from the ground to face Lin Ming. Captain Lin, even if I am at fault, surely my crime does not warrant death? You are not guilty, Lin Ming replied, shaking his head. Lin Ming never considered whether his opponent was innocent. He simply sought to equitably eliminate every formidable adversary. The guard, however, remained skeptical of his words, feeling that the man was merely speaking in jest. Yet, feeling outmatched, he had no recourse. Lin Ming, still somewhat unwilling to accept the situation, thought to himself, who could be content when half the meal was prepared and the duck had fled? He turned to the guard and sincerely inquired, has your anger subsided? Indeed, it has. Absolutely calmed. The guard quickly assured him, I am now quite amenable. Lin Ming, feeling increasingly disheartened, shifted his gaze to the cells. Are there any particularly troublesome demons within? He asked. The third-level guard immediately responded, Oh, those rascals are exceedingly difficult. Could you perhaps provide some guidance? Certainly, Lin Ming declared as he strode purposefully toward the cells. The guard, intending to assist, was rebuffed by Lin Ming and could only wait patiently outside. He listened as a cacophony of clanging erupted from within, and soon Lin Ming emerged, looking rejuvenated, and proceeded to the next cell. Another round of clanging ensued, followed by raucous howls, and Lin Ming emerged once more with a beaming countenance, continuing on to the next. Thus, each demon in the third tier was subjected to a singular symphony of punishment, while Lin Ming reveled in the satisfaction of his exertions. Though these demons had been largely subdued, helping Lin Ming break through to the spiritual liquid stage was still entirely feasible. Martial arts realm, spiritual liquid stage, first level, soul realm, manifestation, fourth level. Indeed, it was the demon suppression prison. Lin Ming's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm and anticipation as he turned to the guard. What led you to become a guard here? I insulted my superior, the guard replied candidly. Is it truly as simple as that? Lin Ming arched an eyebrow. Yes, it is. Wait. The guard suddenly realized something was amiss, looking at Lin Ming incredulously. Captain Lin, what do you mean? To be honest, I would like to apply to serve here, Lin Ming replied with a smile. The guard scrutinized Lin Ming for a long moment, confirming that he was not jesting, before reluctantly saying, Captain Lin, young Master Lin, I do not know what martial arts you practice that enables you to harness the power of these demons, but this place is not as splendid as you might envision. Not only is it a place of perpetual confinement, where one must suppress their existence, but resources are scarce, and demons do not arrive incessantly. It took 23 years to fill this tier with demons, and now you've eradicated them all. Who knows how long it will take to replenish them? Lin Ming furrowed his brow slightly. So, no chance of leaving? That presents quite a dilemma. I wonder if a day release is feasible. The guard was unfamiliar with the concept of release, but could surmise that Lin Ming sought to have his cake and eat it too. He shook his head, saying, "This is the demon suppression prison, a place for confining demons, and also for those of the demon suppression division who are disobedient. Do not harbor such hopes." "Very well then," Lin Ming conceded, redirecting his gaze toward the entrance to the next level. "Below this tier, are there demons of the origin Dan stage?" "No. The formidable demons of the origin Dan stage can only be captured in the capital. There is no hope here in the prefectural city. The lower tier still houses demons of the spiritual liquid stage, but they are significantly more powerful, and their abilities are unimaginably formidable." The third-level guard elaborated, observing Lin Ming's growing intrigue, and could not help but shake his head. "Captain Lin, it would be prudent for you to refrain from descending. The malevolent entities on that level are exceedingly perilous. To prevent any collusion with these fiends and their subsequent release, only the guards are permitted to descend." Lin Ming, intrigued, inquired, "What if the guards were to rebel?" The guard shrugged and replied, "That is precisely why no one is allowed to descend. Even in the event of a guard insurrection, the creatures cannot escape. In light of this, it seems that venturing to the next level is entirely out of the question." Lin Ming had no choice but to exit the demon suppression prison and ascend the stairs. Once he departed, the guards on the third level breathed a collective sigh of relief. However, the guards on the second level could not remain idle. They patiently awaited Lin Ming's descent to the first level before stealthily approaching the third level to inquire, "Old 3, what was the situation with that gentleman just now?" The third-level guard pondered for a moment and replied, "To be honest, I'm not quite sure how to describe it. All I can say is, it was rather disheartening." Chapter 79. The fusion of blades and firearms. I wonder how you will resist. In the bustling state city, within the Demon Suppression Division's command hall, Commander Su Meixian gazed intently at the young maiden before her. The girl's ample figure was somewhat constrained, occupying half of the grand chair, her skin as pure as jade, and her inner energy remarkably refined. "Indeed, that old scoundrel Zhao Chuanfu did not deceive me. You are undeniably a rare prodigy." Tian Weishue, however, paid little heed to the praise, having grown weary of such flattery. Her greater concern lay in how Su Meixian would choose to deal with her. There had been no prior mention of Zhao Chuanfu intending to send her to the state city. In truth, Zhao Chuanfu had always harbored the desire to bring Tian Weishue here, but not in such a manner. His intention was for her to participate in the grand team competition, to make her talents visible to his wife and others, thereby ensuring her abilities garnered the recognition they deserved. However, the unexpected emergence of Lin Ming disrupted Zhao Chuanfu's plans, compelling him to allow Lin Ming to compete instead. Yet, a talent like Tian Weishue could not languish in Ping'an County. Hence the decision to take a shortcut and bring her directly. As for how to nurture Tian Weishue, that decision now rested in Su Meixian's hands. The commander weighed her options, curiosity piqued. So, Tian Weishue, given Zhao Chuanfu's temperament, he would have likely arranged for you to participate in the grand team competition, allowing you to shine and attract everyone's attention. Yet, why have you been brought here directly? A subtle unease crossed Tian Weishue's exquisite features. Su Meixian raised an eyebrow, leaning slightly forward, her ample bosom resting on the table. "What's this? Is there some hidden agenda that I am unaware of?" "There is no hidden agenda," Tian Weishue replied, a hint of reluctance in her voice. "Lin Ming is indeed superior to me. He is more likely to succeed in the grand team competition." Su Meixian's eyes sparkled with understanding as she scrutinized Tian Weishue. "I can see that you harbor discontent. It seems Lin Ming has usurped the very opportunity meant for your cultivation." Tian Weishue turned her gaze towards Su Meixian. "It is not discontent, but rather a sense of unwillingness. I dislike being overshadowed by others. Yet Lin Ming undeniably possesses the qualifications. He is at the pinnacle of true energy." "What? Is that true?" Su Meixian exclaimed, rising suddenly in astonishment, creating quite a stir that prompted Tian Weishue to glance at her in surprise. "How remarkable! Did the young lieutenant not inform you?" Tian Weishue countered. "That old scoundrel has concealed such crucial information. intending for Lin Ming to astound everyone at the Grand Team competition. A practitioner of the pinnacle true energy is indeed astonishing, capable of attracting the attention of generals and esteemed leaders alike. Such a figure is beyond my grasp, so I shall not dwell on it. Since you are Zhao's disciple, I shall certainly seek a path for you. Su Meixian expressed her profound dissatisfaction with her partner, repeatedly referring to him as a scoundrel without reservation. However, she was exceedingly considerate of Tian Weishue. After a moment's hesitation, she summoned young Lieutenant Su. Upon entering, young Lieutenant Su was about to inquire about the matter at hand when he spotted Tian Weishue and instantly realized, "Commander Su has summoned me. It must be regarding Miss Tian." "Precisely. You were the one who brought her back. You should be well acquainted with her," Su Meixian replied with a faint smile. Her charm undeniable, causing young Lieutenant Su to instinctively turn his gaze away. He feared that if he gazed any longer, he might lose his composure. It was beyond him how that old man, Zhao Chuanfu, had stumbled upon such fortuitous luck. How could such a stunning young woman be his wife? Lieutenant Su forced himself to think of Tian Weishue, yet he realized that although she lacked the seductive charm of a married woman, her beauty was exquisite and undeniably alluring. In a moment of desperation, Lieutenant Su employed his cultivation techniques to calm himself. "Commander Su, I understand you desire the Qianjun order in my possession, but I am truly unfamiliar with this young lady. Does she possess any remarkable qualities?" "I am of the second rank of true energy," Tian Weishue replied softly. Lieutenant Su gazed at Tian Weishue in disbelief. The characteristics of first-rank true energy could be discerned through certain traits, but other ranks of true energy had to be experienced firsthand. Thus, he was genuinely astonished to discover that this young woman before him was a second-rank practitioner. Goodness! Has the value of high-grade true energy diminished to such an extent? Lieutenant Su felt a pang of frustration. He had thought that being at the third rank of true energy would allow him to stand proudly among his peers in the province, galloping freely down the path of cultivation. Yet, he had encountered a Lin Ming and now a Tian Weishue. What was going on? Feeling utterly disheartened, Lieutenant Su dejectedly produced the Qianjun order and tossed it to Tian Weishue. Though he was unfamiliar with her, he trusted that Su Meixian, who had garnered praise even from his grandfather, would not deceive him in this matter. Therefore, bestowing a token upon a second-rank practitioner was justified, albeit it left him feeling uneasy. Su Meixian discerned Lieutenant Su's sentiments, and, wishing to lighten his spirits, playfully teased, "Is it merely a token you seek? Look at how it pains you." Ironically, her words only intensified his discomfort, prompting him to self-deprecate with a smile. Indeed, what is so rare about a mere token? We are the ones who seek it, yet they hardly spare us a glance. As Tian Weishue received the Qianjun order, she contemplated that joining under the command of the general would surely expedite her progress. However, upon hearing his words, her expression shifted slightly. She had not witnessed Lieutenant Su giving Lin Ming a token, but logically deduced who it was that had refused the token he mentioned. So, had she merely acquired something discarded by Lin Ming? Su Meixian expressed her surprise. "What? Are you implying that someone has actually turned down the Qianjun order?" "Huh. It is your esteemed husband's subordinate. Lieutenant Su Vito, Somewati Vida. Lin Ming? Who else could it be? With first-rank true energy, he looks down on everything. He believes himself to be above it all." Lieutenant Su was genuinely incensed and deeply frustrated. What did it matter if his purity of true energy was high? In the realm of martial artists, 1S level was what truly spoke volumes. He was merely a few years younger than Lin Ming, yet had already reached the third stage of the spiritual liquid phase, while Lin Ming, in his 20s, remained stuck in the gathering energy phase. It seemed he had devoted all his efforts to enhancing the purity of his true energy, neglecting his foundational skills. Sooner or later, this would lead to his downfall. Su Meixian regarded the visibly agitated Lieutenant Su with a knowing smile, choosing to remain silent. Tian Weishue had intended to clarify that Lin Ming had not been cultivating for over 20 years, but less than 2 months, when Su Meixian's glance restrained her. For she understood that Lieutenant Su did not despise Lin Ming, but was merely venting his frustrations. After Lieutenant Su's incessant prattling, he turned to Tian Weishue and said, "Come with me. Let us return early to meet my grandfather. Aren't you going to observe the 100 teams competition?" Sumexian inquired courteously. "Observe what? Watching Lin Ming show off? I have no interest in that," Lieutenant Su retorted, pivoting on his heel and striding away. He disparaged Lin Ming's low cultivation level, but did not doubt that Lin Ming would prevail at the competition. Su Meixian promptly rose to see the two off. After a moment of contemplation, she summoned two young men. One bore a golden blade at his waist, while the other carried a silver spear on his back, both emanating an aura of formidable dominance, their gazes piercing like the blazing sun, making it difficult for others to meet their eyes. Upon entering, they bowed respectfully to Su Meixian. "Master," they greeted. "Ah." Seeing her two beloved disciples, Su Meixian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Just as she was about to offer them words of praise, thoughts of Lin Ming intruded, causing her commendations to dissolve into a sigh. "The reason I summoned you is to remind you that a certain Lin Ming has cultivated to the first level of true qi." The young man with the golden blade, who had casually rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, suddenly clenched it tightly. The silver spear wielder's eyes gleamed with an unusual light. First level of true qi? A genius from above? No, he hails from small county. He is merely a subordinate of that old scoundrel, Su Meixian clarified. The two young men were well aware of whom their master referred to as the old scoundrel, as they had often heard her utter such remarks about their master. However, they found it hard to believe that Lin Ming could originate from a mere small county. Those capable of condensing the first level of true qi typically emerged from powerful lineages. Even if there were a rare few from humble beginnings, their family backgrounds would far surpass that of small county. Needless to say, a small county might not even know how to cultivate the first level of true qi. He must be a scion of some great figure, placed in the county for reasons of anonymity, seeking to cleanse his identity through a poor family. The two young men exchanged glances, quickly categorizing Lin Ming's identity. The young man with the golden blade pondered for a moment and asked, "Master, does this mean the first place in the 100 teams competition is to be given to him? As the illegitimate child of a powerful figure, he must be eager to ascend swiftly." The silver spear wielder also felt a surge of resentment. They had anticipated that this competition would be their final showdown, vying for first and second place, only to have an illegitimate child emerge from the shadows. Su Meixian perceived their discontent and remarked, "You are free to compete as you wish. I merely wish to caution you that his prowess is formidable." The two young men understood that the intersection of the terms illegitimate child of a powerful figure and first level of true qi indicated that this individual could not possibly be weak. Yet, who among them was not also strong? The two of them grew up in the state city from a young age, each hailing from formidable families. They have diligently practiced the pinnacle of martial arts passed down through generations, and during their childhood, they studied under the esteemed Master Su Meixian, the foremost expert in the state city. It would not be an exaggeration to say that their strength surpasses that of their peers in the state city, and facing opponents beyond their rank has become a routine affair. Even if Lin Ming is strong, they possess unwavering confidence. Upon witnessing their demeanor, Su Meixian nonchalantly waved her hand to dismiss them, content that they were aware of the matter at hand. The two young men promptly exited the room. As they stepped outside, the youth wielding the golden blade took the initiative to speak. "Shall we join forces?" The youth with the silver spear scoffed. "From your expression earlier, I thought you were planning to take on Lin Ming alone." The golden blade youth retorted with irritation, "I am confident, not foolish. That individual comes from a higher realm and undoubtedly possesses techniques far beyond our most formidable skills. Only by combining our strengths can we subdue him." The silver spear youth ceased his mockery and replied earnestly, "I share your sentiments. Let us first unite to overpower him, and then contend for the top two positions." Having competed against each other since childhood, the two now found themselves compelled to collaborate in the face of external pressure, a revelation that would surely astonish many if it were to spread. Yet, they remained unfazed. As outsiders, they understood the necessity of being prepared to confront the local prodigies. Exchanging confident smiles, the golden blade youth and the silver spear youth locked eyes. "Lin Ming, with our combined prowess, we shall see how you can triumph." Chapter 80. Allow me to stay by your side as a dog. Lin Ming returned to the first level of the demon suppression prison. The guards on the first level looked at him with peculiar expressions. Young Master Lin. Ahem, Captain Lin, have you truly cleared out the entire second level? Lin Ming nodded and continued walking outward. As he observed his retreating figure, the guard's expression shifted constantly, and just as Lin Ming was about to exit through the passage, the guard suddenly rushed over, kneeling before him with sincerity, gazing up earnestly. Captain Lin, do you need a dog? I can guard the house and even bite if necessary. Lin Ming paused, casting a glance at the earnest and obsequious guard. What brings you to this? In his view, the guard was quite adaptable, possessing such skills. He should not need to plead with Lin Ming. A little effort to navigate external connections could surely secure his escape from this dark prison, where he would live more freely and with greater dignity than as a mere dog at Lin Ming's side. With a somewhat pained expression, yet serious demeanor, the guard responded, "It is because I admire you, and I wish to follow you. Even if it means being a dog basking in your glory. It would be the greatest honor of my life, sufficient to bring glory to my ancestors and be remembered for millennia. There is no need for such humility. I prefer solitude." Lin Ming interjected, halting the guard's self-deprecation. "Captain, esteemed sir, I am truly capable of anything. Even if you engage in matters that might not bear the light of day, I can assist you." The guard, desperate, crawled forward, clutching Lin Ming's trousers in supplication. Seeing his pitiful demeanor, Lin Ming grew even more perplexed. "With your determination, why can't you find a way out?" Realizing Lin Ming's distrust, the guard lamented, "I have offended the deputy commander, and no one dares to assist me. Only you can achieve this, and, as an outsider here without any roots, you will surely require someone for certain clandestine tasks. I excel in such matters." In truth, the guard had not initially intended to seek Lin Ming's help, believing that Lin Ming would not risk enmity with a deputy commander for a mere minor character like himself. However, upon discovering that Lin Ming had effortlessly cleared out the second level of demons, and that they had all vanished, the guard changed his mind. He believed Lin Ming must have cultivated a unique form of martial arts that allowed him to refine demons for his own use. This martial art, one might say, is deemed sinister if practiced by ordinary individuals, but when practiced by heirs of great powers, is regarded as a special talent. Regardless, those who cultivate such arts inevitably engage in some unsavory deeds, which is why the guard was willing to serve as his grim accomplice. He had grown weary of this dismal place, and with many years of life left, he did not wish to squander his potential. Lin Ming looked down at the guard, lost in contemplation. The fact that he could refine demons was known to a few individuals. Tian Weishua had witnessed it firsthand. Zhao Chuanfu could likely deduce some insights from their previous battles. Then there were the three guards here. Given that Tian Weishua and Zhao Chuanfu had not leaked information thus far, they could be considered allies, and even if given the chance in the future, they would certainly hesitate to disclose his secret. Regarding the three guards here, having offended someone, even if they were to divulge secrets, it is likely that no one would believe them. Thus, Lin Ming felt emboldened to engage in his endeavors here, unencumbered by the need for any dirty gloves. However, observing the demeanor of this individual, Lin Ming ultimately relented. "What can you offer me? If I am not mistaken, your martial arts can harness the power of malevolence for your own benefit?" The guard's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly racked his brain to contemplate his utility. Such dark arts, oh no, such formidable martial techniques generally possess certain flaws. Namely, the absorbed power of malevolence is exceedingly chaotic and requires various elixirs and the assistance of masters for purification. Correct? How am I to know? Lin Ming nodded approvingly. You are indeed clever. Receiving such praise, the guard felt an increase in confidence, his voice rising slightly. I believe, esteemed sir, that you certainly lack elixirs and the assistance of experts, but you must be in search of malevolence, which is why you have come to the demon suppression prison. Coincidentally, I am quite familiar with the malevolent entities in the state city and can guide you to them. The rest was mere chatter. But that last sentence piqued Lin Ming's interest. This fellow is well acquainted with the local malevolence. How long have you been in the demon suppression prison? Lin Ming inquired suddenly. Replying to your honor, 5 years, oh, are you concerned that I might be out of touch with the outside world due to my lengthy confinement here? Rest assured, the situation regarding malevolence near the state city has remained stable for decades, perhaps even a century, without any significant changes. Moreover, those formidable malevolent beings seldom turn against one another lightly, for they are unified against the state city. Thus, even if there were changes, it would likely be the Demon Suppression Division capturing a malevolent entity, leading to others being sent to the prison. In my 5 years here, I have yet to encounter any of the ruling malevolent beings. The guard continued to assert his significance, chattering incessantly. Lin Ming, observing his evident knowledge, felt quite satisfied. Very well. Inform me of where the malevolence lies, and I shall investigate. If all is indeed as you say, I may assist you in your escape. Although such maps could presumably be procured within the Demon Suppression Division, it seemed that, based on the earlier behavior of Captain M.O., in order to prevent Lin Ming from causing any mischief, he would likely not be granted the opportunity to venture out. He could only rely on this fellow. Excellent. Please wait a moment. The guard's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly rushed to fetch a piece of paper, beginning to sketch. Before long, he produced a map, carefully handing it over. Young master, this is a map of the malevolence. I have marked the strength and territory of the malevolent entities, as well as the surrounding sects and estates. Lin Ming glanced at the map and felt even more satisfied. You are indeed a valuable aid. Wait here. The guard trembled with excitement, respectfully seeing Lin Ming off. Once Lin Ming's figure had completely vanished into the passage, the guard could no longer contain his elation, tears even glistening in his eyes. Wonderful, truly wonderful. At last, there's a chance to escape this wretched place. Lin Ming, holding the map, exited the Demon Suppression Prison. Just as he emerged, he encountered two young men approaching him, one wielding a golden blade and the other bearing a silver spear. Lin Ming initially believed they were heading to the Demon Suppression Abyss and paid them no mind as he walked away. Unexpectedly, the two youths blocked his path and spoke up. You're Lin Ming, are you not? We have awaited your arrival for quite some time, remarked the indifferent youth wielding a golden knife. The silver spear youth scrutinized Lin Ming from head to toe, lingering particularly on his face, his expression revealing a hint of discontent. Damn it, not only is he stronger than me, but he is also more handsome. Lin Ming regarded the duo and noted their formidable prowess, instantly intrigued. Who are you? Song Jintao. Bai Shengwen. After their self-introductions, Song Jintao, the youth with the golden knife, could no longer contain himself. We are aware of your intention to participate in the upcoming 100 Teams tournament, and you aim to secure the first place. However, we will not allow you to ascend over us. Indeed, we have resolved to join forces. We are here to inform you of our intent, so as to maintain transparency. Bai Shengwen declared, a faint arrogance gracing his handsome features. Very well, Lin Ming remarked appreciatively, casting a glance at the two before striding away. The duo, momentarily taken aback by his departure, exchanged perplexed looks. Wait, is he leaving just like that? Shouldn't he be furious and eager to challenge us to a duel? Or, at the very least, threaten us with his commanding authority? Bai Shengwen, quicker to react, scowled in realization. This arrogant brat truly believes too highly of himself. What is it? Song Jintao asked, still processing the situation. Bai Shengwen retorted angrily. Can't you see? His calm demeanor stems from his confidence in his own abilities. He thinks it is only natural for us to confront him together. Song Jintao's expression darkened. Damn it, I have seen many arrogant individuals. But this level of hubris is unprecedented. We are foolish for even notifying him. We have allowed him to bask in his delusion. Bai Shengwen lamented. While lament so, our approach is honorable. If we are to ally, we should do so openly. Unlike him, who conceals his lineage, likely afraid to acknowledge his own father. Moreover, once we triumph over him, his arrogance will surely be quelled. Song Jintao's eyes blazed with determination, a cold smile gracing his lips. Bai Shengwen took a deep breath, quelling his inner turmoil. Indeed, let him remain arrogant. My silver spear shall not be without its advantages. Meanwhile, Lin Ming, map in hand, had already ridden out of the state city. Clad in the attire of the Demon Suppression Division, he faced no opposition or inquiries, allowing for a smooth passage through the city gates. The map depicted the territory of the demon spawn, known as the Wild Boar Forest, situated 120 miles from the state city, a densely packed primitive jungle. According to the annotations on the map, the Wild Boar Forest harbored a formidable demon king at the Yuan dance stage, 3 lesser demon kings at the spirit liquid stage, along with numerous demons and fiends at the gathering chi and body refinement stages. Surrounding the Wild Boar Forest, there exist 3 villages and a sect. Logically, such a vicinity, rife with malevolent entities, ought to be devoid of villages. After all, villages are typically established by affluent individuals to manage nearby farmlands, host gatherings, or indulge in clandestine affairs, and are generally situated in secure locales. However, it appears that the proprietors of these 3 villages have forged some unspoken alliance with the Wild Boar Forest, for they have remained untroubled by its presence. As for the sect, it is known as the Dongshan sect, allegedly founded by a skilled martial artist, nicknamed the Dongshan Swordsman. This sect boasts a history of approximately 2 centuries. Within its ranks, there are several elite disciples who have gained a modest renown in the surrounding region. According to the guards, Lin Ming should first pay a visit to the Dongshan sect, as they have long engaged in conflicts with the Wild Boar Forest and undoubtedly possess more extensive and up-to-date information than what the guards could provide. As for whether the Dongshan sect would assist Lin Ming, such a notion is utterly preposterous. No martial faction would dare to offend the Demon Suppression Division unless they possess the confidence to confront malevolent beings without the need for assistance from the division. As Lin Ming galloped forth, the Dongshan sect soon came into view. He promptly stowed away the map and charged through the mountain gate. The idea of sending someone ahead to announce his arrival, or dismounting to wait, was beneath the dignity of the Dongshan sect, the disciples guarding the mountain gate, upon witnessing Lin Ming's audacious entry, did not even dare to cast more than a fleeting glance, let alone attempt to impede his passage. Chapter 81. When Father Faces His Fate. The Dongshan sect is established on a small mountain that is easy to defend, yet challenging to attack. The mountain path has been constructed with a reasonable degree of smoothness, lined with numerous sentinels, both overt and covert. However, none dare to obstruct the swift galloping of a white horse. Upon reaching the martial arts platform at the summit, Lin Ming observed several figures emerging from the distant main hall. All were venerable elders with white beards and hair, exuding a formidable aura, each wielding a precious sword as they swiftly approached Lin Ming, bowing respectfully. Perched upon his steed, Lin Ming was disinclined to dismount and directly inquired, "Who is the sect leader?" In response, an elderly man with notably long eyebrows stepped forward, his back adorned with a pale blue sword, evidently a magical artifact, and pure water-type, true energy coursed through his veins. Lin Ming cast a cursory glance and slightly frowned. Can a leader possess only 7th-grade true energy? The Dongshan sect leader's countenance stiffened as he cautiously lifted his gaze to steal a glance at Lin Ming. Uncertain whether Lin Ming was deliberately mocking him or expressing something else, he soon discerned the skepticism reflected in Lin Ming's eyes. The realization dawned upon him that this unfamiliar captain deemed his true energy too feeble to merit the position of sect leader, which filled him with a profound sense of sorrow. Is this reasonable? Does he believe that all martial artists in the world are akin to those in the Demon Subduing Division? He pondered. Moreover, even within the Demon Subduing Division, mid-grade and high-grade true energy are rare commodities. With a hint of defiance, the sect leader remarked, "I am indeed the sect leader, albeit my talent is somewhat lacking, and my true energy falls short. May I inquire, esteemed captain, what is your grade?" "1st grade." The Dongshan sect leader gazed at Lin Ming in disbelief. Surrounding elders and disciples gasped in suppressed astonishment. Their immediate reaction was to suspect Lin Ming of deceit, for 1st-grade true energy is exceedingly rare. Yet, observing Lin Ming's unwavering demeanor, they could not help but entertain doubts. Could this gentleman truly possess 1st-grade true energy? Lin Ming turned his gaze toward the sect leader. "Is there an issue?" "No," the sect leader mumbled, lowering his head in frustration. There was indeed no issue. Regardless of whether Lin Ming genuinely possessed first-grade true energy, the mere presence of such a figure commanded immense respect. Challenging him would be unthinkable. It seemed that today's visitor was one who relished in posturing. Thus, it was prudent to indulge him. "May I inquire, esteemed captain, what brings you here?" The sect leader adopted a more deferential tone. The surrounding elders and disciples found no fault in this approach. After all, one must treat a member of the demon-subduing division with utmost courtesy. "I wish to venture into the wild boar forest. Who possesses knowledge of that area? Please provide me with a map," Lin Ming stated, pausing thoughtfully before adding, "Ensure that the locations and ranges of the more formidable demonic entities are clearly marked. No oversights are permissible." Upon hearing this, the sect leader quickly grasped Lin Ming's intent. He was merely on a mission to the wild boar forest, apprehensive of encountering formidable demonic beings, hence the request for intelligence. Otherwise, why would he seek to mark the range of powerful demonic entities? It was undoubtedly to avoid wandering into perilous territory. The Dongshan sect leader subtly curled his lip. It appeared he was dealing with someone who was quite accustomed to asserting dominance within his own realm. In this place, one boasts of being a master of profound energy, yet looks down upon me, only to become docile when the topic of the wild boar forest arises. After some contemplation, the Lord of Dongshan presented an exceptionally precise map. They had established their sect near the wild boar forest. Had they been ignorant of their adversaries, they would have long been obliterated. Therefore, periodically, disciples are dispatched to the wild boar forest to assess the situation and update the map. Consequently, Lin Ming, upon speaking, was provided with the map in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Upon examining the map, Lin Ming found it remarkably detailed, with certain areas accurately measured down to the meter. "Excellent. I shall take my leave now," he declared as he turned to depart. However, the Lord of Dongshan swiftly intercepted him, and noticing Lin Ming's displeasure, he hurriedly explained, "While we possess a map, the malevolent entities of the wild boar forest do not adhere to human expectations. They may roam or emerge to hunt unexpectedly, which could pose a significant predicament for you. Perhaps it would be prudent for me to send 2 elders to accompany you on your exploration of the wild boar forest. At least, should trouble arise, they can assist you." "That is unnecessary," Lin Ming firmly declined, intent on leaving immediately. Yet, the Lord of Dongshan persisted, cheerfully suggesting, "Surely you require someone to scout the path? After all, undertaking this mission alone is far less convenient than having additional hands." This proposal piqued Lin Ming's interest. He too harbored concerns that the malevolent beings might not be home, rendering his search futile. "Very well, summon 2 elders," he acquiesced with a nod. The Lord of Dongshan sighed in relief and promptly selected 2 individuals to accompany him. His motives were not purely to curry favor with Lin Ming. Rather, if this esteemed individual were to encounter misfortune in the wild boar forest, it would reflect poorly on him as well. By assigning 2 elders at the Qi gathering stage to accompany Lin Ming, he believed he had adequately ensured his protection. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, he could evade blame. The 2 elders chosen were the pillars of the Dongshan sect. The 3rd elder, at the peak of the Qi gathering stage, and the 4th elder, who was also at the pinnacle of this realm. Both were on the verge of breaking through, but had been stalled for over a decade due to their energy being limited to the 9th rank, resulting in an unstable foundation and diminished prospects for advancement. This was precisely why the Lord of Dongshan selected them. Their formidable strength and exhausted potential rendered them expendable. Should they protect Lin Ming at the cost of their lives, it might yield accolades and goodwill from the Demon Suppression Division for the Dongshan sect. Ideally, while executing the mission, they might seize an opportunity to break through, thereby adding 2 profound liquid experts to the sect, which would undoubtedly endear them to the Lord. "Look at how adeptly this matter has been orchestrated," the Lord of Dongshan thought, feeling a sense of clarity. He watched with a beaming smile as the 3 mounted their horses and rode away, filled with pride. Yet, for reasons inexplicable, as they ventured further, a vague discomfort settled in his heart, as though he had overlooked a significant opportunity. "How peculiar," he mused. "Why this sudden unease?" While the Lord of Dongshan pondered these thoughts, the trio had already surged past the mountain gate and arrived at the outskirts of the wild boar forest. The third elder inquired politely, "Might I ask for the name of our esteemed captain and the purpose of your visit?" The fourth elder joined in, awaiting a response. "My surname is Lin. I am here primarily to seek out some spirit liquid stage demon kings. You two may follow closely behind me," Lin Ming replied, dismounting and making his way into the wild boar forest. The primordial jungle was lush and dense, making it impossible to traverse on horseback. Upon hearing Lin Ming's words, the two elders exchanged bewildered glances. Seeking spirit liquid stage demon kings? For what purpose? Could it be that the Demon Suppression Division intends to negotiate with these demon kings? They were perplexed, yet seeing Lin Ming already advancing into the forest, they hurriedly followed. Following the map's specifications, Lin Ming soon arrived at the lair of the first spirit liquid stage demon king, a leopard known as the Wind Leopard King, renowned for its swiftness. The two elders grew increasingly anxious as Lin Ming approached the demon king's den, seemingly intending to enter. They were merely at the gathering energy stage, far from being a match for such a formidable foe. Moreover, the Wind Leopard King had a notorious reputation within the Demon Suppression Division. Prior to reaching the Spirit Liquid stage, it had managed to kill 7 or 8 strongmen and severely injure a captain while escaping from an encirclement by 4 teams. Realizing the peril it posed, the Wind Leopard King had sought refuge under the command of the Boar Demon King, ascending to the Spirit Liquid stage and receiving protection, making it a target no longer for the Demon Suppression Division. Why then had this individual come here personally? The third elder trembled, his calves quaking as he whispered, "Captain Lin, what exactly are we doing here? The Wind Leopard King is exceedingly swift, even with the two of us at the gathering energy stage. It could eliminate us in the blink of an eye." The fourth elder's face had turned pale as well. Typically, the two of them had ventured into the wild boar forest in search of opportunities for breakthroughs, but they always kept their distance. When they noticed Lin Ming requesting the map, they believed he intended to mark the Demon King's location to avoid confrontation. Thus, they silently followed. They never anticipated that his purpose for the map was to facilitate a direct encounter with the Demon King. "We merely wish to tag along for some advantage. But do you seek our lives instead?" Lin Ming offered no reply, instructing them to wait outside as he made his way toward the Wind Leopard King's lair. The cave was deep. Upon entering, he was met with a pungent stench and the sound of faint whimpering. As he ventured deeper, he encountered several corpses, some clad in the attire of Eastern Mountain sect disciples, others ordinary villagers, and he even spotted shattered insignias of the Demon Suppression Division strongmen. Such arrogance could only belong to the lair of a spirit liquid stage demon king. Yet, for some reason, Lin Ming sensed something was amiss. As he delved further, he suddenly halted, realizing what was lacking: pressure. In the demon suppression prison, the imprisoned demon entities exuded a potent aura that weighed heavily upon him. Yet now, approaching the demon's lair, he felt no such sensation. With a sense of unease, Lin Ming swiftly made his way to the innermost depths of the cave. Within this cavern, a natural grotto, lay a grim assemblage of corpses and bones, alongside a nest cushioned with soft grass and animal hides, where several young leopards gazed at him with wide, tearful eyes. It must be said, the essence of the beast remains fierce. Even in their tender age, their eyes glinted with a predatory intensity, as if poised to pounce. Alas, their undeveloped forms betrayed them, for as they attempted to rise, they could only collapse back down, glaring from their nest. Was the Wind Leopard King absent? What that exquisite matron? Coughed the mother leopard. Lost in contemplation, Lin Ming was suddenly alerted by a faint whisper of wind approaching from behind. This breeze, delicately subtle, seemed to flow naturally from outside the cave, yet his formidable spiritual sense detected an anomaly, prompting him to pivot sharply and unleash a powerful punch. Bang! One leopard was forcefully sent crashing to the ground, its skull shattering, blood splattering in an arc. So feeble? No, this was a gathering energy phase, and indeed, a substantial mother leopard. It appeared she was the consort of the spirit liquid phase beast king. Lin Ming shook his head, absorbing the mother leopard entirely, collecting the essence. He did not neglect the young leopards in the nest. Though he initially contemplated their demise, he ultimately spared one. It would serve as bait for their father later. Chapter 82. Is no one home? Two elders from the Dongshan sect stood anxiously at the entrance, contemplating whether to enter and check on Lin Ming's well-being, yet they hesitated. Although they could roughly surmise that the sect leader had sent them as sacrificial pawns, this was not the manner of sacrifice they envisioned. They imagined a scenario where Lin Ming, wandering through the forest, suddenly encountered a band of slightly more powerful demons. After a fierce battle, realizing escape was impossible, he would shout for Lin Ming to flee first while they bravely held their ground. In the midst of their desperate struggle against the enemy, Lin Ming would return with a contingent of formidable experts from the Demon Suppression Division to rescue them, leaving them overwhelmed with gratitude, insisting on rewarding them with vast fortunes and numerous medicinal pills. However, facing the Wind Leopard King in the Spirit Liquid stage would certainly lead to immediate demise. Who could endure such a fate? As the two elders wrestled with their anxiety, Lin Ming slowly emerged from the cave, his expression displeased. The Wind Leopard King is not home. A sigh of relief escaped both elders. The third elder, smiling apologetically, remarked, "Then your reconnaissance mission is complete, is it not? The matter with the Wind Leopard King is resolved." Lin Ming nodded. What do you mean by resolved? The third elder was utterly bewildered. Wasn't he there a trio of Spirit Liquid stage demons in the Wild Boar Forest? Without lifting his gaze from the map in his hands, Lin Ming replied nonchalantly. The two elders nearly choked, their pallor resembling that of the deceased. They wished to counsel him, noting that he was still quite young while they were aging, ill-suited for such perilous endeavors. Yet before they could voice their concerns, Lin Ming confirmed his position and promptly strode toward the next cave of a minor demon lord. Before long, he stumbled upon a dilapidated shrine dedicated to the earth deity. This shrine, merely 4 or 5 square meters in size and about 2 meters tall, could barely accommodate an offering table and a nearly faded clay statue of the deity. One of the second generation of the Wild Boar Forest, the Earth Mother. This Earth Mother was a legendary figure. It was said she had once been the shrine's keeper, devoutly tending to the deity and maintaining the statue. In the end, however, she fell victim to the tyranny of a local bully who desecrated her upon the offering table, while the earth deity remained unresponsive. Driven mad by her torment, she hanged herself in front of the shrine, but her profound resentment transformed her into a malevolent spirit. Initially, she was destined to become a mindless, vengeful entity. Yet, just as she was on the verge of losing her sanity, she felt a flicker of warmth and uncontrollably followed it. When she regained her senses, her essence had already taken refuge within the statue of the deity. Later, she discovered that the statue, from years of her devotion, had become a perfect habitat for a malevolent spirit, already attracting the attention of other entities. Little did they know, she had died first out of respect, having entered the statue. The Earth Mother retained her sanity, but her reverence for the divine had vanished. It was her own devotion that saved her. No longer inclined toward benevolence, she exacted vengeance upon those who had sullied her, annihilating the entire village and compelling many to worship her, ultimately becoming a formidable evil spirit that instilled fear across the land. The two elders of the Dongshan sect were acutely aware of the malevolent presence that loomed before them, their hearts filled with trepidation. This entity was even more ferocious than the Wind Leopard King and harbored an intense loathing for men. Trembling with fear, the elders halted 10 meters away as they watched Lin Ming approach the earthen shrine without a hint of hesitation. Despite the distance, they felt no sense of security. Upon reaching the shrine, Lin Ming extended his spiritual perception, only to be met with disappointment and confusion. Why is no one home? Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed the energy within him into a formidable earthen force and struck the shrine with a resounding slap. Boom! The shrine was obliterated, its walls and altar reduced to a cloud of dust. Remarkably, the statue remained unscathed, emanating a faint glow that repelled Lin Ming's energy, merely swaying slightly. What a surprise! A magical artifact. The statue, having been nurtured by the offerings of the Earth Mother during her lifetime and later imbued with a lingering aura of malevolence after her death, had remarkably evolved into a magical tool. One could not help but admire the Earth Mother's exceptional capabilities. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Ming stored the artifact in his system's repository, intending to address it alongside the entries he had gathered that day. As the shrine lay in ruins, Lin Ming remained unharmed, even utilizing a method akin to spatial artifacts to collect the statue that had been inhabited by the Earth Mother. The two elders approached with peculiar expressions. "Captain Lin, is the Earth Mother not at home?" inquired the third elder cautiously. Lin Ming, equally perplexed, responded, "Indeed, it seems she is not at home." Upon hearing this, the two elders exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with unspoken understanding, and communicated through a special method. Elder 4, do you find this coincidence rather peculiar? Coincidence? Usually, these three malevolent beings dominate the wild boar forest, instilling fear in our disciples and villagers. Yet now, when we seek them out, they are nowhere to be found. Tell me, is this mere coincidence? Elder 4 scoffed. The third elder could not help but add, could it be that this gentleman is already aware of the situation and has come to flaunt his prowess? Perhaps he intends to boast about his daring venture into the lair of the Demon King, capitalizing on this achievement to further his own ascent? Certainly, this gentleman possesses spatial artifacts. He must be here to gild his reputation. Elder 4 mused with a quiet derision. No wonder it said that the Demon Suppression Division has deteriorated year by year. Previously, they would at least conceal their foolish antics, but now they are so brazen. With a sigh, the third elder urged, enough chatter. Let us be cautious not to be overheard. After this exchange, the two elders fell silent. However, as they followed Lin Ming towards the third demon lair, their courage noticeably swelled, and they no longer hesitated. Assuming non forsin circumstances eros. They believed the third demon king would also be absent. Indeed, when Lin Ming arrived at a location marked on the map as Monkey King Mountain, he discovered an abundance of monkeys in the valley, yet no trace of spiritual essence. Accompanied by the two elders, he stormed into Monkey King Mountain, dispatching numerous monkeys along the way, ultimately uncovering the monkey wine brewed within a hidden cave. Two elders assisted in transporting the monkey wine, observing with a hint of envy as Lin Ming stored the items within his spatial artifact. However, Lin Ming was rather displeased and inquired of the third elder, "Are you certain the map is accurate? Why is it that in searching 3 locations, there are no fiends present? And why is that? Are you unaware?" The fourth elder discreetly rolled his eyes, filled with disdain, thinking to himself how adept this young man was at feigning ignorance. The third elder, feeling somewhat perturbed, hastily concocted an excuse to provide Lin Ming with an exit. Perhaps they were out on errands, or maybe the wild boar king summoned them. Unaware of the two elders' unease, Lin Ming considered this plausible, though disappointment settled in his heart. It seemed today's endeavors would yield no more than a temporary halt. Yet, it cannot be deemed a total loss. At least he had confirmed that the guards of the Demon Suppression Prison possessed an accurate understanding of the fiend territories around the state city. Additionally, he had acquired a magical artifact along with a quantity of monkey wine, which was no ordinary beverage, its effects rivaling those of elixirs. With lingering dissatisfaction, Lin Ming made his way toward the outskirts of the wild boar forest. The two elders followed closely, their initial tension and anxiety now dissipated. After all, they were merely here to bask in the glory of his achievements, so what was there to fear? The trio soon exited the wild boar forest. The two elders from Dongshan sect mounted their steeds and promptly requested to take their leave, wishing to return to their own sect, as their task was presumably complete. Just as Lin Ming was about to wave them off, he noticed 3 distant villages and curiously asked, "What is the story behind those villages? Why are they situated so close to the wild boar forest?" Although he was aware of the village's existence, his urgency to capture the little fiend had precluded him from paying them much heed. Now, observing that the villages were less than 2 miles from the wild boar forest, he realized something was amiss. The fiends in the wild boar forest had certainly existed long before these villages were established. Which affluent family was so brazen as to erect their dwellings atop a den of fiends? The third elder casually glanced over and replied, "Those 3 villages were jointly established by several affluent families from the state city. The Demon Suppression Office inspected them previously and found no issues. Would you like to take a look?" Lin Ming gazed at the distant estates, his acute instincts warning him that something was indeed awry. "Let us go take a look," he declared, immediately urging his horse toward the villages. The third elder regretted his earlier words, lamenting his own imprudence in mentioning the matter. The fourth elder shot him an irritated glance, saying, "Don't speak too much later. I could be resting instead of wasting time on this. Let us go. It's just a stroll. At most he might be seeking some trivial advantage." Reluctantly, the third elder spurred his horse to keep pace. In their eyes, since the Demon Suppression Office had already inspected the villages, Lin Ming's insistence on visiting was merely an attempt to gain some benefit. However, this was not unexpected. The Demon Suppression Office was known for such dealings. Even now, the Dongshan sect was obliged to pay tribute to the Demon Suppression Office monthly, seeking to ensure their safety. Otherwise, when faced with an invasion by fiends, these individuals would indeed delay their assistance until destruction had befallen one's sect. Lin Ming initially approached with a mindset of mere experimentation, but as he arrived at the entrance of the First Estate, his expression darkened. A sinister aura permeated the air. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword and struck. Boom! The massive iron gate of the estate crashed to the ground, reduced to a state of utter ruin. Lin Ming charged into the manor, his blood-red cloak billowing behind him. At last, the time for carnage had come. The two elders, who had merely accompanied him for the sake of appearances, were utterly astonished by this spectacle. What is the meaning of this ruckus over a mere autumn breeze? One pondered, could this fellow be new here, believing that a display of ferocity would earn him some coin? The third elder mused with suspicion. The fourth elder, however, urged with urgency, "Stop speculating. This estate is obligated to pay us a substantial sum each year. If he truly destroys it, how will the nearby farmers and wealthy patrons perceive our Dongshan sect? We must intervene at once." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the third elder quickly joined the fourth, rushing forward to intercept Lin Ming. "My lord, this is unwise," they implored. "If you seek gold, I can summon the steward of the estate to provide you with some." The two elders forced smiles as they attempted to block him, signaling the aghast servants in the distance to alert others of the unfolding chaos. Chapter 83. Is he truly a first-class, true chi? Slaying two kings. Get lost. Lin Ming's gaze was piercing, his true chi surging with vigor. A series of peculiar fragrances and an overwhelming pressure emanated from him. The two elders, catching a whiff of the scent, shivered in disbelief. Possessing such an extraordinary aroma, a fusion of heaven and man? The seasoned veterans, well-versed in the ways of the world, understood the implications. This Captain Lin was indeed a practitioner of first-class, true chi. He had not been boasting. Rather, it was they who had underestimated him. In a flash, the two elders utilized their usual speed tenfold to retreat, swiftly dropping to their knees. Still obstructing him? Still protecting the estate? Their foremost concern was now their own survival. Just as the elders evaded, a tempestuous aura of demonic energy surged from the depths of the estate, accompanied by an exhilarated voice. "What a delightful fragrance! What is it?" Upon hearing this, the elders turned pale. It was the Monkey King. Even the most obtuse among them could comprehend the situation. Lin Ming had not come merely to earn accolades. He had likely received intelligence about the collusion between the three demon entities and the estate, prompting him to investigate. As for why he sought a map from Dongshan sect and brought the two elders along, it was naturally due to his suspicions of their potential alliance with the demons. Thus, he had taken them for a tour of the wild boar forest, observing their intentions. Indeed, it must be so. This was a testament to his cunning. He was undoubtedly a disciple cultivated by some ancient being, possibly a trusted aide of a magistrate from the Demon Suppression Division. After all, the magistrate's duty was to patrol the area, ensuring no demons conspired with sects or the Demon Suppression Division. The elders' thoughts spiraled, cold sweat pouring down their backs, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, from the depths of the estate, a black shadow rushed forth. Its speed was astonishing, limbs elongated, and only as it drew closer did they discern it was a robust black ape. The ape, adorned with hair as tough as steel needles, possessed a towering physique and well-defined muscles, its large eyes glaring like bronze bells, exuding a fierce light. As it charged forward, its imposing presence crashed down like a torrential river, causing the estate's servants to erupt in blood and collapse. The Monkey King paid them no heed. squatting atop a courtyard wall, gazing down at Lin Ming with a fixation. What a delightful fragrance! What a delightful fragrance! Lin Ming's attention remained fixated on the Monkey King, his own greed matching that of the beast. What a robust creature! What a robust creature! The Monkey King scrutinized Lin Ming from head to toe, and inexplicably, their eyes met. In that moment, the Monkey King was momentarily taken aback. It perceived no trace of familiar fear or despair in Lin Ming's eyes. Instead, it saw greed, akin to a young monkey spotting its mate's fruit. This human was not fleeing. He intended to confront him? Huh! The corners of the Monkey King's mouth curled into a sinister and peculiar grin. I have never encountered such an arrogant human before. A tough nut like you will surely be a delightful feast. Subsequently, the Monkey King raised his dark, lacquered palm and beckoned to Lin Ming with a crooked finger, inviting him to come forth and taste his prowess. However, Lin Ming stood still, merely gazing at the Monkey King, observing Lin Ming's immobility. The Monkey King erupted into a thunderous laugh, exclaiming that he had encountered a coward who was rendered speechless and paralyzed with fear at his mere presence. In the distance, two elders kneeling on the ground instinctively lifted their heads at the commotion, their eyes widening in shock. Suddenly, a second Lin Ming appeared before the Monkey King, brandishing a long blade encased in frost, which he plunged into the creature's mouth. Blood gushed forth from the Monkey King like a fountain, and as it flailed its arms in a futile attempt to resist, both strength and vitality drained from its body, rendering its robust form limp and lifeless, akin to a heap of rotting flesh. Illusory arts, snowfall blade techniques. The simultaneous execution of these two skills was sufficient to overwhelm even a minor demon king at the liquid essence stage, leaving it unable to unleash its full potential and succumbing to defeat. It must be acknowledged that the one-eyed creature was indeed formidable, having gained entry to the third level of the demon suppression prison, as evidenced by its impressive illusory arts, which even another Monkey King of the same stage could not see through. Lin Ming, with his back turned to the two elders, obscured their view and absorbed the essence of the Monkey King. The elders, witnessing the corpse of the Monkey King vanish, assumed it had been stored within Lin Ming's spatial artifact and did not ponder further. Moreover, they were still awestruck by Lin Ming's capability to eliminate a demon king at the liquid essence stage with a single strike, leaving them no room for dissent. Lin Ming cast a glance at the item description that read Vajra Body Green. This was a divine ability. Vajra Body. Upon activation, your current physical attributes may quintuple. A remarkable ability indeed. He would later consider fusing it with several other descriptors. Sheathing his dagger, Lin Ming made his way outside. The village had fallen under the control of the Monkey King. Could the other two villages fare any better? As he prepared to depart, the two elders, kneeling in trepidation, exchanged anxious glances. What shall we do, third brother? The fourth elder inquired cautiously. At this moment, you dare to seek guidance and call me brother? The third elder retorted, his eyes widening. There's no time for deliberation. Let us act as vanguards. The two hastily rose to their feet and pursued Lin Ming. Upon reaching the entrance of the second village, they required no prompting from Lin Ming. They forcefully broke open the doors and stormed inside, incapacitating the inhabitants before anything else. After lingering in the village for so long, there was no doubt they were aware of the lurking malevolence. Thus they would not misdirect their wrath. Lin Ming observed the elders' actions without concern, patiently awaiting in what appeared to be a plaza meant for drying grains. He knew the commotion would soon attract the attention of the lurking demons. Indeed, within moments, a sinister aura approached. The two elders felt a sudden chill, their bodies immobilized, and their internal energy slowed to a crawl. Casting a fleeting glance at them, Lin Ming casually swatted the two aside, simultaneously stepping back. With a series of sharp sounds, 3 spikes erupted from the ground where they had previously stood. The elders turned pale at the sight. Had it not been for Lin Ming's timely intervention, they would have surely met their end. In the distance, a woman clad in monk's robes floated through the air, her form solid and her aura sinister. She was none other than Tu Gan Yang, one of the malevolent spirits at the liquid spirit stage from the wild boar forest. With a cold sneer, she let out a voice that drifted like the wind, imbued with deep resentment. When did the Demon Suppression Division produce someone like you? At such a tender age, achieving the first tier of true energy, and yet you dare to intrude upon my domain? Lin Ming chose not to employ his illusionary techniques, as such methods held little efficacy against this malevolent being. The most effective approach with such a female ghost was to confront her head-on. Unsheathing his blade, Lin Ming charged forward with a move divine, eagle clutching the dragon. His speed was so swift that it caused Tu Ganyang's expression to shift. A massive mound of earth materialized in midair, composed of countless earth-type spiritual energies, and bore down upon Lin Ming. Though the earthen mound was still several meters away, it exerted an overwhelming pressure, nearly disrupting his agility. Lin Ming's true energy transformed into wind energy, causing his speed to surge dramatically. This was the effect of the wind spirit, blue, from the wind leopard matron. Harnessing the power of this effect, Lin Ming's already harmonious state with nature grew even more formidable. As if he had become one with the wind, his ethereal presence surpassed even that of a wraith. It was astonishing to think that a mere leopard could possess such a trait. No wonder the performers in the theater believed the demon race to be saviors. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and Lin Ming had already reached Tu Ganyang. The moment she realized he could wield the strength of that leopard, she was caught off guard. With a frantic scream, she unleashed a torrent of boundless resentment towards Lin Ming. Spirit impact. This was a favored tactic of malevolent entities. A single howl could shatter the souls of 1,000. Despite the hasty nature of her attack, Tu Ganyang was confident in its effectiveness against these warriors. She had dispatched numerous experts from the Demon Suppression Division with this very technique. Yet, as her confidence swelled, Lin Ming, with an indifferent expression, uttered softly, "Disperse." At once, half of Tu Ganyang's spirit impact was forced to dissipate. The remaining portion posed little threat to Lin Ming, who effortlessly evaded it, then unleashed 3 spirals of energy, sending forth a chilling blade of ice towards her. With his true energy now beginning to transform into liquid spirit, Lin Ming found himself increasingly adept at the snowfall blade technique. The icy aura of the blade resembled a true ice dragon, exuding a formidable, killing intent. "You are a scholar," Tu Ganyang shrieked in horror, desperately trying to fend off the oncoming ice dragon. Walls of earth coalesced before her, only to be shattered layer upon layer by the ice dragon, as the distance between them diminished. Meanwhile, Lin Ming surged forward from another direction, his speed and ferocity amplified by the effects of King of Battle. Despite being at the mid-stage of liquid spirit and possessing a realm far superior to Lin Ming's, Tu Ganyang now felt a profound sense of powerlessness. Flee. She realized that only by returning to her artifact body could she hope to contend with Lin Ming. For the statue of the Earth God could transform into a true deity of the land, wielding immense power far beyond her own. Defeating Lin Ming would then be as effortless as a flick of the wrist, summoning the majority of her spiritual essence. Tu Ganyang manipulated the Earth-type spiritual energy to form an earthen dragon, which she hurled forcefully against the ice dragon before fleeing without a backward glance. She fled towards the wild boar forest, heading in the direction of the land deity temple. Lin Ming cleaved through the ice dragon with a single stroke, then turned to face the earth dragon rushing at him. He retrieved the statue of the earth deity, exclaiming, "Mother Earth, is this what you seek? I have brought it for you." Upon sensing the familiar warmth, the Earth Mother abruptly turned, her gaze falling upon the statue in Lin Ming's grasp. Instantly, her eyes blazed with a vengeful crimson light, and she shrieked in fury, "Return it to me." With the statue held firmly in his left hand, Lin Ming wielded his blade in his right, executing a sweeping strike that unleashed a tempest of hail, shooting like meteors towards the Earth Mother. She opened her mouth, preparing to unleash a spiritual assault in retaliation, but Lin Ming swiftly commanded, "Silence." An invisible force of spiritual energy instantaneously sealed her mouth, rendering her cries inaudible. In truth, Lin Ming's spiritual power was inferior to hers. Had this encounter occurred earlier, he would have been unable to silence her. However, the recent surge of the Earth Dragon had drained the Earth Mother's strength significantly. leaving her spiritual essence weakened and vulnerable to Lin Ming's suppression. She could only watch helplessly as countless hailstones battered her form, piercing through and leaving her ghostly body riddled with wounds. Lin Ming advanced resolutely, seizing the Earth Mother's battered form and swiftly consuming her essence. Time was of the essence. Should he delay, her spiritual power would dissipate entirely, and there would be nothing left to absorb. Chapter 84. A wicked entity, playing with the code of the Jianghu Lin Ming, absorbed the essence from the Earth Mother and promptly set off for the final village. This time, there was no need for them to breach the entrance. The inhabitants had already sensed the disturbances from the previous two villages and rushed out armed, forming a line to confront Lin Ming and his companions. The third elder and fourth elder recognized this as their opportunity. They stepped forward, glaring at the village guards who dared to resist. Impudent fools! How dare you raise your hands against the Demon Suppression Division and the Dongshan sect? You wretched beings! Upon seeing Captain Lin, do you not lower your weapons and surrender? The guards trembled in fear, clearly terrified, yet none complied, maintaining their weapons aimed at the trio. Lin Ming discerned that they were compelled by the oppressive force of the wicked entity. In the face of their own fear and the terror of the malevolence, they chose the latter. The two elders, recognizing the guards' coerced position, were nonetheless furious and charged in, unleashing their wrath upon the guards. As they reprimanded the guards, the Wind Leopard King remained conspicuously absent, seemingly a cunning creature, wary of facing them directly and perhaps contemplating a sneak attack or a quiet retreat if the situation turned unfavorable. Lin Ming had little interest in playing hide and seek with this creature. He produced the small leopard he had captured earlier. The creature glared at him with wide, fierce eyes, prompting Lin Ming to flick its tail. Yowl! The small leopard let out a heart-wrenching cry, a sound so sorrowful it could bring tears to the eyes of any listener. Yet this tactic proved remarkably effective, as the air around them thickened with an unmistakable aura of menace. The Wind Leopard King was drawn in, though still hesitant to strike, searching for an opportune moment. Lin Ming carelessly tossed the small leopard to the ground, then pressed the tip of his blade against its throat, indifferently declaring, "This is the last cub in your den. I will count to 1. If you do not emerge, it shall perish." 1. The sound of the blade, piercing flesh, harmonized with the rush of wind. A gaping wound opened in the small leopard's throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. An enraged leopard appeared behind Lin Ming, its yellow claws poised to strike. Hunyuan golden body, diamond-like physique. With the infusion of martial prowess and enhancements, Lin Ming's physical defense reached a terrifying pinnacle. Additionally, the title of the Battle King had been activated. From the onset of battle until now, his energy had been in a heightened state, accumulating strength to an alarming degree. The Wind Leopard King's presumed perfect opportunity for a sneak attack resulted in its claws inflicting no harm upon Lin Ming. As its claws grazed his body, it felt akin to scraping against steel, even producing sparks. Lin Ming swiftly pivoted, wielding his frost-laden blade with lightning speed, faced with life and death. The Wind Leopard King was compelled to unleash its full potential, moving faster than ever, riding the wind to evade. Yet at that instant, the small leopard emitted a piercing wail. Unbeknownst to the creature, Lin Ming's foot had inadvertently come to rest upon it, crushing its head with force. The dying wails of the bloodline offspring momentarily stilled the agile movements of the Wind Leopard King. In that fleeting instant, the frosty blade descended with an unmatched force, effortlessly severing the Wind Leopard King's throat and nearly cleaving his chest in twain, causing his entrails to spill forth in a gruesome display. Remarkably, as a demon king of the spiritual liquid stage, the Wind Leopard King had not yet succumbed to death. He bore the agony and retreated, weakly glaring at Lin Ming. The esteemed Demon Suppression Division employs such vile tactics to deceive us, yet you have the audacity to call us the wicked ones? Lin Ming remained unresponsive. The Wind Leopard King sneered, "At a loss for words, are we?" Suddenly, a sharp blade pierced through the Wind Leopard King's back, emerging from his chest. In disbelief, he glanced down at the familiar straight sword adorned with frost, feeling his body rapidly succumbing to the chill. This scoundrel's bottom line is lower than I had imagined. With a thud, the Wind Leopard King collapsed, lifeless, revealing Lin Ming standing behind him. Simultaneously, the Lin Ming who had been enduring ridicule dissipated like a shattered mirror, an illusion. Lin Ming contemptuously glanced at the corpse of the Wind Leopard King, absorbing the remnants before casually picking up a dropped inscription, riding the wind green. Possessing this divine ability allows one to soar with the wind, traversing the air and significantly enhancing speed. Another divine ability inscription. It begs the question, why do these demon entities awaken their divine seeds upon reaching the Qi gathering stage? While martial artists require at least the essence core stage to comprehend divine abilities, is the disparity in constitution that vast? Lin Ming shook his head and turned to the two elders rushing towards him, their bodies drenched in blood. They had just finished slaying the guards and had been spectating the battle. While Lin Ming's conflict was gruesomely bloody for the demons, it was a feast for the eyes for the two, providing them with profound insights. Particularly, Lin Ming had been suffusing them with the aura of first-grade true Qi. And after witnessing 3 consecutive battles, both elders felt the constraints of their long-standing realms beginning to loosen, as if they had discovered the path to advancement. Lin Ming cast a glance at the two and remarked, "It seems you are on the brink of promotion. Quite commendable." The two elders displayed expressions of delight, hastily bowing in reverence to Lin Ming. "Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Your grace is something we shall never forget." Though the loyalty of these two held little value to Lin Ming, he waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave. I too must return to the city." The third elder quickly obstructed Lin Ming. "My lord, we discovered a letter in the estate controlled by the Wind Leopard King. It appears to be correspondence with someone. It remains unopened." Writing letters is a method favored by humans, especially as the third elder produced exquisite rice paper. The demon race, however, prefers animal hide, finding paper tedious as it tears easily. Lin Ming took the letter, casually opened it, and his brow furrowed in concern. Once again, it led to the theater of actors. The letter conveyed that the Shieling building informed the Wild Boar Forest about the impending commencement of the 100 teams competition, suggesting it would be prudent to eliminate some of the elite participants. This plan seemed rather ordinary, as a competition was essentially an opportunity to eradicate certain malevolent entities plaguing the state cities. Anticipating a counterattack from these malevolent beings was also part of the strategy. However, the emergence of Shieling building raised suspicions. Lin Ming initially perceived it as a trivial faction within Ping'an County, but it appeared that their influence had reached the state city and even established connections with the Wild Boar Forest. Clearly, this faction was more formidable than anticipated. Lin Ming resolved to return and inquire further, promptly concealing the letter. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." The two elders observed as Lin Ming mounted his horse, promptly following him like loyal attendants, dutifully clearing the path. After escorting Lin Ming back to the state city, they returned to Dongshan's sect. Upon reaching the summit of their sect's mountain, the sect leader summoned the two elders. "How'd it go this time? That young man didn't cause any trouble, did he?" The sect leader inquired nonchalantly while sipping tea. The third elder frowned and corrected him. "Sect leader, please refer to him as Lord Lin." The fourth elder chimed in. "Indeed, sect leader, do not show disrespect to Lord Lin." The sect leader, bewildered, looked at the two. "Have you both lost your minds? What is going on? Wait, your auras are chaotic. Are you on the verge of breakthrough?" A proud expression appeared on the third elder's face. "Under Lord Lin's guidance, we are about to transition into the spiritual liquid stage." The fourth elder added with a flourish, "Lord Lin possesses authentic first-grade true energy. Merely observing him slay 3 demon kings of the spiritual liquid stage has illuminated our path to advancement. I assure you, the insights gained from these 3 battles will elevate the quality of my energy cyclone to a new tier." The sect leader was left speechless. First-grade true energy. The slaughter of 3 demon kings at the spiritual liquid stage, assisting others in enhancing their energy cyclone quality. Each of these revelations alone could send shockwaves through the state city. Yet, all of it had converged upon a single individual. The sect leader finally comprehended that during his previous dispatch of the two, he had sensed a missed opportunity. "I have missed a brilliant future." On the verge of tears from despair, the furious sect leader glared at the two elders, exclaiming, "Why didn't TU come to me upon discovering his identity? Such fortuitous matters should be shared." The third elder gazed at the sect leader with a hint of melancholy when faced with such a situation. "Would you have had the leisure to contemplate anything else?" The sect leader felt deflated. Indeed, if he had encountered such a circumstance, every moment would have been spent vying for Lord Lin's favor, leaving no time for sharing. Ultimately, he had underestimated Lin Ming, missing this golden opportunity. Regret consumed him. Upon returning to the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Ming once again visited the Demon Suppression Prison, seeking out a guard on the first floor. The anxious guard, upon seeing Lin Ming's return, exclaimed joyfully, "Captain Lin, have you confirmed the situation with the wild boar forest?" "I was not mistaken, was I?" "Indeed, you were correct. Those three malevolent entities at the spiritual liquid stage are indeed formidable," Lin Ming affirmed. "Isn't that what I said?" The guard gazed at Lin Ming in astonishment, scanning him from head to toe. "Did you confront those three malevolent creatures? Were you harmed?" "No, not at all. Take a look at this," Lin Ming replied, producing a piece of paper and handing it over. Upon reading the contents of the letter, the guard's expression shifted noticeably. "The theater of pantomimes again? These rogues truly are relentless. Are you quite familiar with the theater of pantomimes?" Lin Ming inquired. "Not just myself. Many within the Demon Suppression Department are aware of this faction," the guard patiently elucidated. "The theater of pantomimes comprises a band of lunatics who believe that the monstrous entities are the rightful rulers of this world, deeming humanity as mere interlopers. They seek to collaborate with the demon race to uncover the path humanity once traversed. And there are even rumors suggesting that the theater suspects that the malevolent entities are merely the true form humanity ought to assume. Is that not absurd?" Lin Ming's eyes flickered, yet he remained silent. Noticing Lin Ming's reticence, the guard continued, "My lord, will you report this letter? I assure you it could yield significant merit. But might I request a promotion in return?" Only then did Lin Ming return to the present, reclaiming the letter and patting the guard on the shoulder. "Stay here. I shall return shortly to escort you out." Chapter 85. Leading the expedition? Then let me take on the most perilous tasks. Lin Ming, unfamiliar with anyone in the state city, initially intended to seek out Captain Mo. However, recalling Zhao Tao's discreet advice to visit his aunt in case of any matters, he decided against it. The factional divisions in the state city were severe, making it difficult to trust anyone. Thus, he opted to visit Su Meixian instead. It must be said that the demon subduing department in the state city was indeed vast. After all, it governed 10 counties, and with insufficient manpower. The ranks included not only the commander and deputy commander, but also 10 captains, each leading 10 squads. Adding the apprentice academy and patrol teams, the personnel were abundant. And naturally, there were numerous courtyards as well. It took Lin Ming a whole incense stick's worth of time to locate the commander's residence. Once the guards announced his arrival, he was granted entry. Su Meixian sat quietly in the reception hall, awaiting his arrival. She was genuinely curious to see what this prodigy, who had consolidated a first-grade true chi, was like. Initially, she had thought to find an opportunity to meet him in the coming days. But now he had come to her doorstep. At the same time, she felt a hint of curiosity about why this young man sought her out. As Lin Ming strode into the reception hall with a commanding presence, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Meixian. She was extraordinarily beautiful. Her delicate features, skin as radiant as a young maiden's, a waist that could be grasped with a single hand, and her ample figure made her one of the most stunning women Lin Ming had ever encountered. Even if he held no romantic feelings for Tian Weishue, he had to concede that she was ethereal, far beyond the realm of the ordinary. However, what truly bewildered Lin Ming was how such a breathtaking woman could be married to Zhao Chuanfu. While Zhao Chuanfu was not unattractive, he possessed only an ordinary appearance, with neither remarkable charisma nor outstanding strength. What stroke of fortune had allowed him to wed such a beauty? Su Meixian, observing Lin Ming's expression, understood his thoughts. She had grown accustomed to such reactions and was too indifferent to offer any explanations. "You must be Lin Ming. Indeed, a striking figure," she remarked, maintaining an air of authority as she scrutinized him from head to toe. Since Lin Ming's arrival, those around her had been speculating about his extraordinary background. Although Su Meixian believed Lin Ming was merely a talented individual discovered by her husband, the incessant chatter made her somewhat uncertain. What if he were truly the illegitimate son of a powerful figure seeking to cleanse his identity? After all, it was not uncommon for influential individuals to fabricate identities. Moreover, if he was indeed the unfortunate scholar targeted by the theater building, how could he withstand their schemes? As Su Meixian pondered these thoughts, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Ming's profile and throat, wondering if he was concealing a human skin mask. Lin Ming, having quelled his own distractions, stepped forward and placed a letter on the table. Commander, this is what I discovered from 3 villages outside the wild boar forest. It is confirmed that these villages are undoubtedly tools for the spirit liquid phase demon king to amass wealth, and they have connections to the theater building. Su Meixian was taken aback by Lin Ming's words and picked up the letter to examine it closely. The authenticity of the letter was apparent, and she felt a profound disturbance within her. However, in order to maintain the dignity of her position, she composed herself and inquired of Lin Ming, "What business do you have at those 3 estates?" "Just a bit of boredom. I thought to seek out some demons for a bit of practice," Lin Ming replied nonchalantly. To her surprise, Su Meixian believed him, as Zhao Chuanfu had warned her in his letter to be wary of Lin Ming, describing him as restless and quick-tempered, someone who would not hesitate to retaliate against those who provoked him. Yet this young man was indeed a talent and a fortuitous omen. Within just 2 days of his arrival, he had delivered such an astonishing surprise. The letter detailed not only the collaboration between the theater of actors and the wild boar forest, but also the specifics of their cooperation, including confidential information regarding the upcoming grand tournament. Few were privy to this intelligence, and with a little investigation, they could expose the spies planted by the theater of actors within the Demon Suppression Division. Overjoyed, yet maintaining her composure, Su Meixian smiled slightly. "You have done well. Young man, old Zhao truly did not misjudge you. I shall remember this as your first merit, and when I apprehend those 3 demons for questioning, rewards will be duly allocated." "Which 3 demons?" Lin Ming suddenly asked. "The 3 demon kings in the letter regarding the collaboration," Su Meixian replied, tossing a token to Lin Ming. "Go summon some people for me." Lin Ming tossed the token back. "No need to bother. I've already slain those 3 demon kings." Su Meixian caught the token, her composed demeanor finally faltering, astonishment evident on her face. "Are you serious? Those are 3 demon kings at the liquid phase. Even a state city would require at least 2 officers and 2 squads to deal with one. You single-handedly killed 3? It was worth noting that Su Meixian had dispatched people to encircle those demon kings numerous times, but they had managed to escape, even turning the tide to slay several of her men. Thus, they had generally been left to their own devices, as long as they did not cause further trouble. To think they had already been eliminated. Lin Ming pondered for a moment, believing in being forthright. "It wasn't solely my doing. There were also 2 elders from the Dongshan sect." "I thought so. The one sent to assist you must be the Great Elder and the Second Elder, right? They are both at the liquid phase and fairly formidable, but dealing with 3 at once must have left them quite injured." Su Meixian's expression regained its calm. Lin Ming shook his head. "It was the 3rd Elder and the 4th Elder from the Dongshan sect. I recall they were at the gathering energy phase, and their talents had been exhausted, rendering them unable to advance." Su Meixian stood up again, her eyes widening once more. Indeed, while their strength was lacking, they possessed keen insight and had helped eliminate many spies within the estates. They had also uncovered this letter. "Oh, and remember to update the records at the Demon Suppression Division. They're about to break through soon," Lin Ming kindly reminded her. Su Meixian gazed at Lin Ming in silence for a considerable time. She was at a loss for words, as the implications of his statements were monumental. Lin Ming, accompanied by 2 elders at the gathering energy phase, had slain 3 demon kings at the liquid phase. The 2 elders of the gathering chi period, once deemed incapable of further advancement, have unexpectedly sought to elevate their realms. What could possibly be the reason? Clearly, they have been invigorated by Lin Ming's exceptional true chi. Observing Lin Ming, who remains composed despite his astonishing achievements, Su Meixian recalled a remark from Zhao Chuanfu's letter. "This youth is truly a prodigy." Previously, Su Meixian had found this statement excessive. While praise is acceptable, such exaggeration seemed unwarranted and only provoked a desire to challenge Lin Ming, perhaps even to belittle him. Yet now, for the first time, Su Meixian found herself in agreement with Zhao Chuanfu. This old curmudgeon had uttered a remarkably astute observation. This young man is undeniably extraordinary. In that moment, Su Meixian genuinely wished to take Lin Ming as her disciple, yet felt unworthy. She also contemplated bringing him close as a confidant, but doubted Lin Ming would be inclined to remain in the state city. After much reflection, she realized that as the commander of an entire province, she was at a loss for any means to win Lin Ming's favor. She even mused about how wonderful it would be to be decades younger. After all, having a prodigy like him in her company could be deemed a form of alliance. But alas, what young man would be enamored with a woman who has been married before? With a sigh, Su Meixian regarded Lin Ming with a gaze that no longer held the arrogance of authority, but rather a friendly demeanor. Lin Ming, my partner holds you in high esteem and recognizes you as a confidant. Thus you shall be my confidant as well. From this day forth, do not address me as commander, but simply as sister. Lin Ming discerned the clear intent behind her words and did not object. Very well. Su Meixian was pleasantly surprised by his agreeable nature and exclaimed, "You have made the most significant contribution. So tell me, what do you desire? Whatever it is, sister can provide it. I seek a detailed topographical map of the state city, particularly one that marks the locations of the malevolent creatures." Is there such a thing? Lin Ming expressed his interest. Indeed, there is, but what do you need it for? Su Meixian inquired with curiosity. Out of boredom, I wish to explore. Lin Ming replied casually. Su Meixian found this response hard to believe and scrutinized him for a moment, leading her to a daring conjecture. You do not intend to single-handedly eradicate all the malevolent creatures in the state city, do you? That would be unfeasible. Lin Ming answered candidly. There are simply too many of them, and they can escape. Clearing them all out is impossible. At most, I could eliminate a few leaders. Su Meixian shook her head, recognizing that she had indeed been overly excited to entertain such thoughts. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a widely accepted truth. Whether martial artists or malevolent creatures, once they reach the Yuan dance stage, they undergo a qualitative transformation. Faced with an opponent at the Yuan Dan level, even the most talented genius, capable of fighting beyond their rank, would retreat. Earlier, when Su Meixian labeled Lin Ming a prodigy, she had lost her senses, momentarily believing he could defeat numerous formidable demon kings at the Yuan dance stage. I can provide you with a map and even a team of people to assist you in intimidating the nearby territories of those malevolent creatures, Su Meixian decided, granting Lin Ming authority. Lin Ming could sense her ulterior motives in seeking to utilize him. However, he found this method of utilization exceedingly agreeable. I can assist you in your endeavors, but are you certain that the potential casualties among your ranks would not be an issue? Lin Ming retorted. Rest assured, I shall provide you with only the finest warriors. Their demise is an unlikely prospect. Moreover, I do not intend for you to engage in battle. Your extraordinary talent alone will suffice to instill fear in those nefarious beings with merely your presence. Su Meixian candidly expressed her thoughts. She harbored suspicions that Lin Ming might have been dispatched by higher authorities. The malevolent entities in the state capital, upon witnessing Lin Ming's remarkable abilities, would undoubtedly speculate further. In such a scenario, these wicked creatures would become apprehensive, questioning whether a formidable protector stood behind Lin Ming, prompting them to behave more submissively. No one would be foolish enough to recklessly confront him. Lin Ming offered no further explanations. Gazing intently at Su Meixian, he declared, "Then entrust to me the most perilous of locations." Chapter 86. Celestial Martial Arts, the Eightfold King's True Scriptures of Salvation. Lin Ming received the task token and official decree allowing him to mobilize the strength of the warrior squad, and he casually requested the transfer of the guards from the first level of the demon suppression prison. Upon hearing Lin Ming's request, Su Meixian cast a deep glance at him, but said nothing further, promptly granting the decree. By the time he exited the commander's residence, night had fallen. Within the state city, the Confucian temple emitted a faint glow of incense. a seemingly weak light that illuminated the vast expanse of the city. As the outside world was rife with malevolence at night, and wishing to organize his recent gains, Lin Ming decided to return to his abode for some rest. After partaking in the dinner served by a designated attendant, Lin Ming opened his attribute panel, surveying the overwhelming array of entries. The demons from the second and third levels of the demon suppression prison, including 3 spirit liquid phased demon kings from the wild boar forest and a band of minions from Monkey King Mountain, filled the panel with densely packed entries. Lin Ming first discarded the lower level ones, focusing on the higher tier entries. Spirit of the Wind, traveling 10,000 miles, Vajrabhati, wind riding illusion. Each of these entries, when considered individually, was indeed formidable. However, Lin Ming yearned to experiment with the fusion of these abilities, particularly seeking to blend martial arts, divine powers, and attribute entries. He initiated the fusion of Divine Eagle's Dragon Grass technique with Spirit of the Wind, wind riding, and dragon transformation. Accompanied by a blinding flash on the virtual panel, the fusion was successful. Heavenly Dragon's Grasp. This martial art allows one to transform into a celestial dragon, commanding the power of the tempest to slay all adversaries. The description is succinct, yet the martial art has ascended from the profound rank to the earthly rank, and the phrase slay all alone suffices to testify to its might. Although the proficiency of the martial art reverted to the novice stage, with Lin Ming's innate talent, his cultivation would proceed at an astonishing pace. Subsequently, he extracted Blood Doll, illusion with the intention of fusing them, but after contemplation, he also included the now less effective, corrosive divine power and the previously incompatible incense blessing. This eclectic fusion surprisingly succeeded. Lin Ming was quite elated, for prior to this, incense blessing and spirit guide were considered akin entries but had failed to merge. The resulting new divine power entry was Eerie Hand Blue. When wielding this divine power, one's hand can transform into a malevolent force, capable of intruding upon and manipulating another soul at will. And as the strength of the incense increases, this divine power will gradually enhance in rank and proficiency, transitioning from merely disturbing another's vision and perception to manipulating their very soul. Such a technique is indeed sinister. Lin Ming could even sense the dark energy in his right hand growing stronger, indicating that his incense power was steadily increasing. Have Tian Shi and Li Qingming transformed Tianlin village into their own temple? After reflecting on this, Lin Ming couldn't help but attempt to fuse this divine power entry with human demon to observe the outcome. Alas, it ended in failure. Well, it was expected that such fortune would not be easily attained. Additionally, the terms golden light divine power, earth control divine power, Vajrabhati, and giant transformation have been successfully integrated into the primordial golden body, forming an exceptionally remarkable martial art. Indeed, it has culminated in the creation of a celestial grade martial art known as the Eightfold King Salvation Sutra. Just as the Buddha encompasses fire, he transforms his own fury into the eightfold wrathful kings. By practicing this martial art, one can attain the true form of the Eightfold Kings, wielding the Buddha's supreme wrath to vanquish all demons and evils in the world. Lin Ming paused, astonished as he read the description of this martial art. The celestial grade nature alone was enough to astonish anyone, yet what truly left him flabbergasted were the words Salvation Sutra. Salvation? Me? What nonsense! Lin Ming chuckled wryly, shaking his head in disbelief at the existence of such a martial art. Nevertheless, he decided to embrace the situation and focus on mastering the fundamentals first. Lastly, all the miscellaneous terms he had acquired from slaying demons in the demon suppression prison were merged into his favored snowfall blade technique. The snowfall blade technique underwent a super evolution, resulting in the Hell's Cold Catastrophe Blade. The abyss of hell is desolate, where demons roam the earth. By practicing this technique, one can manifest the blade mountains of the 18 layers of hell to annihilate adversaries. These blade mountains exist to punish those who harm life in the mortal realm, inflicting countless blades upon them, leading to endless suffering. Lin Ming gazed at the newly forged earth-grade martial art, his eyelids twitching. The blade technique exuded a palpable aura of lethality. Yet, he found it to his liking. With a smile, Lin Ming once more perused his status panel, which appeared pristine. Host, Lin Ming. Martial Arts Realm. Third stage of Spiritual Liquid. First grade Cyclone. Divine Soul Realm. Sixth stage of Manifestation. Martial Arts. 5 Divine Nurturing Techniques. Divine. Hell's Cold Catastrophe Blade. Earth Grade Uninitiated. Eightfold King Salvation Sutra. Celestial Grade Uninitiated. Flying Dragons. Sky Cutting Hand. Earth Grade Uninitiated. Divine Powers. Eerie Hand. Blue. Attributes. Martial Arts Master. Green. King of Combat. Green. Extraordinary Background. Blue. Guiding Spirit Child. Red. Human Demon. Green. Storage. Earth Deity Statue. Low-grade artifact. Oh, and there's an artifact as well. I nearly forgot. Lin Ming promptly examined the attributes of the artifact. Earth Deity Statue. Low-grade can be commanded with the Divine Soul to control a specific territory. Those who enter the realm of the statue will be cursed and tainted, while possessing the ability to resist Divine Soul impacts. It can be enhanced with the power of incense, and the higher the quality, the larger the area of land that can be manipulated. Note, the statue cannot be moved while activated. At last, Lin Ming comprehended why the Earth Mother, despite being one of the 3 great spiritual liquid realm demons of the wild boar forest, appeared so feeble. Her fame largely depended on the effects of this statue. However, since it could not be moved, every time she ventured to the village, it was the ideal opportunity to strike. Unfortunately, people revered and feared her, so none dared to attack, allowing this weakness to remain undiscovered. While reorganizing his panel, Lin Ming rapidly cultivated under the enhancement of the martial arts master attribute. He spent the entire night in focused contemplation of the 3 martial arts he had just acquired. To say that Lin Ming's cultivation speed exceeds that of an ordinary martial artist by a 50-fold is no exaggeration. He has successfully advanced 3 martial arts to the minor success stage, although it may seem like a regression compared to his previous level. After all, his primordial golden body had reached great perfection. Switching to a new technique has indeed led him to a minor success. Yet, the combat prowess he can now unleash far surpasses his former capabilities. The progression in martial arts levels is akin to comparing a 10-minute ride on an electric scooter to one on a rocket. The outcomes are undoubtedly disparate. As Lin Ming gazed at his panel, he lamented that his talent still fell short, wishing for more prodigies to assist him. Thus, it was time to take action. He promptly rose, clutching his token and decree, and made his way to the demon suppression prison, seeking out a guard on the first floor. Upon seeing the decree for departure, the guard was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Unable to contain himself, he rushed out of the prison. Basking in sunlight he had not seen for years, weeping uncontrollably. His emotions were complex, filled with regret for having offended the deputy commander and gratitude towards Lin Ming for saving him. Suddenly, the guard turned and knelt before Lin Ming, bowing deeply. "Thank you, my lord, for your rescue. I, Su Damu, pledge my life to serve you from this day forth. Should I ever betray this oath, may heaven strike me down." The other guards merely cast a sidelong glance before resuming their duties. They had witnessed such emotional outbursts from the prison guards before, and it was always the same, overwhelmed with excitement. Once Su Damu had calmed down somewhat, Lin Ming spoke. "Let us depart and select our team. I intend to lead an expedition." "An expedition? Who shall we confront? How many individuals should we select?" "Su Damu zet pet fun in guit." "Commander Su has ordered me to eradicate the malevolent beings, but did not specify whom to confront or how many adversaries to engage. I have been granted a team," Lin Ming replied with composure. Upon hearing this, Su Damu instinctively felt it might be a jest at Lin Ming's expense. How could one take only a team to confront an adversary? Did this nobleman offend someone to secure his release? No. Su Damu suddenly realized that Lin Ming's background was formidable, and the local commander would likely not dare to mock him. Thus, it appeared to be a strategic maneuver, with Commander Su intending to leverage Lin Ming's influence or power to intimidate the malevolent beings in the state city. Understanding this, Su Damu felt a surge of indignation and cautiously warned, "My lord, it seems Commander Su harbors ulterior motives. He likely intends to exploit your status to bolster his own achievements and reputation." Lin Ming cast a surprised glance at him. You see clearly. Su damu zet ponde. Taken aback. Do you comprehend camende sus intentions? Why then do you consent to this arrangement? It can only bring you harm with no benefit. No, you have it precisely backward. Come, let us go. Lin Ming strode outward. Su Damu gazed at Lin Ming's retreating figure, his expression contemplative. Such misfortune being framed as an opportunity suggested that this nobleman possessed additional strategies. My lord, how many more surprises do you hold that I am unaware of? Su Damu recognized that even flattery could not compare to Lin Ming's prowess. Hence he resolved to be even more loyal, hastening to lead the way while introducing the Demon Suppression Division in the State City. My esteemed companion, it is highly probable that our forthcoming expedition will be one characterized by display of might. Thus, it is only fitting that we select the most formidable of teams. However, our provincial capital boasts 10 captains, each commanding a separate battalion, with each battalion possessing its own elite squad. Among these 10 captains, 8 are categorized according to the 8 trigrams: Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Jin, and Dui, while the remaining 2 captains lead the assault battalion and the support battalion. The most powerful among them is undoubtedly the assault battalion, whose warriors have emerged from the depths of blood and carnage, exhibiting immense strength yet an equally fierce defiance. Upon hearing Su Damu's introduction, Lin Ming inquired in a grave tone, which team possesses the greater number of prodigies? Su Damu pondered for a moment before responding. The Qian and Kuan battalions boast the most prodigies, the majority of whom hail from affluent families in the provincial capital. Hence, these 2 captains' teams are often referred to as the noble family squads, signifying their aristocratic lineage. You shall take this token and summon a contingent from the Qian battalion. I will await you at the entrance of the Demon Suppression Office, Lin Ming stated calmly. Understood. Su Damu promptly took the token and hurried away. Lin Ming strode confidently to the entrance, mounting his warhorse and awaiting patiently. Before long, Su Damu returned, accompanied by a group of soldiers. Despite the severe factional divisions within the Demon Suppression Office, the overarching rules were still adhered to, thus, with the commanding token in hand. The Qian battalion had no choice but to comply, promptly dispatching members of the first squad to assemble at the entrance. However, the captain of the Qian battalion also accompanied them, gazing down at Lin Ming from his steed, and coolly remarked, Lord Lin, these are my elite troops. I cannot help but feel uneasy allowing them to undertake a mission with a stranger. Is it not reasonable for me to accompany them for their protection? Su Damu, incense, retorted, Captain Zhou, you have gone too far. Are you insinuating that my lord would intentionally lead them to their doom? Lin Ming cast a sidelong glance at Su Damu. What nonsense are you speaking? Yet, Captain Zhou of the Qian battalion ignored Su Damu, wearing a smile that did not reach his eyes as he said, I am conversing with Captain Lin. What business do you have barking like a dog? To his astonishment, Su Damu remained unfazed and boldly declared, I, Su Damu, am but a loyal dog to Lord Lin, a faithful hound for life. Woof woof. This proclamation elicited incredulous glances from passers-by. While shameless individuals are not uncommon, the audacity displayed here was truly remarkable. Even Captain Zhou was left at a loss for words, staring dumbfoundedly at Su Damu. Meanwhile, the squad members all frowned in disdain, urging their horses to distance themselves from Su Damu, feeling that he had sullied the reputation of the Demon Suppression Office in their own standing, deeming him unworthy of their company. Chapter 87. The Deputy Commander's Scheme. As Captain Zhou Xiaowei processed Su Damu's astonishing response, he cast a mocking glance at Lin Ming, saying, My dear Lin, you have indeed raised a fine dog. Faced with this unfamiliar yet inexplicably hostile officer, Lin Ming merely retorted, Are you one of the Deputy Commander's men? Zhou Xiaowei was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. It was rather peculiar, for although the Demon Suppression Division was rife with factions, who in their right mind would openly admit such affiliations? Beneath the surface, they might engage in mutual violence and harbor a desire to humiliate one another. Yet publicly they feigned a sense of patriotism and unity. Why did Lin Ming consistently utter such divisive remarks? Was he deliberately provoking him? Or was it some form of testing? Not daring to elaborate further, Zhou Xiaowei coolly replied. Captain Lin is jesting. Everyone in the Demon Suppression Division is loyal solely to His Majesty. There is no question of allegiance. Then it seems my assumptions were correct. Lin Ming mused to himself with a nod. Zhou Xiaowei's composure began to falter, the urge to draw his blade welling within him. Yet, upon recalling the deputy commander's instructions, he forced himself to suppress his anger and walked away with a scowl. Say whatever you wish. I shall not engage with you any longer. Lin Ming chose not to press further. He was indifferent to Zhou Xiaowei's affiliations and merely curious about the reason behind his antagonism. It appeared that he had either incurred the deputy commander's ire due to his close association with Su Meixian or for having taken Su Damu away. In any case, he had evidently provoked the deputy commander, who had now mobilized his men to create some mischief. Let us proceed to the general's tomb, Lin Ming commanded. Zhou Xiaowei and the others exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom Lin Ming's audacity to venture there. It was one of the 5 forbidden areas of the state, home to malevolent forces during periods of calamity, akin to the presence of a Yuan Dan-level entity. Upon hearing the destination, Su Damu felt a twinge of trepidation. Yet he resolutely chose to comply with the order, stating, "Yes, my lord. Shall I lead the way?" "No need. Commander, Su has provided me with a strategic map of the state," Lin Ming replied nonchalantly. Su Damu's expression tightened at this revelation, with the strategic map in hand. His significance seemed diminished. Would this esteemed lord disregard his presence? However, upon reflection, Lin Ming had not only procured the map, but also rescued him from the demon suppression prison, an immense favor that warranted his utmost loyalty and dedication. As Lin Ming advanced, Su Damu shot a stern glare at the still hesitating Zhou Xiaowei and the others, urging, "Are you not following Lord Lin? Delay the mission, and you shall face dire consequences. Move." Zhou Xiaowei and the others watched Su Damu depart, unable to restrain their contempt. What a despicable sycophant. While members of the Demon Suppression Division might form factions and seek to curry favor with their superiors, they would never stoop to such a lowly level. Su Damu's demeanor left a bitter taste in their mouths, prompting them to reflect on whether they would ever find themselves in a similarly humiliating position before their superiors. If that were the case, it would indeed be a source of great shame. Despite their reluctance and lingering fear, Zhou Xiaowei ultimately followed Lin Ming out of the city. Primarily, he has other tasks that must be accomplished. Fortunately, with the arrangements made by the vice commander, there should not be any issues, right? The group galloped towards the city gates, the sound of their hooves echoing like thunder. Just as they departed, 2 figures appeared in the sky above the Demon Suppression Division. These individuals floated in mid-air, hands clasped behind their backs, intently observing the direction in which Lin Ming and the others had vanished. They were none other than the 2 highest authorities of the Demon Suppression Division, Commander Su Meixian and Vice Commander Exine Sunjing. Commander Su, do you truly fear no repercussions from above for your reckless manipulation of Lin Ming? Exine Sunjing inquired coldly, stroking his goatee. Su Meixian casually adjusted her hair, smiling alluringly. What have I manipulated him for? Stop feigning ignorance. Everyone knows you are exploiting his identity and the hidden masters behind him to intimidate the demons and evildoers in the city. This fool may be oblivious, but those behind him are far from it. Once the news reaches higher authorities, can you still hold onto your position? Xin Sunjing's remarks, if made before Lin Ming left the city, would have served as a warning. Now, they were merely a mockery, given that Lin Ming and the others had already distanced themselves. Yet, Su Meixian remained unfazed, responding, "Who told you that boy is a fool?" "Huh, he is not foolish at all. Rather, he is desperate." Exine Sunjing twirled his fingers through his goatee, his eyes gleaming with an insight that pierced through all pretense. A remarkably gifted, illegitimate child, acutely aware of his lineage yet unable to live openly, perhaps even too afraid to acknowledge his own kin. How stifling must that existence be? Thus, he would undoubtedly exert every effort in his training, striving tirelessly to amass achievements, making a name for himself until he overshadowed all others. Then, he would confront those relatives who once shunned him, and the satisfaction would be immense. if he were to be more cunning and malicious. He might even warn those who once denied their relationship not to reveal it, thus ensuring their further humiliation. Driven by such ambitions, he would become exceedingly eager for quick success, and you are precisely exploiting this trait, sending him out under the guise of confronting demons, while truly leveraging the power of his hidden masters to instill fear, correct? Su Meixian hesitated, contemplating Exan Sunjing's deductions, which indeed seemed quite plausible. However, she felt that her perspective on Lin Ming diverged from his. She had always believed that Lin Ming was not particularly concerned with accolades. This fellow simply relished the thrill of battle. Seeing Su Meixian momentarily rendered speechless by his astute reasoning, Exan Sunjing felt a surge of pride, quickly followed by a pang of melancholy. It seems I have guessed correctly. Yet, I cannot fathom how, with your intellect, you remain beneath me in rank. Surely, you do not have a powerful figure supporting you from behind? Su Meixian pondered for a moment and offered a kind reminder. What if it is precisely your self-proclaimed cleverness that leads you to overthink everything, resulting in a lack of trust from above? Overthink? Setting that aside, Lin Ming possesses formidable allies, and your manipulation of him. Are these two assertions not accurate? Sin kunding vito anvili. Indeed, that is not the case, yet it seems you have only been correct in 2 instances. Su Meixian, pinchit herbroth, feeling a touch of helplessness. No, there is another matter I have also resolved correctly, Exan Sunjing remarked, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a smile that spoke of strategic foresight. I have commanded Captain Zhou to protect Lin Ming at all costs. Su Meixian frowned. Captain Zhou was just deliberately provoking Lin Ming. Will he heed your words? What do you understand? That is strategy. If Captain Zhou were to declare his intention to protect young Master Lin outright when trouble arises, wouldn't it appear as though I had orchestrated a scheme to mock him? However, if Captain Zhou casually challenges Lin Ming a few times, only to step forward at a critical moment to protect him, it will demonstrate his loyalty and valor. As for me, I shall be recognized as the exemplary leader who nurtured such a talent, while you will be perceived as a fool exploiting Lin Ming for personal gain. Do you think the higher-ups might invert our current standings? Ha ha ha. Exan Sunjing could not contain his delight. A dangerous glint flickered in Su Meixian's eyes. How can you be so certain that Lin Ming will encounter trouble? Have you arranged for the malevolent spirits to ambush him, only to send someone for his rescue afterward? You would not sacrifice an entire team, would you? Exan Sunjing retorted. If I were to orchestrate the malevolent spirits, wouldn't that make me their accomplice? I merely stumbled upon information regarding the performers plotting revenge against him. Furthermore, I would never wish to sacrifice